Volume 1, The Beginner's Academy of Magic. Chapter 1, The Prologue. As the morning dawned, the sunlight poured in with an overwhelming brilliance, compelling me to reluctantly pry open my sleepy eyelids. Why must my room face the sun? Each morning, I am roused by this bothersome light. Lazybones, have you awakened yet? Upon hearing that endearing voice, I instinctively leaped from my bed. I'm up. Hurry, come and eat. You'll be late for school otherwise. All right, I'm coming. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift otherwise. If I failed to respond in a timely manner, that affectionate voice would swiftly transform into a rudimentary water magic spellwater. Bullet. This is my mother's customary alarm, and she is a skilled intermediate water mage. Should I be struck, my plight would be dire though, truth be told, that is not the primary concern. The real reason is that the first time she used that spell, my blanket became soaked, leading to ridicule from friends when I had to air it out, being unjustly labeled as a bedwetter. To how unfair. I nearly forgot to provide some context. I am, of course, the protagonist of this tale, known as Chongongwei. The continent I inhabit is called Tianwu, which alongside the western realm of Libo, comprises the only two landmasses in the world, with the rest being vast oceans. Tianwu is home to three nations: the resource-rich Dalu Kingdom, the chivalrous Shioda Kingdom, and the magical Aisha Kingdom, where I reside. The Dalu Kingdom boasts the largest expanse, occupying 1/3 of the Tianwu continent, endowed with abundant resources and a prosperous populace. Its military is primarily composed of warriors, supplemented by mages. Due to its substantial funding, Dalu possesses the most formidable forces among the three kingdoms at least, that is the five presented, yet the kingdom does not glorify martial prowess nor exhibits much interest in expansion, earning it the moniker of the peaceful nation among the continent's denizens. The Shioda Kingdom, on the other hand, reveres the dignity of knighthood, with only a modest number of mages present. Its military is predominantly comprised of warriors, and its cavalry is the strongest among the three kingdoms of Tianwu. The unique three Dragon Rider regiments consist solely of knights bearing titles of intermediate rank or higher, making them unstoppable on the open plains, where no army can. Thwart their charge.as for my homeland, the Aisha Kingdom is truly a realm of magic. Every citizen, even the most impoverished, is afforded the opportunity for basic magical education. The nation boasts numerous grand magical academies, and every individual possesses the right to learn magic provided, of course, they can afford the tuition. Even those without financial means receive instruction in fundamental magical knowledge from village or town elders. The magical education within the kingdom is divided into three stages. The first stage, the Beginner's Academy of Magic, where children age 5 to 10 engage in a 5-year curriculum, culminating in a test that grants the title of Magic Apprentice, or Junior Mage, contingent upon one's innate talent. Phase 2, the Intermediate Magic Academy. Students advance based on their performance in the graduation examination of the Primary Magic Academy. Those who excel are naturally admitted to better institutions for their studies. The Intermediate Magic Academy does not operate on an academic year system, but rather on a credit system, requiring a total of 60 credits to graduate and attain the certification of an intermediate mage. The fastest recorded time to complete the Intermediate Magic Academy within the entire principality is 3 years, although it typically takes between 5 to 10 years. Most individuals from families of moderate means in the kingdom cease their magical studies at the Intermediate Magic Academy, with the estimated number of intermediate mages in the realm ranging from 300,000 to 450,000. Phase 3, the Advanced Magic Academy. Gaining certification as an intermediate mage does not automatically grant access to the Advanced Magic Academy. Admission requires passing an assessment by the Mage Guild, after which students may enroll in corresponding schools based on their test results. The Kingdom of Aisha mandates that all students attending the Advanced Magic Academy pay no tuition fees, with all expenses covered by the state. This policy significantly contributes to the flourishing of magic in the nation. The pinnacle of the Advanced Magic Academy is the Royal Magic Academy, which only the most gifted individuals may enter, subject to rigorous evaluations. Even princes and princesses must undergo assessments to gain admission. Graduates of the Advanced Magic Academy receive varying certifications based on their performance in the final examinations. The three human nations on the continent of Tianwu are remarkably united, as they share a common adversary, the demonic and beastly tribes from the Western continent. To the west lie two kingdoms, the Holy Light Empire ruled by the demon race, and the Storm Warrior Empire dominated by the beastmen. Demons and humans bear strikingly similar physical traits, the sole distinction being their violet eyes. Naturally combative and ambitious, demons are born wielders of dark magic. In contrast, beastmen lack magical abilities but possess formidable physical strength, making their bodies their finest weapon, complemented by their exceptionally high magical defenses. The elite legion of beastmen is particularly fearsome, surpassing even the combat capabilities of the monstrous beast legion. Separated by the Dayfall Mountains, the two continents bear witness to humanity's sacrifice of millions of warriors to construct the most formidable fortress in history. Fortress, since its completion, neither the demon nor beast tribes have crossed its threshold, ensuring 200 years of peace across the continent. In this world, elemental magic is categorized into 6 schools: light, darkness, water, fire, earth, and wind. In addition to these elemental magics, there are special magics such as summoning and spatial magic. Mage ranks include apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, grand mage, mage scholar, mage mentor, and the legendary grand mage mentor. Magic is classified into 9 levels. Levels 13 represent basic magic. Levels 45 denote intermediate magic. Levels 68 correspond to advanced magic. And level 9 is reserved for forbidden spells, which require the collaborative casting of at least 6 mage mentors. A mage capable of casting a forbidden spell independently is known as a grand mage, a feat once recounted in legends. The ranks of warriors are classified as junior warriors, intermediate warriors, senior warriors, knights, earth knights, sky knights, light knights, sword saints, and the legendary war gods. The levels of fighting spirit are categorized into fighting spirit, earth fighting spirit, heaven fighting spirit, divine fighting spirit, and holy light, which grants immunity to all magic except forbidden spells. Summoned beasts come in 2 forms: growth forms and level forms. The abilities of level form summoned beasts increase with their ranks, ranging from level 1 to 9. Conversely, growth form summoned beasts are exceedingly rare. When encountering level form summoned beasts, they will fiercely battle to the death, leaving no opportunity for growth. Wealth is classified as follows: 1 diamond coin, 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, 1 million copper coins. Magic crystals are categorized from high to low: purple, blue, red, green, white, black. Let us pause the background introduction here and proceed to the main topic. A new chapter is about to unfold. The wheels of history are turning inexorably towards its destined path. Chapter 2. Choosing the light system. After hastily devouring a few bites of breakfast, I hurried out of the house to attend school. Move quickly, don't be late, don't leave a poor impression on the teacher, study magic diligently, be cautious on the way, and return home promptly after school. My mother is truly remarkable. These phrases are so familiar to me that I could recite them by heart. Yet, her concern still warms my heart. My name is Chong Gong Wei, and I am 7 years old, residing in a small village on the outskirts of Senko City, the second largest city in the kingdom of Aisha. My family is relatively well off, and my parents, who have high hopes for me, sent me to study at the Senko Junior Magic Academy in the city, where I am currently in the 3rd grade. Since childhood, I have been fascinated by magic. However, my innate laziness has hindered my progress. Over the past 2 years, I have only managed to learn a few simple beginner spells and the fundamentals of magical theory. Today, I must inform my teacher of my chosen primary and secondary magical disciplines for class placement. Every mage has their primary and secondary magical disciplines, typically majoring in 1 system and minoring in no more than 3. What should I choose? Sigh. I am quite fond of fire magic, but it seems perilous and conflicts with my principle of safety first. What magic is the safest? In contemplation, light magic appears to be relatively safe. The teacher mentioned that light magic lacks offensive spells before one learns advanced magic, primarily focusing on pure defense or healing. There should be little opportunity for competition with others, I suppose. I shall choose in the kingdom of Aisha, where magic is highly esteemed. Students at every academy frequently engage in duels to enhance their practical experience and assess their magical proficiency. However, given my current low level of magic, few have sought to challenge us younger students. Such competitions typically arise in the 5th grade or at intermediate magic academies. I consider myself quite astute As for my secondary magic choice, I shall opt for wind magic, particularly acquiring the Gale spell, a fundamental form of wind magic. This will facilitate my escape, or so I thought. However, I realized that even the swiftness of wind cannot rival the instantaneous nature of teleportation. My mother once recounted a tale of a mage who, utilizing spatial magic, effortlessly transported himself 10 kilometers away. Indeed, he was a mage. Hence, spatial magic seems preferable. I shall select it. Having finally made my decision, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I end the annals of history. The illustrious Archmage of Light, known as the Son of Light, is none other than Duke Whitner of the Whitner Grand Duchy. He could not evade the clutches of fate, ultimately choosing the radiant light magic that would enable him to traverse the entire continent, along with the spatial magic he often employed for escape. Leisurely, I strolled towards the city, daydreaming about a future filled with safety and beauty, and I couldn't help but drool in blissful anticipation. Longbow! Ugh, Odette, you startled me. My best friend, neighbor, and classmate, the village chief's son, Otto, bounded up to my side. Have you decided on your magic yet? Yes, I have. I will major in light magic and minor in spatial magic. That's quite in character for you. Haha. You know me well, I needn't explain why I chose these two schools. I gazed at Otto with mild surprise. Of course. Your motto is safety first, isn't it? Stop it. By the way, what magic did you choose? I will major in water magic and minor in spatial magic. Otto puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. I can understand your choice of spatial magic naturally. It's the same as mine, but why water magic? You wouldn't comprehend, Otto replied, adopting an air of superiority. Come on, tell me. Why? There are many girls in water magic and hardly any boys. I can tease them and snatch their treats. Haha, such mischief at your age. You'll be sure to tell your father. I lifted my chin defiantly. Truth be told, I felt tempted by his reasoning. Yet, I reconsidered. While there may be an abundance of girls in water magic, bullying them at the Intermediate Magic Academy could result in dire consequences. I recalled how Brother Nero from the village had been severely punished for teasing the Academy's belle. Otto, my friend, you may find yourself in trouble. Why don't you join me in water magic? In an attempt to divert my attention, he tried to recruit me. No, they'll keep quiet about your schemes as long as you share some of your treats with me in the future. Deal? Absolutely. Who could refuse such a good friend? We've arrived at school. Quick, let's hurry before we're late. The Senko Junior Magic Academy is the largest magic institution in Senko City, sprawling over 20,000 square meters, boasting numerous practice fields and various departmental buildings. Both Otto and I are students of class 34. Fortunately, we aren't late, otherwise the old witch would make us stand in punishment, Otto murmured to me. Stop talking, the old witch is coming. The old witch refers to our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, a fire element advanced sorceress in her 50s. She's quite strict and lacks any charm, which is why my close friends and I have affectionately nicknamed her the Old Witch. Good day, students. Good day. Teacher, as the Old Witch entered, the classroom fell into silence, for no one wished to provoke an eruption. Have you all decided on the magic you wish to study? We have. Very well, come to me one by one to register. I approached a register. The Old Witch scrutinized me and remarked, you are majoring in light magic. Yes. Teacher, you realize that, apart from the monks who specialize in healing, very few in the kingdom pursue light magic these days. Ah, why is that? I was unaware. 200 years ago, during the Holy War between the East and West continents, many humans studied light magic, as it served as an effective counter to the dark magic of the demon race. At that time, over 30% of the sorcerers were practitioners of light magic, as even a basic healing spell could inflict damage on demons. Light magic and dark magic possess a synergistic effect, doubling their potency against one another. However, in the present day, 2 centuries of peace have rendered light magic nearly obsolete. It pales in comparison to the utility of water, fire, earth, and wind magic. Furthermore, light magic primarily encompasses defensive and healing spells at the initial and intermediate levels, leading those who favor offense to predominantly choose water, fire, earth, or wind magic in terms of healing. While water magic is slightly inferior to light magic, its balance of offensive and healing spells has caused even girls interested in healing to abandon light magic. Only the peace-loving monks continue to pursue a 7-year-old child. I was oblivious to such nuances. After the teacher's explanation, prioritizing my safety, I resolutely chose to study light magic. All right, all students have selected their respective magic disciplines. We will dismiss class early today. Tomorrow, you will be divided into classes according to your chosen magic types. Class dismissed. Hooray! Class is over. The journey of the light child in studying light magic is about to commence. What awaits us tomorrow? Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding of events. Chapter 3. My teacher filled with a sense of accomplishment, I returned home to find dinner prepared by my mother. You're back. Were you well behaved in class today? She inquired. I was very well behaved. By the way, Mom, I have chosen the primary and secondary magic I wish to study. What? Darling, come here quickly. Our son has chosen his primary and secondary magic. Is that so? Son, did you select wind magic? Upon hearing this news, my father hurriedly rushed over. It certainly isn't. Our son must have chosen water magic, right, my dear? My mother gazed at me with eyes full of hope. My mother is an intermediate water mage, and my father is an intermediate wind mage. From the moment I was born, they began to argue about which type of magic I should major in. Observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, I pondered for a moment and decided to respond in a way that would surprise them. No, neither. My chosen major is neither water nor wind magic. What? They exchanged astonished glances. Then what have you chosen? Is it earth or fire magic? You unfilial child. How dare you not align with your mother's element? Your pocket money for this month is gone, humph. Is your little bottom feeling itchy? My father glared at me with a look of mock threat. No. Please don't be angry, Mom and Dad. My choice isn't fire or earth either. I have chosen light magic. There is a reason behind it. I did it all for you. What? For us? Yes, indeed, for you. And also for the harmony of our family. Think about it. If I chose water magic, Dad would certainly be displeased. If I chose wind magic, Mom would be equally unforgiving. Hence, I ruled out both. Fire magic contradicts with Mom's nature, so I could never choose that for my gentle, beautiful, and kind mother. And for my handsome, charismatic, and imposing father, I certainly couldn't choose earth magic, which opposes wind. Therefore, I opted for light magic, which harmonizes with our entire family. I am thinking of the happiness of all our family members. As I spoke, tears welled up in my eyes as I looked at my parents. They exchanged a glance, and my mother came over to embrace me gently. You are such a good boy, thinking of your parents. My father also approached and enveloped us in a warm embrace. I cherished this harmonious atmosphere. I never imagined that a few fibs and a couple of flattering words could enchant them so completely. Long Gong, you must study diligently from now on. At the very least, you should aspire to become a senior mage. Yes, Dad, I promise I will not let you down. Suddenly, my mother seemed to recall something. Long Gong, it seems that light magic lacks offensive spells at the beginner and intermediate levels. Nowadays, very few people study it. No worries, rest assured. I will definitely become a senior mage. Perhaps I was being overly ambitious. I really didn't want to put in all that effort. If I had realized this earlier, I might have chosen differently. But for now, I would just focus on passing this initial hurdle. All right, let's eat and celebrate Long Gong's choice. A night passed without further discussion. The following morning, I was awakened by the sun and my mother. After breakfast, my friend Odell came to find me. Long Gong. It's time for school. Today is the day we get assigned to our classes. Coming. Let us go. Just like yesterday. We arrived at the classroom just in time. The old witch approached us. All right, dear students, please settle down. We shall now commence the class allocation. Each of you has already chosen your primary and secondary magical disciplines. The 5 classes will be rearranged based on your selections. The distribution is as follows. 3 classes for fire magic, 2 for water magic, 2 for wind magic, and 1 for earth magic. I will now announce the respective classes for each student. When I call your name, please proceed to your designated department for registration. The potency of fire magic's offensive capabilities is beyond question. But wait, why is there no class for light magic? A significant question arose in my mind. Tengdi, Fire Class 1. Richardson, Fire Class 1. Odlin, Water Class 2. One by one. My classmates received their assignments and departed to their respective departments. Once the last student, apart from myself, exited, my teacher called, Changgong, come with me. I will introduce you to your instructor. Since you have chosen the light magic discipline, which has not been selected for over a decade, the school has arranged a special tutor for you. Oh no, a special tutor? They must be a kind-hearted teacher. Please let it not be a wicked witch. Otherwise, I am doomed. I have suffered greatly at the hands of such a witch. I pondered, following my teacher out of the classroom. Upon reaching the third floor of the faculty office building, I was taken aback. Isn't this the principal's office? I wondered aloud. Come on, Changong, step inside. My teacher urged, tugging me gently as I hesitated. All right, teacher. Upon entering the principal's office, I was greeted by the benevolent principal seated behind the desk, who offered me a warm smile. Mr. Lin, is this the student from your class who has chosen light magic? Allow me to introduce you to this distinguished individual. A grand magus specializing in space magic with a secondary focus on light magic, Professor Shiyu. As I followed the principal's gesture, I beheld my future instructor. A gentleman in his 50s, impeccably groomed and exuding vitality, donned a resplendent purple robe befitting a sorcerer. The emblem upon his chest, adorned with 4 stars, indicated his esteemed rank, the number of stars signifying the level of mastery, with novices bearing none. His stern countenance suggested a formidable demeanor. Greetings, Teacher Xiao. I entrust you with the care of this child, Changong, the principal conveyed. Lin, there is no need for formality. You are Changong, correct? Henceforth, you shall diligently pursue the study of magic under my guidance. I am known for my strictness, and I earnestly hope you will commit yourself to your studies. I shall endeavor to impart all that I have learned to you. What can I say? I find myself utterly dazed. Why have I forgotten this? It seems I am destined to become cannon fodder in the future. What a tragic fate. Oh, Creator, how unfair you are to me. Thank you, dear teacher. I shall strive to do my utmost. It appears that my days of suffering are only just beginning. As I walked home, Ode inquired about my magical studies. To preserve my dignity, I boasted of a kind and gentle instructor. Ode expressed his envy, lamenting that their homeroom teacher was quite fearsome. Fearsome? Could anyone be more intimidating than Shiyushio? Alas, I can only hope that Shiyushio suffers a heart attack tonight and cannot conduct our lessons. While dining, Shiyushio sneezed and exclaimed, "Who is cursing me?" Historians of the future will surely note that without the formidable wizard Shiyushio laying a solid foundation for the child of light during his formative years, perhaps peace in the world would not have been achieved. Yet, how was this so-called foundation established? 30 years hence, the now great Archmage, upon hearing the name Shiyushio, cannot help but tremble in fear. Chapter 4, Fundamental Knowledge. Changong, what time is it? Shiyushio glared at me with eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, teacher. What are you doing here? I'm so sorry. I overslept this morning. Overwhelmed by fear of this terrifying instructor, I lingered at the school gate, hesitant to enter. To my dismay, he emerged just then. This was disastrous. Indeed, you've awakened late? That certainly indicates a lack of spirit. The most crucial aspect of a magician is mental cultivation. You must invigorate yourself. Immediately run 5 laps around the academy to awaken your senses. With no choice but to comply, I reluctantly began my jog. In the name of Shiyushio, heed my summons and appear, my servant, Light Tiger. This creature is a level 5 phantom beast. Every aspiring magician possesses their own phantom beasts, and one can summon multiple, though doing so simultaneously demands immense mental fortitude. Changong, you must run swiftly. If he catches up to you, you know what will happen. I glanced back at the Light Tiger, which was 4 to 5 times my size, baring its teeth at me. With all my might, I surged forward. The Light Tiger trailed at a leisurely pace. As I slowed, a light arrow, the only offensive magic of the initial and intermediate light magic tier, whizzed past, startling me and prompting me to quicken my pace once more. I find myself in quite the predicament. At last, I have completed this arduous journey, akin to a long march, and to my surprise, Teacher Shio graciously granted me a 15-minute respite. Alas, why must my life be so burdensome? Well, having rested sufficiently, let us review what you have learned thus far and what magical skills you possess. Perhaps the longbow? I can perform the illumination spell. What else? Nothing more. After 2 years, all you have mastered is a mere illumination spell. Subsequently, Teacher Shio proceeded to inquire about various fundamental aspects of magic, as well as some perplexing questions. My grasp of the basics was, of course, dismal, as I often found myself dozing off in class, yet I managed to answer the tricky questions quite adeptly. After all, I am rather intelligent. Teacher Shio gazed at me for a good 2 minutes and let out a deep sigh. How did I come to encounter such a lazy student? It's no wonder that Teacher Lin urged me to discipline you properly. Although I was aware of your consistently low grades, I had not anticipated that you would fall to such depths. Very well, class is dismissed for today. Do not arrive late tomorrow morning. Even he, faced with a student of my caliber, seemed at a loss. What? Is this truly how he dismisses class? Is he genuinely this lenient, especially considering it is still morning? Ah, I almost forgot to assign you some homework. With that, he handed me 2 rather substantial books. Upon receiving the materials, I noticed one was titled Fundamentals of Magic and the other introductory Light Magic Spells and Explanations. A wave of confusion washed over me as I regarded him inquisitively. You must memorize the fundamentals of magic by tomorrow to swiftly catch up on the knowledge you have missed. I refuse to have my student lag behind others, he insisted. The other book will serve as your future textbook. Feel free to peruse it. With that, he dismissed me, instructing, "You may return home now." Teacher, do I really have to memorize the entire fundamentals of magic? I implored, clinging to a sliver of hope. Absolutely. I will be conducting an inspection tomorrow. If you wish to continue playing with the light tiger, you may forego the memorization, he retorted, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. What sort of teacher is this? He is nothing short of a tyrant, expecting me to memorize 300 to 400 pages in a single day. The weather today is splendid, clear and breezy, standing in stark contrast to my current state of dismay. Upon returning home, I found my parents absent. They had both gone to work, my father, a blacksmith, and my mother, the village healer. I took out Fundamentals of Magic and flipped through its pages. Although I am quite lazy, the thought of facing the devilish punishment looming from this morning propelled me forward. My calves still cramp with discomfort. What other choice do I have? The sun gradually descended, and through my relentless efforts, I finally managed to memorize 10 pages, merely 10 pages. How could I possibly finish all of them in this lifetime? Oh, who returns so early? It's my mother, who usually comes home first every day. Upon hearing my feeble voice, she hurried over. My dear son, why are you home so early today? What's wrong? You seem so listless. Did you make a mistake that upset your teacher? No, Mom, I replied, but the thought of my nearly impossible homework overwhelmed me, and I couldn't help but burst into tears in her embrace. After all, I'm still just a 7-year-old child. Holding me close, my mother inquired, "What's the matter? Tell me, did someone bully you?" Yes. Mom, my new teacher is so awful. The homework he assigned is utterly impossible for me to complete. And he even resorts to corporal punishment. What kind of homework? How did the teacher punish you? I hesitantly recounted the events of my day at school. Gong. It seems you have erred, although your mother was aware of your struggles in academics. She did not anticipate that you had failed to grasp even the fundamental knowledge over the course of 2 years. The teacher's actions are indeed justified, as a little sloth. You require a firm educator to guide you, for your parents have indulged you excessively. Your mother is correct. Show your father the assignments you have been given and explain what seems insurmountable. Father has returned as well. Upon reviewing my homework, he chuckled, "My dear son, are you not usually quite clever? Why have you faltered this time? Though this book may be thick, there is no need for rote memorization. Allow your mother to prepare dinner while I assist you." Thus, my father commenced teaching me how to tackle the seemingly impossible assignments. Gong. Observe, this section primarily discusses the principles of magical application. In our world, numerous elements exist, with 6 basic elements you should be familiar with. How can we wield magic? We must communicate effectively with these elements, gaining their acknowledgement and gathering them around us. Through incantations, we transform the magical elements we have collected to achieve our desired outcomes. This is the essence of magic. In the name of my power, elements of the wind, heed my call and come forth to protect your ally, Wind Shield. As he elucidated, he inspired me with practical examples. He divided the book into several sections, each elucidating a particular concept, and combined the principles with real-world applications. Under my father's guidance, I swiftly discovered the key and gradually developed an interest in magic. As the hour grew late, he suggested, "Let us leave the remaining tasks for tomorrow morning. We shall rise early to complete them, shall we?" "All right, father." I had no idea magic was like this. Enthralled by the wealth of magical knowledge I had absorbed, I found myself immersed in a sea of enchantment. The knowledge I acquired in one evening surpassed that of the previous 2 years of aimless wandering. Gong. It was previously the fault of your parents for not paying enough attention to your studies. From now on, I will frequently guide you. You will surely become an exceptional magician. Father affectionately patted my head, gazing at me with kindness. Father, I will diligently study magic. The Son of Light proclaimed grand ambitions. Unsure if he could fulfill them, yet he indeed succeeded in his subsequent studies of basic magic, though it was somewhat coerced, with the presence of Shiyu and Shio, who made it difficult for me to neglect my studies. Heh. Chapter 5, Contemplation and Repose after my father's tutoring. I had finally grasped the fundamentals of magic. Not bad, is it? It seems you actually put in some effort yesterday. Come with me. As soon as I arrived in the morning, Teacher Shio administered an assessment. Although I could not claim to respond with fluidity, I managed to provide satisfactory answers. Heh. My efforts were not in vain. Today, I was spared from the long run. I had finally passed the scrutiny of Teacher Shi. Following Teacher Shio, I arrived at a modest cottage in the academy's backyard. Is this where I am to learn the art of magic? You have already grasped the fundamentals of archery. Yet continuous self-improvement remains essential. Are you aware of what determines the potency of magic? The level of the magic, of course. But how does one conjure advanced spells? By reciting incantations, naturally. What a redundant query. Teacher Shio playfully rapped my head. To wield advanced magic, one must possess formidable mental strength as a foundation, otherwise, your foundational knowledge is rendered futile. The most effective way to enhance your mental fortitude is through deep meditation. Henceforth, for the next 3 months, you shall engage in daily meditation. Tomorrow, I will embark on a journey to the capital, and I may not return for approximately 3 months. A surge of joy flooded my heart. I was finally liberated. Yet, the very next words from Teacher Shio plunged me back into despair. Longbow. My primary focus is spatial magic. Although I am merely a grand sorcerer, I possess the capability to teleport back in an instant. Should I catch you idling during an impromptu inspection, brace yourself for the title of National Long-Distance Champion, Teacher Shio threatened with a stern expression. When in meditation, one must concentrate and attune oneself to the elemental light of nature. Strive to absorb it, for this will gradually enhance your spiritual power. During my absence, you are to devote a minimum of 8 hours each day to this endeavor. Do you understand? If upon my return your spiritual power fails to meet my expectations, well, listening to the devilish words sent a chill down my spine. Enduring 8 hours of this daily seemed unbearable. The fundamental techniques of meditation are documented in the basic knowledge section, and I trust you are already aware of how to proceed. Meditation requires a certain finesse. You may wish to explore the library for texts that resonate with you, as this could yield better results. Upon my return, I shall commence your instruction in the practical application of magic. Now, begin your meditation. Under his watchful gaze, I settled onto the mat, closed my eyes, and embarked on my meditative journey. Though the devil had departed, I remained unable to perceive the beauty of 49 years. How could I enhance my spiritual power without such arduous efforts? It seemed I had no choice but to visit the library. Arriving at the library nestled in the northeastern corner of the academy, I perused numerous tomes on meditation, and at long last, I discovered what I sought. Finally liberated. I flipped through a yellowed book I had unearthed in a corner, its appearance hinting at considerable age. Upon examining the author, I was astonished to find it penned by a luminary of light magic over 150 years ago. The text proclaimed that as long as one could sense the magical elements to be gathered, any posture would suffice. The book provided several examples, including instances of meditating while lying down or sitting. I can now recline and meditate. For someone as indolent as I, lying down and sitting are entirely different concepts. How delightful. Returning to my solitary classroom, that quaint little bungalow, I followed the instructions in the book, lying on the floor, embracing unity, and attuning myself to the luminous elements in the air. Gradually, I sensed an abundance of tiny points of light surrounding me, imparting a sensation of tolerance and warmth, akin to the comforting embrace of my parents. It felt utterly blissful. Are you the luminous elements? I inquired in the realm of my spirit. I feel a warm emotion enveloping me. Greetings to the elemental beings of light. I am Long Bao. May I join you in your playful endeavors? Once again, warmth washes over me. Then it is settled. We shall be good friends. I sense that all the luminous points fragmented into delicate strands of light, converging at the center of my brow, enveloping me in a warm, nurturing energy. If there were anyone present at that moment, they would surely witness a soft, ethereal glow surrounding me, which persisted for an extended period, though I could not ascertain the duration. Gradually, I felt a channel of communication being established between myself and these radiant elements through my brow, filling my entire being with warmth, and before I realized it, I fell into a deep slumber. What I was unaware of was that I had inadvertently gained the acknowledgement of the element of light. Every mage practicing magic on the continent typically attains their power by sensing the surrounding elements and forcefully drawing them in to strengthen their magical abilities. As their magical prowess grows, they gradually deepen their mental acuity, thereby achieving their training objectives. However, I, in my inherent laziness, had no desire to engage in deep meditation. Instead, I pondered how I could increase my magical power effortlessly, thus refraining from compelling the elements to converge upon me. When I communicated with the element of light, my innocence shone through, and to my astonishment, the element of light accepted me. From that moment on, my capacity to gather and restore magic would surpass that of an ordinary individual by more than threefold, and I truly became friends with the element of light. I cannot ascertain how much time had passed when I felt someone nudging me. Groggily, I opened my eyes to find my mother standing before me. "Mother, what brings you here?" I exclaimed. I was nearly frantic with worry. "What time is it?" "You still haven't returned home. I just went to the school to find the principal, and he mentioned you should be here in class. You mustn't overexert yourself. You've fallen asleep." Startled, I glanced outside and realized it was already evening. It felt as though I had only just lain down for a brief moment. It seems that this meditative practice is indeed quite beneficial. Silently, I assessed my magical energy. The minuscule amount I once possessed had remarkably increased, blossoming into a small orb of light. How splendid the results are. Let us hurry home. You must be hungry. Seeing you work so diligently fills my heart with joy. Little did my mother know that my instructor was absent, and I had merely indulged in a day of slumber. How delightful. From now on, I can practice magic through sleep every day. After returning home and enjoying dinner, I retreated to my own room. I truly consider myself a genius for having conceived such an excellent method, and I cannot help but indulge in my own delight. By the way, my magical prowess has increased. Thus, should not the potency of my magic also be enhanced? Let me test this. I extend my hand. In the name of my longbow. O radiant elements of light, illuminate all that lies before your companions. I have summoned forth the only magic I possess, illumination. As I utter my incantation, I sense a warm energy converging at my brow, merging with the magical essence within me and surging towards my outstretched hand. A sphere of white light materializes in my palm, emitting a gentle radiance that, although bright, is not at all blinding. How splendid! The effect is remarkable. Previously, I could only conjure a faint glow upon my palm. Indeed, my illumination has reached its pinnacle. I feel a continuous flow of energy infusing the sphere, sustaining its luminosity, while the light elements perpetually cascade from my brow, indicating no sign of depletion in my magical reserves. Such is the astonishing recovery rate of my magical power. How wonderful, by practicing this way, I can augment my magical prowess without the arduous effort of meditation. Now, to sleep. I shall employ the method of lying down to meditate. This way, my slumber is profoundly restful. Thus, my daily routine unfolds. Rise early, partake in breakfast, attend school where I begin my meditation, or sleep, return home for dinner, and once more resume my meditation. 3 months have elapsed, and through my relentless efforts, my magical capacity has gradually amplified, with the light sphere now quintupled in size. Each session of meditation deepens my connection with the light elements. They care for me with the tenderness of benevolent guardians, and I, like a cherished child, bask in their nurturing embrace. Thus, the child of light has devised his unique method of meditation, which later became the fundamental source of his boundless magical power as he ascended to the rank of Archmage. Chapter 6. A Reunion with the Demon Odir. How it hurts. While immersed in meditation or slumber, I was unexpectedly struck by an unknown object. Groggily opening my eyes, a stern visage came into view. The old demon. I could not help but exclaim. What? What did you say? The ominous gaze of Teacher Shio, who had just returned, bore down upon me. Ah, nothing at all. Teacher Shio, it's so wonderful to see you back. Is that so? Then what was that about the old demon? A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Oh, I just had a nightmare, dreaming of numerous demons charging towards me. Not you, of course. How could someone as kind as you, dear teacher, be called a demon? Is that so? Shio replied, gazing at me with a look of confusion. I have asked you to meditate here, yet you seem to be dozing off. How curious, see you. By the name of Shio, heed my summons, my servant, Guanghu. Quickly, arise and run. No, teacher, I have been diligently meditating lately. I merely dozed off for a brief moment due to exhaustion. I cannot reveal that I was lying down in meditation. Who would believe that sleeping could enhance one's skills? Is that so? Then I must verify this. Come here. Oh, I approached Shio. He retrieved a magical stone from his dimensional space, a space capable of storing items, accessible to intermediate mages and above, with capacity determined by the mage's magical strength, and handed it to me. Recite after me, by my name, O light element. Heed my summons, and gather into the object before me. I chanted the incantation, and as I did, the light element converged at my forehead, merging with the energy sphere within me, and surged into the magical stone in my hand. The stone emitted a faint glow, which gradually intensified as I continuously channeled my magical energy into it until the flow of magic from my forehead reached equilibrium with the energy I infused. The brilliance of the stone illuminated the entire room with remarkable clarity, comparable to my illumination spell. Xiao was astonished. You truly haven't been slacking off. I never expected your magical power to have reached the level of a novice mage in just 3 months. It seems you meditate for at least 18 hours a day, no? Even if you meditated for 24 hours, such results would be unlikely. On the continent, it typically takes diligent practitioners over a year of meditation to transition from non-magic to novice mage. It appears you are indeed a prodigy in the practice of light magic. Of course, I am exceptionally intelligent. I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What is there to be proud of? This is merely the beginning. We must see how you perform in the future. What good is magical power if you cannot apply it? Xiao promptly doused my pride with a splash of cold reality. He returned Guanghu to his space, and I secretly wiped the cold sweat from my brow. I had passed this test. It seems my nap was not in vain. Haha, I have come to find lying down in meditation much more comfortable than sleeping. It is getting late. I should hurry home and prepare to study novice light magic tomorrow. Remember to bring the beginner's light magic book I gave you. All right, goodbye, Xiao. I rushed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. As I turned to depart, Teacher Xiao revealed a faint smile, remarking, "It seems this child is quite suited for studying light magic." "Good morning, Teacher Xiao," I replied cheerfully, elated from having successfully completed my task yesterday. The thought of no longer needing to run brought me immense joy, prompting my early arrival today. "You're quite early. Did you bring your books?" "I did." "Excellent. Today we shall commence our study of elementary light magic. Many intermediate and advanced spells in the light category evolve from foundational magic, making the learning of basic spells essential. Today, we will focus on the first spell, Light Shield. Light Shield? Indeed. With the foundational knowledge of magic, you should understand that the basic and intermediate spells of the light category are primarily defensive and restorative in nature, and the Light Shield is the most fundamental defensive spell among them. By the name of Xiao, may the light element heed my call and gather before me to ward off all evil. A faint, transparent halo materialized before Teacher Xiao. The light shield can withstand typical elementary magical attacks. Its duration depends on the caster's magical strength. Now, it's your turn to try. Oh, by the name of Chang Gong Wei, great light element, heed my call and gather before me to ward off all evil. No, you recited it incorrectly. It should be heed my call. How could this happen? A luminous shield, thicker than Teacher Xiao's, emerged before me, silencing his words. You chanted it incorrectly. How can your results surpass that of the correct incantation? I'm not sure. I simply felt that the light elements are akin to my elders and should be addressed with respect rather than command, so I recited it that way. Teacher Xiao attempted my incantation, yet the result mirrored his previous attempt, leaving him equally perplexed. In truth, the light elements recognized my respect, making them more inclined to assist me, thus explaining the outcome. Although Teacher Xiao is a grand mage, he is not primarily focused on light magic and lacks the recognition from the light elements, which naturally hinders his effectiveness. Now, let us test the efficacy of your light shield. By the name of Xiao, gentle water, heed my call and gather before me to vanquish the creature before me, water bullet. Once a mage attains the status of grand mage, they may utilize elementary magic from any category. A water bullet, 5 centimeters in diameter, surged toward me, prompting me to instinctively close my eyes. I felt my light shield tremble but experienced no pain. Upon opening my eyes, I saw that the water sphere had vanished. Haha. It seems my light shield is quite formidable. Upon observing the situation, Teacher Xiao commenced a barrage of elementary magical attacks against me. The initial strikes merely caused vibrations against my luminous shield, but gradually, my magical recovery could not keep pace with the shield's depletion. As I neared my breaking point, I cried out, "Teacher, I can no longer endure this. Please, spare me." Only then did Teacher Xiao cease his magical onslaught. "It seems your luminous shield performs admirably, significantly surpassing the average. However, there are certain techniques to its usage," he remarked. He proceeded to instruct me on the proper application of the shield, advising that unless faced with an omnidirectional magical assault, I should evade as much as possible, resorting to the shield only when absolutely necessary, thereby conserving my magical energy. Thus began my journey into the realm of elementary light magic. For over 10 days, Teacher Xiao relentlessly bombarded me with various basic spells, gradually familiarizing me with the shield's application. Exhausted, I once suggested a change in teaching methods, but Teacher Shio merely summoned his radiant tiger. In an instant, I reverted to my previous preference for his original approach. Truly, he was a formidable instructor. Having barely overcome the mental trials, I found myself ensnared in his rigorous regimen, unable to indulge in idleness. Fortunately, regardless of the magical toll endured during the day, a mere evening of meditation would rejuvenate me by the following morning. Moreover, I sensed that my magical prowess was advancing at an accelerated pace. Thus commenced the extensive educational journey of the great child of light. Chapter 7. Spatial Magic. Thanks to Teacher Shio's dedicated guidance, my magical prowess experienced a qualitative leap over the course of 6 months. I could now endure approximately 2 hours of his relentless training. Each morning upon arriving at school, I engaged in defense upon defense, and when I was utterly fatigued, Teacher Shio would permit me to meditate to restore my magic. The afternoons were filled with continued magical bombardments. Throughout this half-year, my studies were solely focused on defensive elementary light magic, leading me to wonder if Teacher Shio harbored a penchant for sadism, as I felt like a pitiful punching bag subjected to his whims. Upon reaching the classroom door, I first cast a luminous shield upon myself, subsequently layering it with a light prism reflection spell, my favorite among the spells I had learned during this time, a defensive magic that I had mastered adeptly. With utmost caution, I manipulated both spells to push open the door. I had grown wary. Every time I entered, I was met with a barrage of magical assaults, often leaving me disheveled and covered in dust. Thus, I had adopted the habit of fortifying my defenses before stepping into the classroom. "Good morning, Teacher Shio," I greeted, only to be met by a radiant arrow of light. Swiftly, I sidestepped and redirected the arrow using the angled surface of the light prism. Why the angle, you may ask? While the prism could indeed repel opposing magic, it consumed a significant amount of my magical energy. By utilizing the angled surface, I could substantially reduce the impact area of the incoming spell, achieving remarkable results. Now, I have attained considerable mastery over these elementary spells. Typically, I amalgamate the light shield and the light prism into a new shield, approximately the size of a basin, which I have aptly named the light prism shield. Although it does not provide omnidirectional defense, the density of the light element significantly enhances its defensive capabilities, allowing it to reflect magical attacks, thus proving exceedingly useful. Teacher Shio once employed a mid-level spell in a concentrated form against me, yet my light prism shield withstood the assault without faltering for a brief period. Quite impressive, isn't it? For the time being, we shall pause our exploration of defensive magic. From today onward, we shall embark on the study of spatial magic, which happens to be my area of expertise. I hope you will dedicate yourself earnestly to this endeavor. Ah, spatial magic. How delightful. This will enable me to escape with ease. I will no longer have to fear that cantankerous old man. I am determined to learn diligently. Should he mistreat me, I'll simply execute a spatial spell and return home. Heh, is it really that simple? Let me elucidate the fundamental principles of spatial magic. It is divided into movement magic and attack magic. Movement magic is primarily technique-based, but the extent of magical power dictates the distance one can teleport, while mental strength determines the precision of the transfer. Generally, the shorter the distance, the greater the positional accuracy. The specific operation of movement magic involves using one's mental energy to lock onto the desired location and then invoking a simple incantation to channel magical energy, thus transporting the body. This includes short-distance teleportation, long-distance teleportation, and large-scale long-distance teleportation. Short-distance teleportation is commonly employed for evading enemy attacks. In contrast, long-distance and large-scale teleportation are seldom utilized due to their high demands on mental energy and lower accuracy, often resulting in miscalculations that could land one several hundred kilometers away from the intended target. Furthermore, large-scale long-distance teleportation necessitates the support of a magical array. Teacher, does this mean you were deceiving me when you claimed to have returned from the capital using long-distance teleportation to supervise my studies? I inadvertently let that slip, and a look of embarrassment crossed Teacher Shio's face. Focus on your magical studies and refrain from asking so many questions. Today, we shall commence learning short-distance teleportation magic. This spell, with the support of magical and mental power equivalent to that of a grand magician or higher, can transport one within a radius of 500 meters to any desired location. As she spoke, Teacher Shio suddenly vanished from my sight, only to reappear behind me with a gentle tap. How astonishing. Teacher, how did you manage to recite the incantation without me hearing it? This brings me to the next point. The incantation for short-distance teleportation is exceedingly brief, merely a single character, provided you manage your magical power effectively. Simply visualize the desired destination and silently recite that character in your mind. What character is it? Go. It is that simple. Now, give it a try. I began to concentrate my thoughts, setting my sights on the corner of the classroom, silently urging myself to move. Suddenly, I felt a swift shift in my surroundings. However, my feet seemed to have lost contact with the ground, and, alas, with a thud, I found myself tumbling into the water outside the classroom. Clambering out of the pool in a most undignified manner, I spat out some water, realizing with disappointment how utterly ineffective my attempt had been. The margin of error was far too great. Returning to the classroom, I noticed that teacher Shio, upon seeing my disheveled state, could not help but reveal a hint of amusement on her otherwise serious face. Now you understand the immense demands that instant teleportation places on mental fortitude, she remarked. One must maintain absolute focus during the transition, for even the slightest lapse can result in significant deviation. Today, you shall practice diligently here, striving to ensure that you arrive precisely where you intend. Yes, teacher Shio. As she departed, I sank onto the floor, feeling somewhat improved compared to previous days. At the very least, I was spared from the torment of relentless training. For the sake of my safety, my escape endeavors, I resolved to practice earnestly. With renewed determination, I set my teleportation target 3 meters ahead. Ah, splendid. This time I succeeded. Move, 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 move. I tirelessly practiced short-distance teleportation until my magical energy could no longer sustain me. The results were quite promising. I had grown increasingly adept at it. Within the confines of my 30-square-meter room, I could virtually arrive at any location I envisioned. Yes, I decided to cease for the moment and rest. For tomorrow, I would surprise the old devil. As these thoughts meandered through my mind, I gradually slipped into a meditative state, akin to slumber. From that day forth, I committed myself to the relentless practice of short-distance teleportation. I initially believed that the training of the escaping devil had not abandoned me. Each morning, I endured an hour of torment before embarking on my teleportation exercises. Gradually, I expanded my range, extending it from 30 meters to 50, then 100, and ultimately 200 meters. After a year of diligent effort, I had reached the pinnacle of short-distance teleportation, capable of transferring effortlessly within a 500-meter radius. And with remarkable precision. Longbow, come, let me take you to a new training ground. I followed teacher Shio to the back courtyard of the academy, where I observed that the entire area, approximately 300 square meters, was equipped with wooden frames towering 5 meters high. Each frame was secured with thick ropes tied to large burlap sacks. Teacher, what is the purpose of these? I inquired. Did I not instruct you to practice short-distance teleportation? Teacher Shio replied. Watch closely. With that, teacher Shio pushed over 100 sacks from their lofty perches, causing them to sway and tumble chaotically across the courtyard. Pay attention, he said, and in an instant, he teleported into the midst of the sacks, continuously teleporting as they swirled around him, never once making contact. After a minute, he re-emerged outside the chaotic array. Now it's your turn. You will practice within the sack formation. I will have Guanghu assist you with the sacks. Teacher, please spare my life, I pleaded. Do not worry, you will be fine. My recovery magic is quite effective. If you prefer, I can replace the sacks with iron balls. The burlap sacks are preferable, I responded, feeling a chill at his ominous words. Without further ado, I stepped into the fray. I dodged and evaded, but within moments, I was sent sprawling by a sack, feeling quite sore. Teacher Shio promptly cast a basic recovery spell on me and pushed me back into the fray. I continued to dodge, yet I was repeatedly knocked aside. My fragile body endured relentless punishment. Strangely, despite the daily torment, my physique grew increasingly robust. Teacher Shio would often remark, enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Only by safeguarding oneself can one hope to survive. And the best way to protect oneself is to run. This resonated with my own beliefs. Every week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I studied magical knowledge, while Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays were dedicated to the sack formation. As my abilities improved, the challenges within the formation gradually escalated. The so-called difficulty was simply teacher Shio casting comprehensive intermediate magic, like Thunderstrike, from outside the formation. Chapter 8. Magical evaluation time flew swiftly, and before I knew it, I was already 9.5 years old. Though I endured grueling trials daily, my growth remained unaffected. I stood at 152 meters tall and weighed 40 kilograms. My light blue hair cascaded to my shoulders. While my features might not be conventionally beautiful, they exuded a gentle charm, as affirmed by the villagers, classmates, and teachers, she. My father often remarked that if my features were viewed in isolation, they might not impress, but collectively, they were commendable. In such moments, my mother would smirk, teasingly retorting that it was not her fault I inherited my father's traits. However, it must be said, my mother was a striking beauty. Despite being in her 30s, she showed no signs of aging. Over the past few years, although I harbored deep resistance toward the old devil's teachings, I could not deny that I had learned a great deal of magic from him. My rapid progress astonished both my parents. Within the realm of the sack formation, I have nearly mastered the art of evading all assaults from the sacks. As I execute my instantaneous teleportation, only a faint shadow remains visible within the formation, eluding even teacher Shio's attempts to discern my trajectory. The linear offensive magic has become utterly ineffective against me. I now perceive the sack formation as a mere game. Practicing while frequently teasing teacher Shio with playful grimaces, inciting his frustration to the point where he contemplates employing advanced magic against me, though he is limited to level 7 spells, specifically of the spatial variety. However, due to the immense power of his spatial magic, which could potentially obliterate the entire arena, he refrains from doing so. To my exasperation, he has dispatched a radiant tiger to pursue me within the formation. Nevertheless, my mastery of short-distance instantaneous teleportation has reached an extraordinary level, rendering it impossible for even teacher Shio to capture me. The rapid enhancement of my magical and mental prowess is astonishing. I can now maintain the use of both the light prism shield and instantaneous teleportation for over 3 hours. Throughout these past 2 years, I have acquired the following spells. Only the more distinctive and favored ones are listed below: elementary light defense spells. 1. Light Shield, a comprehensive defensive spell of the light element, now rendered obsolete by the more effective Light Prism Shield. 2. Light Prism Mirror, a reflection spell of the light element. Thanks to my heightened mental energy, I can now reflect non-comprehensive attacks at any angle. 3. Light Prism Shield, a self-created combination spell of the light element, offering a localized defense nearly equivalent to advanced magic. Even the typically stern teacher Shio has praised this spell, though he cannot wield it himself. 4. Divine Guardian, provides protection against toxic gas incursions and low-level dark mental magic, a form of dark magic that can induce confusion or madness in foes. It effectively isolates harmful gases, like a gas mask, which I often utilize during teacher Shio's more gaseous moments, yielding surprisingly good results. Elementary light offensive spells. 1. Arrow of Light. Among all elementary and intermediate light spells, this is the sole offensive magic, coalescing light elements into a projectile form. Its power is modest. Elementary light recovery spells. 1. Restoration spell, a low-level healing spell that effectively treats minor injuries and is reasonably effective for ailments like colds and fevers. I regret mastering this spell, as it has led my mother to frequently summon me to the village for healing others, without remuneration. Sigh. 2. Divine Healing, employed for curing various states of chaos. Elementary spatial magic. 1. Short distance instantaneous movement, a skill in which I excel, within a 500-meter radius. No unidirectional magic can reach me. 2. Long distance instantaneous transfer, theoretically learned, yet untested. Otherwise, I risk being teleported to the demon clan, which would spell disaster for me. The animosity between the demon and beast clans towards humans is profound. 3. Small-scale dimensional slash, an offensive magic within the realm of spatial spells. It possesses the greatest power among my offensive spells, capable of tearing through surrounding space to devour all objects within its effective range, including magic. Currently, I have been prohibited from using certain abilities by teacher Shio. Following an incident where I inadvertently consumed his cherished cup, I am now capable of unleashing a dimensional slash approximately 1 meter in length. While devouring lesser magical elements poses little challenge, teacher Shio cautioned me about the severe backlash of this magic. Should my magical capacity falter, I risk being consumed myself, though. As it stands, my current output is insufficient. Only a greater dimensional slash would suffice. He advised me against frivolous usage. These are the skills I currently possess. Teacher Shio has assessed my abilities as exceptional in evasion, moderate in defense, subpar in restoration magic, and utterly lacking in offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, in his heart, he harbors a degree of satisfaction with my progress, particularly regarding my aptitude in defensive and movement magic. My control over teleportation has surpassed even that of this esteemed sorcerer, enabling me to invent my own defensive spells. Overall, if one disregards offensive magic, My prowess is nearing that of an advanced sorcerer. Alas, my intentions were never malicious. I am simply drawn to the allure of short-distance teleportation. If I cannot win, I can always flee. In less than 6 months, I shall graduate from this place, finally escaping the clutches of my tormentor. Although the bag formation no longer torments me, Teacher Shio's comprehensive intermediate magical assaults frequently leave me utterly exhausted. I envision a bright future ahead, and I cannot help but smile. Even more delightful was the news this morning upon arriving at class. Teacher Shio announced his impending journey to the capital for an extended period, though he would return before my graduation examination, urging me to reflect deeply and strengthen my magical prowess while he is away. Without him, the relentless training would cease. I was overjoyed, almost to the point of tears. During this forthcoming period, I shall indulge in the luxury of sleep. Chapter 9. Encountering danger on my way home. School has become remarkably effortless. Each day, I sleep at home, then continue my slumber at school. The sense of liberation reminiscent of 1949 has finally arrived. I slumber. I reclined comfortably on the ground, focusing my mind to sense the luminous elements in the air. Under their gentle embrace, I gradually drifted into slumber. The sphere of light within me had already filled approximately 2/3 of my meridians. Teacher Ju Xiu remarked that my magical prowess was sufficient to cast 5th-level spells. However, due to my tender age and the risk of overextending myself, she refrained from teaching me intermediate magic, suggesting that I wait until I enrolled in an advanced magic academy. Regarding the classification of mages, generally, those capable of wielding 1st-level spells are referred to as magic apprentices. Those who can utilize 2nd and 3rd-level spells are known as junior mages. Those adept in 4th and 5th-level spells are classified as intermediate mages. Those who can harness 6th-level spells are termed advanced mages. Those wielding 7th-level spells are called grand mages. Those capable of casting 8th-level spells are known as magisters. And those who can collaboratively cast 9th-level spells are referred to as magic tutors. The legendary Grand Tutor is one who can independently cast 9th-level spells. What time is it? I stretched lazily and glanced outside. Night had fallen. It was time to return home for dinner, as my stomach was already grumbling. I skipped joyfully out of the academy, heading towards my home. Upon exiting Senkei City, I followed the familiar path I traversed daily for school. Being somewhat timid and afraid of the dark, I conjured a light spell with my left hand, illuminating a 30-meter radius as bright as day. I wondered what delicious meal my mother had prepared for me today. Hopefully, it included bone soup, my absolute favorite. Imagining a sumptuous dinner made my mouth water, intensifying my hunger. Suddenly, I felt the temperature around me rise dramatically. What on earth is happening? Who is using fire magic here? In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed in my ears. Oh no, a fire lion. A 6th-level beast. No. A magical creature. Those not bound by a contract with a human at birth are referred to as magical beasts. My legs felt heavy and unresponsive. Its blood-red eyes fixated on me, perhaps sharing my earlier thoughts as it licked its lips. Dear fire lion, I am but a child. You cannot eat me. I am a flower of our nation, and I possess little flesh. How about I return home to fetch you some food? No, please don't. Before I could finish my plea, the fire lion lunged. I instinctively utilized the art of teleportation, a skill honed through numerous encounters with the radiant tiger. While evading the attacks of the fire lion, I launched a flare into the sky, a mere conjuration of light transformed into an arrow, illuminating the night as it ascended. This spectacle served as a distress signal for any nearby mages. Oh, you foul fire lion, do you dare challenge me? You cannot catch me. With the assurance of my teleportation ability, I felt a wave of confidence wash over me. Surely, the fire lion could not surpass the prowess of the radiant tiger or the ancient sorcerer. At the very least, I could evade capture until my magical energy was depleted. The air was stiflingly hot, prompting me to cast every defensive spell at my disposal. First and foremost, I invoked the Holy Shield, which filtered the oppressive heat radiating from the fire lion. Then, I summoned a prism shield with my left hand. I made a face at the fire lion, whispering an incantation as I unleashed a light arrow from my right hand. Though its force was modest, it would still sting upon impact. Enraged, the fire lion retaliated with a barrage of intermediate fire spells. I dodged and weaved effortlessly, as if dancing within a maze, causing it to become disoriented. The flames enveloping the fire lion began to wane, suggesting its magical reserves were dwindling. It glared at me. Panting heavily, perhaps this beast was not as formidable as I had imagined. I maintained my Holy Shield and Prism Shield spells, though my own magical energy was rapidly depleting. Evading its attacks was my best strategy, as it was unable to land a hit on me. I awaited rescue. The village was not far, and I anticipated the guard would arrive shortly. Suddenly, the fire lion raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, and I felt the temperature surge alarmingly. What was happening? This could only be the 6th-tier fire spell, Inferno's Wrath, an all-encompassing magic. There was no escape. In the name of my longbow, and invoking the might of the great light elementals, I called upon them to gather before me and shield me from all wickedness. I barely managed to cast a light shield as the cataclysmic flames surged down upon me, engulfing an area of 300 meters in magical fury. My earlier lapse in concentration had rendered my teleportation energy ineffective, trapping me within the inferno. I poured every ounce of my magical power into the light shield, reciting the incantation repeatedly, but the overwhelming force of the flames was too great. I felt myself on the verge of becoming a mere charred remnant of my former self. Elemental spirits of water, heed my call and transform into unyielding hailstones to obliterate this evil before me. Just then, salvation arrived. A spell I could not identify dispelled the pressure I had been under, as hailstones countered the fire lioness magic. The beast, too, was nearing its limits. Its magical energy nearly exhausted from our earlier skirmish, its last desperate strike. Ah, it is the longbow. Longbow, come quickly, it is your son. Mother has arrived. Finally. All is well. I fainted. I do not know how long it passed, but gradually, I regained consciousness. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld my mother. Her eyes red and swollen, seated beside me. Changong has awakened. Quickly, come here. How is Changong? Is he feeling better? Yesterday, my magical power had reached its limit, and I bore several burns from the fire lion's magic, coupled with the tremendous drain on my mental and magical energies. I succumbed to unconsciousness. Under the nurturing care of my mother's water magic, I have nearly fully recovered, though my spirits remain somewhat low. Mother, I am fine. My son, how are you? Are you better? My father rushed out from the inner room. Much improved, father. If it weren't for the elder, you wouldn't have seen mother again. As she spoke, my mother embraced me and wept. Changong, what transpired at that moment? My father inquired. I recounted the circumstances of that time. My father, with a grave expression, admonished me, you foolish child, remember, never give any adversary a chance. With your current level of magic, should you encounter an enemy of intermediate rank or above, you must flee swiftly, for you possess no means to inflict harm upon them. And how can one afford to be careless in the face of an opponent? If you had employed the prism shield to enhance your defense, perhaps you would have evaded injury. I paid little heed to his latter remarks, yet the imperative to flee upon encountering an enemy has remained firmly etched in my mind. Henceforth, regardless of the foe before me, I fortified my defenses meticulously. The child of light endured the trials of his first significant test. Chapter 10. Among friends due to my injuries, mother kindly requested a leave of absence from school, allowing me to recuperate at home. After finishing breakfast, both my parents departed for work, leaving me alone to languish in bed, idly gazing at the ceiling. Changong, are you home? Open the door for me. Who is it? So early in the day. It's me, Ode. Can you not even recognize my voice? Ode, what brings you here? As I spoke, I made my way to the yard and opened the gate. Changong, I heard you were injured. How are you feeling? Much better, but yesterday was truly unfortunate. How could a magical beast appear near our village? Who knows? Here, this is a snow spirit pill. I had to grind it for ages to procure it from my father. Ah, you brought your father's treasure for me to consume? The snow spirit pill is a treasured concoction of the village chief, painstakingly crafted by Ode's grandfather over many years, renowned for its efficacy against fire poison. No need, Ode. Thank you. I am nearly recovered. Let us not waste such a precious elixir. Oh, come now. Don't be so polite. Eat it. I wish to spar with you in magic once you are well. Thank you, Ode. With reddened eyes, I consumed the snow spirit pill. A wave of refreshing sensation enveloped my entire being, providing immense relief. What thanks. After all, you are my leader. I still rely on you. So do not forget your brothers when you rise to greatness. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall share both fortune and adversity, indulging in life as pleasures together. I am 2 months older than Ode, and having grown up together, he has always referred to me as his leader. Why must I be older? In our childhood games, he would often insist that I yield to him, citing the virtues of respecting one's elders. Sigh. I never anticipated Ode's unwavering kindness towards me. The purity of friendship among children is indeed the most precious of treasures. Why didn't you attend school today, Ode? Our teacher has instructed us to meditate at home to enhance our magical abilities. With graduation exams looming in a few months, we have been granted a month off. Meditation can be done anywhere. Oh, you are fortunate. In light of your good fortune, I can't help but sigh. Observing Ode. I regret not choosing water magic alongside him. Longbow, these past 2 years have been so busy with our studies that we haven't spent much time together. How has your magical education been progressing? Is your teacher treating you poorly? You always seem so lackluster whenever I see you. Ever since I started following that old devil. I've been leaving early and returning late, rarely encountering Ode. Even when I do come back at night. I am utterly exhausted from the torment inflicted by that old fiend. Thus, we haven't been in touch much, but to my surprise, Ode has been thinking of me. Truly, adversity reveals true friendship. It's not merely unpleasant, it's positively diabolical. That old witch pales in comparison to him in terms of terror. He is even more fearsome than the old hag. You are indeed unfortunate. Ode's astonishment rendered him speechless. Ode, what magical arts have you mastered? I've only learned a few water-based healing spells and some water attack magic, but I excel in wind magic. My gale spell is the best in our class. Haha. Observing Ode's prideful demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity and ventured to ask, is it to outpace the girls in your class when they are vying for food? Ode's laughter abruptly ceased, and he incredulously inquired, how did you know? Ha ha ha. We both laughed. How many days will you be resting at home? Approximately 4 or 5 days. Then I shall come to visit you every day. Once your injury has healed, we shall engage in a friendly duel. All right. You think you can bully me just because I lack offensive magic? Just wait and see. No matter how proficient Otter becomes, he cannot possibly surpass my magical prowess. I shall exhaust him in no time. After all, we are just kids, each possessing a strong competitive spirit. Soon, 2 days passed, and my injuries had completely healed. Otter visited me daily, and today, we had agreed to spar. I was eager to discover the extent of his skills. Big brother, I have arrived. Come out quickly. Coming. Are you so eager to meet your demise? The outcome is still uncertain. What can you use to defeat me without any offensive magic? Let us find out. Otter took his stance, first casting a gale spell and a water shield, then began to chant his offensive magic. I gazed at him with composure, entirely unperturbed. For I was well aware that, given his level, he could not possibly launch a comprehensive magical assault. I was confident that my teleportation would allow me to evade any attack. As anticipated, a water projectile hurtled towards me. I executed a swift teleportation. Sidestepping to the left by 1 meter, and the water projectile grazed past me. Ode rubbed his eyes, bewildered, perhaps thinking he had imagined it. Subsequently, a barrage of elementary water spells was launched in my direction. How could such magic possibly reach me? Boss, what kind of magic is this? It's far swifter than my gale technique. Of course, this is the teleportation spell, a facet of spatial magic. Boss, that's unfair. What kind of competition is this? You keep evading. Very well, I shall no longer evade. Come at me. As I spoke, I adorned myself with the prism shield, noticing my decision to stand my ground. Ode immediately sent forth another water projectile. A sly smile crept across my face as I directed the prism shield towards Ode. The water projectile struck my shield and rebounded effortlessly, returning to him without waste. Ode found himself drenched, and the impact sent him tumbling. I yield. What on earth was that? I concede. Ode scrambled to his feet. Are you convinced now? As long as it's not an all-encompassing spell, it cannot affect me. My defense and evasion have already reached the level of an intermediate mage. CC, as expected of the boss. I never imagined you could be this formidable without offensive magic. I am impressed. From now on, I will follow you. Observing the admiration in Ode's eyes filled me with delight. Let us attend school together tomorrow. I'll take you to a place that is perfect for practicing evasion. Although it may not match my teleportation prowess, it will significantly enhance your gale technique. All right. Thank you, boss. Haha, thanks. Tomorrow, I'll let you experience the power of the bag formation. Chapter 11. The Royal Academy. Early in the morning, Ode came seeking me. Why are you here so early? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Let me rest a bit longer. Come on, Longbow. Didn't you say you would help me improve my gale technique today? Rise and shine. I clutched the blanket tightly around me. Are you getting up, or not? If you don't, I might just resort to ice magic. I complained. It's so annoying, being disturbed so early in the morning. Finally, I decided to rise. Upon hearing him begin to chant a spell, I hurriedly climbed out of bed. This little rascal, so eager to suffer, I would oblige him. Haha. Ode swiftly maneuvered through the sack maze. Remarkably, he had made significant progress. In just 2 months, he could endure nearly an hour in the sack maze. Of course. That was without me using magic to ambush him. I chuckled at the thought of how clumsy he had been in those initial days. Now, I understood why I had returned home utterly exhausted every day. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let me out. He gasped. If he dared to emerge without my permission, I would instantly teleport him back. All right, the graduation exam is in a few days. Conserve your energy. Ode, panting, flashed in front of me and plopped down on the ground. Boss, I've improved quickly, haven't I? You're getting there, considering you're not using teleportation. Achieving such results is commendable. In 2 days, the exam will take place. Do you think you'll be accepted into that academy? In the Intermediate Magic Academy of Cinco City. There are 13 schools. 2 of them are Class A, 4 are Class B, and the rest are Class C and D. The Class A schools are the best, with several students each year gaining admission to the Royal Magic Academy, the nation's premier institution of magic. At least aim for a Class B, I replied. What about you? Boss? I have no idea. The subjects for the graduation exams vary each year. Who knows what will be tested this time? If it's about fleeing or defense, I'm sure I could get into a Class A school. However, if it's about offense, I'm doomed to a Class D. Honestly, I wasn't particularly invested in which academy I entered, but my mother mentioned that if I got into a Class A school, she would give me 5 silver coins as pocket money each month. 5 silver coins would be a considerable fortune for me. For the sake of my beloved money, I would give it my all. Boss, didn't your teacher say he would return before the graduation exam? The exam is the day after tomorrow. Yet he hasn't shown up. I don't know. It would be best if he didn't return. I can't handle any pre-exam training. Do you want pre-exam training? I could arrange that for you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Ah, Teacher Shio, you're back. No need for pre-exam training. I was merely joking. Boss, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Teacher Shio's stern expression, Ode turned and slipped away, showing no loyalty. Ode, you little rascal. Don't let me catch you again. Longbow. Teacher, I don't know why, but every time I see the old devil, I feel uneasy, and my legs start to tremble. Longbow, graduation exams are just around the corner. Do you have confidence in yourself? I can't say for sure. It all depends on what is tested this year. Dear foolish child, you have embarked on the study of light magic, a path trodden by none in recent decades. The school shall not assess your offensive magic, as that would be most unjust. Teacher Shio's stern demeanor softened into a gentle kindness. Ah, splendid. Surely, I shall gain admission to an A-class academy. I leapt with joy, my spirits buoyed by the prospect of future pocket money. Your competitive spirit is quite robust. However, this time, I would prefer that you refrain from participating in the Academy's graduation examinations. Why? I inquired, perplexed. I have enrolled you in the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, hoping you will directly undertake their entrance examination. The expectations I have for you are substantial. You must strive diligently. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is an esteemed institution under the aegis of the Royal Magic Academy, gathering exceptionally gifted youths in the realm of magic. Each year, 1/3 of its students gain admission to the Royal Magic Academy, rendering it the finest intermediate magic academy in the nation, classified as an S-class institution. What? No. Please. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is so renowned, the regulations must be exceedingly stringent. It would be a misfortune to escape one peril only to plunge into another. Teacher Shio, is my skill level adequate? The students there are the finest talents in the country, and my magic is so feeble. I hastily protested. Who claims that your magic is weak? You are my most outstanding pupil. How can you ascertain your limitations without even attempting? Hearing Teacher Shio's commendation for the first time, I felt no joy whatsoever. I shall discuss this with my parents and provide you with an answer by tomorrow. That will not be necessary. Today, I shall accompany you to your home, and I will speak with your parents. They are certain to agree. Is that so? Why is the usually composed Teacher Shio so eager today? Reluctantly, I complied, knowing that my fate was sealed regarding the capital. As anticipated, upon speaking with my father and mother, Teacher Shio ignited far greater excitement in them than in me. After all, what parent would not rejoice at the prospect of their child entering the nation's finest school? However, Teacher Shio, I have heard that admission to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy requires a noble's recommendation. As commoners, will we be permitted to take the examination? My father posed a pivotal question. Fear not, I have resolved this matter. A dear friend of mine is a viscount, and I have secured a recommendation for you. My mother suddenly nudged my father, whispering, the tuition for the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is quite exorbitant. Even if it means selling everything we own, I shall ensure my son attends. I am resolute. How can we stifle his talent due to our circumstances? Listening to my father's noble declaration, I felt the weight of my parents' expectations pressing upon me. Fear not, Mom and Dad, I will surely pass, I declared with enthusiasm, immediately regretting my fervor. Longbow is truly obedient. My father affectionately patted my head. Mr. Wei, you need not worry about these matters. I will cover Longbow's tuition in its entirety. As I gazed at the puzzled expressions of my parents, Teacher Shio continued, I have a profound love for magic. However, my innate talent is rather lacking. Despite putting in 10 times the effort of others, I have merely managed to attain the rank of a great mage. Even with continued diligence, I estimate that I might only reach the level of a magus in this lifetime. But Changong is different. I have discovered his remarkable aptitude for light magic. I aspire for my students to surpass me, to achieve the status of a magus or even a grand magus. Changong, do not disappoint your teacher. Upon hearing Teacher Shio's words, my parents expressed their heartfelt gratitude. With all issues resolved, I had nothing more to say. It was time to embark on our journey. Volume 2, Intermediate Magic Academy Chapter 1. Arrival in the capital Changong. You must heed Teacher Shio's advice and study diligently to bring honor to our family. If, by any chance, you cannot succeed, return swiftly so that your father and mother need not worry. Teacher Shio, I entrust Changong to your care. My mother embraced me, tears streaming down her face. Enough now, dear, my father said. There is no need for tears. Changong will return. They urge us to set off promptly. After bidding farewell to my parents, the teachers, and classmates, along with Odd, who cheekily reminded me to practice magic diligently so I could protect him in the future, Teacher Shio and I embarked on our journey to the capital. Teacher Shio, how far are we from the capital? I inquired. We have quite a distance to cover. We must traverse 3 provinces, totaling over 2,000 miles. Such a long way. Throughout our journey, we maintained an average pace of 80 to 90 miles a day. After more than 20 days of arduous travel, we finally reached the capital. Neither Teacher Shio nor I were capable of flying with magic. Only advanced wind mages possess the ability to utilize wind flight, with the distance covered dependent on their magical power. I had initially contemplated using teleportation, as it allows for a distance of 500 meters in a single leap. However, Teacher Shio advised against it. Along the way, he imparted numerous tips for the upcoming examinations, as well as various applications of magic. Determined not to disappoint my parents or Teacher Shio, and motivated by the prospect of my future financial success, I exerted extraordinary effort throughout the journey, astonishing Teacher Shio, who believed I had undergone a transformation. The culmination of my efforts over these 20 days, combined with 2 months of intense meditation before Teacher Shio's return, had significantly enhanced my magical power. Teacher Shio remarked that my magical prowess now teetered on the edge of becoming an advanced mage. Due to the inherent weakness of my offensive magic, Teacher Shio taught me 2 additional light magic spells during our travels. One was the Radiant Binding Array, primarily used to ensnare primary foes, classified as a middle-tier attack spell, the only offensive spell within the mid-tier light magic category. The other was the advanced light spell, Light Blade. Given my current magical capacity, I could only cast this spell once. Teacher Shio instructed me to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, reminding me that I could still flee if needed. The capital truly is a grand city, with towering and robust walls. It boasts 8 expansive gates, bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Occasionally, merchant carts pass by, their wheels creating a rhythmic clatter, while splendid carriages, intricately carved, likely carrying nobles, intertwine and proceed side by side. Indeed, it is a fitting representation of my homeland's capital, Aisha City. As I strolled through the city with Teacher Shio, I realized that it was significantly larger than Senko City. The streets were lined with a myriad of shops, each offering a tantalizing glimpse of new and intriguing items. However, Teacher Shio, with a firm grip, guided me expertly to the vicinity of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy in the eastern part of the city. Longbow, behold yonder magnificent complex. That is the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. In just 3 days, the admission examinations will commence, so let us find a nearby spot to rest. We found an affordable inn to stay in. Originally, Professor Shio had intended to take me to a finer establishment. However, the nearby upscale lodgings had all been reserved by nobles arriving from various regions. Thus, we had no choice but to settle for this place. Naturally, these nobles wish for their children to gain admission to the Royal Intermediate Academy of Magic. Had we not acted swiftly, we might not have even secured accommodations here. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Professor. It is now that I comprehend why you urged me not to waste time wandering aimlessly upon entering the city. Changong, come. Let me take you for a stroll. Excellent. My esteemed teacher, Shio, and I ventured onto the bustling streets of the capital of the magical kingdom, where an abundance of shops purveying enchanted wares beckoned. We entered a magical apparatus store, and I was astounded by the myriad of magical items displayed within: robes of sorcery, modest crystals, wands of power, and even mythical beast eggs. Each sorcerer possesses a mythical beast, and the eggs for sale here, sealed with enchantments, require blood as a catalyst for hatching. The creatures that emerge will recognize the first person they encounter as their master. In such an ordinary shop, only eggs of level 4 or below are available, while the rarer higher-level eggs command exorbitant prices, often unattainable even with wealth, relying instead on sheer luck. Choose a longbow that pleases you. Consider it a gift from your teacher, Shio encouraged warmly. Excellent. Thank you, teacher, I replied, eagerly sifting through the options. Ultimately, I selected a white mythical beast egg and a wand adorned with white crystals. Young sir, you certainly possess discerning taste. This wand is our finest offering. As for the mythical egg, it is a level 1 creature, and I shall gift it to you, the shopkeeper proclaimed. This wand costs 50 gold coins. The egg, being of the light element, was rather unremarkable. So costly. Shio furrowed her brow. Yet, as a mentor, she resolved to purchase it despite the expense. Upon our return to the inn, Shio assisted me in appraising my new wand, which enhanced magical attack power by 30%. Indeed, a splendid instrument. The mythical egg was rather mundane, merely a level 1 beast. You have received a gift. Do strive in your upcoming examination in 2 days. Do not disappoint your teacher, she advised. This wand accompanied me through numerous adventures until I eventually acquired. The creature that hatched from the egg would become my most significant companion. Perhaps it was fate. The egg bestowed upon the child of light turned out to be a growth-type mythical beast, playing a crucial role in my ascension to become a grand sorcerer. Chapter 2. Entrance examination. Early in the morning, I was roused by Shio, who reiterated the examination details, guiding me to the entrance of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Why arrive so early, teacher? There remains ample time until the exam, I yawned. The past few days had been quite taxing. Shio had reiterated the rules and details of the examination ad nauseum, leaving me overwhelmed. I had hoped to experiment with hatching my mythical beast, but Shio insisted on conserving my energy and focus before the exam. Her anxiety regarding my performance surpassed my own. Let us assess the situation. Longbow, if you adhere to the steps I have outlined, you should navigate the examination successfully, she advised. Understood, I replied. The hour-long wait felt like an eternity, exacerbated by Shio's incessant reminders. All right, it is time to enter. Longbow, give it your all, Shio encouraged, giving me a thumbs up. Okay. I, too, shall give a thumbs up. Upon entering the academy, one cannot help but be awestruck. It truly lives up to its reputation as a premier institution. The expansive playground spans over 15,000 square meters, bustling with a multitude of individuals. As previously mentioned, this year, approximately 10,000 candidates have applied. Yet only 200 will be admitted, an arduous selection process of 50 contenders for each coveted spot. At this moment, the magical broadcast, transmitted through unique crystal stones, resonated. Esteemed candidates, please arrange yourselves from east to west according to your registration numbers, with every 600 numbers forming a line. We kindly ask everyone to maintain order as you prepare for the first assessment in your designated queue. I am number 1503, positioned in the 3rd row, where I find myself amidst the throng. As I glance around, I notice that nearly all the candidates are adorned in splendid magical robes, making my modest attire stand out in stark contrast. The surrounding examinees regard me with disdainful glances, some even curling their lips in contempt, muttering about a commoner daring to participate in this examination. Humph, what of being a commoner? Are we not human? Is it such a remarkable feat merely to possess some influence at home? Attention, students. Please maintain silence. The first segment of the assessment is about to commence. Each candidate from the rows will approach the proctor at the front in the order of their registration numbers for testing. The announcement reverberates through the air. There are 20 rows in total, each attended by 2 proctors, one to guide the candidates during the test and the other to record their scores. The initial test is quite straightforward. One simply needs to approach the instructor to measure their performance with a magic crystal stone. The entire entrance examination consists of 4 segments, with rankings determined by the cumulative scores, and only the top 200 candidates will be selected. I languidly awaited, wondering why time seemed to crawl. An hour has elapsed. Classmate 1503, please proceed with the test. At last, it is my turn. I approached the teacher and said, "Greetings, esteemed instructor. I am a candidate from class 1503. This was a lesson imparted to me by teacher Shio, who emphasized the importance of politeness and leaving a favorable impression on educators, which may result in higher scores. Very well, please commence the examination. The invigilating teacher smiled and nodded at me. I began to channel my magical energy, placing my right hand upon the magic crystal. The light element swiftly coalesced from my brow and flowed into the crystal through my hand. The crystal emitted a soft, white glow that intensified as I infused it with more magic. That will suffice, student. Thank you, teacher. I ceased my magical release. Your magic is quite potent. You are studying light magic, aren't you? Dedicate yourself to your studies. Light magic is formidable at the level of advanced sorcerers. Understood. I felt quite pleased. This examination seemed manageable. I observed the candidates ahead of me, none of whom exhibited the magnitude of magic I had just unleashed, prompting a smug smile to creep across my face. The next assessment would evaluate magical comprehension, a straightforward task. One must cast their most proficient spell within a designated barrier. The examination was scheduled for the afternoon, yet we were not permitted to leave the academy during lunch, which was provided by the institution. After my meal, I leisurely strolled around the academy. It was indeed expansive, featuring numerous small testing grounds beyond the main arena and several educational buildings. The campus was adorned with verdant landscapes, dotted with groves, artificial hills, and fountains, a truly delightful environment. It appeared that studying here was not a misfortune at all. As the afternoon examination commenced, all candidates were distributed across 10 testing areas, each overseen by 5 examiners. Each examiner would assign a score, culminating in the candidate's final mark for this segment. Incredible. The entrance examination for the Intermediate Magic Academy mandates that candidates showcase at least intermediate spells, with some even demonstrating advanced magic, quite rigorous. The chief examiners frequently whispered amongst themselves, their beaming faces revealing their satisfaction with the candidates. It was my turn to perform. Candidate 1503, you may now cast your spell. Yes, teacher. I bowed before extending my left hand. In the name of my longbow, great light element, gather before me to shield and reflect all evil. What is this incantation? Murmured the examiners, their skepticism palpable as a light shield materialized around my left arm. This is a light shield? No. A light shield is a comprehensive defensive spell. After a brief discussion, the central examiner addressed me. Please elaborate on the characteristics of your spell. Certainly. This spell is my own creation, derived from the light shield and light prism, by amalgamating the defensive and reflective properties. These 2 elementary light defensive spells have been compressed and fused, allowing it to withstand level 6 non-comprehensive offensive magic. The examiners exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus: genius. The fusion of magic is inherently challenging, particularly when merging spells of the same category. Could they not be astonished that I achieved the effect of advanced magic through the fusion of 2 elementary spells? Haha, another hurdle overcome. With a heart brimming with excitement, I stepped out of the academy, knowing that the remaining 2 examinations would take place tomorrow due to the large crowd. It is as simple as that. Haha. The thought of the astonished expression on the chief examiner's face brings a smile to my lips. As soon as I exited the academy, I spotted teacher Shio. Witnessing his anxious demeanor, I realized for the first time just how endearing teacher Shio truly is. Chapter 3, My Fortunate Luck. How about the longbow? I gestured an okay to teacher Shio, assuring her that today's 2 subjects would pose no problem. Do not grow complacent. Continue to strive tomorrow, for ultimately, it is the total score that matters. The following day, I arrived at the academy at the same hour, prepared for the 3rd examination in magic control. The examination methods varied according to the candidate's major subjects. For those specializing in fire magic, the test was quite straightforward. One was required to employ the fundamental fireball spell and guide it along a designated path to the finish without detonating along the way, with scores awarded based on completion time. The other elemental disciplines followed a similar format. As for the light magic examination, teacher Shio had mentioned that due to the absence of candidates specializing in light magic in recent years, he was uncertain about the specific requirements for the magic control test in that discipline. It seemed that fate had its own designs, being the sole candidate in light magic. I proceeded directly to my examination venue, room 5 on the right side of the academy. To my astonishment, I found myself alone in the examination room, attended by 5 invigilators. Greetings, esteemed invigilators. Hello, student 1503. As there have been no students pursuing light magic in recent years, you are the only one in this realm. Consequently, the examination committee has devised a new testing method for you, announced the teacher seated in the middle. Ah, surely, this cannot be. Special treatment? I exclaimed. What must I do, then, esteemed teacher? The invigilators exchanged knowing glances, and the middle teacher smiled mysteriously at me. It is quite simple. We heard that you devised a defensive spell during the magic comprehension examination yesterday, and today we wish to put it to the test. You need only withstand our continuous basic magical attacks for 30 minutes, and you will pass. We will grade your magic control based on how you handle the attacks. Is it truly that simple? This is my forte. Yet, I remained cautious and inquired, are the attacks solely basic magic? May I employ my secondary spells? Rest assured, they are merely basic spells. However, I must caution you that our basic magical attacks are not to be underestimated. You may indeed use your secondary spells. Now, let us begin. I immediately gathered my elements and summoned a prism shield, bestowing upon myself a divine guardian while preparing for instant teleportation at any moment. Elementary magic lacks comprehensive spells, which proves to be quite advantageous for me. The 5 invigilators launched their attacks. Once the examination concluded, the outcome was, of course, that I remained unscathed, having scarcely utilized the prism shield. It was astonishingly effortless, far easier than the Bagua array. Although the initial attack spells from the 5 invigilators rained down like a tempest, there were still numerous openings. It was utterly simple. Teacher, have I passed? The 5 instructors exchanged glances and, with a sense of resignation, declared my success. This student, I cannot help but feel that your major aligns closely with spatial magic. I scratched my head awkwardly and said, I apologize, esteemed teachers. During my time at the Junior Magic Academy, my mentor assessed me as possessing exceptional evasion skills, mediocre defense, subpar restoration magic, and abysmal offensive capabilities. Therefore, classmate 1503, there is no need for embarrassment. In the midst of magical confrontations, the ability to evade an opponent's attacks is paramount, particularly in battles between mages and warriors, where the latter seldom affords the former the opportunity to chant their spells. If one can maintain a safe distance while casting advantageous spells, the odds of success are significantly heightened. Thus, you should never feel ashamed of this. Rather, continue to strive. Wow, I never anticipated that fleeing could hold such advantages. Henceforth, this statement shall be my motto, Thank you, esteemed teachers. With heartfelt sincerity, I bowed to the proctor present. Upon exiting the examination room, I couldn't help but ponder my extraordinary fortune, since I had nothing pressing to attend to. I decided to wander about. I had heard from Teacher Shio that after the initial 3 assessments, the top 500 would be determined based on their comprehensive scores for the 4th test. This means the results will be announced tomorrow, and the final examination will commence the day after. I certainly wasn't in a hurry to return, as doing so would only subject me to Teacher Shio's unending chatter. As I arrived at the examination hall for the fire element, I inadvertently turned around and noticed a fellow candidate, a young man with striking red hair, sitting in a corner, appearing quite dejected. I approached him. Hey, what's wrong? Did you not perform well? Actually, it's worse than just not doing well. I performed exceptionally. A melodious child's voice responded. Why is that? My instructor advised me not to excel too greatly, merely to qualify. Otherwise, when I attend school, I will face numerous challengers, leaving me little time to practice my magic. Wow, your teacher is even more peculiar than mine. Mine is only slightly eccentric during training. Yet yours restricts your efforts during exams. Impressive. Please don't speak ill of my teacher. He has my best interests at heart and truly considers others. Let us not dwell on that. How did you perform so well? I initially aimed for an average score, but upon witnessing several candidates perform remarkably, I inadvertently excelled and completed the task 10 seconds faster than the quickest among them. And how many seconds did you take? 6 seconds. Wow, you're quite the genius. Just like me. I didn't realize you were so talented. Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chong Gong, majoring in light magic and minoring in spatial magic. I extended my hand. He quickly rose to shake my hand. Hello, I am Mark Seed, majoring in fire magic and minoring in wind magic. Shall we be friends moving forward? Absolutely, then we shall be friends. Thus, 2 youthful voices sealed the bond of their lifelong friendship. Chapter 4. The Fate of a Genius after bidding farewell to Mark and returning to the inn with Teacher Shio. A thought struck me. Given my current standing, I would undoubtedly rank among the top, which meant I would be challenged by many in the future. Oh no. Why hadn't I considered this? I was in for a rough time. It seems Mark's teacher was indeed wise. Teacher Shio, if my exam results are exceptionally good, will many people challenge me when I attend the Royal Magic Academy? Certainly. What? Then why didn't you warn me to temper my ambitions? Only through practical experience can one improve, Changong. If you wish to avoid being defeated by others, you must strive diligently. My approach is for your benefit. And this is supposed to be for my own good? It seems my days ahead will not be easy. With a heavy heart, I finally managed to enter a meditative state. Rise, Changong, let us go view the rankings. Upon hearing this, I sprang to my feet, eager to see the results, hoping my rank would not be too high. Upon reaching the Royal Magic Academy, I saw 4 large yellow papers affixed to the wall outside the academy, listing the top 500 scores in each subject and the top 500 candidates advancing to the final assessment. I hurriedly ran over, glancing from behind, determined to locate myself among the last 400 positions, fervently hoping to avoid the top 100. At this moment, I possessed none of the pride I felt immediately after the examination. Could it be? I am utterly disoriented. My scores are as follows: Magical Power, 9th, Magical Insight, 1st, Magical Control, 2nd. The first is that fellow Mark. Overall, I ranked 2nd. The individual who secured the 1st position is a certain Hai Long Yang, whose grades consistently place him in the top 5 across all subjects. Oh dear, this spells trouble for me. However, at least I am not in the 1st place. At that moment, a teacher emerged from the academy and approached the overall ranking board. He covered Hai Long Yang's name with yellow paper and inscribed it between the 10th and 11th positions. Attention, candidates, he announced. Due to the use of improper methods during the assessment, the academy has decided to demote Hai Long Yang's ranking from 1st to 10th. Consequently, all students in the top 10 will ascend 1 position. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the surrounding candidates erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Wow, I wonder what unscrupulous means Hai Long Yang employed. What bad luck for him. He was originally 1st. With Hai Long Yang's demotion, the new 1st place belongs to Changong Wei. I failed to catch the remainder of their chatter as I was utterly stunned. Could it be that fortune has smiled upon me so? Surely, even a genius cannot be this fortunate. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind, startling me. I turned around to find it was Mark. What's wrong, Changong? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Did you not perform well? I glanced at the board. My name was indeed there. My magical power, 18th, magical insight, 16th, magical control, 1st. What a disaster. Thankfully, my overall score was not excessively high, just 12th, thank goodness. Let me take a look at yours, I said. After Mark perused the rankings, he paused for a moment, then suddenly seized my shoulders, exclaiming, Wow, Changong. You are incredible. You ranked 1st overall. With Mark's exclamation, nearly 4,000 pairs of eyes turned towards me. I immediately realized the gravity of the situation, leaving no time to blame Mark. In an instant, I executed a short-distance teleportation, swiftly escaping the encirclement by a distance of 500 meters. Without hesitation, I repeatedly teleported back to the hotel while shouting, Mark, are you trying to get yourself killed? My only hope now rested on the likelihood that no one had seen my face clearly. Teacher Xiao had also returned, wearing an oddly enigmatic smile. Changong, you truly live up to being a good student of mine, managing to secure 1st place. Well done. However, before tomorrow's examination, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside, as there are at least 1,000 individuals eagerly awaiting the chance to challenge you. Heh. I can no longer express astonishment at Teacher Xiao's mischievous grin. I can only lament the fate of a genius. Among the candidates, there are many who surpass me. So why am I in 1st place? The entrance examination for the Royal Academy of Magic does not solely assess a candidate's current abilities. It primarily considers their long-term potential for development. Teacher Xiao, can we return to Senko City? Upon hearing my desire to go back, Teacher Xiao immediately erupted in anger. What? Return? Fine. If you wish to go back, you needn't rely on me. I fear your parents would not forgive you either. Just think about the great hopes your parents had for you when you set off. How can you return and tell them you achieved 1st place but fled due to the competition among classmates? Will they ever absolve you? How will you continue your studies in magic from then on? Reminded of my parents' admonitions before my departure, I found myself at a loss for words. Though I may be lazy, I possess one significant virtue, filial piety. Without my parents, there would be no me. Teacher, please don't be angry. I was just joking. I will strive to do my best. Seeing that I had abandoned the thought of returning, Teacher Xiao's face brightened once more. After all, my 1st place achievement in the initial examination brought him glory as well. I have prepared the rules for tomorrow's exam. Here is how it will work. First, the 500 candidates will draw lots for a series of head-to-head battles. The victor will receive 50 points, while the loser will receive 30. The scores from the first round will contribute to the second round, calculated according to rankings. As the first place, you will receive an additional 50 points in the second round, meaning that even if you lose tomorrow, you will secure 80 points, ensuring your place among the top 200. The second place candidate from the first round will receive an additional 9 points, and so forth. The 500th place will not receive any bonus points. So performing well in the preliminary round is greatly advantageous. The use of beasts and martial skills is prohibited during the exam. After all, this is a magic academy. It seems I am unlikely to escape the clutches of the Royal Intermediate Academy of Magic. It turns out that even geniuses have their burdens. What a farce this so-called genius is. I must lose tomorrow. I must. I made a silent vow. Chapter 5. Encountering a rival at last. We have arrived at the final showdown. I wonder who my last opponent will be. It would be best if they were of average capability, allowing me to lose and showcase my weakness. Esteemed candidates, the draw is complete. We shall now announce the matchups for the examination. The first place candidate, Longbow Wei, will face off against the 12th candidate, Mark Seed. The second place, Richard Lewin, will compete against the 79th candidate, Lei Se Hanglin. Could it be so fortuitous? It is indeed, Mark. This rascal, I shall go all out. After all, it is only first place. I would rather claim victory today than leave yesterday's grudge unaddressed. I silently resolved that it would be unworthy of a gentleman to leave a vendetta unresolved. Just wait, Mark, I will ensure you. The matches will proceed in reverse order of ranking, with those ranked lower competing first, and I am the final contestant. Where has that scoundrel Mark run off to? I scanned the crowd, puzzled. Where could he be? Surely he isn't too frightened to face me today? He wouldn't dare. For his teacher would not let him off easily. I shall not search any longer. We shall meet in the competition. The competition has commenced. Divided across 10 arenas for the trials. In truth, Mark found himself in a small corner, nearly fainting upon hearing that his opponent was me. Just yesterday. After uttering those words, he regretted them, his mind racing with thoughts of impending doom, convinced that Longbow would not spare him tomorrow. How could I be so foolish? It is all my fault. Oh, Creator, grant me the mercy of returning home in one piece. The contestants, fervently striving to gain admission into the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, were relentless in their efforts. I lost track of which round was currently underway. The two combatants on stage, a water mage and a wind mage, engaged in a fierce display of power, eschewing defensive spells entirely as they unleashed their most formidable offensive magic. The arena transformed into a tempest of elemental fury. With each icy hailstorm from one and a swirling vortex from the other, the spectacle was nothing short of terrifying. I couldn't help but ponder how I might prevail against such opponents. After considerable contemplation, a single strategy emerged: to defend and evade, allowing them to exhaust their magical energy before striking. Fortunately, I believed my own magical reserves to be superior. Ultimately, the match concluded with the water mage falling victim to an unexpected wind blade from his rival. In preparation for this event, the Academy had dispatched 10 powerful water mages and 2 sorcerers to avert any unforeseen incidents. Thanks to their presence, although the competition was intense, no mishaps occurred. After 3 long hours, it was finally my turn. I stretched my limbs and sauntered onto the stage. There stood the first-place contender of the first round, Longbow. He appeared rather unremarkable, a practitioner of light magic, lacking any offensive spells, yet somehow he had claimed the top spot. Surely, he must have bribed the proctor. Where, I wondered, was his opponent? I ascended the stage and surveyed my surroundings, yet still no sign of Mark. Could it be that he truly fled from this challenge? I had meticulously devised a plan to utterly defeat Mark, delivering a stark warning to the examinees below, signaling that I am not to be trifled with, perhaps ensuring a reduction in future troubles. Contestant number 12, has Mark arrived? If Mark does not appear within 30 seconds, he shall be deemed to have forfeited. There he is. With no other option, Mark finally made his entrance. He dashed onto the stage with the speed of the wind, first bowing to the supervising teacher before leaning towards me and murmuring, "Boss, I didn't mean it yesterday. Please don't be angry. Show me mercy." It seems he is aware that I would not be lenient, displaying a certain self-awareness. What has been done cannot be undone. Can one regurgitate the food they have consumed? If you want my forgiveness, you must endure a thorough beating. Please, boss, I am terrified of pain. Have mercy on me. Do your best. I wish to witness your true abilities. Hope for my mercy is futile. Very well, boss, be on your guard. With that, he cast a fire shield around himself. I hastily summoned the prismatic shield with an incantation, for I dared not be careless. This fellow possessed formidable strength, evidenced by his ranking as the foremost in magical control. Boss, here I come. Mark was well aware that my leniency was a futile hope, and thus he resolved to exert his utmost effort. In truth, we were both oblivious to the extent of each other's capabilities. Yet our standings clearly indicated that we were formidable adversaries. The only outcome of not giving it our all would be a thorough thrashing. A novice-level fireball hurtled towards me. I raised my left hand, meeting the fireball with the prismatic shield. Just as the fireball approached, it suddenly curved, evading my shield and striking from behind. Truly, the title of the best in magical control was well-deserved. I swiftly utilized teleportation to evade the attack and retaliated with an arrow of light. However, the arrow merely bounced off his fiery barrier with little effect. At that moment, his fireball was already closing in on me. Doesn't your fireball explode? I inquired, bewildered. Boss, this isn't just any ordinary fireball. It's a concentrated fire element. I can simultaneously control 4 fireballs, so be careful not to get it. As he spoke, he unleashed 3 more fireballs, 4 of them now converging towards me from various angles. I was taken aback. Was this even permissible? I took flight. The audience erupted in derisive boos. The top-ranked contender was being chased by mere fireballs. What on earth? I thought to myself, even if it were a fireball, I would not be afraid. It is easy to speak boldly when one is not in the midst of the struggle. If you possess the courage, then come and give it a try. As I utilized instantaneous teleportation and ran for a while, a sudden realization struck me. This approach was untenable. Our magical powers were nearly equal, yet my energy expenditure was undoubtedly greater than his. I could not afford to continue evading, otherwise, defeat would be inevitable. It appeared that I had no choice but to resort to a subtle tactic. With this thought in mind, I instantly teleported beside Mark and, wielding the prism shield with my left hand, struck directly at his body. Mark's fiery shield was no match for my prism shield. As I evaded the fireballs that relentlessly pursued me, he reveled in his apparent advantage, unaware of my sudden arrival at his side. The impact of my prism shield sent him tumbling, and the fireballs he had unleashed, deprived of their initial momentum, detonated in the corner of the arena. Wow, boss. Is this truly possible? Without offering a response, I swiftly maneuvered towards him, delivering a left hook. Mark evaded to the left as a mid-level fire magic spell, Inferno, surged toward me. I deftly sidestepped. Boss, you have compelled me to this, I declared, elemental spirit of fire. Heed my call and conjure an endless cascade of meteors to obliterate our adversaries before us. Indeed, this fellow is truly formidable, wielding the advanced fire magic known as fire meteor in all its dimensions. However, one cannot deny the strength of his prowess. The arena, after all, is rather confined. Were we in an open space, his magic, which can only encompass 200 square meters, would surely fail to reach me. Yet, this arena measures merely 15 by 15. I am aware that the prism shield is unlikely to withstand this, so I shall give it my all. O great elemental light, my friends, I beseech you to converge into countless blades to obliterate all that lies before us. Chapter 6. A venerable sorcerer, clad in a white robe and likely in his 80s, lamented from his position at the center of the examination table. Indeed, the world has changed. Today's youth, even before entering the Intermediate Magic Academy, have already begun to wield advanced spells. In my day, at their age, I could manage only a few trivial illumination spells. Beside him, another aged sorcerer donned in a red robe remarked, Indeed, these 2 children possess remarkable potential. Just look at the one named Longbow, who has already developed his own defensive magic at such a young age. And then there is Mark, whose command of magic is commendable. He not only adeptly controls the trajectory of fireballs, but can also contain the energy within his grasp. Quite impressive. It appears he is specializing in fire magic. I shall assess his character to see if he is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Mark indeed shows promise, yet Longbow seems to specialize in light magic. It has been ages since anyone pursued my light magic. I shall not let this opportunity slip. I must have him as my apprentice. Lo and behold, the magical insignias of these 2 venerable sorcerers, crafted from violet crystal, indicate that they are among the last 10 grand sorcerers of the Tianwu continent. Meanwhile, Mark and I, unknowingly ensnared in the calculations of these 2 grand sorcerers, were fervently pushing the limits of our magical abilities. This was my first time wielding the light blade. I was uncertain of its efficacy. I could feel my magical energy rapidly depleting as the first wave of light blades collided with the fire meteors. It seems my light blade possesses greater power, cleaving through the smaller fire meteors, while also neutralizing the larger ones. Observing my magic gaining the upper hand, I hastened the release of my magical energy. My absolute magical prowess slightly surpasses that of Mark. The greatest blunder he made was engaging me with advanced spells. For my control over magic does not match his. He should have relied on lesser spells to maintain a tactical advantage, but the sheer demand of his meteor fire spell was exorbitant. At present, he can barely muster the energy to cast spells, let alone exert the mental focus required for precise control. The arena lay in ruins, a testament to our fierce clash. With scorched earth from fire magic and numerous gashes inflicted by light slashes, Mark's mage robe was tattered in several places. While my own attire bore the marks of charred fabric, I cannot afford a mage's robe, for they are quite costly. Both of us had exhausted our magical reserves, now relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. "Boss, I can't go on any longer. Please spare me," Mark weakly uttered. No sooner had he spoken than all his meteor fire spells dissipated, his protective fire shield collapsing as well due to the depletion of his magical energy. Ultimately, he succumbed to the severe exhaustion of both his magical and mental faculties. I hastily ceased my spellcasting, for I had no desire to truly harm him. If he could hold on a moment longer, I too would find myself at my limit. This fellow truly possesses remarkable strength. My magical energy has nearly been depleted. Slowly, I rose to my feet and approached him. "Heh, you little rascal, still unable to prevail, are you?" The supervising teacher on stage, upon noticing that I could still stand, promptly declared, "Classmate Mark's magical energy has been exhausted." Hearing that I had emerged victorious, a wave of triumph surged through me, though I found myself too fatigued to contemplate what lay ahead. After announcing the results, the teachers responsible for our care hastened to the stage to administer restorative magic to both of us. I, too, succumbed to unconsciousness, following in Mark's footsteps. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that I was in an inn, with Teacher Shio vigilantly watching over me. "You're awake. Remarkable. Once again the first to rise. Now that you are awake, the teacher can rest easy. Please, take some time to recuperate." I find myself at a loss for words, yet here we are. I closed my eyes and began to meditate. The following day, when I awoke, the sun was nearly setting. Teacher Shio was absent, so I stretched and realized my hunger. I descended to the ground floor, where the proprietor happened to be present. "Uncle, is there anything to eat? I am quite famished." "Indeed, I shall prepare something for you," he replied, perhaps aware of my recent success in the exams, which made him particularly eager to assist me. Before long, a steaming pot of potato and beef stew was presented before me, its aroma tantalizing my senses and causing my mouth to water. "Thank you, Uncle, I shall indulge. Eat quickly. Don't choke," he advised kindly as I began to devour the meal voraciously. With great effort, I succeeded in finishing all the beef along with 6 bowls of rice. After all, I had barely eaten over the past 2 days. "Teacher Shio, you have returned," I exclaimed, spotting her as she came back. "Yes, I went to fetch your admission letter. Come, let us return to your room." Upon reaching the room, Teacher Shio presented me with a golden-edged admission letter. "Changgong, you may report to school tomorrow. Classes will commence in a week. You can take this time to familiarize yourself with the environment. I shall be leaving tomorrow. I have already paid your tuition for this semester. You must study diligently. I will return to check on you whenever I can. I will first inform your parents of this splendid news, and then I may embark on a journey. Perhaps to the kingdom of Shio. Teacher, you are leaving tomorrow? I shall miss you dearly." This statement held at least an ounce of truth. After such a lengthy period of interaction, Teacher Shio had truly treated me with great kindness. "The best way to repay your teacher is to study hard," she said, her face illuminated by a gentle smile as she affectionately stroked my head. From her garment, she produced a small cloth pouch and handed it to me. It felt weighty. "The school operates under a closed management system, so expenses are minimal. Here are 50 gold coins for you to keep as emergency funds until the semester concludes, when I will come to collect you." Wow, this is the largest sum of money I have ever received. "Thank you. By the way, what about the magical beast egg we purchased last time? Bring it forth. Today I shall assist you in hatching it." "Certainly." Eagerly, I retrieved my cherished white magical beast egg, which I had longed to nurture. Chapter 7. The birth of the magical beast. I cradled the beast egg in my palms, channeling my magical energy after more than a day of rest, during which my magical power had replenished to 70%. Elements of light flowed from my hands, lifting the beast egg into the air as I traced a magical hexagram with my left hand, placing the egg at its center while reciting an incantation. In the presence of all things, I, with my longbow, expressed my willingness to share my energy with the creature before me. With a sharp bite to my middle finger, though it stung, I let a drop of blood fall onto the beast egg. In an instant, the egg radiated a brilliant golden light. "Ah, a growth-type beast," exclaimed Teacher Shio in astonishment. The egg began to crack open, revealing a small, white, triangular head that peeked out, glancing around before shaking itself. Upon noticing me, it emitted a joyful cry and swiftly darted onto my shoulder, licking my face with its tiny tongue. It turned out to be a small white snake, not the legendary Baisujin. How adorable it was. Its triangular head was adorned with two bright eyes resembling black gemstones, and its entire body was covered in delicate scales, with a golden line running from the center of its head to its tail, truly charming. "Teacher Shio, what kind of beast is this?" I inquired. "Ah," Teacher Shio snapped out of her amazement. "Chang Gong, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is a rare growth-type beast. A once-in-a-century find. Although it is currently a level 1 beast, its abilities will increase as yours do. However, you must not let others see it before it grows strong. For no beast of any level will permit a growth type to develop." Oh, I paid little heed to Teacher Shio's warning, which would prove consequential later. "Shall I give you a name? How about Little Bai?" "No, that sounds too much like a puppy's name. Since you have a golden line from head to tail, let's call you Little Jean. Is that all right?" I looked at Little Jean, who seemed delighted, darting about excitedly. "All right, Changgong, now you must summon it to your side. Once it reaches a higher level, you can bond it as your soul beast. A soul beast shares a mental connection with its master and can be summoned with the simplest of incantations. For now, let it absorb energy from you." I allowed the little golden creature to nestle against my chest, channeling the elemental light within me to the point where it clung. The little one greedily absorbed my energy, only ceasing its consumption once it had taken half of my essence, as if succumbing to slumber upon me. "Teacher Shio, how could it have drawn so much of my energy? Shouldn't a typical phantom beast only require a mere fraction of its master's energy to survive? Is it not perilous for me, allowing it to drain me so? It is its first time absorbing your energy, so it naturally needed to take a greater amount. In the future, it should not require as much. You must diligently practice your magic. Only by strengthening yourself can your phantom beast attain greater power. At long last, I have acquired a mythical creature, and what a splendid one it is, a creature of growth. To nurture its development, I have surprisingly adopted an earnest attitude towards my studies. The following morning, my teacher, filled with concern, escorted me to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, offering me countless reminders before departing with tearful eyes. Strangely, despite my usual aversion towards him, I felt no sense of joy whatsoever. I took a deep breath and decided to let it go. After all, Teacher Shio will still come to see me. It's time for me to report in. I arrived at the registration office located on the first floor of the main teaching building at the heart of the academy and gently knocked on the door. "Please enter." A deep voice echoed. "Hello, esteemed teacher. I am here to register." "Ah, welcome. You must be the top scorer of this year's archery examination. Strive diligently henceforth to bring glory to the academy." As I stepped into the registration office, I discerned that the speaker was a formidable mage of the wind element, as indicated by the insignia on his robe, and he appeared to be in his 50s. "Due to your remarkable performance in this competition, the school has decided to place you in the second-year class." "Second-year class? I can't believe I'm being promoted before even starting my studies. May I inquire how many grades the academy comprises?" "There are 5. When you reach the 5th grade, you will undertake the graduation examination, and based on your results, you will be assigned to a corresponding advanced magic academy. Not a single graduate from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy has failed to gain admission to an advanced institution. Since the Academy's inception, the most exceptional graduates have already attained the certification of Grand Mage by the time of their graduation. You must work hard. I have heard from other instructors that you are already on the cusp of becoming a high mage. Strive to break that record. Alas, how effortlessly one ascends a level. Upon graduating from the Intermediate Magic Academy, I shall become a magus, a veritable marvel. Teacher, may I commence my studies from the first year? That decision is beyond my purview. It is a stipulation of the institution, with no recourse. I accepted the textbooks and dormitory key bestowed by my instructor and proceeded towards my assigned quarters. The Academy's dormitories accommodate 4 students per room. Upon reaching the second-year dormitory, I found my room to be number 208. Unlocking the door, I discovered it to be unoccupied. Presumably, my roommates were attending class. I approached the only vacant bed, arranged my belongings, and reclined upon it, succumbing to contemplation or perhaps slumber. Suddenly, a forceful tapping roused me from my stupor. I squinted to see a green-haired individual rapping on my head. Awaken. How did you come to rest here? Who permitted you to sleep? Such audacity. He must hail from noble lineage. Ah, greetings. I am the new student. A newcomer, you wouldn't happen to be Long Baowei. The one who topped the recent entrance examination, would you? Indeed, that is I. You are aware of me? It is said you have garnered quite the attention. And now you have directly advanced to the second year. Come, let us engage in a contest. Nay, I must decline. It was merely fortune that favored me. How about I pledge my allegiance to you as a subordinate? I certainly could not best you in a duel. Seeing that you have already attained the realm of Grand Sorcerer, wouldn't it be beneath you to compete with a mere novice like myself? In an attempt to evade the challenge, I lavished him with flattery. Very well, but you shall be my underling and must obey. Truly, it appears that flattery will be my lifeline in the days to come. Chapter 8. My first-class classmates. Today we welcome two new students, Long Baowei, who achieved first place in this year's entrance examination, and Mark said, let us extend a warm welcome to them. The classroom erupted with scattered applause. This morning, I was assigned to the second year A class by the administration, reputed to be the finest of the second year. To my surprise, Mark was also placed in my class, and even the green-haired leader I had met yesterday was present. It seems the days ahead may not be so easy. Lost in contemplation, I was oblivious to the teacher's discourse until the bell rang. After class, the instructor provided Mark and me with an overview of the Academy's learning methodologies. We would attend classes solely in the morning, dedicating our afternoons to self-practice. The institution's educational framework is surprisingly flexible. Students may pursue independent study according to their inclinations, seeking guidance from teachers or utilizing the library for research, a stark contrast to the rigorous training I had initially envisioned. Where's your dormitory, leader? Mark inquired as we stepped outside. I'm in 208. We are neighbors. Have your dormitory mates troubled you? Not at all. They seem engrossed in practicing magic and meditative contemplation, hardly paying me any mind. By the way, are you still upset about the previous incident? I'm not so petty. I have already dealt with you during the exam. Let bygones be bygones, but do watch your words in the future. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived. Come here. Little brother, go back to the classroom and help me with my duties. It was the green-haired leader. Who do you think you are to speak to my leader like that? To my surprise, Mark was rather bold. And who are you? Have you had enough of life? He is my newly recruited little brother from yesterday. What is wrong with me asking him to help? Greenhair scoffed. What? You dare to take my leader as your little brother? That would make me the little brother's little brother. No way. I must duel with you. Who is afraid of whom? Come at me. You're just a freshman. What is so impressive about that? As they exchanged words, I sensed a hint of bravado from Greenhair. He wouldn't element of fire, heed my command, coalesce into a fireball and obliterate the foe before me. Uncertain of the opponent's capabilities, Mark first unleashed a minor spell to gauge the enemy's strength. No, I was wrong. Please forgive me. My father is the current prime minister. Consider my father's status. Here, 300 words are omitted. No way. Mark and I exchanged glances, realizing he truly was a coward. Remembering how I had been fooled by him yesterday only fueled my anger. I immediately signaled Mark, and we both shouted in unison, beat him. We refrained from using magic, fearing we might accidentally cause him harm, and promptly engaged Greenhair in a physical confrontation. You pest, how is it you again? You have truly embarrassed our academy. Why are you stooping to his level? This last remark was directed at us. It turned out he was also a second-year student, indicated by the distinguishing marks on his uniform. He had a thick mane of black hair, and though merely in his teens, a resolute expression graced his face. I felt I had seen him before. He seemed to be a classmate of ours. Hello. It's like this. Upon hearing my description, the black-haired youth burst into laughter. You must be the new freshman. Greenhair is quite the spectacle at our school. He is utterly useless and only gained admission to his father's influence, having no real skills. Hello. I am Chong Gong. His father is the prime minister. Why is it that you all frequently bully him? Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? I inquired, somewhat puzzled. Hello. I am Waku. That one over there is the top student in the second year, majoring in wind magic. Only the nation's finest can enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, where merit is the sole currency. Scum like him? Humph. Waku declared proudly. Is that so? Pray tell, what does it mean to be a top student? Mark asked, somewhat confused. You don't know? It means the strongest in the same year. Greenhair interjected eagerly. Oh, my dear leader, are you not the chief among the newcomers? Mark remarked to me. Observing the glimmer of fury in Wolf's eyes, I thought that if a gaze could kill, I would have dispatched Mark 100 times over. Realizing my fierce glare directed at him, Mark understood he had misspoken once more. It seems you possess considerable strength. We must find an opportunity to spar. Indeed. Trouble was brewing. I resolved that for my own safety, I must avoid Mark henceforth. We are merely newcomers. How could we possibly compare ourselves to a senior like you? Let us hone our skills for a couple more years before we engage in any friendly competition. I immediately resorted to flattery, while subtly indicating to Wolf that he was indeed taking advantage of our inexperience. Very well, you must strive diligently. Do not bring shame upon our Class A. Now, I must take my leave. Green-haired one, are you not yet off to carry out your duties? It turned out he was summoning the green-haired one to attend to the chores. Mark and I wandered through the academy, surrounded by numerous students. Aside from the newly admitted freshmen, the upperclassmen hardly made a sound, each engrossed in their own magical practice. The atmosphere of learning here is remarkably intense. My dear friend, it seems we must exert ourselves. Observe how diligently the students are honing their skills. Those elegantly attired individuals must surely belong to noble families. Yet even they are tirelessly practicing their magic. Truly, this is a royal academy of magic. I, too, find myself reflecting, indeed. Let us visit the library and search for the magical tomes we require to diligently practice. Even I, who am typically indolent, feel an undeniable compulsion to learn, which speaks volumes about the uplifting atmosphere here. Chapter 9, Enchantment of Mythical Beasts. Mark and I arrived at the library, which is truly vast, encompassing 6 stories, each approximately 3,000 square meters in area, divided into 3 distinct zones. The first and second floors primarily house foundational knowledge of magical theory and some elementary spells, levels 1 to 3. The third, fourth, and fifth floors are dedicated to intermediate magic, levels 4 to 5, while the sixth floor contains advanced spells. Both Mark and I have attained a level sufficient to access the second zone, as there are barriers separating the zones, preventing entry without the requisite skill. The third, fourth, and fifth floors tend to be the most populated. Mark and I ascended to the 4th floor, each in search of the magical tomes that piqued our interest. The selection of light magic books was disappointingly scarce. I managed to discover only 1 comprehensive guide to intermediate light magic and 2 intermediate tomes on spatial magic. Mark, on the other hand, found several intriguing volumes on fire and wind magic. We settled in the reading area, engrossed in our respective studies. The intermediate light magic book offered little of note, leaving me rather disheartened. However, as I opened a book titled 100 Practical Cases of Spatial Magic, my interest was immediately captivated. It contained a wealth of practical experiences from spatial magic practitioners, proving to be quite fascinating. Before I knew it, time slipped away unnoticed. It's getting dark. Let us head back, I suggested. We have classes tomorrow. All right, Mark replied. By the way, I plan to find a secluded spot tonight to check on my little illusion beast, Little Gold. After finishing dinner in the cafeteria, we each returned to our respective dormitories. Green-haired individual now dares not utter a word in my presence. The other 2 roommates are deep in contemplation. I am not well acquainted with them and do not even know their names. It is quite commendable how seriously they take things at such a young age. I quietly arrived at the back courtyard of the academy, summoning my ethereal companion, the adorable creature named Xiaojin, to heed my command. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and Xiaojin's delightful figure materialized before me. As I cradled him in my hands and examined him closely, I noticed he seemed to have grown a bit, appearing sturdier than when he first hatched. Remarkably, he had matured quite rapidly within just 1 day. Xiaojin, do you possess any magical abilities? I inquired, my heart brimming with anticipation. Xiaojin appeared somewhat perplexed, merely nuzzling his small head against me. Xiaojin, unleash the arrow of light. I commanded, yet he merely shook his head, and nothing transpired. Could it be that he, despite being a growth-type ethereal creature, could not perform the magic I had mastered? Foolish child, you must communicate with your ethereal companion from the heart. Mere words cannot bridge the gap, a gentle voice interjected. Startled, I turned to see an elderly man clad in a plain white wizard's robe, an ordinary garment lacking any rank, standing behind me. Who are you? Are you a teacher at the academy? I asked. Indeed, I share your major in magic. I, too, am a light mage. He replied, patting my head affectionately. Try to connect with your ethereal beast from within and see if that works. Very well. I have little choice but to give it a try, I conceded. Focusing my mind, I established a mental link with Xiaojin, instructing him to release an arrow of light while imparting the method and effects of the spell. Xiaojin regarded me for a moment, then a soft glow enveloped him, and an arrow of light erupted from his mouth, striking a nearby flower and snapping it in half. Success! I exclaimed, elated to have discovered how to enable Xiaojin to wield magic. After casting the spell, Xiaojin seemed to weaken, as though drained of energy, prompting me to recall him back to my side. Thank you, old man, I expressed gratefully. You truly possess a remarkable aptitude for magic, mastering the art of communication with your ethereal beast so swiftly. Would you care to study light magic with me? The old man asked, leaning forward earnestly. Oh, I think not. I prefer to learn independently, I replied. Thank you, but I must bid you farewell. I am off to rest as I have classes tomorrow. Hastily, I turned and fled, eager to avoid the potential of encountering a demanding teacher. The white-bearded elder gazed at my retreating figure, muttering to himself, such a spirited individual. Others seek me as a mentor, yet here stands one who declines my guidance. How amusing. He shook his head in bemusement. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found Green Hair already lost in slumber, while the other two were still deep in contemplation. I lay on my bed, beginning to commune with my light element relatives. The luminous essence surged into me from my brow, and I gradually gathered a portion throughout my body, while directing another portion toward Xiaojin, who reciprocated with a wave of joy, appearing quite content. Recently, no matter how deeply I meditate, it seems that my inner strength cannot grow. If my body were a vessel, it would appear to be entirely filled, unable to expand further. Rather than remain in this state, I would prefer to transfer more of my luminous energy to Xiaojin. With this thought, I began to gradually channel my light elements towards Xiaojin. Sensing that under the influence of my pure energy, Xiaojin's body seemed to be growing steadily. A profound sense of achievement washed over me, akin to nurturing a child. You are still a child yourself. Maintaining this state, I drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Mark came to invite me for breakfast. Today's morning meal was quite lavish, featuring steamed buns, eggs, porridge, and milk. It seemed I consumed 2 steamed buns, 3 eggs, along with a bowl of porridge and a glass of milk. My classmates beside me stared in disbelief, and even the cafeteria staff began to ponder whether they should increase my meal allowance. Regardless of their thoughts, I prioritized my own satisfaction before anything else. Having eaten my fill, I said, "All right, Mark, let's head to class." We skipped joyfully into the classroom, and to our surprise, everyone else was already present, including the green-haired pest. Could it be that I misremembered the class time? Surely not. It was indeed 8:30. Cheng Gong, Mark, quickly take your seats. From now on, we must arrive half an hour early every day. We are Class A, distinct from other classes. Our homeroom teacher seemed quite affable. She introduced herself yesterday as Xiaolon Lia. Yes, Teacher Xiaolon. I stuck out my tongue at Mark and quickly returned to my seat. All right, class. Let us commence. Today's primary topic is the remote teleportation magic circle. Teacher Xiaolon began to expound on the origins and applications of the magic circle, and I soon realized that these were lessons I had already mastered long ago. I felt the urge to sleep. The last thing I caught was something about the importance of positioning in the remote teleportation magic circle, followed by the sound of the bell signaling the end of class. Chapter 10, Campus Life. Gong. The teacher's lecture was quite fascinating, yet I noticed you were asleep throughout. Mark inquired after class. I've already learned all of this. I can perform the long-distance teleportation magic as well, though I haven't had the chance to use it. Since I know it, why bother staying awake? I replied lazily. Oh, I see. It's a pity that I'm not studying space magic. Otherwise, you could teach me. All right then, let us go. I'm off to have lunch. This afternoon, we should practice magic. Gong, if you continue to eat like that, I might reconsider sharing a meal with you, Mark complained, observing as I voraciously devoured my 5th bowl of rice. Hey, I'm still growing. How can I grow if I don't eat? It's not as if I'm preventing you from eating, I mumbled, my mouth full. After a valiant effort, I finally finished my 6th bowl of rice, only to be pulled away from the cafeteria by Mark. From that day forth, I acquired a rather unflattering nickname, the Light Element Rice Guzzler. Wow, Gong, look over there. That water element student is stunning, Mark exclaimed suddenly. Really? I turned my head, and indeed, a wave of warmth rushed to my face. She was truly beautiful, adorned in a pristine sky-blue robe, with deep blue hair, porcelain skin, and large, sparkling eyes. Though still a child, she would undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty. She was lovely, yet I felt no spark. Perhaps she was simply too young. She is quite attractive, but not my type. I responded dismissively as I headed back to my dormitory for a nap. Boss, if you're not interested, I might just go after her, Mark teased. Go ahead. I'm leaving. Good luck, kid. A girl as beautiful as that surely has many admirers. I won't be joining that fray. Once back in my dorm, I began to meditate for my little gold entity. The thoughts I conjured were all for it, of course. In the afternoon, I awoke from my meditation. With nothing pressing to attend to, I decided to find a secluded spot to practice my magic. I certainly did not want to end up with a bruised face in the future. Today, I shall focus on this, the intermediate restoration magic of the light system spirit restoration technique, following the incantations in the tome, which I have, of course, refined somewhat. I began to gather magical energy. O great elemental of light, as your ally, I beseech you to save the creature before me. As I chanted, a thick layer of white light enveloped me, gradually coalescing in my hands. Alas, I had forgotten one crucial detail. Whom shall I assist? Oh dear, how utterly foolish of me. However, fortune smiled upon me, for at that very moment, a person, battered and resembling a beaten hog, rushed towards me, exclaiming, "Longbow, help. I am on the brink of collapse. Who could possibly know my name?" I found myself puzzled. Nevertheless, it mattered little. This was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of my magic. I directed the concentrated beam of white light towards the pig's head before me. This spell was rather taxing on my magical energy, consuming nearly 1/3 of my mana to heal the injuries of this pig's head. To my astonishment, it turned out to be Mark. Mark, how did this happen? Don't mention it, boss. What kind of magic is this? It's incredible. You've healed me instantly. Hee. This is the intermediate light recovery spell, spirit restoration. So it's intermediate magic? I thought it was advanced. The potency of your spell is comparable to that of advanced water healing magic. It seems my recovery magic is quite effective. I needn't fear injuries anymore. Mark, you still haven't explained what transpired. Boss Longbow, you must stand by me. He was truly ruthless. With that, Mark recounted the entire tale. It turned out that Mark had pursued the girl from earlier, attempting to engage her in conversation with lines like, "How about I treat you to an ice pop? Little sister? What's your name? What grade in class are you in?" She completely disregarded him, rudely retorting, "I dislike you. Get lost, fly, or I'll make you regret it." Naturally, Mark was indignant and boasted about how he had advanced from freshman to sophomore in one leap, and how remarkably handsome he was. Ultimately, she became incensed and summoned a fourth-year student, who then reduced him to his current state. Upon hearing his account, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. He got what he deserved, and I had anticipated this outcome. Huh, you fool, couldn't you defend yourself? Aren't you capable of using advanced magic? Defend myself? You have no idea how formidable that guy is. Even his simplest spells are at level 6. Fortunately, he showed mercy and merely bound me with magic. Then how did you end up like this? Although he didn't use magic to strike me, he could still use his fists. Bound as I was, I couldn't retaliate, so I ended up in this condition. Mark bore a look of regret, reminiscent of a painful past. Who told you to approach others so casually? You deserved it. Don't be so reckless next time. No, I must go again. You have no idea how adorable she looks when she's angry. She is truly beautiful. Mark's eyes sparkled with infatuation. Really? You understand such matters at your age? You're only 11. Isn't that too early for puppy love? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Boss, the power of love is tremendous. Besides, with your formidable recovery magic as my support, what do I have to fear? Worst case, I can trouble you for another one of those restoration spells. It's called spirit restoration, you nincompoop. Humph. If you get into trouble, I won't help you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Please, boss. Mark was truly persistent, incessantly pestering me. Unable to endure any longer, I finally agreed to assist him in the future. But I warned him not to reveal that I was the one who healed him. Is there truly such a captivating allure to girls? It is truly unimaginable that one could make such a sacrifice. As someone utterly oblivious to the intricacies of romantic relations, I scoffed at Mark's actions. Chapter 11. The Growth of Xiao Jin Boss. Just as I was preparing to attend class, Mark approached me. What's the matter? Boss, I've discovered the identity of the person who attacked me yesterday, Mark exclaimed, breathless. Who is it? His words piqued my curiosity. Boss, it seems I still have hope. The guy from yesterday is the older brother of that girl. Haha, it appears I still have a chance, Mark declared, brimming with excitement. Oh, is that so? That is splendid. Are you not seeking revenge? Of course not. How could I possibly confront my future brother-in-law? Haha. What nonsense. You're getting ahead of yourself. What grade are they in? Upon my inquiry, Mark seemed to deflate slightly. The girl is in the 3rd year, 2 years our senior, majoring in water magic. Her brother. however, is quite the prominent figure in the academy, a top student in his 4th year, specializing in fire magic. I've heard he is one of the top 10 experts in the school. Wow, do you still dare to provoke her younger sister? I truly admire your bravery, I said, relishing the moment. The power of love is formidable. I must persevere. Persistence is victory. Observing the fervor radiating from Mark's face, I chuckled. Then do your best, but do avoid getting beaten to a pulp. How rude. You're dampening my spirits. Let us head to class. While the teacher lectured, I kept an eye on Mark, noting his apparent scheming, frowning at times, and then breaking into silly smiles. It was quite amusing. I crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it his way. He startled, shooting me a sidelong glance. Just then, the teacher called out, "Classmate Chong Gong, please answer this question." Oh, what is the long-distance instant transfer spell? The teacher seemed intent on challenging me for not paying attention. Haha. How amusing that you would ask that. I composed myself. The long-distance instant transfer spell is based on spatial magic, utilizing a magic array to extend the transfer distance, creating a virtual channel in space that allows individuals within the magic array to be transported to another location. It is a high-level spatial magic with a low success rate, generally reserved for magicians with exceptional control. I answered the question succinctly, casting a triumphant glance back at Mark. Very well, take your seat, classmate Chong Gong. Your answer was excellent. However, do remember to pay attention in the future. I must confess, dear teacher, that I have been duly warned and can no longer afford to let my mind wander. I devoted my full attention to the morning's lectures, which left me yearning for immediate rest. After enduring until noon, I shared a meal with Mark, who promptly embarked on his pursuit of romantic endeavors. How precociously mature he is. I, however, intend to indulge in a much-needed afternoon nap. Otherwise, I risk the unsightly appearance of dark circles, which would tarnish my heroic image. After a refreshing slumber, I awoke feeling revitalized, as if my entire being were infused with radiant energy. Although I may not have grown in stature, the sensation of vigor is undeniably delightful. I drew back the curtains to glimpse the outside world, only to be astonished by the onset of night. I realized with alarm that I must hasten to have dinner, lest I miss the opportunity altogether. I sprinted towards the dining hall, which was quite satisfactory. Although the evening meal for the students was nearing its conclusion, there was still some food available. I hastily requested 3 servings of dinner, devouring them with the fervor of a tempest scattering leaves. Oh, look at that gluttonous fellow over there, indulging in his meal with such abandon. Indeed, he resembles a swine. Laughter and whispers floated in from behind me. How intrusive to comment on another's appetite. It is rather vexing. Ignoring them, I quickened my pace, and once I finished, I hurried back to the elderly gentleman clad in a white robe, the one I encountered previously. I summoned my little companion, Xiao Jin. This little creature certainly matched my voraciousness. While I consumed rice, it feasted on the luminous elements I had painstakingly gathered. Was it truly arduous? It seems like it merely slept its way to sustenance. My, how swiftly it has grown. It has not wasted its meals. You little glutton, your appetite is rather impressive. Xiao Jin nuzzled against my hand, and its size had now tripled since birth, measuring over 2 feet in length and as thick as a small cup. Allow me to assess your recent progress. With that thought, I began to mentally instruct Xiao Jin. Remarkably, it had not squandered the abundance of light elements. It could now wield all the basic light magic I was capable of. However, it seemed unable to extract light elements from the air on its own. Note: in the early stages, growing magical beasts develop rapidly and can learn all the spells their master knows. However, beasts of a certain rank can only learn spells corresponding to their own level or lower. To a certain extent, the growth of magical beasts also enables them to execute physical attacks. I joyfully retracted Little Gold back into my being. Little Gold, let us return and continue our slumber. Do remember to grow well. My silhouette gradually faded as I emerged from behind a towering tree, where I encountered the old sorcerer from last time. It seemed that this young lad's magical beast was no ordinary growth-type creature. Its development was astonishingly swift. I pondered what extraordinary abilities it might possess. This child undoubtedly has a bright future ahead, and I am determined to take him under my wing as my disciple. How shameless of me, oblivious to being schemed against. I returned to my dormitory, where Green Hair was also present. Chong Gong, I apologize for my previous actions. Please do not be angry with me. Green Hair tentatively spoke. It's all right. Just refrain from causing me trouble in the future. I need to sleep, I replied. Chong Gong, I heard that your friend Mark was attacked today. It seems he fared quite poorly. Really? Thank you, Green Hair. I shall go check on him, I said, shaking off my drowsiness and hastening to the next room. To my dismay, the scene was even more horrific than yesterday. Mark, why haven't you sought help from the school as healer? Boss, I was too afraid. I feared expulsion. Engaging in private duels can lead to that. You know, public matches are acceptable. What am I to say to you? I lamented. Oh, great element of light, as your friend. I beseech you to save this wretched creature. Although I scoffed at Mark's relentless pursuits, he was, after all, my brother. How could I stand idly by? Perhaps this would teach him a valuable lesson. However, Mark's first words shattered my thoughts. Boss, thank you. Today, she finally told me her name. I found myself in a state of utter disbelief, gazing at him with the eyes of a monster. Boss, could you please refrain from looking at me that way? I inquired. How could she reveal her name and still strike you? I chuckled, having learned of her name from her brother. Alas, he had warned me that if I sought her out, he would break my legs. It seems I must bide my time. After all, lacking legs would be quite inconvenient. Boss, do you possess any methods for healing broken limbs? Mark presented me with an expression of sheer foolishness. Thankfully, the other residents of their dormitory had not returned. Otherwise, I would feel utterly embarrassed to face anyone with such a dim-witted subordinate beside me. A cry of despair echoed from Mark's dormitory. Boss, please stop. I was wrong. Spare me. Chapter 12. Encountering highway. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. I have gradually acclimated to the life at the academy. To be honest, this place is far more leisurely compared to my previous studies under the old demon. Each day is relatively uneventful, aside from attending morning classes. Most of my time is my own, which is rather delightful. Over these 3 months, my magical abilities have seen little advancement, particularly in terms of magical power. However, my mental fortitude has grown, and my control over magic has become markedly more proficient. I find myself pondering how I might enhance my magical capacity further, but for now, it seems inconsequential. In terms of light magic, I have acquired a new spell, Light's Praise, a mid-level supportive spell primarily used for expelling poison gas, low-level dark spiritual magic. In certain abnormal states, I have also perfected my prism shield. I can now envelop my entire being with it, transforming it into an all-encompassing defensive reflection spell. How splendid! As for spatial magic, I have reached my limit with short-distance teleportation. Naturally, I do not anticipate any further progress. I still hesitate to attempt long-distance teleportation. But I have made strides with the dimensional slash. I can now wield this spell with precision. I tested it with Mark, and my dimensional slash was capable of consuming one of his mid-level spells, quite an impressive feat. The most notable growth during this period belongs to Little Gold. This little creature has grown quite formidable, now measuring over 5 feet in length, with significantly thicker golden stripes adorning its body. Strangely, a small golden horn has sprouted from its head. Nevertheless, it remains quite attached to me, preferring to frolic within a 5-meter radius whenever I summon it. Its abilities have progressed remarkably. Little Gold now rivals a level from Magical Beast. It can utilize most of my mid-level light spells, but regrettably, it seems unable to harness spatial magic. Watching its continuous growth fills me with pride. I feel as though it has become an integral part of my life. A day without summoning it leaves me feeling empty. Having peacefully navigated this period, I have gradually forgotten the old demon's warnings. Thus far, I have not encountered any level-based magical beasts that pose a threat to Little Gold. What troubles me most is the incessant presence of that old sorcerer in his white robe, who seems to materialize in my life at every turn. Every time I take little Jean out for an evening stroll, I inevitably encounter him. He clings to me like a shadow, making it impossible to evade him. Despite my attempts to change locations, he persists in following me. Eventually, I ceased my attempts to hide. After all, I have no intention of becoming his disciple. I am curious to see how far he can go in trying to bind me. As for Mark, that fellow is simply remarkable. Each day, he pursues a girl with a name I cannot recall, one I have yet to meet, for I refuse to be likened to the red-haired sticky rice cake, a nickname bestowed upon him by classmates due to his clingy nature. Despite frequently returning with bruises and a battered visage, he remains undeterred in his affections. I am truly astounded by his perseverance. According to him, he has made significant strides, though the girl still seems indifferent to him. However, he has managed to avoid further beatings as her brother, the top student in the 4th grade, has been moved by Mark's tenacity. He has set a challenge for Mark. If he can elevate his magical prowess above his own, then Mark may pursue his sister. Since that moment, Mark has been practicing fervently, and now he has improved to a level that rivals my own. His progress is astonishing. Mark, let us go eat. Class just ended. Oh, I've noticed lately that he seems utterly absorbed in his training. as if nothing else matters to him. The beautiful girl is looking for you. Where? Where? Mark's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Come on, you're not being a good friend, tricking me like this. Mark complained, having seen no sign of the girl. You're completely smitten, aren't you? Is she truly that captivating? You wouldn't understand. Just seeing her brings me joy, he replied, his eyes sparkling with heart-shaped glimmers. I can hardly bear it. By the way, what is that girl's name? I still don't know. What do you want to know that for? Mark asked, regarding me with a wary gaze. I kicked him lightly, exclaiming, do you think everyone is as infatuated as you? I cannot always address others like that charming girl. Oh. Her name is Wei Xing, and her brother is Ri Xing. Their names are rather lovely. Have there been any developments lately? Well, she still hardly pays me any mind, though her brother has been quite amiable. By the way, my friend, he has asked me several times who treated my injuries. Did you tell him? I inquired nervously. Of course not. How could I betray you? Mark replied with a smile. Do not tire yourself too much. You spend all day practicing. Ah, you do care for me. However, for the sake of my lifelong happiness, I must diligently practice magic. Having a goal seems quite beneficial. I have my own goal, to live freely, I chuckled. Let us hurry. If we linger, there will be no food left. At Mark's reminder, I instantly perked up and dashed away. After all, dining is a significant aspect of my life. I ate, I feasted. Once finished, Mark intended to return to the dormitory for meditation, and I too wished to take a nap, so we decided to accompany each other. As we walked, Mark suddenly halted. What are you doing? I nudged him. Look, it's her. Mark pointed in a direction. Sure enough, it was Wei Xing, accompanied by 3 or 4 other students from the academy. This was the second time I had seen her. Let us go greet her. You can go. I shall not. I do not wish to be associated with you, the notorious red-haired fool of the entire academy. Come on, if we're talking about fame. You're not any less renowned. Are you looking for a fight? Am I truly that famous? I had not noticed. Let us go, my friend. You can bolster my courage. Reluctantly, I was pulled along by Mark. Wow. Today not only did we meet the infamous red-haired fool, but even the glutton of the light system is pursuing you. A petite girl beside Wei giggled. I, however, was oblivious to this. My gaze was fixed on a student clad in a fire magic robe, around 15 years old. Wow, he exuded such strength. His aura was formidable, and I sensed he was not much inferior to the old devil. He noticed me too, and as our eyes met, a brilliant light sparkled in his gaze. Chapter 13. The Unfortunate Duel. Are you the notorious second-year student known as the Light System Glutton? The student in the fire robe did not divert his attention like others towards Wei and Mark, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon me. He must be Yue's brother. Ri Xing, hello, I am Chonggong Wei, a sophomore majoring in light magic. And you are? I replied. I am Ri Xing. Are you a good friend of this fool? Ri pointed at Mark. I hesitated for a moment. Yes, we are indeed good friends. So, does that mean you were the one who healed his injuries in the past? Ri pressed on relentlessly. Wow, is that so? It is what it is. No need for ambiguity. Yes, I employed the restoration magic of the light element to mend his wounds. Today, I shall see if you can heal your own injuries. With that, a powerful aura surged from Ri. I intend to spar with you. As Ri advanced towards me, Mark was not faring much better. Yu completely ignored him as he desperately tried to amuse her. A third-grade girl beside Yu admonished him. You red-haired fool, stop clinging to Yu, will you? With your charm, you think you can win her over? Mark, in a resigned tone, replied, what can I do? I fell for her at first sight. This fellow's audacity is truly extraordinary. Yu finally spoke. You are so bothersome. Can you not cling to me? How can someone so young be so troublesome? You'll surely become a scoundrel when you grow up. Upon hearing her words, Mark was instantly captivated by her melodious voice. But as for the content, seeing his eyes turn into heart shapes and his silence, Yu impatiently exclaimed, Hey, did you hear what I just said? What? Oh, what did you just say? Mark stammered. I said you're so annoying. Yu repeated angrily in a loud voice. Mark chuckled. I promise. I will cling to you and will not fall for any other girl, all right? You. Yu was so exasperated she could hardly articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Mark noticed the tense atmosphere surrounding us. Hey, boss, what are you doing with Ri? Who is your boss? Hurry up and say. Will you accept my challenge? The first part was directed at Mark, while the latter was naturally aimed at me, the unfortunate one. Big brother, can we not fight? I'll pledge my allegiance to you. Let me be your little brother. You wouldn't bully a junior, would you? Everyone burst into laughter. This guy truly is a glutton, utterly lacking in backbone. Dignity? How much is that worth? My life is far more valuable, I mused inwardly. Even Mark hung his head in shame. Wow, I've never had a leader like you. It's utterly embarrassing. I approached Mark and seized him, exclaiming, "How dare you say such things? If it weren't for you, would I be forced into this duel?" Mark fell silent, unable to respond. At that moment, Hyrie's words shattered my dreams of avoidance. You don't want to compete, do you? Then consider yourself a punching bag for me. I care not for reputation or the notion of not bullying juniors. If I see someone I dislike, I shall strike. With that, he extended his massive fist as if to demonstrate his intent. It was evident that escape was futile. I might as well engage in this duel. At the very least, I would not face mortal peril in the contest. Resigned, I said, "Very well, I accept your challenge." A group of onlookers led us to a training ground, where others had erected a protective barrier. Standing at the center of the arena with Hyrie, I realized there was no evading this confrontation. I summoned my magic. With a casual gesture, I opened a small rift in the air, reaching into it to retrieve a wand I had never before utilized. It was a spatial storage pouch. A mid-level spatial magic I had recently mastered, and for convenience, I had stored my wand within it, never anticipating I would need it today. Hyrie, visibly astonished, inquired, "You can wield spatial magic?" "I have indeed mastered spatial magic," I replied coolly. Since evasion was no longer an option and feigning cowardice would serve no purpose, I decided to confront the situation head-on, unafraid of the outcome. Without hesitation, I enveloped myself in a defensive prismatic shield, empowered by my staff. I found myself surrounded by a dense aura of light elements, fully prepared for battle. Very well. Let me see what prowess you possess that emboldens you to meddle in my affairs. Hyrie summoned his might to its zenith, murmuring an incantation as he gestured, unleashing a mid-level fire magic, a series of fireballs, towards me. I recognized this as merely a probing attack and, remaining unflustered, executed an instantaneous transfer to appear behind him, retaliating with a bolt of light. Perhaps due to his overconfidence and lack of preparation, he failed to evade my magic, receiving a direct hit. However, as it was merely a basic attack, its impact was swiftly neutralized by his fire shield, albeit it startled him momentarily. "Seems I underestimated you," Hyrie remarked, bestowing upon himself the spell of Gale, darting around the arena like a shadow. He began to chant, and astonishingly, his speed with Gale was scarcely slower than my instantaneous transfer. I could barely catch a glimpse of his silhouette. His strength was formidable, transforming a basic spell into one with the might of a mid-level incantation, truly unfathomable. It seemed that in a contest of speed between us, neither would land a blow on the other. Yet, given the manner in which he was casting, I surmised this spell must be substantial. Thus, I resolved to remain still and let him come to me. The fierce contest commenced. What would be the outcome? Would my longbow withstand Hyrie's onslaught? Stay tuned for the next chapter, where the excitement unfolds. Chapter 14, The Battle of Shaojin. I concentrated all my magical energy and began to chant the most potent spell I could conjure, the Sword of Radiance, ready to confront the full-force strike of the sea sun. I sensed a ferocious surge of fire elements engulfing the entire arena. As Hyrie moved back and forth, the entire competition ground became searingly hot. A thick layer of fire elements gradually coalesced around him, obscuring his figure until he resembled a colossal fireball darting across the field. My vision blurred, prompting me to close my eyes and focus entirely on sensing Hyrie's position. I understood that he was gathering fire elements, and when he came to a halt, it would signal the moment he unleashed his final strike. In a contest of mages, there is little room for technique. Hyrie's absolute power undoubtedly surpassed mine. Be careful. This is a high-level fire magic, blazing inferno. I never anticipated it could be employed in such a manner, Mark shouted from outside. Brother, how can you wield such immense magic? What if something goes wrong? It was evident that this young girl possessed a kind heart, and I couldn't help but feel grateful in silence. Don't worry, little sister, I know my limits, came Hyrie's voice from within the fireball. Oh, so he is aware of his boundaries. Huh, that puts my mind at ease. I am curious to see how long I can endure his onslaught. I have secretly gathered the elemental light to a level sufficient to wield the radiant blade, recognized by the light element itself, allowing me to accumulate magical energy at a far greater pace than the average individual. Now, I await the confrontation with Hyrie. The fiery shadows darting across the sky converge before me, and encased in a thick layer of fire element. Hyrie gazes at me coldly. Let us settle this with a single strike. Show me the extent of your strength. With Hyrie's voice, An immense wall of fire surges towards me, fierce and relentless. I respond with the radiant blade. Countless beams of light, shaped like swords, surge forth to meet the advancing inferno. Though the inherent power of the radiant blade is not inferior to that of the wall of blazing fire, my magical energy is considerably weaker than High Re's. Thus, the radiant blade is inevitably subdued by the overwhelming force of the flames. However, the advance of the wall of blazing fire is also significantly hindered, allowing it to progress only sluggishly. As our spells collide, I am struck by the stark disparity between High Re and myself. I can barely hold my ground. Desperately, I channel the light element, mentally beseeching, "O dear elemental spirits, I implore you to lend me your strength, for I am on the verge of succumbing." My forehead is already drenched with sweat, and the blazing wall of fire from the sun is a mere 5 meters away from me. It appears that the sun still possesses a considerable reserve of strength. The light element seems to comprehend my plight, as the rate of energy convergence has slightly increased. The accumulation of magical energy has gradually become my advantage. Although the output of the light element surpasses its input, my endurance has been significantly prolonged. Now, the sun seems puzzled. He perceives my magic as not particularly strong, merely capable of withstanding a transient assault. However, he now senses that maintaining the relentless inferno is becoming increasingly strenuous, yet my magical energy continues to sustain itself. Ah, it seems you can endure quite well. Allow me to showcase my true power. Fire element, boil forth, let your endless flames blaze uncontrollably. This is a fire-based amplification spell. Although I am unaware of its name, I am acutely aware that it bodes ill. In truth, the sun is in a predicament as well, for he feels he cannot sustain the inferno much longer. If he refrains from amplifying his power, the ebb and flow might reverse my fortunes. The union of the relentless inferno and this amplification spell instantly intensifies the pressure on me. The wall of fire surges forward, closing the distance between us. I can no longer withstand it. The wall of fire slows only when it reaches the light prism shield before me, yet it continues to inch forward relentlessly. Blood trickling slowly from the corner of my mouth. I am on the brink of collapse. This accursed sun, professing restraint, shows no signs of relenting. The sun, perceiving my imminent defeat, gathers his remaining magical energy to unleash and then withdraw the inferno. I am flung backward by the force of the inferno, crashing heavily against the barrier, yet the flames dissipate. "How's it going, kid? You still can't manage, can you?" "Haha." The sun taunts, panting with satisfaction. "Humph. You are older than I am. What is so impressive about that?" I retort, feeling a sense of indignation rising within me. Observing the sun's smug demeanor stirs something deep inside, yet I must acknowledge that he is indeed stronger than I. Were it not for the rapid accumulation of my magical energy, I would likely have succumbed long ago. What is this? Not satisfied, are we? Don't search for objective reasons. If you can't do it, you can't do it. This infuriates me. Ah, but wait. I still have Xiao Jin. Doesn't he possess power? Heh. Little did I know that this would be my first grave error in life, nearly plunging Xiao Jin into an irretrievable abyss. In my name, manifest and appear, Xiao Jin. With my summoning, a flash of white light envelopes the air, and Xiao Jin appears before me, swaying uncertainly. Seemingly unaware of the situation, clearly having been in a deep slumber, young phantasmal beasts typically rest upon their masters and do not awaken without a summons. "Xiao Jin, quickly! Attack that fiend!" I immediately convey the command telepathically. Xiao Jin glances at the sun before unleashing a bolt of light toward him. The sun is struck squarely, and now, with little magical energy remaining, he winces in pain, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you have a phantasmal beast too. Well, I have one as well." As the sun began to rise, Hyri reluctantly cast a dodge spell to evade the swift winds while summoning forth his phantom beast. It was a formidable fire-type crimson tiger, seemingly around level 6. Alas, it turned out that he too possessed a phantom beast, a common occurrence, foolishly overlooked by many. I must swiftly call back Xiao Jin. Just as I contemplated summoning Xiao Jin, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 15. The death of Xiao Jin. Hyri's crimson tiger let out a resounding roar, surging towards Xiao Jin like a dart of red flame. Xiao Jin appeared to be frightened, casting a radiant shield while unleashing arrows of light in a desperate attempt to halt the tiger's advance. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I could feel Xiao Jin's peril and the fear that gripped its heart. "Xiao Jin, return swiftly," I urged. But time was no longer on our side. The arrows of light that Xiao Jin emitted seemed merely to tickle the crimson tiger, which paid them no heed. At that moment, Xiao Jin, responding to my call, attempted to retreat to my side, but the tiger denied it that chance. As Xiao Jin turned to flee, it was ensnared by a fiery binding ring unleashed by the tiger, rendering it immobile. Without a shred of mercy, the tiger lunged at it, casting 3 mid-level fire spells in quick succession. In witnessing Xiao Jin's imminent danger, I felt a profound realization. Xiao Jin had become immensely significant to me. Although our time together had been brief, merely a few months, it had grown to feel like family. No, I bellowed in anguish. I gathered all the remaining magical energy to bestow upon Xiao Jin a prism shield. Yet, how much impact could my scant remaining power truly have? At that moment, Hyri also noticed the peculiar behavior of the red tiger. Hong Hong, come back, enough. I hastily attempted to summon the red tiger back. The red tiger hesitated for a moment, then, without a shred of hesitation, charged towards Xiao Jin. The fire magic unleashed by the red tiger mercilessly surged towards my Xiao Jin. With a plaintive cry, Xiao Jin was engulfed by the flames. Xiao Jin! I screamed in agony, but to what avail? Everyone maintaining the barrier was stunned, as they had not anticipated that the competition would devolve into a massacre. Boss! With the barrier now lifted, upon witnessing my peril, Mark rushed over and lunged at the red tiger. Alas, he was a moment too late. Xiao Jin had already been consumed by the fierce fire. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Jin, Hyri, you are truly ruthless. Even though I pursue your sister, there was no need for this. Mark exclaimed furiously at Hyri. No, it wasn't me. Hong Hong no longer listens to me. Hong Hong, come back. Perhaps sensing Xiao Jin's demise, the red tiger obediently returned to Hyri's side. Everyone stood in shock, as each of them understood the profound significance of a phantom beast to its master. The loss of such a creature inflicted an unparalleled blow upon its owner. I coughed up blood once more, darkness enveloping my vision as I succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Jin, do not perish. I awoke from the nightmare, surrounded by a multitude of faces. My gaze had grown vacant. Xiao Jin, where is Xiao Jin? Return my Xiao Jin. I pleaded helplessly to those around me. Boss, do not grieve. Xiao Jin is already. Mark lowered his head. No, Xiao Jin cannot die. It cannot be. Your phantom beast is of the growth type, is it not? It is my fault. I sent out Hong Hong, and the level-type phantom beast instinctively attacked the growth type. Hyri too had lost his earlier arrogance, bowing his proud head. I turned my gaze towards the sea and the sun, and there you were, my precious little Jin. I apologize, I did not wish for this outcome. Please take care of yourself, and should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. The sea sun turned to the sea moon and said, Sister, let us depart. The sea moon approached, saying, It is all our fault. We should not have compelled you to compete. We will endeavor to make amends. Please accept our condolences. Yet, even the gentle tone of the sea moon could not soothe my aching heart. In a fit of emotion, I shouted at her, Make amends? How can you possibly compensate for this? Can you bring my little Jin back to life? That was a life, a precious, adorable life. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. Please, don't be this way, Mark implored, perhaps fearing my despair or wishing to protect the sea moon. You only know how to chase after girls. Isn't it your fault that my little Jin is gone? Where is she? Where is my little Jin? At that moment, I found myself spiraling beyond control. Mark, now hesitant to speak further, presented me with a large cloth bag. As I unfastened the bag, the once pristine little Jin had transformed, with 80% of its body now charred black, leaving only the faint glimmer of its golden patterns visible. Little Jin, oh no. I began to weep uncontrollably. Big brother, please don't. Leave. All of you, just go away. I do not wish to see anyone witnessing my loss of control. Everyone lowered their heads in sorrow and departed one by one, even the green-haired individual and the other 2 roommates, with whom I was not well acquainted. I was left utterly alone. Desperately, I concentrated my magical energy and cast a spirit restoration spell upon little Jin. Under the nurturing light of the elemental magic, its body gradually returned to a snowy white, yet I understood that this could not restore its life. This is futile. It won't to you work. A voice, both foreign and strangely familiar, echoed in my ears. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? It's none of your concern. I shouted in agitation. What if I could save your familiar? Would that not be my concern? What? My body jolted in shock as I swiftly turned around. It was him. Chapter 16. The sharing of life. The old sorcerer clad in a white magical robe approached me. Silly child, do not grieve. Allow me to see your familiar. Perhaps there is still hope for it. Really? Here, take it. I long for you to return to my side. No matter what. You must save little Jean. I care not for anything else, I implore you. I grasped the old sorcerer's hand, pleading helplessly. He offered no reply but placed his hand upon little Jean, from which a gentle white light began to emanate, soft and non-blinding. Gradually, the light enveloped little Jean entirely, resembling my spirit restoration spell, yet there seemed to be something distinct about it. After a meal's worth of time, as I awaited anxiously, the old sorcerer removed his hand from little Jean, letting out a deep sigh. I was immediately plunged into an abyss of despair. Is there truly no hope for salvation? I asked urgently. Child, do not be hasty. Listen to me, he replied. Your phantom beast is the finest growth-type creature I have ever encountered. You should not release it before it has developed the ability to protect itself. Did your previous instructor not convey this to you? I lowered my head in shame and confessed to myself that in my moment of excitement, I had forgotten. Do not blame yourself. The troubles you have caused must be borne by you alone. Is there still hope for the little golden creature? It can be said that there is. And also that there isn't. It chiefly depends on you. The old sorcerer gazed at me with profound significance. What must I do? I implored urgently. The current situation is as follows. I just examined your mythical beast. Its physical injuries have been healed by your spirit restoration technique. However, it has exhausted its life force during the final assault of the sea sun beast. The primary concern now is to provide it with enduring vitality and to awaken its spirit. Seeing the old sorcerer pause, I quickly interjected, what must I do? Before I tell you what to do, I must ask you a question. Please, go ahead. Do you love your mythical beast? Of course, I love it. The little golden creature is like family to me. At this point, I felt my eyes welling up with tears once more. Very well. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for it, even your own life? Without hesitation, I proclaimed my willingness. I would do anything to see it revived. Observing my resolute expression, the old sorcerer revealed a hint of approval in his smile. Very well. To bring it back to life, you must bestow upon it your vital essence. In other words, it must become a part of your being, and through your spirit, you shall awaken its own. This is a task only you can undertake. Share my life force with it? How is that accomplished? What will be the repercussions? If successful, I can ascertain a few points. First, you will no longer be able to bond with other mythical beasts. Second, it shall become your soul beast. Should you perish, it too shall cease to exist. As for the third, the old sorcerer paused. Your life force will be halved. Halved? The first 2 points are clear, but what does halving entail? How does that work? In essence, if your natural lifespan is 120 years, average for humanity, by transferring your life force to it, your lifespan will be reduced to 60 years. Are you willing to exchange 60 years of your life for its resurrection? This is the crux of the matter. I cast a glance at the little golden fish. Its body remains as pristine as ever, yet the golden stripes seem to have lost their former luster. I gently caressed its head. With an unwavering tone, I responded, I am willing. From this moment forth, the child of light and his closest companion, as well as comrade in arms, established an unbreakable covenant for eternity. Good child, you have not disappointed me, sighed the old sorcerer. Rest assured. I shall endeavor to restore your vitality in the days to come. Now, let us commence. I nodded in acknowledgement. I was led by the ancient sorcerer to a secluded cabin within the academy, where he cast a formidable barrier outside. We commenced our endeavor. The old wizard nodded at me. I cradled little gold and made my way to the center of the room, where the mystical hexagram lay. Gently, I placed little gold at its heart, casting a tender glance upon it. Raising my arms to either side of my body, I began to chant the only spell I would ever cast in my lifetime, life sharing. According to the ancient sorcerer, this was a time-worn incantation, unearthed from a relic, inscribed upon a stone tablet, which he had never attempted and knew not what might ensue. Unbeknownst to him, the use of this spell would become my greatest aid in my future ascendance as a grand sorcerer, for in its invocation, I grasped the essence of the light element, namely, love and sacrifice. O great creator God, I beseech your assistance. With your boundless power, unlock the source of my existence. I yearn to forge an eternal bond with this being before me, to share my life with it. As I chanted, a radiant white light emanated from my being. Initially gentle, the glow intensified, becoming blinding until I was enveloped in a cocoon of pure white luminosity. Gradually, this brilliance transmuted into a golden hue, and I appeared as a small sun. At the peak of this golden radiance, a beam of golden light shot forth from my forehead, illuminating little gold, whose form began to blur under its glow. It then coalesced into a sphere of the same golden light, slowly lifting off the ground, and with a swift motion, merged into my being through my forehead. As the halo around me gradually faded, I felt an overwhelming weakness, yet simultaneously sensed Little Gold's presence. In my heart, I softly called out, "Little Gold, return to me." The golden light that had entered my body quivered, and then a wave of warmth enveloped me. Affirming my success, my Little Gold had returned. Peacefully, I closed my eyes and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 17. Apprenticeship. When I awoke once more, I found myself in a modest bedroom. Where was this? "Little Gold, how are you?" I quickly turned inward to assess the situation. Thankfully, though Little Gold seemed to be in slumber, I could distinctly feel its vibrant life force. "My dear Little Gold, you have finally returned." Tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. At that moment, my heart felt utterly at ease. I truly did not care about having lost half of my vitality. A knock sounded at the door, and the ancient sorcerer entered. "You are awake?" "Yes." "Where am I?" "This is my chamber. You should rest here properly. You must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat." "Thank you," I replied, filled with immense gratitude for this old sorcerer, for without him, Little Gold would not have returned to my side. After a while, the sorcerer returned with a bounty of food, and I devoured it voraciously. With such a buoyant spirit, my appetite was naturally hearty. Everything tasted delightful. "Slow down, or you might choke," he cautioned. "How long have I been asleep?" 7 days. "Ah, has it truly been that long?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "This is indeed swift. Your mastery of magic is remarkably solid. By my estimation, it may take you over 10 days to awaken. No wonder I feel so famished. I had no idea I had been asleep for such an extended period. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." "I am called Laluandi. I am known as Chanong Wei. I wish to pose a question I have asked before. Would you be willing to take me as your disciple and learn the art of light magic, thereby inheriting my legacy?" The old sorcerer brings up past matters once more. I reflected for a moment and expressed my willingness. "I am not attempting to coerce you by claiming I saved the mythical beast. Rather, I hope you will consider this carefully and choose willingly." "Teacher D, I am indeed willing. I can sense your immense strength, and I desire to learn from you. This experience has made me acutely aware of my own inadequacies, and I aspire to grow stronger." "Why do you wish to grow stronger?" Teacher D inquired with keen interest. "I wish to protect my family and friends through my own strength," I responded resolutely. "Excellent. I shall take you as my disciple. You will be my sole apprentice and my cherished protege," Teacher D acknowledged with satisfaction. "Given your remarkable power, why do you not have any disciples?" I asked, puzzled. Teacher D sighed. "Few are willing to learn light magic nowadays, and those with exceptional talent are even rarer. This is precisely why I am determined to take you under my wing. Will you not test me first?" My previous instructor mentioned that formidable sorcerers often subject their apprentices to rigorous trials. I queried. "Foolish child. The recent incident with the mythical beast served as the most fitting trial for you," Teacher D replied. "Thank you, teacher. I will dedicate myself to studying magic under your guidance. My previous laziness has been shaken awake by this harsh lesson. Only through strength can one protect others and oneself. Your mindset is commendable, akin to that of a young adult." Teacher D chuckled. "Teacher, when shall we commence our lessons?" I asked eagerly. "Your eagerness is apparent. It seems you are truly keen to improve. In truth, I share your desire even more. I have but one expectation of you, to become a legendary Archmage." Teacher D stated solemnly. "Rest assured, I shall become an Archmage," I vowed. "By the way, teacher, I have been absent from school for several days. What shall I do about the academy?" "Do not worry, I have already arranged for your leave. You may rest here without concern." "I find it hard to believe the academy is so accommodating," I remarked, puzzled. "I neglected to mention, I am the principal of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy." Teacher D revealed with a sly grin. "What?" I was utterly astonished by this revelation. "What is your level of magic?" "I am an Archmage and also the honorary vice president of the Magic Guild." "How about that? It seems quite fortunate to have me as your teacher." "Well, you are so impressive. You are one of the only 10 Archmages on the continent." "Indeed, I rank 4th among the 10 Archmages," Teacher D admitted, a hint of regret in his tone. "Do not be disheartened. You are already quite formidable. Moreover, although you are ranked 4th, you will soon have a student who will be the finest magician on the entire continent." "What an honor that will be. The finest magician on the continent? Who might that be?" He appeared to be momentarily taken aback. I pointed to my nose, signifying that it was indeed me. Teacher D playfully rapped my head, exclaiming, "You cheeky rascal, your audacity knows no bounds. You must apply yourself diligently, I am quite strict as a teacher. Do not bring shame upon me, or else. Although I have yet to embark on my journey of learning magic with him, I can already sense that Teacher D is a kind and humorous elder. Unlike the old devil who taught me before. I assure you, I will handle this matter with utmost seriousness, and you need not worry about any embarrassment on your part. From now on, you shall no longer attend classes at the academy. I have already spoken with your homeroom teacher. You will reside here with me, and I shall personally instruct you in the art of magic. Please do not hold Haichi accountable for the recent events. He was unable to control the situation at that moment. Moreover, I implore you to keep the information regarding the resurrection of the mythical beast to yourself. After all, possessing a creature in its growth stage can incite jealousy, and it would be wise for everyone to believe that Xiaojin has perished. It is best to allow it to reveal itself only when it can fully safeguard its own existence. Indeed, Xiaojin is not dead, and I no longer blame Haichi. If blame must be assigned, it is I who should bear it. After all, I am the one who allowed Xiaojin to roam free. Please take the time to rest. Your body remains quite frail, having expended a significant portion of your vitality. I have employed advanced restoration magic of the light element to treat you. Though the effects seem rather negligible, perhaps it was not the appropriate remedy. I remain uncertain of the potential after effects of the magic you utilized this time. As expressed with a hint of sorrow by Teacher D. Teacher, it is quite all right. I undertook all of this willingly, and I shall shoulder any repercussions myself. I reassured him. Gong, you are truly a remarkable child. Why is it that, even while you slumber, the light element continuously congregates around you with astonishing speed? Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and recounted the entire experience of my meditative state. Foolish child. I scarcely know whether to commend your genius or chide your laziness. Who would have thought you stumbled upon the light element's recognition? This is an achievement I did not attain until I was 60. I could only respond with a foolish smile. Chapter 18. The Compression of Magical Power. After nearly a month of recuperation, my body had finally returned to its original state. Ah, Longbow, you have also nearly recovered. Let us commence our lessons today. Certainly. Teacher D, what shall you impart to me? First, I must assess your current level of magical proficiency in order to tailor my instruction to your needs. I am uncertain of my own capabilities at present. To what extent can you now meditate upon your magical power? It has been quite some time since I made any progress. I feel as though I have reached a bottleneck, unable to transcend this limitation regardless of my efforts. In that case, your magical prowess must be at the advanced stage of an intermediate mage, quite commendable. Do you understand why your magical power is unable to progress? Teacher D inquired with a smile. I scratched my head in confusion. Allow me to illustrate. How much water and how much air can a bottle hold? The capacity of the bottle determines the volume it can contain. The questions posed by Teacher D seem rather foolish. Is the volume of water and air in the same bottle identical? Certainly, it is the same. The space is equivalent, merely filled with different substances. Such a simple riddle could hardly stump a genius like myself. Teacher D nodded in approval, affirming my statement that the same bottle can hold an equal amount of water and air. However, if the water were to transform into steam, would the bottle still be able to accommodate it? It seems I have grasped the essence of what Teacher D intends to convey, yet there remains a certain ambiguity. Noticing my deep contemplation, Teacher D refrains from interrupting my thoughts. Very well, this encapsulates the lesson I imparted today, along with the assignment I leave you. Reflect carefully on the questions I posed earlier. The mastery of magical knowledge fundamentally hinges on personal insight. As the adage goes, a mentor can guide you to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within oneself. The extent of your understanding depends solely on you. I shall take my leave now. There are still over 2 months left in the semester. You will undergo a month of intensive training with me before returning to class with your peers. The primary aim of this training is to prepare you for the grand intercollegiate magical competition at the end of each semester. Participate in the competition, Teacher D. Am I capable of that? After witnessing the magic of the Great Sea Sun, my confidence has dwindled. Why not? You are my student. You must not bring shame upon me. Dedicate yourself to practice diligently. With that, Teacher D turned to depart. Is it possible not to participate in this competition, teacher? Of course not. This competition serves as the final examination for all students each semester. Poor performance could result in retention. Humph. This mischievous rascal seeks to evade responsibility. I shall revise the school regulations forthwith. Observing the somewhat devious smile on Teacher D's face, I felt as though I were ensnared in a scheme. Regardless, I must commence earnest practice in magic. We shall see how it unfolds. After Teacher D's departure, I began to ponder the task he had assigned. Water vapor, air bottle. What is the connection? Water vapor can transform back into water, and a bottle can contain a considerable amount of water. I gestured with my hands. Just as it can also hold an equivalent volume of water vapor. If water vapor were to condense into water. Ah, I see now. What a revelation. In my current state, I am akin to a bottle, and the water vapor symbolizes my present magical capacity. My magical prowess appears to have plateaued. However, if I could compress this magical energy like water vapor condensing into liquid, I could contain much more magical power. Indeed, I am quite astute. Having reached this understanding, I felt an exhilarating clarity wash over me. Very well, I shall put this theory to the test forthwith. I commenced my meditative contemplation. And this time it was not mere slumber. I retained my consciousness while delving into the depths of my internal magical energy. Suddenly, a question arose in my mind. How can one compress this magical power? Nevertheless, I resolved to give it a try. I utilized my mental strength to extract approximately 1/5 of the magical energy within me, dispersing the remainder throughout my body. I concentrated this 1/5 of magical energy in the upper dantian, which is located at the center of my forehead, and endeavored to compress it with my mental force. It was quite a struggle, as it seemed the energy resisted my attempts to condense it, fiercely opposing me and refusing to diminish in volume. I spoke to the luminous elements within me, addressing them as esteemed elders and uncles and aunts, imploring them to draw closer, for the distance felt rather estranging. Miraculously, the light elements appeared to comprehend my plea, gradually compressing themselves into a small orb of light, roughly 1/5 of their original size. I succeeded. The triumphant compression of the light elements filled me with exhilaration, and I promptly drifted into slumber. Compressing magical elements is an arduous endeavor that exhausts mental strength. And I had reached my limit, naturally succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, I sensed that the light elements within me were more abundant than before. The high-purity orb I had compressed remained in the upper dantian, while the previously drawn-out portion had automatically replenished itself. I had honed my meditative skills during my slumber. Indeed. Yes, what a delightful sensation. Suddenly, Teacher D entered the room, observing my face intently without uttering a word. After a moment, I felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Teacher D, is something the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? I inquired tentatively. Gong, you have truly exceeded my expectations. You are the fastest learner of magical compression I have ever encountered, and at such a tender age. Your future is boundless. Teacher D exclaimed, leaping with childlike enthusiasm. What are you talking about? How do you know I have grasped the method of compressing magical energy? I asked, bewildered. Silly boy, just take a look in the mirror. He replied. Oh, really? Let me see. Approaching the mirror, I was taken aback by my reflection. Is this truly me? My complexion, once merely good, now radiated with a warm luster. Beneath my skin, a shimmering light seemed to flow, resembling jade, truly striking. What is happening, Teacher D? I asked in astonishment. Chapter 19. The first golden elixir. This transformation is a result of your understanding of magical compression. The light elements are beginning to alter your physical form, and this phenomenon will become increasingly pronounced. Depending on the type of magic you study, your body will exhibit different hues. For instance, fire magic is red, water magic is blue, earth magic is yellow, and air magic is green. The light magic we are studying is white. When your entire being is enveloped in white light, you will be on the verge of successfully compressing all your magical energy. Such occurrences draw the attention of the Magical Guild, and individuals exhibiting this phenomenon are often invited for level assessments. To my knowledge, you are the youngest person to reach this stage, only 11 years old, correct? Teacher D said with a sense of pride. Indeed, I am 11 years old this year, Master D. Do you recall when the esteemed teacher completed the compression of magical energy? It was during my 26th year, a time when the entire nation was astir. And I was the second fastest after the renowned spatial mage, Tina Lewin, who accomplished it at the tender age of 20. But what enabled me to achieve this feat so swiftly? It seems rather arduous, does it not? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is because you have already gained the recognition of the light element. How long does it take to fully compress the light element's magical energy? It is unpredictable. The initial stages of compression are particularly challenging and must be comprehended individually, which is why I have not taught you. Once you grasp it, the process accelerates significantly. If you exert yourself diligently, you should be able to complete it within this month. Master D, once I have fully compressed it, will I be surrounded by light every day, transforming into some sort of monster? I do not wish to become a monster. Do not worry, that will not happen. Once you have entirely compressed your magical energy, you will revert to the state you were in when you first began the compression, which is to say, your your current form. Master D smiled reassuringly. Oh, that is a relief. Master D, should I take the test from the Mage Guild? Master D pondered for a moment and advised against it for now, as your magical application skills are still lacking. Furthermore, if you were to take the Mage Guild's test, you would become a national celebrity, which could be quite exhausting. I hope you can diligently practice your magic. You must understand that achieving full compression of magical energy would elevate your magical prowess to that of a mage. A level that would indeed cause quite a stir in the kingdom for a child of your age. All right, I have no desire for fame. The memory of my initial entrance examination, where I secured first place, still fills me with trepidation. Little did I know that I would eventually become the most renowned individual across the entire continent. Your task this month is to successfully compress your magical energy. When you return to your classmates, do not reveal your progress. Once you have fully compressed it, I will teach you some magical applications, which should prepare you adequately for the upcoming final competitions. Master D paused, then continued. I had not anticipated that you would grasp the method of compressing magical energy so swiftly. My initial intention was to teach you about magical applications. It appears that not only are you a prodigy in learning magic, but I am also quite adept at instructing students. Wow. Could it be that you are even more self-assured than I? No wonder you are my master. I must concede to your prowess. Master, it seems that the genius you speak of is indeed myself, I ventured to inquire. To my surprise, Master D reacted vehemently, exclaiming, You impudent child. Were it not for my diligent guidance and careful nurturing, would you have grasped this so swiftly? You are truly infuriating. Upon hearing my words, he immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared at me. Yes, it is your excellent teaching, Master. I had to placate him for the sake of my future. After all, he merely recounted a story to me yesterday. What is so impressive about that? Humph, that is more like it. Now, focus diligently on your studies. I shall take my leave. Gazing at Teacher D's retreating figure, still seething with anger, I could only sigh in resignation. Let him be. I shall immerse myself in contemplation. Truth be told, Teacher D is rather commendable. At the very least, he refrains from punitive measures, merely encouraging me to reflect independently. I sit cross-legged on the bed, clearing my mind, and directing a small portion of the gaseous light elements within me to converge into the solidified sphere of light in my upper dantian. Beginning the process of compression, I gradually allow myself to relax, relying solely on my spiritual consciousness to drive the aggregation of the light elements. The gaseous light elements gradually merge with the already solidified ones, and the results are indeed promising. My mental energy has not yet been fully exhausted. So I infuse a bit more gaseous light elements, employing the same method to encourage their convergence. The solid light sphere has grown larger than it was yesterday. Now, it is time for sleep. I am utterly fatigued. Thus, apart from eating and attending to nature's call, my daily routine consists solely of condensing these light elements. Once my mental energy is depleted, I drift into slumber, automatically meditating, and upon awakening, the gaseous light elements will undoubtedly be replenished, allowing me to continue my work. The solid light sphere expands progressively, and the white radiance surrounding me intensifies. Teacher D visits daily to deliver my meals, ensuring not to disturb me. Such a tranquil environment is, of course, optimal for meditation. Recognized by the light elements, I have unknowingly grasped the essence of light, enabling an astonishingly rapid accumulation of magical energy. Finally, the crucial moment has arrived. The light elements within me have fully compressed into a solid state. I feel as though I am a part of the light elements themselves, my entire being seemingly composed of light. The light elements impart a joyous emotion to me, and I sense a transformation beginning. The solid-like light elements start to move slowly. What once felt rigid is now gradually softening and circulating within me. Yet their brightness seems to intensify. No, that is not quite right. The color is beginning to change. The once white light elements are now transforming into golden hues. However, their volume diminishes, ultimately coiling around my body's meridians like a golden river, completing 7 circuits before coalescing into a small golden sphere in my upper dantian. If anyone were to gaze upon me now, they would witness the white radiance surrounding me surge into my being in a swift, overwhelming rush. I feel an abundance of warmth enveloping me, yet I find myself unable to absorb the elemental light, no matter how hard I try. What could be the reason for this? Is it yet another barrier I must confront? Not only do I feel transformed, but it seems that the small golden essence within me has also undergone a change. It appears to have sensed the alterations in my internal light elements and awakened from its slumber, delivering a joyous message before beginning to absorb the light energy within me. As it absorbs, the golden sphere starts to circulate within my body once more, allowing me to gather light elements again. It turns out that the sphere itself possesses the ability to absorb energy. The small golden essence draws energy from the sphere, which circulates within me to replenish its own vitality. Chapter 20. A new evolution. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed, but it seems that the small golden essence has fully absorbed the magical power, and the sphere has returned to its initial state, no longer circulating in my upper dantian. I awaken from my contemplation. Upon opening my eyes, I am greeted by the concerned gaze of Teacher D. Teacher D, it seems I have succeeded. Indeed. You have successfully compressed all your magical power. From the perspective of magical energy, you have reached the realm of a mage. Teacher D responds with a sense of satisfaction. Is that so? How wonderful. The rapid enhancement of my magical power fills me with excitement. However, I must continue to strive. Please tell me. What sensations do you experience now? I first took a moment to observe myself. The radiant white light that once enveloped my exterior had vanished completely, and my skin appeared remarkably dewy, so much so that I felt an urge to bite into it. It seemed as though I had compressed my magical energy into a small golden orb. Was I correct in this assumption? Indeed, that is precisely the case. The golden orb represents the culmination of your current magical prowess, and it will significantly aid you in your future studies of magic. Splendid. I exclaimed with a sense of pride. Am I a genius, Teacher D? Ah, you cheeky rascal, do not revel in your triumph too soon. The path ahead is still long, he cautioned. Though your magical energy has coalesced, it remains rather unstable. Achieving stability will require a lengthy process. Do not assume that you are truly a magician just yet. There is still much for you to learn. In an effort to temper my burgeoning pride, Teacher D promptly doused my enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Oh, I replied, somewhat disgruntled. Do you know what the highest state of a magician's magical energy is like? Teacher D posed a question I had never contemplated, instantly piquing my curiosity. What is it like? It involves possessing 6 magical energy spheres, and from the perspective of the light attribute, it is not enough for them to merely be golden. The golden spheres must be transformed into transparent gold. Do you understand? Transparent gold? Teacher, what does your current magical energy look like? Teacher D scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he confessed. I currently have 1 transparent golden magical sphere. Ah, you as a magus possess only 1 transparent golden magical sphere? I asked in astonishment. Indeed, not only me, but all magi possess merely 1 magical sphere. He sighed deeply at this juncture. Why is that? To possess 6 magical spheres is the stuff of legends, signifying the title of Grand Magus, and to this day, we old-timers have found no means to increase the number of magical spheres we possess. This is the direction in which you must strive in the future. Teacher D imparted with gravity. Rest assured, teacher, I shall achieve this, I pledged. Thus, the Son of Light embarked on a lifelong pursuit of the pinnacle of magic, a journey he would not regret. Now, let us speak no more of this. You must focus on stabilizing your energy sphere. Remember, the path of magical cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will regress. You must engage in constant practice. For today, rest well. And tomorrow I will teach you some applications of magic. After that, you must return to your classmates and prepare for the final competition. Very well. Regardless of the challenges I had faced in this arduous training, what I desired most at that moment was a hearty meal. Given that Teacher D was providing me with intensive, personalized instruction, I could only relay my culinary desires to him. Upon hearing my menu, his only reaction was, "Are you a pig?" Heh, I did not request much, merely a feast akin to the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. What is there to be surprised about? After all, I am but a blossoming flower of our great nation, still in the throes of growth. Do you know what my nickname is in the academy, Teacher D? What? The glutton of the light faction, hee. I chuckled sinisterly. You truly bring shame upon the light faction. He immediately glared at me with disdain. Although Teacher D was quite displeased with my voracious appetite, he still indulged my modest wish. Once satiated and quenched, what might one desire to do next? As for others, I cannot speak, but for me, it is undoubtedly sleep, as it is indeed the most effective means of digesting food. Young adolescents and children should certainly not follow my example. My digestive capacity is rather robust. Upon awakening, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, indicating that it was still quite early. After indulging in a delightful slumber, I felt a profound sense of relaxation throughout my entire being. Now, what shall I engage in? Indeed, it seems that Xiaojin has undergone an evolution. Furthermore, since our last encounter, I have yet to see it again. Let us invite it out to play. Having learned from my previous experience, I first ensured that the curtains were drawn tightly and the door was securely locked. I meticulously inspected every possible source of light before commencing the summoning. Little Jean, appear before me in my name. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the space, and an unfamiliar entity materialized, immediately lunging towards me, startling me profoundly. What on earth is this? I swiftly sidestepped, noticing that this strange being seemed rather aggrieved. I felt a voice within my heart saying, "Master, it is I. You're Little Jean." Ah, Little Jean can speak now? I gazed intently at the creature before me, resembling a magnificent golden python, measuring over 6 meters in length. Adorned with 2 charming golden horns atop its head and covered in a delicate layer of shimmering golden scales, those little horns bore a striking resemblance to my beloved Xiaojin. "Is that you, Xiaojin?" I ventured to inquire. It seemed to understand, nodding in response. "Xiaojin, you've changed. Weren't you originally white?" I asked, filled with confusion. "Master, due to your significant advancement in magic, I have now merged with you. As you progress, so too do I evolve. Do you no longer wish for Xiaojin?" A strange voice echoed within my heart. It truly was Xiaojin. I rushed forward, embracing its large head. "Xiaojin, I'm so relieved that you're safe. I've missed you dearly." Xiaojin appeared equally exhilarated, wrapping its long, robust body around me. Its smooth scales gently pressed against me, and a wave of warmth enveloped my entire being. Chapter 21. Reunion with Mark. I gently caressed Little Jean and, to my surprise, I felt a prominent lump on its body. I hurriedly inquired through telepathy, "What is this?" Little Jean responded that it too was unaware of the anomaly, and that this peculiar condition had manifested in multiple areas. I hastily extricated myself from Xiaojin's embrace and observed closely. Indeed, beneath its abdomen, 5 small protrusions had emerged, as if bones were attempting to push through. The 2 outer golden stripes on its back had also developed a plate-like structure, though it remained rather subtle. What could this mean? Could Xiaojin possibly not be a snake? This is perplexing. I must inquire with Teacher D. After playing with Xiaojin for a while longer, I noticed dawn was approaching, so I decided to put it away. Xiaojin has made significant progress. I can sense its burgeoning power. Moreover, it seems to have undergone peculiar transformations of which I am unaware, enhancing its unique abilities, though it too remains oblivious to their nature. Compared to before, it evokes a profound connection within me, as if we are 2 integral parts of a singular whole. As the sun rose, Teacher D arrived. "How did you rest yesterday, Chang Gong?" he asked casually, setting down the items he carried. "It was all right. Delicious food, simply splendid. I shall indulge," I replied, disregarding Teacher D as I plunged into the sea of sustenance. After I finished my meal, I exclaimed, "Teacher D, the things you brought are so delicious. Why have you fallen silent?" "Humph, you rascal, your only skill lies in eating," Teacher D replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Do not be like that. I possess considerable talent in magic as well. I employed a strategy of feigned innocence. After all, I am still a child. Enough of your self-praise. Your magical aptitude will be determined by your performance today. Time is short. Only 7 days remain. I hope you can learn some useful magic within this period. You must take this seriously." Upon seeing his serious demeanor, I dared not jest further. "Yes, teacher. It has been a while since you ventured outside. Let us stroll on the lawn." "Oh, how delightful. I have not breathed such fresh air in ages." I stretched widely, greedily inhaling, although the sunlight was somewhat blinding. The sensation was truly refreshing. Teacher D allowed me to roam freely for a while until I calmed down. "All right, let us commence our studies. First, I shall teach you the theory of advanced magic. Do you know how magic is utilized at my level? Isn't it merely a matter of chanting and casting? What is so novel about that?" Teacher D shot me a sidelong glance. "Observe, for this is true magic." With a casual flick of his wrist, a beam of white light shot forth, cleaving towards a massive rock ahead like a sharp blade. A corner of the rock crumbled under the impact. Wow, is this magic? No incantation, just a simple wave, and such an effect. I marveled. "Teacher D, how did you achieve this?" "Ah, this is the true prowess of a mage master. At my level of mastery, my comprehension of magical elements has become exceedingly profound. Thus, conjuring the elements is merely a matter of thought. My recent spell bore a resemblance to a warrior's energy slash. Indeed, once magic and martial prowess reach a certain zenith, their similarities become manifest. You must diligently study and practice, striving to master this elemental approach before graduating from the academy. However, today we shall not delve into such advanced techniques, for they require extensive training to perfect. For now, it is imperative that you focus on learning sophisticated light-based offensive and defensive spells. After the competition, we can then explore the manipulation of elements. Teacher D, your strength is remarkable. I had no idea magic could be wielded in such a manner, I exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. Of course, I am a mage master, he replied, dismissing the trivialities. Let us proceed to learn the first spell. The weeks swiftly elapsed, during which I gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Teacher D, particularly in the realm of magical control, with my formidable magical energy bolstering my efforts. My command over magic has significantly improved, and the golden orb within me has stabilized somewhat. I inquired about the transformations of little Jane, to which Teacher D pondered for a considerable time before revealing that he had never encountered such a magical beast. It was likely a mutation stemming from my life-sharing spell, though he assured me it should not pose any adverse effects. I felt relieved. As long as little Jean thrived, I cared not for its form. During these 7 days, I received delightful news. Teacher D informed me that Mark had been accepted as the direct disciple of the Vice Dean 20 days prior. Now, we have become the Academy's renowned duo, and it is noteworthy that the Vice Dean is also a mage master. Tomorrow, I shall return to my companions. Before I departed today, Teacher D cautioned me not to disclose that little Jean had not perished, nor to speak of my apprenticeship. Teacher D is truly an amusing old man. His teaching style is refreshingly simple. He either sparks your curiosity to think independently or provides the incantations for you to experiment freely. Despite being of an age that could qualify him as my grandfather, he sometimes engages in playful antics akin to a child. I have come to cherish this delightful old fellow. Upon entering the classroom, I was met with astonished gazes from my peers. Without uttering a word, I took my seat. "Boss," a familiar voice called out, and I turned to see my long-lost friend, Mark, staring back at me. We gazed into each other's eyes, then embraced tightly. Mark whispered in my ear, "Boss, I know everything about your situation. You must give it your all in this competition. All right, you two." The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and everyone returned to their seats. Today, the rules for the upcoming final competition would be announced, with the preliminary round commencing tomorrow. The targets set by Teacher D filled me with trepidation. Chapter 22. Competition rules. Our homeroom teacher approached, her gaze landing on me, and she offered a warm smile. "All right, class, quiet down. Due to some special arrangements at the academy, Changong has not been able to attend classes recently, so let us welcome him back safely." The classroom erupted in scattered applause. I stood up and bowed to everyone. "Thank you all. Now, I hope that my classmate, Changong, achieves remarkable results in the final competition commencing tomorrow. I too share this hope. It serves as a test of my diligent practice during this period. And it is also a task assigned to me by Teacher D, whose completion remains uncertain. Today, we shall not delve into new knowledge. Instead, I will elucidate the methods and rules of the competition. It is imperative that everyone pays close attention, as this will significantly benefit you in the upcoming contest as well as in your final examinations. As first-year students are exempt from the final competition, it is the second-year students, like ourselves, who will partake for the first time. The teacher commenced the explanation of the examination details. Tomorrow's event, though termed a competition, is merely a drawing of lots. The actual contest will commence the day after. The competition rules are as follows. 1. The competition adheres to the principles of fairness and impartiality. To showcase the competitor's magical prowess, the use of summoned beasts is strictly prohibited. This rule is quite advantageous for me, as I dare not utilize my summoned beast. 2. The competition is organized by grade, with separate contests for each year. The top 100 students from each grade will be granted an early winter break, while the bottom 100 will remain at school until the next semester commences. In order to return home for rest, I believe everyone will strive earnestly. 3. The draw for lots will determine the matchups, aside from the second-year students, who are participating for the first time. The other 3 grades will have seeded competitors who can advance directly to their respective finals. 4. The drawing of lots will initiate a round-robin format. Participants will be grouped in tens, meaning each individual will compete in 9 matches during the preliminary round. Based on win rates, the top 5 from each group will advance to the finals, followed by a knockout stage until a champion emerges from the grade. The preliminary matches are bound to be fiercely competitive. 5. The matches conclude when a victor is determined. Intentional harm will result in a loss. Being knocked out of the arena counts as a loss. Colliding with an aerial barrier counts as a loss. Voluntarily conceding counts as a loss. And if no victor emerges within the allotted time, the referee will declare a winner. 6. The champions and runners-up of each grade may challenge the champions of higher grades. If a lower grade successfully challenges, they may be promoted directly. The champions of the 5th grade will be exempt from entrance examinations to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. And those who successfully challenge the 5th grade champions will receive the same privilege. 7. The grade champion will receive a reward of 100 diamond coins, while the runner-up will receive 50 diamond coins. Successful challengers of higher grade champions may double their rewards. Upon hearing the competition rules, I felt they were quite equitable. The champion's prize is indeed substantial, 100 diamond coins, equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. If I were to secure the championship, I could return home and surprise my parents. The teacher also shared additional considerations to keep in mind during the competition, urging everyone to exert their utmost effort and fully utilize their learned skills. We must strive to bring glory to our class. Failure to place in the top 100 would surely result in a punitive training regimen over the winter break. As class concluded, I remained lost in thoughts of the prospective riches when Mark nudged me. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Class is over. Let us go." It was only then that I regained my senses and realized, oh, it's time to go. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, I encountered Wok. "Longbow, where have you been lately? You haven't attended class for quite some time," Wok remarked, playfully patting me on the shoulder as if we were old friends. "Am I truly familiar with you?" I pondered silently. During my last competition against Hy-Ri, my magical beast perished, leaving me in a rather dismal mood. The academy granted me a respite, and I ventured out to clear my mind. I had anticipated such inquiries and had already prepared my responses, chuckling to myself. "Oh, you must take heart. It is indeed sorrowful that your magical beast is passed. Perhaps you might find another in due time. The competition is imminent, and you must strive diligently. Should our paths cross, I assure you, I shall not hold back. I eagerly await a fair duel with you. You know, your prolonged contest against Hy-Ri has become a point of pride for our second year. Oh, I see you fear I might usurp your position as the top of our year. Perhaps that fear is not unfounded. People are often not as malevolent as you perceive them to be. Thank you. I shall endeavor to improve. When I face you, I shall also show no mercy. Let us both strive for success. I must take my leave now." "Boss, does that fellow have ulterior motives?" Mark remarked, observing Locke's retreating figure. "It's hard to say. His strength is formidable. Yet, he still pales in comparison to me, especially since my magical energy has already coalesced. By that measure, he falls significantly short." "Humph. I see it merely as a trivial matter." Mark scoffed. "Dissatisfied? Then compete with him on stage. Come, let us dine first, and afterward we shall rest well and see how fortune favors us in tomorrow's draw." After dining with Mark, I was strolling back to the dormitory when a few fellow students approached from the opposite direction. It was quite a coincidence to encounter Hy-Ri and his sister, Hyu, along with some older students whom I did not recognize. Hy-Ri stepped before me, his gaze fixed upon me, sparkling with a certain brilliance. I met his stare unflinchingly. Earlier at dinner, Mark had mentioned that since the last incident, Hy-Ri had been rather discreet, making few appearances at the academy. Even Hyu had been similarly absent. I had praised him for being a good friend, noting that he had not troubled Hyu since then. "Changong, you have made significant progress. I can hardly see through you anymore. I have come primarily to apologize for the last time. I am truly sorry for what happened with your phantom beast." I raised my hand to halt his words, declaring, "We shall meet on the field. This time, I shall not be defeated by you." After uttering these words, I took Mark's hand and continued our walk towards the dormitory. Behind us, I heard Hy-Ri's voice. "All right. I'll be waiting for you." "Boss, you were truly magnificent just now. You looked so impressive. Now, go on, hurry back to sleep. I've had my fill and am feeling rather drowsy." Chapter 23. The competition begins upon returning to the dormitory. Only Green Hair was present. "Where has Longbow been lately?" I cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "A secret. Come on, what have you been up to? I heard you were competing with Hy-Ri. And he defeated your phantom beast, didn't he? Truly, some topics are best left untouched. Do you never tire of provoking me? If you persist, I shall not be so accommodating." Upon sensing my irritation, Green Hair scurried back to his own bed, too frightened to speak further. Just then, 2 other roommates returned. They too were from our class, though I couldn't recall their names. To be honest, after a year at the academy, The names I could call to mind could be counted on my fingers, as everyone was preoccupied with practicing magic, leaving little room for socializing. You are Longbow, right? Do you have any plans for tomorrow's competition? Perhaps due to the impending contest, a palpable tension hung in the air, prompting one of them to initiate a conversation with me. Hello, I don't have much planned. My only goal is to become the champion of our grade. My voice grew resolute as I spoke the last words. Grade champion? The two roommates exchanged glances, and even Green Hair approached once more. Longbow, are you serious? You actually aspire to become the grade champion? Do you think that the leader of the Wu Ku is a mere illusion? I cast an irritated glance at the green-haired one, expressing my sentiment with a simple dismissal. Each individual must possess a goal. With perseverance, it is certainly achievable. I stated calmly. Changong was right. I am Longda, and he is Shui Yongming. Let us strive together. A slightly taller roommate expressed his approval. Indeed. Let us unite our efforts. Changong, come to me. Teacher D's voice resonated within my mind, a form of telepathy which I have now managed to wield as well. You all may rest for now. I shall step out briefly. After exchanging greetings with my roommate, I left the dormitory and made my way directly to Teacher D's quarters located in the academy's backyard. He was already waiting for me on the verdant expanse outside. Teacher, what is the urgent matter that requires my presence? I inquired, breathless. The competition is tomorrow. Do you possess confidence? I should, for my magical prowess is quite formidable. The drawing of lots begins tomorrow. You cannot continue wearing that outfit. Follow me. As I entered Teacher D's dwelling with him, he retrieved a set of white robes from the wardrobe and handed them to me. Try this on. Is this a gift for me? I exclaimed, my eyes wide with delight at the splendid robes. Indeed, how could I allow my student to appear so shabby? From this moment forth, it belongs to you. Teacher D replied with a smile. Thank you, Teacher D. I eagerly unfolded the garment. It was breathtaking, a pristine white fabric adorned with golden edges. The robes were quite voluminous, resembling a cloak. At the chest connection point, two pure white magical stones glimmered softly. Centrally placed on the back of the robes was a large magical six-pointed star, bordered in gold. How exquisite! But isn't it a tad too large? Silly child, try it on. Come here, I shall assist you. Teacher D approached and draped the robes over my shoulders, aligning the two white magical stones at the front. With a click, the gems fused together and transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, the robes adjusted to fit my form perfectly. How marvelous! What sorcery is this? Child, these robes were passed down to me by my master, and now I bestow them upon you. They are crafted through an unknown method, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Moreover, the magical stone on your chest accelerates the condensation of magical power. It is no less potent than the purple stones. This robe can adapt to the wearer's physique, making it a true treasure. I hope you don it as you stride towards success. Teacher D gazed deeply into my eyes. I will, I replied, resolute and unwavering. I gently caressed the soft fabric of the magical robe, the first exquisite garment I have ever possessed in my life. Its splendor is overwhelming, and in light of Professor D's high expectations for me, I am resolute in my determination to succeed. I will not let this opportunity fade away. Now, let us commence the drawing ceremony. The second-year students gather in the courtyard, forming a line according to their class sequence to draw lots. The process is swift, and I draw number 11 to 4, indicating that I shall be in Group 11, Position 4. The group competition proceeds as follows. Contestants numbered 1 and 2 will face each other, as will 3 and 4, and so forth, marking the first round. The second round entails matchups of 1 against 6, 2 against 7, 3 against 8. And this pattern continues in a cyclic manner throughout 9 rounds. A victory earns 3 points, while a defeat yields none. If the match concludes without a clear victor within the allotted time, each participant receives 1 point. Once all the draws have been completed, the supervising teacher instructs all students to reassemble in the order of their drawn numbers. Mark is in Group 5, Hake is in Group 9, and I stand in Position 4 of Group 11. The individual before me is my opponent for the first match. I have never encountered him before. Seemingly from another class, each grade comprises 4 classes, each with 50 students. He turns to greet me. You must be my opponent tomorrow. I am Tian Feng Yang, majoring in wind magic, from Class B. Hello, I am Changgong Wei, specializing in light magic. I respond with a smile. It is evident that he is unfamiliar with me, and after exchanging a few polite remarks, I sense his strong magical aura, indicating he is likely the type who dedicates himself to rigorous training. Unfortunately for him, He has crossed paths with me. Boss, your outfit looks stunning today. How come I've never seen you wear it before? Mark approaches me after the assembly disperses. I softly whispered in his ear that it was a gift from Teacher D. He instantly leaped up, insisting that he must also receive a gift from his teacher, and promptly left me to seek her out. I shook my head. The competition was set to commence tomorrow. I glanced at the golden gem on my chest. Filled with a profound sense of confidence, I was resolute in my pursuit of the championship title for my grade, and I would continue to challenge until I faced Hyrie. Although I did not harbor animosity towards him, I was determined to engage in a fair contest. Chapter 24. A smooth advancement. The competition commenced, featuring a total of 20 arenas, each overseen by 2 supervising teachers. One was tasked with establishing the barrier. The competition grounds were imbued with magical formations, with the teachers solely responsible for initiating and maintaining the stability of the barrier, while the other judged the outcome of the contests. Magical duels unfolded rapidly. When one possessed a distinct advantage, victory could be swiftly determined. Soon, it was my turn. I stepped into the center of the arena and exchanged courteous bows with Tianfeng. "Come, let me witness your strength," I said with a smile. "Very well. I shall show no mercy," Tianfeng replied, casting a wind flight spell upon himself and swiftly circling around me while chanting an offensive incantation. A quiet amusement welled up within me. He was unaware that speed was my forte. I could effortlessly discern his position. I enveloped myself in a comprehensive light prism shield, refraining from immediate aggression as I desired to observe the nature of his offensive magic. "Oh, free winds, heed my summons and transform into a ferocious tornado." It was a mid-level wind-based attack spell, Wind Tornado. It appeared to be a probing strike. A diminutive tornado materialized in the arena, swiftly hurtling towards me as he chanted. I offered a faint smile and remarked, "If this is the extent of your assault, then you are surely destined for defeat." With a graceful flick of my wand, I rend the fabric of space before me, consuming all that is foreign. This is the art of spatial magic, Dimensional Slash, a spell I now wield with remarkable proficiency. A dark fissure materializes between me and the wind vortex, which is swiftly engulfed, causing even the heavenly winds to falter momentarily, their velocity noticeably diminished. The spectators below gasp in astonishment. An offensive spell of the spatial domain. I have retrieved the Dimension Slash. Should we continue to compete? Tianfeng, with a sense of resignation, paused and glanced at me. "Very well, I concede defeat. The Dimension Slash is comparable to advanced offensive magic and is rather challenging to control." Realizing the vast disparity in our strengths, he understood that instead of being vanquished, it would be more prudent to surrender willingly. "You are quite formidable, alas. You have encountered me. Keep striving. I shall return to challenge you again. I remain ever ready." At this moment, I no longer fear the challenges posed by anyone, for I possess unwavering confidence in my own abilities. Given that each participant must compete twice daily in the preliminary rounds, I returned directly to my dormitory. Shortly after, Mark returned as well. "How did it go, Mark?" I inquired with a smile, observing him clad in a brand new magical robe. "Need you even ask?" I dispatched my opponent with a single inferno blaze. Mark also exhibits considerable magical talent, and with the recent knowledge imparted by his instructor combined with his relentless efforts, he undoubtedly faces few rivals in our second year. Let us dine first, then return to rest. We have another match this afternoon. The afternoon contest proved to be even easier for me. My opponent from Class B was weaker than Tianfeng and readily conceded after a mere exchange of spells. It was only in the final match of the preliminary rounds that I encountered a truly formidable opponent, a fire mage. "You are also from Class A, are you not?" I remarked, finding him somewhat familiar. "Indeed, I am aware that I may not be your equal, yet I still wish to compete against you." He had remained undefeated in the preceding matches. "Very well, let us proceed." Unlike Tianfeng, he dared not test my defenses. He unleashed a high-level fire attack without hesitation. Fiery passion, heed my call, manifest in this world, transforming into an endless inferno to consume all before me. Once again, it was Inferno Blaze, such a tiresome, repetitive tactic. How vexing. I raised my hands high, tilting my head back, invoking the magnificent elemental light, my friend, to purify everything before me with your gentle radiance. The light of purification I wield is unlike any before. It is a creation of my own, an enhanced version of the sacred Guardian's light, primarily designed to dispel various abnormal states on a grand scale. Yet, my creation not only retains the original efficacy, but also forms a thick protective barrier. evolving into a superior defensive magic. He relentlessly urged the flames, charging towards my light of purification time and again. I remained leisurely within my defensive circle, observing him. I always felt that casting someone down from the arena could be quite humiliating. It is better for them to retreat in acknowledgement of their limitations, allowing them to exit when their magical energy is depleted. At that moment, he underwent an unexpected transformation, his fiery red hair standing on end, igniting my life force. The proctoring teachers below were astonished. How could this student burn his own life force? This would shorten his lifespan. What a fiercely competitive child he is. The life force is a method employed by fire mages to elevate their magic levels by sacrificing their own vitality. In essence, his originally 6th tier spell, Flames Devouring the Heavens, could instantly ascend to the 7th tier through the combustion of his life force. The flames beyond my protective barrier transitioned from a vibrant red to a dark crimson, then to an ominous deep blue, and I felt the pressure mount. The light of purification seemed on the verge of faltering. I hadn't anticipated such a tactic from him. It appeared that only by demonstrating my true strength would he concede. Very well. His presence now surpassed that of the once formidable Hyrie. Great elemental light, grant me the privilege to harness your immense power, filling the earth with boundless illumination. Illuminate. The light-based attack spell, Radiance illuminating the 9 continents, a 7th tier spell of light magic. This was the most potent spell I could currently wield. As I chanted, I gradually lifted off the ground, radiating a dazzling white light. My magical robe billowed behind me, and the golden magic stone upon my chest emitted a golden glow, intertwining with my white light in a harmonious display. I tilted my head back, and 1/3 of the magic from the golden elixir at my brow enveloped my entire being. The surrounding light first contracted towards me and then erupted violently. The blue flames were swiftly consumed by my radiant white light, and the barrier of the arena began to falter, revealing cracks. What an astonishing spell this student possesses. A 2nd-year student capable of casting 7th tier magic. Has he already reached the level of a magic scholar? The 2 proctoring teachers hastily infused energy into the barrier, stabilizing it at last. The barrier may have stabilized, but my opponent lay defeated on the ground. All present were momentarily blinded by the resplendent white light I had unleashed. In truth, I can only wield 1/3 of this magic's power, as I am utilizing merely 1/3 of my magical energy. Although it is also a level 7 spell, his was a forced ascent, while mine is inherently within my capabilities. Moreover, offensive light magic, once it surpasses level 7, is somewhat more potent than spells from other schools. Aside from dark and spatial attack magic, he is nearing exhaustion after depleting his life force. Oh, great element of light, as your ally, I implore you to save the creature before me. Swiftly, I cast a spirit restoration spell, which undoubtedly rivals the efficacy of advanced healing magic. At that moment, the spectators gradually regain their sight. I believe everyone understands that I am the ultimate victor. Chapter 25. Advancing to the final 4 under the influence of my formidable restorative magic, he began to awaken, albeit still exceedingly weak due to the depletion of his life force. Thank you. You are indeed formidable. I concede my defeat with complete respect, he said, resigned. Do not employ magic in such a reckless manner in the future. Exhausting one's life force is perilous. Having also practiced life magic, I am acutely aware of the consequences of such overexertion. Thank you. I will be cautious, he replied. The supervising teacher ascended the stage, nodding at me in approval, clearly appreciative of my efforts to assist my opponent. I hereby declare that Long Gong Wei has emerged as the 1st place finalist in Group 11. While Charlie Oat has secured 2nd place, the teacher announced the names of those advancing from Group 11. It is only now that I have learned his name. He has already been carried back to the dormitory by some of his friends. I, too, have taken a significant step towards my aspirations. From the stands, Teacher D has arrived, undoubtedly drawn here by the magical fluctuations occurring. Upon seeing me, he waved his hand, and I could hear his voice resonating in my heart. What is happening, Chang Gong? Is it your powerful magic at work? I am currently not adept at telepathy and hesitate to utilize it casually. My simple response is, take me to find you, and we shall converse. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Exiting the venue, I swiftly employed several short-range teleportations to avoid being questioned by others. My first destination is to seek out Teacher D, for he must surely be awaiting my arrival. Teacher D, I have arrived. Come in, please. I entered Teacher D's office, and he gestured for me to take a seat. What is the matter? Well, I recounted the events of the competition. Sighing deeply, Teacher D remarked, Children these days, how can you so readily wield life magic? One must remember that our bodies and skin are gifts from our parents. You used it last time to save another life, but this is merely a commonplace competition. It's too competitive. He shook his head. It seems I shall need to introduce a psychological counseling class at the academy. Please don't be disheartened. Simply enhance our education in this area in the future, I reassured him. You rascal, after using such potent magic today? Who in the second grade would dare to compete against you? Surely not. My Radiant 9 provinces is still quite immature, and I can barely control it, managing only about 1/3 of its potential. Besides, I didn't wish to use it so soon, but I had no choice. I said, feeling unjustly treated. You alone understand that you cannot unleash your full power. How many are there who wield light magic? Everyone must regard you with high esteem. This time, you can comfortably take it easy. Indeed, as Teacher D predicted, upon witnessing my performance, not a single student dared to challenge me. Once the semifinals commenced, every time I took the stage, my opponents would surrender after merely a few gestures. The first words from anyone who drew my name would invariably be, "How unfortunate I am." I effortlessly advanced to the top 4 of the grade, overshadowing even the previously favored competitor, Walk. In contrast, Mark had to toil much harder. Once reaching the round of 32 to 16, every match was fraught with difficulty before he triumphed. Yet, despite such challenges, he still felt fortunate, as he had not encountered me. Heh. Among the top 4, 3 were from Class A, myself, Mark, and Walk. Surprisingly, the final spot was claimed by a girl from Class D, specializing in water magic. I had never seen her compete and was astonished to discover such strength in Class D. The top 4 began to draw lots for matchups. I drew in a ticket first, while Mark mumbled incantations, seemingly hoping to avoid me. Yet, fate had other plans. He also drew in a ticket. How delightful it would be to witness the ensuing excitement. Mark descended from the stage looking like a wilted plant. What's wrong, Mark? I nudged him. Boss, why am I so unfortunate to face you so soon? What misfortune? I may not necessarily win against you. Why did you lack such confidence? How can that be? You don't know. Teacher Long told me that I am not on the same level as you yet, and I am far behind. He urged me to keep striving. So it was his teacher who said that. No wonder he feared facing me so much. His teacher is the Academy's vice principal, the esteemed dragon sorcerer Long, whose words carry weight. Let's strive tomorrow. I hope we can compete as splendidly as we did during the entrance examination. How could you assert that you stand no chance against me without having tried? Very well. It is the semifinal match, and nearly all the second-year students have gathered to witness the event, creating a lively atmosphere. Mark and I took our positions on the stage. Mark, please don't embarrass yourself. So many eyes are upon us. Mark offered a resigned smile and initiated his magical assault. Mark's greatest advantage lies in his exceptional control over magic. He is unperturbed by my ability to teleport. He commenced with a high-level single-target attack spell. O mighty fire element, gather around me, coalesce into the dragon of flames, and vanquish the foe before you. I couldn't believe it. This lad had claimed just yesterday that he could not defeat me. Yet today he unleashed such ferocity right from the start with a fire dragon. The potency of this fire spell rivaled that of the enhanced flame of devastation I faced previously. A colossal fire dragon surged forth from Mark, first encircling him before lunging fiercely toward me. Although I had fortified myself with the prism shield, I dared not confront his dragon head-on. What could I employ? The purifying light would likely prove inadequate, and the dimensional slash could not withstand such a formidable attack. O great light element, heed my plea. Coalesce into a sacred halo to obstruct the advance of the enemy. The high-level defensive spell, Sacred Halo, manifested around me. A solid barrier of white radiance materialized 3 feet before me, effectively repelling the fire dragon. However, the dragon did not dissipate after making a swift circle. It lunged at me once more. Mark's prowess is indeed formidable. I had never witnessed him wield this spell in the preliminary or semifinal rounds. I summoned my magical energy to fend off his relentless assaults. It was evident that commanding the fire dragon was no easy feat for him, and it seemed he could not endure much longer. Boss, I am about to unleash my ultimate move. What? This young lad has an ace up his sleeve. Mark extracted a fiery red wand from his pocket and began to chant incantations. Below the stage, Teacher D immediately grasped the beard of Teacher Long beside him. Goodness. You've even resorted to your trump card, bestowing the wrath of the fire god upon that boy. Teacher Long, unyielding, seized Teacher D's beard in return, retorting, and you? Haven't you gifted your light god robe as well? As the 2 elderly gentlemen engaged in their playful banter, I found myself embroiled in the most formidable challenge since the onset of the match. With Mark's incantation, a small red orb materialized from his wand, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Yet, I knew this was no trivial matter. It was a pure energy sphere, far more terrifying than the fire dragon before me. Chapter 26. The disqualification of Kiki. It appeared that his wand possessed significant amplification properties. For I understood that at his current level, conjuring such a pure energy sphere was beyond his capabilities. It was a feat that even I struggled with. As the magical sphere emerged, the fire dragon began to dim, indicating that he too was exerting considerable effort. Seizing this moment of diminished pressure, I hastily commenced my own incantation. It seemed I had no choice but to once again invoke the radiance of the 9 provinces, uncertain if it would withstand the impending onslaught. Truth be told, I yearned to wield an energy sphere as well. But I was acutely aware that my magical control paled in comparison to Mark's, and I would undoubtedly be struck before I could reach him. Thus, I resolved to adopt an all-encompassing offensive strategy, merging attack with defense. O great elemental forces of light, grant me the privilege to harness your formidable power, that boundless radiance may envelop the earth and illuminate all. I gradually ascended from the ground, my entire being radiating a brilliant white light. My magical robe billowed behind me with a resounding rustle, while the golden magical stone embedded in my chest emitted a golden glow, intertwining harmoniously with my white luminescence. As I tilted my head back, 1/3 of the magical energy from the golden elixir at my brow enveloped my entire form. However, unlike the last time, I employed another 1/3 of my magical power to exert control over this spell. Fully aware that Mark's energy sphere was no less formidable than my own radiance of the 9 provinces. With all my strength, I concentrated the radiance into a colossal beam of light, its diameter matching that of the arena, and launched it toward Mark. "Boss, you're fierce. I'll give it my all," Mark exclaimed as he waved his hand, and the energy sphere atop his wand surged forward to meet the beam of light. Alas, the brilliance of the vast expanse could not impede the advance of the energy sphere. It merely served to slow its progression. I exerted every ounce of my strength, barely managing to conjure a prism shield before me, just as the fiery energy sphere approached. Before my eyes, a myriad of shattered light particles emerged. My prism shield had failed to hold, marking the first time it had been breached. An intense sensation of heat coursed through my entire being, and I realized it was over. I had been struck. In that critical moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The magical robe adorning my body erupted with brilliant golden light from the center of the magical stone, forming a transparent membrane that shielded me from the oncoming energy sphere. In the depths of my mind, I recalled Teacher D's voice. "Quickly, channel the remaining magical energy into the stone at your chest." I found myself unconsciously adhering to his instructions. The energy sphere and my protective shield emitted a fierce friction, and an immense pressure surged toward me in relentless waves. I retreated step by step until I reached the very edge of the arena. There could be no further retreat. I cannot afford to lose. I must not lose. With my wand crossed before my chest, I let out a resounding cry. "Ah!" As I erupted with fervor, a wave of warm energy surged within me, coursing through my arms and into the wand. I felt an exhilarating lightness envelop me, as I finally depleted the energy of the orb. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of my mouth. The warm energy I had just experienced gradually enveloped my entire being, mending my damaged meridians. It was Xiao Jin. It had come to my aid at this critical moment. But where was Mark? As I regained my composure, I began to search for his figure. "Classmate Long Bao, if you cannot rise within 5 seconds, I shall declare the match a draw." It seemed Mark was not faring well either. Haha. I quickly stood up. It turned out that Mark had been knocked down just as his energy sphere had reached the midpoint of my radiant 9 provinces. He was already low on energy and could not withstand the compressed force of my radiant 9 provinces. At this moment, Teacher D was attending to him. He had suffered quite a bit from my attack. I never anticipated that victory would come at such a cost, having to rely even on Xiao Jin's energy. I suppose this violates the rules, but surely no one will know, for typically, a phantom beast cannot exert its power within its master's body without being summoned. I was weak and was assisted back to the dormitory by my 2 roommates. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep, the voice of Teacher D resounded once again. "What on earth is wrong with you? Even Mark, who is inherently inferior to you, manages to put up a better fight. Truly, you are hopeless." Since I was unaware of Teacher D's location, I found myself unable to respond. Even if I had known, given my current state, Perhaps Teacher D was cognizant of my inability to answer, for he launched into a tirade against me. He essentially conveyed that had I taken the initiative from the outset, I would not have suffered such a dire defeat, criticizing my carelessness and pointing out the numerous flaws in my magical abilities. Unable to endure it any longer, I harnessed the scant magical energy I had regained to shield my mind, thus allowing myself to drift into dreams. Due to the considerable drain on my energy, I did not attend the match between Woke and the girl from Class D the following day. It mattered little. Woke would undoubtedly prevail, though his energy balls could never rival Mark's ferocity. Tomorrow, I am resolute in my determination to win. After lunch, I visited Mark's dormitory to check on his condition. He looked equally feeble, perhaps even more so than I, struggling to rise from his bed. Boss, you were truly relentless. I feel utterly battered. And you call me ruthless? Come on, I'm not faring much better than you, I replied. However, you have indeed made significant progress. Before the match, I never anticipated that your strength would be so closely matched with mine. It seems I must strive harder. Otherwise, how can I continue to be your leader? We exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into laughter. After chatting for a while longer, I returned to my dormitory, eager to consolidate my magical energy in preparation for tomorrow's competition. When I awoke, it was already evening. Green Hair and two of my roommates had returned. Changgong, you are truly my idol. My admiration for you flows endlessly like a mighty river. How dare you seek me as your support? Begone, do not trouble me. Changgong, I have astonishing news to share. Would you care to listen? You. What good news could you possibly have? I regarded him with skepticism. This is undoubtedly of significance to you. Do you not know? Today, Big Brother Waku astonishingly lost, and quite swiftly too. Green Hair said mysteriously. What? What did you say? Waku actually lost. That cannot be. Waku defeated by a girl from Class D? I am well aware of Waku's prowess. Although we have never faced each other, it is evident that becoming the top of the second year is no easy feat. Are you trying to deceive me? If you are, you shall face dire consequences. I began to gather magical energy in my hands, intending to intimidate Green Hair. Changgong, please, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, you can ask them. I turned my head, gazing in confusion at my two roommates. Longa spoke up, asserting that the green-haired one had not lied. Today, Waku had indeed suffered a crushing defeat. Perhaps even he himself could not fathom how he lost so badly. Chapter 27. The Unstable Wins Quick. Tell me what happened. Well, today we all expected Waku to win, but as soon as he stepped onto the field, that girl from Class D employed an unfamiliar water-based magic, seemingly a sealing technique. One by one, blue circles ensnared Waku, and he could not break free. The girl from Class D effortlessly struck him down with a water projectile. From my observations, it appeared that Waku's magic was constrained by those blue circles, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential. It was quite an unjust defeat. How peculiar, I thought, feeling a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Longa, you must not lose tomorrow. Our Class A cannot allow Class D to claim the championship. Rest assured, I will certainly win, though I spoke confidently. A sense of doubt lingered within me. No, I must swiftly seek out Teacher D for clarification. I made an excuse to take a stroll and arrived at Teacher D's dormitory. He was engrossed in a book of magic. Upon seeing me, he smiled faintly, and I understood he was aware that I would come seeking answers after Woke's defeat. Please, tell me how Woke lost, and how I might avoid falling into the same trap, I implored. Teacher D sighed. You should concede tomorrow. His words struck me like a bombshell, leaving me bewildered. Was that girl truly so formidable? Not quite, he replied. It is more accurate to say her lineage is powerful. I only learned today that she is the younger sister of Hairi, named Hai Shui. You may not know, but the sun, moon, and stars are the three oldest families in our Aisha kingdom, each possessing some form of inherited magic. The magic that Hai Shui wields is the most enigmatic sealing magic of the star family, Indeterminate Tempest. This sealing magic is peculiar. Only one family member can inherit it per generation, regardless of one's magical prowess. Each use of this spell consumes 1/3 of the user's magic. This means it can only be utilized thrice a day, which is sufficient for a competition. I was taken aback by the intricate tale. Is it true that even you cannot unravel this sealing magic? I questioned. It is not that I cannot, he replied. To break it, I would need to employ an 8th level offensive spell. Otherwise, I would have to withstand it with defensive magic. Can you wield an 8th level offensive spell? When the opponent is sealed, she can still cast offensive spells while you can only passively endure. If you wish to triumph tomorrow, your only hope is to outlast her until her magic is depleted. However, this is nearly impossible. as once you are ensnared by indeterminate tempest, your defensive magic will drain rapidly. Should you come into direct contact with indeterminate tempest, you will be unable to use magic for an entire day. It is for this reason that I have lowered my expectations of you. Do you think I do not wish for your victory? It is not just you. In the academy, no student can break her indeterminate tempest. Leaving Teacher D's presence, the concept of indeterminate tempest lingered in my mind. Regardless, I resolved to give it a try tomorrow. Even if defeat awaited me, miracles could happen. Upon returning to my dormitory, I pondered for half the night. Yet no strategy emerged to counter indeterminate tempest. Eventually, I drifted into a confused slumber. When I awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and I was roused by green hair. Long Bao, wake up. The competition is about to begin. With great effort, I pried open my still fighting eyelids. What is happening? Let me sleep a little longer, I protested. There's a competition today. If you don't get up now, you'll miss it. Green hair shouted in my ear. Startled, I jolted awake. That's right. There's a competition today, I exclaimed as I leapt out of bed, hastily donned my clothes, and dashed outside. All the while saying, thank you, Green Hair. I'm off now. Green Hair, seemingly taken aback, watched my departing figure and murmured to himself, he actually thanked me. In all my years, this is the first time someone has expressed gratitude towards me. It seems that helping others truly brings joy. With that, he broke into a silly grin. Little did I know that my unintentional remark would profoundly alter the course of another's life. I swiftly dashed to the center of the arena, where I first spotted Long Da, Un, and Shui Yongming. They seemed to exhale a sigh of relief upon seeing me, and approached to greet me, saying, Chonggong, why have you arrived only now? I shyly replied, I overslept. Fortunately, Green Hair woke me up. Well, enough of that. Let us hasten to the stage, for the competition is about to commence. From my vantage point on the stage, I observed that the invigilator and another contestant were indeed in position. With a swift motion, I teleported to the stage, greeted the invigilator, and then scrutinized my opponent. She was an exceedingly charming young girl, reminiscent of the sea. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to Haley, yet with an added touch of adorableness and a lesser degree of composure. Noticing my gaze upon her, she returned it with a look of curiosity. Students from various second-grade classes had largely gathered, and even Teacher D occupied the esteemed seats in the center of the viewing area. Although he harbored no great expectations for me, he still chose to attend. With both competitors present, I proclaimed, the competition now commences. Upon the invigilator's announcement, she descended from the stage, knowing well the formidable prowess of the finalists. Thus, 5 invigilators established a defensive barrier as a precautionary measure. I bowed to the invigilator and the surrounding students, addressing the water, greetings, I am Chonggong. Hello, she replied, a young girl blushing slightly. Observing the magical aura emanating from her, it was evident that there remained a considerable gap in our abilities. Hence, I resolved to take the initiative. I am aware of your unique magical prowess. Today, let us engage in a friendly competition. Upon receiving her subtle nod of consent, I promptly commenced my magical assault. Given the rapid nature of her unstable winds, I refrained from employing advanced spells. Instead, I instantaneously positioned myself behind her and unleashed a light arrow. My light arrow was a reinforced version, boasting power equivalent to that of intermediate magic. She appeared somewhat startled, yet her reflexes were swift. As she conjured a water shield to deflect my attack, I knew I could not afford to grant her an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, my fate would be sealed. I initiated a flurry of rapid strikes, relying solely on the most basic light arrow, for it was the only spell capable of surpassing the release speed of her unstable winds, thereby preventing her from gathering the magical energy necessary to ensnare me. The audience beheld my erratic movements across the arena. I darted left and right, forward and backward, delivering a barrage of light arrows at every position I occupied, leaving her flustered and struggling to respond. Professor D, seated in the stands, cast an approving glance, though I remained oblivious to it. In the 28th chapter, breaking the magical seal, I managed to strike her inadvertently. Despite her defensive magic, I surmised it must have been quite uncomfortable for her. Evidently, my strategy was proving effective. Perhaps due to the pain, she scrunched her adorable little nose, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes as she struggled against my onslaught, muttering something under her breath. Her incantation was rapid, not resembling a conventional spell, yet I paid it little heed as I continued my relentless assault. Wait, why was I beginning to feel that her speed had increased? No, it was me who was gradually slowing down. What could be the reason for this? A buzzing sound began to resonate in my ears, intensifying with each passing moment. Could this be the unstable winds? But the description provided by the teacher did not align with this experience. The buzzing grew louder, crashing against my ears like ocean waves, and my head began to spin, causing my magical prowess and movements to falter. Professor D, observing from the stands, inwardly lamented the situation, turning to Professor Long. I did not anticipate that this young girl not only mastered unstable winds, but also grasped another of the star family's 3 supreme techniques, Water Dragon's Chant. It appears that Chang'Gong is destined to lose. Indeed, the students of this generation exhibited remarkable strength, far surpassing our own in our time. Professor Long, reveling in the misfortune of my disciple, chuckled softly, "Your student is doomed, ha." You. Professor D fumed, her anger evident as she huffed and glared. Meanwhile, I realized the predicament I was in and hastily cast a Holy Guardian spell upon myself. However, its effects were minimal, providing only slight relief. The sea, with its ethereal grace, unfurled its arms, tracing circles in the air, each a radiant ring of verdant light encircling me. I understood then that this was her signature skill, the Unstable Tempest. With no retreat left, I could only cast every defensive spell at my disposal, hoping to withstand the encroaching magic of the sea. Alas, the promising situation had been squandered. Countless halos surrounded my protective enchantments, and I found myself transformed into a luminous green orb. Within the sphere, I sensed an indescribable pressure assailing me from all directions. While the golden sphere within me whirled with fervor, layer upon layer of defensive magic battling against the sealing forces that sought to overwhelm me. Only now did I grasp the true terror of sealing. My magical energy dwindled at an alarming rate, far exceeding my expectations. What to do? I pondered countless solutions. Yet none could alleviate my current predicament. At that moment, the sea bore a delightful smile, aware that the scales of victory had tipped in her favor. She ceased her magical assaults, for she knew that once my magic was entirely depleted and I was sealed away, her triumph would be assured. Why exert unnecessary effort? Thus, she merely smiled at her soon-to-be vanquished adversary, me. My defensive circle is shrinking increasingly, as waves of intense pressure push me toward the center. Ultimately, the force sealing my defensive magic is shattered, and a green halo envelopes me like a sticky rice dumpling. I do not feel discomfort, rather, I am merely overwhelmed by a profound weakness due to my depleted magical energy. The only distinction lies in my inability to sense any magical elements. I comprehend that I have been thoroughly sealed away. As I watch the seawater coalesce into a sphere in my hand, I must reluctantly concede, I've lost. At the moment of surrender, a sudden surge of agitation emanates from within me, from the little golden entity inside. This perplexes me, as my magical power has been sealed. Logically, the little golden being should also be confined. Why, then, does it writhe in unrest? As its agitation intensifies, a sharp pain pierces through my head, growing increasingly excruciating. As if my skull were to be torn apart. I can no longer endure it. I clasp my head and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It is this very scream that saves me. Startled by my sudden change, the seawater recoils, causing the sphere in its grasp to dissipate, as the execution of magic requires heightened concentration. It ponders in disbelief, questioning how this could be. My chaotic winds merely immobilize others without offensive capabilities, so why this reaction? I was in excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of collapse, when an overwhelming sensation akin to an explosion reverberated within my mind. It felt as though I had ceased to exist. My 6 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness simultaneously faded into oblivion. Yet, to the astonishment of those present, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. A small point of light emerged from the center of my brow, gradually expanding into a golden halo that radiated outward. My turbulent essence, upon encountering this golden aura, dissolved as swiftly as snow, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter disbelief. The sea, too, appeared to be agape in astonishment. Teachers D and Long exchanged glances, their voices harmonizing in a peculiar tone as they exclaimed, "Break the demonic seal." Teacher D, visibly astonished, questioned how it could be the break the demonic seal, a skill unique to the Dragon Clan. Note, the Dragon Clan is the most formidable race on the continent, possessing immense physical prowess and strong resistance to all forms of magic, with the highest proficiency in physical attacks, second only to the behemoth. Advanced dragons can wield magic and possess intelligence surpassing that of humans. They are a peace-loving race, seldom seen on the continent, and only those capable of matching their formidable power may enter into an equitable treaty with them. Currently, fewer than 300 dragons exist, and each can live for over 10,000 years. However, due to the difficulty of reproduction and the lengthy gestation period, their numbers remain exceedingly sparse. Now, dragons exist merely as legends, with few having witnessed one in reality. Thus, the manifestation of the dragon clan's unique magic upon my being astonished both Teacher D and Teacher Long, while others were equally amazed that I could shatter the seal of the sea. In my current state, I was oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. It felt as if I were suspended in an ethereal void, devoid of sensation. Gradually, I began to regain my awareness, my senses returning one by one. Using my magic staff for support, I lifted my gaze towards the sea, which still lingered in its state of shock. Testing the magic within me, I found it woefully insufficient, barely enough to conjure a basic spell. I cannot afford to lose. For the sake of Teacher D, I cannot falter. For the sake of Xiao Jin, I must prevail. For the sake of Teacher Xiao, I cannot waver. And for my own sake, I shall not be defeated. With unwavering determination, I summoned the remnants of my magical prowess and, in a fleeting moment, transported myself behind the seawater. I then exerted every ounce of my strength to collide with the unprotected seawater. Caught unawares, the seawater was sent tumbling off the stage, prompting an uproar from the audience. How despicable, how shameless. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, actually using a collision. Countless shouts of condemnation echoed in my ears as I propped myself up with my wand and addressed the astonished proctor, saying, "Teacher, will you not declare my victory?" It was only then that the proctor regained composure, announcing, "The seawater contestant has entered. The longbow contestant is victorious." Chapter 29, The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon at Last. Victory was mine, and I collapsed onto the ground. My two roommates and the green-haired one rushed onto the stage, lifting me up in exuberance. "Boss, you've won the championship. You've won the championship." I wearily cast a glance at them and implored them to cease their movements. I longed for slumber. Before I could finish my sentence, I succumbed to unconsciousness. My magical energy had been entirely depleted, and having employed a power that was not my own for the first time, my body could not endure it and instinctively shielded itself by fainting. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in the presence of Teacher D. My entire body ached, and I felt utterly drained. I attempted to gather a modicum of magical energy, but could only restore a meager fraction of my strength. The tiny golden orb within me slowly rotated, ceaselessly replenishing its energy, but it appeared that recovery would take at least a day or two. The room was empty, and though it was daytime, I was unaware of the exact time. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Teacher D entered. "Ah, you're awake. How does your body feel?" "Still rather limp," I replied. "Teacher D, why am I here?" "I brought you here to inquire about certain matters once you regained consciousness. During the final moments of the competition, how did you manage to unleash the Dragonbane seal?" Teacher D asked urgently. "Ah, I truly do not know. What is the Dragonbane seal? I can barely remember how I won. Everything is quite hazy." "How can you not know? You clearly utilized it. How could you possibly be unaware?" Teacher D was becoming increasingly agitated. "Please, do not rush. Kindly explain what transpired," I urged. "What is so urgent about this?" Observing Teacher D's demeanor, it appeared that the Dragonbane seal held significant importance. After hearing my words, Teacher D recognized that haste would not be beneficial and composed herself. "It is as follows. That day, as you appeared on the brink of collapse, while you were sealed by the chaotic tide, the unique magic of the Dragon Clan, the Dragonbane seal, suddenly manifested upon you, taking the form of a golden halo." "A golden halo?" I pondered, struggling to recall the events of that day. It seemed there was indeed a golden halo that, when confronted by the chaotic tide, appeared to dispel it. Yet, I remained oblivious to the details. Is this truly significant? Of course it is, exceedingly so. Do you realize that the golden halo you summoned is a unique magic of the Dragon Clan, accessible only to high-ranking dragons? There has never been any record of humans wielding the Dragonbane seal. Reflect upon it. Have you perhaps forged a pact with the Dragon Clan? Not at all. I have only interacted with Xiao Jin and have made no pacts with any beings. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Wait, Xiao Jin. My eyes brightened. The unexpected agitation of Xiao Jin that day was what had triggered my headache, and subsequently, the golden halo had appeared. It must be related to Xiao Jin. What happened to Xiao Jin? Teacher D inquired anxiously. I recounted the situation in detail. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher D mused. Could it be that Xiao Jin is not a serpent-like phantom beast, but rather, a glance exchanged between me and Teacher D led us to exclaim in unison. "Dragon! Is it possible that Xiao Jin is a dragon? Hurry, Summon Xiao Jin to see. I yearned to ascertain whether Xiao Jin truly possessed the essence of a dragon, and it had been a while since I last summoned it. I wondered if there had been any changes. After Teacher D cast a protective barrier around the room, I began to chant for my friend, Xiao Jin, come forth before me. As I uttered the simple incantation, a flash of white light enveloped the space, and Xiao Jin materialized before me. Xiao Jin appeared to have grown significantly since I last beheld it. However, it lay languidly. Through our mental connection, I sensed that it had expended considerable magical energy during the last competition and had yet to recover. Its two horns seemed to be growing closer together, while the golden stripes adorning its body extended seamlessly from its head to its tail. The fin-like appendage on its back had thickened and elongated, nearly occupying the front half of its body behind its head. The 5 protrusions beneath its body had not only lengthened considerably, but each bore a small, round pad at their foremost tips. Is it truly this large now? Teacher D had yet to witness Xiao Jin in its matured form. Indeed, it seemed to have grown after our shared life experience, though it appears smaller than it is now. Teacher D, do you think it is a dragon? I was uncertain. I had never encountered a dragon myself. However, in my recollection, dragons were typically depicted with 2 claws. If the protrusions beneath Xiao Jin were indeed claws, then it had far too many. Wait a moment, let me consult a book. I realized I had not perused that tome in quite some time. With that, Teacher D rummaged through his grand bookshelf and retrieved a rather ancient-looking volume. I leaned closer to see the title, The True Sovereigns of the Continent, Dragons. It appeared to be a dedicated treatise on dragons. Let me see, Teacher D muttered as he flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, skimming each one with a glance. Suddenly, he paused, comparing the text with Xiao Jin as if seeking a correlation. Have you found something? Is Xiao Jin truly a dragon? I stood on my tiptoes, eager to glimpse the book in Teacher D's hands. Long bow. If the book is to be believed, you may have stumbled upon a treasure. What does it say? I inquired. Look here. This passage. Teacher D handed me the book, his gaze fixated on Xiao Jin, as though he were admiring a rare and exquisite gem. I picked up the book, which bore the title, The Royal Family of the Dragon Clan, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. The introduction revealed that the 5-clawed Golden Dragon reigns as the sovereign among dragons, commonly referred to as the Dragon King. Each realm's Dragon King is the mightiest among the dragon race, endowed with extraordinary power. The lifespan of a 5-clawed golden dragon is approximately 20,000 years. It only mates with the most beautiful female dragon when it surpasses 15,000 years or senses the impending end of its life. After a gestation period of over 1,000 years, a new generation is born. This new 5-clawed golden dragon, after a lengthy growth period of 3,000 years, ascends to the throne as the true Dragon King, succeeding its father in ruling the dragon race. By this time, the previous Dragon King has aged, retreating to a sanctuary within the dragon community. Thus, in each generation, there exists but one true monarch among the 5-clawed golden dragons. Not only is the 5-clawed golden dragon exceptionally formidable in physical combat, but it is also adept in the magical language of dragons and possesses remarkable intelligence. Teacher D, could it be that little Jean is a 5-clawed golden dragon? If so, it would take 3,000 years for it to mature. I would have turned to dust by then. It has yet to reach even 1 year of age. I expressed my doubts. Chapter 30. I want to go home reflecting on this. Teacher D pondered for a moment. Little Jean is currently growing at an astonishing rate, which starkly contrasts with the growth rates described in the book. It has almost completed its juvenile stage in just 1 year. While the book states that dragons typically require a minimum of 600 years to finish this phase, I surmised that Little Jin's rapid growth was likely linked to the life sharing you provided. Did it only start growing quickly after the incident? Indeed, since that incident, Little Jean has been growing exponentially and absorbing magical energy at a significantly increased rate. Long bow, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Be sure to keep Little Jin's identity as a dragon a secret. Once it enters the growth phase, you will have no cause for concern. By then, its scales, wings, and claws will have developed, becoming a formidable ally. How wonderful that my magical beast is a dragon. Do not celebrate too soon. Here, take this book. It has been passed down from my master's master's master. You must preserve it carefully, as it will serve you well in the future. The last page contains instructions and a map to the dragon gathering place. After you graduate from the Advanced Magic Academy, you may visit. If the current Dragon King wishes to reclaim Little Jean, you must return it. I wonder how Little Jean ended up in our possession. Must I return it? I cannot bear the thought of Little Jean leaving me, even if it is not truly a dragon. You must, long bow, understand the profound pain of parents who lose their children. You must consider little Jin's well-being. Indeed, if my parents could not find me, they would surely be heartbroken. Once I graduate and have the opportunity, I will visit Dragon Valley. At worst, I can attempt to persuade them to let little Jin stay with me. Oh, how long it has been since I last saw my parents. The holidays are finally approaching, and I intend to go home and visit them. They will surely be delighted to see how powerful my magic has become. Teacher D, when can I return home? I miss my parents. I didn't feel much at first, but now, suddenly recalling it, I am overwhelmed with a longing to return. Missing home? You will have a 2-day break. And once you regain your strength, you can go back. The school officially closes the day after tomorrow, Teacher D replied with a warm smile. By the way, Teacher D, I no longer wish to challenge the higher grades. I believe I have many areas to improve upon. I need to diligently refine my magical skills before considering that again. That is a commendable thought. I was concerned that you might become complacent if your magical abilities progressed too swiftly. If it weren't for Xiao Jin, you might not have clinched the championship this time. I sincerely hope you focus on your training. Once you reach the Advanced Magic Academy, you will be able to graduate sooner, Teacher D said encouragingly. Now, take some rest. I must attend to some matters. With a gentle pat on my head, Teacher D turned and walked away. I never expected this competition to unfold so many events. However, it is not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, I have come to understand what Xiao Jin is. Once I step into society, I will certainly make time to assist Xiao Jin in searching for its parents. I gazed at the little golden creature with warmth in my eyes, gently stroking its large head. The languid little one seemed to sense something, leaning its head against me. Teacher D had already departed, and the barrier should have been lifted by now. It would be prudent for me to return the little golden creature swiftly. With the incantation, the little one returned to my embrace. I lie in bed, yearning for slumber, yet sleep eludes me. The day after tomorrow, Teacher Xiao is expected to come for me. He harbors such high expectations. Surely he will be delighted to witness my progress. I wonder how my parents are faring. They must miss me dearly. And I long for them just as much. Gazing out at the stars through the window, I felt a profound pang of homesickness. Unable to sleep, I decided to practice my magical abilities, for restoring my magical power was of utmost importance. I focused intently on condensing the light elements, compressing the incessantly flowing light into a form akin to a golden sphere, merging it within the orb. This method would expedite my recovery far more than allowing the sphere to regenerate on its own. 2 days later, I eagerly sought out Teacher D. Teacher D, my magical powers have nearly fully returned. May I go home now? Raising his gaze from his book, he smiled gently at me. Ah, my dear boy, so impatient. Are you tired of this old man already, wishing to leave my side? Not at all. I could never bear to part from you. You are the finest teacher I have ever encountered. My words came from the heart, for it was under Teacher D's guidance that I had progressed so swiftly, achieving the distinction of being the top student in my second-year class within just 1 year. Noticing my eagerness, Teacher D's smile widened. I was merely teasing you. Go on. Pack your belongings. You may return home. Be cautious on your journey. Will someone be there to meet you? He was aware that my home was quite distant, hence his inquiry. Yes, but I am uncertain if he has arrived. He is my former teacher from the Junior Magic Academy. Oh, I would love to meet him and inquire how he laid such a solid foundation for your skills. Of course, that would have to wait, as Teacher D preferred to keep my student status a secret. No, that won't be necessary. I hastily declined. I wouldn't want him to employ the same methods on me as you did. How can I expect to enjoy my days ahead? Your teaching surpasses that of any other instructor. There is no need for further sparring. I quickly offered flattery to please him. Upon hearing my words, Teacher D appeared genuinely pleased. Is that so? It seems my efforts were not in vain. His face radiated with pride. By the way, as you are departing, I have something for you. You need not gift me anything. The magical robe you previously bestowed upon me is already splendid. While the robe may not be particularly effective against the chaotic binding spells, it still provides formidable defense against ordinary attacking magic. I am not offering you a gift. This is something you rightfully deserve. He produced an object resembling a card, crafted from the rarest amethyst crystal. What is this? I inquired, curiosity piqued. This is an amethyst card for storing diamond coins. Few possess such a treasure on the continent. It is infallible. I have already entered your information into it, and it cannot be altered. It holds the 100 diamond coins you earned for winning the championship, sufficient for quite some time. Whenever you require funds, simply present it. Its greatest advantage is that only you can utilize it, and it is absolutely secure. You may summon the amethyst card using summoning magic, and it can be concealed within your body. It's so beautiful, I exclaimed, taking it into my hands. I am wealthy now, and it is a considerable fortune. How wonderful. Teacher D, I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. I will return as soon as the holiday concludes. As I spoke, I turned and hurried towards the dormitory to pack my belongings in preparation for my return home. I must be cautious on the way. I must not let the magic slip away. I could hear Teacher D's admonitions echoing behind me. Chapter 31. I committed murder. I hurriedly made my way back to the dormitory, noticing that several of my roommates were absent, likely having returned home. I swiftly gathered my belongings, for I too was eager to depart. After packing, I ventured next door, where I found Mark still present. His injury had nearly healed. Upon seeing me approach, Mark rose from his bed, exclaiming, "Hey, you're back. How's your recovery?" "I'm doing well," I replied. "What about you?" "I'm heading home now." Mark flexed his arms, assuring me, "I'm all good. If you don't hurry back, I might leave without you. Let us meet again next semester." "But I must be off. I suddenly feel a strong yearning for home." "Wait a moment. Let me tidy up, and we can leave together," he said. With that, Mark quickly organized his things, and we departed the dormitory side by side. "Has Hyrie stopped by?" I inquired, recalling my unfulfilled promise to challenge him once more. "He did come by. He asked about your injury. He remarked on your impressive skills, suggesting that he might not be able to defeat you. There will be other opportunities. There is no need for regret, as you performed admirably this time. Indeed, perhaps next academic year will present another chance to face him." Upon reaching the entrance of the college, the moment of parting arrived. "Take care," I said, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. I noticed Mark's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It has been truly joyous being with you. Take care of yourself. My home is in the capital. Until next semester." "All right." I turned and sprinted away, fearing that lingering too long would make it hard to leave. Not far down the path, I heard someone calling out to me, "Chonggong." I turned around and was instantly filled with excitement. "Teacher Xiao, you truly came. I thought you wouldn't be here to pick me up." Teacher Xiao appeared as he always did, though a hint of exhilaration flickered across his stern face. "How could I not come? Come, let us return home." Together with Teacher Xiao, I embarked on the journey home. "Teacher Xiao, have you had the chance to meet my parents? Before my arrival, I visited your residence, and they are both doing well, though they miss you dearly. How have you been faring at the academy?" "Quite well. I achieved first place in the entrance examination, and the academy has directly placed me in the second year." "Is that so? Are you able to keep pace with your peers?" "I manage adequately. I have even made a good friend named Mark." I regaled Teacher Xiao with amusing anecdotes from the academy, sharing laughter throughout our journey. However, I chose to conceal the matter of how I risked my life to save Xiao Jin through magic. I wished to spare Teacher Xiao any concern, and even more so, I did not want my family to know. Teacher Xiao was envious upon learning that Master D had taken me as a disciple, repeatedly expressing how fortunate I was and urging me to diligently study magic under Master D, who is renowned as one of the continent's foremost magicians. I remain unaware of just how fortunate I truly am. We traveled with little respite, utilizing teleportation magic in desolate areas, swiftly covering 2/3 of our journey. Upon reaching an unfamiliar forest, we encountered a minor predicament. A dozen rugged individuals emerged from the thicket, blocking our passage. Teacher Xiao cast a glance my way and whispered, "Long Bao, allow me to assess the situation. Stay here." With that, he stepped forward. "Good sirs, may I inquire what brings you here?" The leader, a burly man, sneered. "Nothing much, just a few of us short on funds, seeking some coin. You appear to be a mage. I advise against resistance, lest you wish to face dire consequences. Hand over your money." I retorted, "If it's coin you seek, I possess 10 gold coins. Take them and let us pass." The leader erupted in fury. "Do you take us for beggars? This will not suffice. Surrender all your valuables." As he spoke, the group surged forward menacingly. "Very well, wait here while I fetch it." I hurried to Teacher Xiao, who quietly urged me, "Long Bao, these robbers possess weak magical energy. Show me your prowess. Do not disappoint me." "What? You wish for me to confront them?" I am unprepared for such an encounter. My anxiety surged at the thought of facing them. "Nonsense. Practical experience is essential for growth. I shall protect you. Now, be bold." Teacher Xiao's expression hardened. Realizing escape was futile, I steeled myself and approached. "Gentlemen, we are devoid of riches. Might you spare us?" "Enough chatter," he exclaimed, swinging a fist towards me. Instinctively, I teleported 5 meters away and fortified myself with defensive spells. A mage. This child is a mage. Charge him. The group charged as one. Panic coursed through me, for I had never engaged in combat before. I resolved to unleash a formidable spell. I began to teleport erratically while chanting my most powerful attack, the Great Light Element. Permit me to harness your might. May boundless light suffuse the land. Shine forth. Light of the 9 provinces, radiating an irresistible brilliance from my very core. Such a grand spell. Teacher Shio promptly teleported to a safe distance, without a protective barrier. The Great Light Element manifested its full potential, enveloping a 200-meter radius in dazzling luminescence. The dozen assailants were reduced to ashes under the might of my magic. I witnessed as they were consumed by the spell, disintegrating into countless particles, ultimately vanishing from existence. I withdrew my magic in confusion as Teacher Shio had returned. Changong. Your magic is truly formidable. What spell was that? It startled me. Why use such powerful magic against a few petty thieves? Your enhanced light arrow would have sufficed. I was terrified and involuntarily cast my most potent spell, Radiance of the 9 provinces. Teacher Shio, where did they go? I was completely unaware that I had taken lives. They have turned to ash. Do you think this is your academy? Each one of them was a high-level magician. What? Did I kill someone? I was momentarily stunned. Well, they were villains after all. Teacher Shio comforted me, saying there was nothing wrong with my actions. Firstly, they were robbers. Secondly, I am still just a child. And most importantly, I am a distinguished student of the Royal Academy of Intermediate Magic, a pillar of the nation with certain privileges. Besides, could anyone else possibly know of my actions? Chapter 32. 5 years of study. The remainder of the journey was rather uneventful, and I gradually emerged from the terror of having taken a life, though I had no desire to kill. I could not wait passively for death in the interest of my own safety. I resolved to prioritize defense and escape in the future. Teacher D had once said that every individual, and indeed every creature, possesses the right to exist. No one can arbitrarily strip that away. As long as I ensure my own safety, I would choose to evade danger. This lesson from Teacher D would resonate throughout my life. At last, I arrived home. As I entered the village, a wave of familiarity washed over me. My hometown, I had returned. I inhaled deeply the fragrant scent of my hometown's soil, a warm and comforting sensation enveloping my entire being. Teacher Shio accompanied me to the doorstep, where I beheld the familiar fence and the house that held so many memories. Mother, I have returned, I exclaimed loudly. You silly boy, they must be at work by now, Teacher Shio reminded me. Indeed, it was still morning. They should be occupied with their jobs. In an instant, I transported myself inside the house, and everything remained unchanged. My room was impeccably clean, undoubtedly due to my mother's diligent cleaning. I invited Teacher Shio into our home. At last, I was back. A profound longing to see my parents surged within me. Teacher Shio, please wait here while I go find them, I said, and I dashed towards the village committee where my mother worked. Upon arriving at the entrance of the committee, I spotted her familiar figure. Mother! I rushed towards her. Before she could react, I leaped into her arms. Long gone. You're back, she exclaimed, enveloping me in her embrace. Let me have a look at you, she said, cupping my face and scrutinizing me closely. My long gong had grown taller and more spirited. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Finally reunited with my mother, I could no longer contain my emotions and burst into tears in her embrace. Mother, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Long Gong, she replied, holding me tightly. Villagers gathered around us, and after some time, I reluctantly released my mother. This reunion deepened my affection for her, and I clung to the hem of her garment, terrified of losing her again. The village chief approached. Hai Kaixing is back. On break now, I presume? How is your study in the capital? Uncle Village Chief, it's going well. How is Aoda? Where has he gone? That lad hasn't he achieved as much as you? Yes, on break too, off playing somewhere. The villagers were incredibly warm and inquisitive, asking endless questions. Normally, I would find such inquiries tiresome, yet today I felt no annoyance whatsoever. The village chief granted my mother a break, allowing us to reunite at home. Upon returning, I found my father had already come back, evidently informed of my arrival. He was chatting with Teacher Shio, and seeing my father ignited another wave of affection. My parents incessantly inquired about my life at the academy, and I presented them with the 80 diamond coins I had earned from the Magic Guild. I kept 20 for myself, They were astounded. And when they learned that I had won them through my own efforts, their joy was palpable. I thought to myself that this money could alleviate the burdens of their hard work in supporting my education. My parents appeared somewhat aged compared to before my departure, and I understood that it was all for me. They had sacrificed so much. I firmly insisted that they should not toil so hard. I assured them that I had now attained a level of prowess comparable to that of a great sorcerer, and I would no longer rely on them for my tuition. I would strive to support myself through my own efforts. Thus began my vacation. Each day, aside from being by my parents' side, I frolicked with my village companions such as Odd. However, the joyous days always seemed to elapse swiftly. And soon my holiday was drawing to a close as I prepared to return to the capital to continue my studies. Though the thought of parting from everyone filled me with reluctance, I recognized that to provide them with a better life and to enhance my own abilities to protect them, I must endeavor to better myself. On this journey, Teacher Sho did not accompany me, for I had already familiarized myself with the route. With tears in my eyes, I bid farewell to my loved ones and embarked on the path back to the academy. The 5 years I spent at the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, originally intended to be 4, but extended by Teacher D to solidify my magical foundation, were the most pivotal of my life. During these years, I laid a profound magical groundwork. Now in my 5th year, although my magical prowess still trails behind Teacher D's, I have been informed that I am among the elite within the sorcerers. My mana orb is nearing complete transparency. And more importantly, many of the magical techniques I have devised have astonished Teacher D. Throughout these 5 years, none have contested my position as the top student, and my distance from Mark has progressively widened due to my relentless efforts. I now stand as the foremost adept among all the students. Notably, Xiaojin's growth has been remarkably swift. It has now assumed the basic form of a dragon and has entered the latter stages of its developmental phase, exceeding 15 meters in length and surpassing any magical beast known to Teacher D in strength, particularly in physical attack power, capable of easily breaching intermediate defensive spells. Should I engage in combat with Xiaojin, I hold no certainty of victory. Perhaps due to our past bond of shared life, it can wield the magic I can, and I can harness the unique dragon magic it commands, resulting in a qualitative leap in my own power. Teacher D remarked that together, Xiaojin and I would be formidable enough to contend with a magic tutor. I am now 16 years old, and each year, I return home once. My parents are filled with joy as they witness my growth. The prize money I earn from annual graduation competitions has afforded them a comparatively affluent lifestyle. As graduation approaches, what are your plans? One day, Professor D summoned me to his office. Well, what plans could I possibly have? To attend the Advanced Magic Academy, of course. With my status as the top student, I could be directly recommended to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy without needing to take an entrance examination. No, I do not wish for you to pursue that path, Professor D replied thoughtfully. What? Are you saying I shouldn't attend the Advanced Magic Academy? I asked in astonishment. Indeed. Because if you follow my old path, you must understand that although you are strong now, you will never surpass me. His words struck me deeply. Why not? I asked urgently, knowing I am the youngest sorcerer in history. Why can't I surpass Professor D? I have always been optimistic about my considerable talent, believing I could reach the legendary level of a grand sorcerer. His words shocked me and shattered my self-confidence. Do not rush. Listen to me carefully. Professor D paused for a moment. Do you know how old I am this year? Over 80, perhaps? I am 83 years old. Do you know how old the vice principal is? I do not know. Perhaps a bit younger than you? He is 62, and he was the youngest sorcerer before you. He graduated from the Royal Advanced Magic Academy at the age of 20 and became a grand sorcerer by 30. However, for the next 30 years, he made no further progress. Do you know why? I shook my head. Although the number of sorcerers is quite limited, over the course of thousands of years, several hundred sorcerers have emerged on the continent, yet not a single archmage has been seen. Upon reaching the level of a sorcerer, one encounters a formidable bottleneck. Advancement in magical techniques is possible, yet the fundamental source of magical power, remains static. Currently, the 10 sorcerers on the continent possess nearly identical levels of magical power. The so-called rankings are merely determined by fame and a few magical skills. Is it truly so challenging to transcend this bottleneck? Does that mean I am devoid of hope? I expressed my despondency. Thus far, no effective methods have been discovered. Long ago, some have attempted to break through, yet only 3 outcomes emerged. One was abandonment, another madness, and the final one resulted in a fatal magical explosion. Is it truly so arduous? Doubts began to creep into my mind. After all, I have already achieved quite a bit. Becoming a sorcerer should suffice as a commendable choice. This is precisely why I am reluctant to allow you to tread the same path I once did by attending the Royal Academy of High Magic. I am aware that should you endeavor to enhance your magical power, The inevitable outcome would be abandonment. Having studied magic alongside you for these past years, I am well acquainted with your character. I scratched my head and offered an awkward smile. I do not wish to impose the role of a great sorcerer upon you, but I encourage you to explore new methods, at the very least, to aspire to become a formidable mage without peril. There is hope. Oh, the dawn of possibility. The ultimate limitation for sorcerers often lies in their physical capacity to endure magical forces, compounded by a superficial understanding of magical elements. Your greatest advantage at present is your remarkable ability to harmonize with the magical elements, which is the reason you can conjure an array of innovative spells. So, what must I do? I am at your service. After this lengthy discourse, we finally arrive at the crux of the matter. It is, in fact, quite simple. You must attend the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. However, I prefer that you delay this step. I wish for you to venture out, gain experience for a few years, and then return to further your magical studies. Venture out. It sounds so uncomplicated. I had anticipated a daunting challenge. Yet it appears to be merely an outing. Very well, I too yearn to explore. Yet, do not be so naive. My intent in sending you out for practical experience entails the completion of several tasks. During this period, you must elevate your magical prowess to the standards of a mage, which is indeed a rigorous endeavor. Therefore, do not assume that this journey will allow for idleness. Additionally, you must engage in physical training to augment your stamina, and if possible, even acquire some rudimentary combat techniques. I interrupted Teacher D's discourse on the essence of martial spirit. Is it possible to cultivate both martial spirit and magic simultaneously? Theoretically, it is indeed feasible. However, if one endeavors to master both, the inevitable outcome would be a lack of proficiency in either. My intent is not for you to become exceptionally formidable in martial spirit, but merely to enhance your physical well-being. The primary focus should remain on the cultivation of magic. Ah, I see. The benefits of practical experience are manifold, such as the enhancement of combat experience and the understanding of magic in real-world applications, both of which are crucial. Nevertheless, there are numerous dangers associated with such experiences, and I shall endeavor to shield you from these perils. As you embark on your journey of practical experience, I must assign you a formidable task, the quest for the legendary artifact, the Holy Sword, a weapon once wielded by the Creator God. The Holy Sword? Does it truly exist? Indeed, it does, and I possess a general sense of its location. Whether you can acquire it hinges upon your fortune. This sword will be of immense assistance to you, as it harbors the residual divine power of the Creator God, which is pivotal to your ascension as a grand sorcerer. Hence, you must exert yourself in your search. Such a remarkable treasure. I shall endeavor to seek it out diligently. Rest assured, I will. You are nearing graduation, so I urge you to intensify your efforts in the coming days to enhance your skills further, ensuring your safety during your journey. In approximately 1 month, I will accompany you to your home to discuss matters with your parents, after which your journey of practical experience will commence. I initially anticipate granting you 2 years for this endeavor, and upon the conclusion of this period, regardless of whether you have completed your task, you must return. I nodded, realizing that the task ahead was daunting. I could not let Teacher D down. I must strive to meet his expectations. Fame was not my desire, but I yearned for strength. Upon leaving Teacher D's office, I made my way directly to the dormitory to find Mark, for he was now my closest friend. The others had either advanced to the prestigious Advanced Magic Academy or, like Green Hair, had not continued their studies after our first year. Green Hair, influenced by my performance after the final competition, had softened his attitude and thus joined our circle of friends. However, we still affectionately referred to him as Green Hair. It is worth noting that the 3 siblings from the Sea family had also become our friends. Seawater had gained admission to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy last year. Mark was now approaching the level of a mage, and my intention in seeking him out was to invite him to embark on this journey with me. His support would be invaluable, and with his assistance, achieving my goals would undoubtedly become more manageable. Having called me boss for so many years, I felt confident he would not refuse my request as I strode towards the dormitory. Chapter 1. Brotherhood. Mark was engrossed in a magic book when I entered. Boss, what did Teacher D want with you? He inquired. He doesn't want me to attend the Royal Advanced Magic Academy anymore, I replied. Mark's reaction mirrored my initial shock. Boss, with your magical prowess, it would be a pity not to go. What could Teacher D possibly mean? Please, do not fret. Here's the situation. I recounted our conversation in Teacher D's office. So, what do you say we venture out together? As brothers, we can explore and, even if our magic does not improve, At least we will broaden our horizons. However, Mark did not respond with the enthusiasm I had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Boss, let me think it over. I would like to discuss this with my family first, and will let you know the outcome tomorrow, if that's all right." I struck him with a punch, saying, "What has come over you? This is unlike your usual self. I recall you being far more decisive." I decided not to press him further and suggested we discuss it tomorrow. Mark's reaction stirred a sense of annoyance within me, prompting me to retreat and immerse myself in the study of magic. I have matured significantly since then. Outwardly, I now present as an adult, though my face still retains a hint of youthful innocence. Below are the personal details of Mark and myself. The following information regarding physical attributes reflects the characters as determined by the author at the corresponding ages. Name: Longbow Way. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Major in magic, light minor in magic. Spatial phantasmal beast: Little Jean, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Overall magical proficiency: mage, not certified by the Mage Association. Magic control: S, graded as S. A, B, C, D, E. F, magical power, a magical insight. SS, magical defense, a magical attack. A speed: A, incapable of flight. Physical attack: F, physical defense. F, physical condition. D, name: Mark. Said height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 74 kilograms. Major in magic, fire minor in magic. Wind phantasmal beast: Fire Lion. I am unsure where he procured this growth class Fire Lion, which has surpassed level 8. Overall magical proficiency: mage, not certified by the Mage Association. Magic control: S, magical power. B, magical insight, a magical defense. A magical attack. A speed: A, capable of flight. Physical attack: F, physical defense. F, physical condition. E, Mark and I have likely developed physically at an accelerated rate due to our hearty appetites, particularly in height, surpassing many adults. Coupled with our striking appearances, we are quite popular among the female students at the academy. However, I remain somewhat oblivious to matters of romance, finding interactions with girls rather bothersome, thus lacking any developments in that regard. In contrast, Mark is wholly infatuated with Highway, dismissing all other girls. Ironically, despite becoming friends with me, Highway pays no heed to Mark, suggesting that his nickname Rice Cake has indeed taken a toll on his reputation. The following day, before I could seek out Mark, he approached me first. Mark appeared rather downcast, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, and an ominous premonition washed over me. Indeed, Mark, who had never before declined my requests, rejected my invitation today. "Boss, I apologize, but I cannot accompany you on your training expedition," he murmured. I was immediately filled with excitement. Why can't we go? Don't you wish to venture out with me? Aren't we good brothers?" "Indeed," Mark replied resolutely. "My dear friend, I have my reasons that I cannot divulge. I sincerely apologize, but I truly cannot accompany you. What is it that you cannot share with me? We can face it together." I remained undeterred. After all these years of brotherhood, I genuinely did not wish to part ways with him. "It is something I cannot disclose. I can only tell you that it concerns my family, and they do not permit me to go." Throughout our years of schooling together, I had never visited Mark's home, only knowing that his family was quite affluent. Gradually, I calmed myself, realizing that I could not compel someone to do what they were unwilling to undertake. We remained in relative silence until I broke the stillness, reluctantly uttering, "Well, since your family doesn't permit you to go, let it be. Focus on your studies at the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. I shall return in 2 years." At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness. It appeared I must face all that lies ahead alone. Perhaps this is the hand of fate, for one must forge their own path. Suddenly, Mark lunged at me, embracing me tightly. "Boss," he wept uncontrollably. I held onto his broad shoulders, my tears flowing freely. Gradually, our emotions began to stabilize. I gently pushed him away, reminding him that although we could not be together for now, we would always be good brothers. Indeed, we would remain brothers for life. After a brief pause, Mark continued, "Boss, do you know how much I long to embark on this journey with you? Yet, I cannot dictate my own fate. I must heed my family's wishes. Though I am not the eldest son, I bear the responsibility of fulfilling my duties within the household. We belong to an extensive family, and I must strive for our kin." "Enough," I interjected. "As brothers, I understand your position. There is no need for you to explain anything to me. Let our bond speak for itself." The genuine friendship between Mark and me fills the entire room, and neither of us wishes to speak. I once contemplated expressing to Teacher D my desire to forego further trials, yet upon envisioning his silvered hair and recalling his earnest expectations for me, I could not bring myself to do so. While I still have the chance to meet with Mark, what of Teacher D? Will he possess the strength to nurture another potential grand sorcerer to fulfill his dreams? Note: Teacher Shio ceased to visit me in my 3rd year of schooling, as he mentioned his intention to embark on a journey. In the final month that remained, Mark and I were nearly inseparable, cherishing our last moments together. We resided in the same dormitory, practicing magic and sharing meals side by side. Yet, the day of departure inevitably arrived. Given my abilities, there was no necessity for me to partake in the graduation examination. I smoothly obtained the certification of Grand Sorcerer from the Mage Guild. Teacher D preferred that I not reveal my prowess too early, for a 16-year-old mage would be astonishingly extraordinary, and even so, many were left in awe. Chapter 2. Departure from the Academy. I must bid farewell to the Academy where I have both studied and lived. It has become my second home. And parting is truly bittersweet. I lingered, gazing fondly at every blade of grass and tree, pondering why time passes so swiftly, allowing me to arrive in haste and now depart just as swiftly. Teacher D, observing my reluctance, sighed softly. Departure is inevitable. You will return, and when you do, I believe you will bring even greater glory to the Academy and to me. You have grown. Do not linger in childishness. It is time to go. With measured steps, we approached the entrance of the Academy. I turned back to gaze at the grand inscription of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy embedded in the hard granite, my eyes once again brimming with tears. Wait up. I'm here to see you off, Mark exclaimed, panting as he hurried over. I hadn't informed him of my departure today, for I wished to avoid this sorrowful scene. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? That's not very bro-like. Mark's face was a blend of laughter and tears. Here, take this. You must return quickly. I'll be waiting for you at the Advanced Magic Academy. We still have much to learn together. As he spoke, Mark produced a dagger from his pocket. Its appearance strikingly ornate, adorned with various gemstones. I accepted it without examining it closely, as the emotions of parting engulfed my heart, leaving little room for concern. However, I noticed a flicker of something unusual in Teacher D's eyes. I realized I could linger no longer, for the longer I stayed, the harder it would be to leave. Gritting my teeth, I turned and set off on the journey home with Teacher D, fiercely suppressing the urge to look back, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. Longbow, stop overthinking it. Do you wish to see the heavens? Teacher D's words indeed diverted my attention. The heavens? How could I possibly reach the heavens? Have you forgotten? My next spell is wind magic, which allows one to fly. With that, Teacher D cast a wind gliding spell, gently lifting off the ground. It's my first time seeing you fly. But how am I supposed to fly? I don't know wind magic. I will carry you. Just hold on to my waist. Thus, I ascended into the sky alongside Teacher D, an exhilarating sensation enveloping me as the forests and villages below appeared like tiny ants. The gentle breeze brushed against my face, granting me a feeling akin to that of immortals. When will I be able to fly? I mused enviously. It's not impossible, although you don't know wind magic. If you have the opportunity to learn some advanced combat techniques, you could also achieve flight at a certain level. Can one really fly using combat techniques? I asked. My curiosity piqued. Indeed. Moreover, the speed of flight using combat techniques surpasses that of magic, though it cannot be sustained for long. Teacher D's words instilled in me a longing for combat techniques. The prospect of flight was enticing, and I resolved to study them diligently if given the chance. After soaring through the air for about an hour, I noticed Teacher D's complexion growing pale. Prolonged flight consumes a significant amount of magical energy, especially when bearing another person, even for a seasoned magus like him. Teacher D, let us descend. You need to rest, I suggested with concern. Very well, I'm growing old. My body can no longer endure such prolonged exertion of magic. We alighted on a gentle hillside, rested for a while, and then resumed our journey. Thus we soared through the skies, eventually returning to my hometown. I am now the pride of the village. And when everyone learned that I had passed the certification of the Grand Sorcerer, they exalted me to the heavens. My parents were so overjoyed at my return that they were at a loss for words. I dared not reveal that the old man who accompanied me back is one of the mere 10 archmages in the entire continent. Otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. We took a day of respite, during which Teacher D discussed with my parents the prospect of my undertaking an apprenticeship. My parents fell silent. In their hearts, they believed that the Royal Academy of High Magic was the most legitimate path for me. They were also concerned for my safety. However, their profound respect for Teacher D restrained them from voicing their apprehensions. How could the worldly wise teacher D fail to perceive their unease? He patiently elucidated the purpose of my apprenticeship and his expectations for me, as well as the various measures he would employ to ensure my safety. Gradually, my parents alleviated their worries and consented to my journey. That evening, I strolled outside the village with Teacher D, enveloped in the enchanting night. Suddenly, he halted. Turning to me with a grave expression, "Changong," he said, "the task ahead of you is quite formidable. For your safety, I shall provide you with a few items." With that, he produced 3 small magical scrolls from his robe. These scrolls bore the same enchantment. To put it bluntly, they were escape scrolls, capable of transporting you instantly to a location 50 kilometers away. "Take good care of them," he instructed. "I have received the magical scroll. Thank you. Furthermore, I have invited the foremost archmage of the continent to establish a teleportation array at the academy, designed for long-distance transfers. Whenever you encounter an insurmountable problem or wish to return after completing a task, you may utilize this array to instantly return to the academy. The design and usage of the array are detailed within this small booklet. You must master it as swiftly as possible. The accuracy of the teleportation can exceed 90%. With that, he presented me with a slender tome. I received a message from Teacher Shudi, who advised me, "You must be aware that utilizing this magic array requires your magical power to be at its peak. Otherwise, deviations may occur." I responded, "All right. I shall prioritize mastering it." He continued, "I have deposited 1,000 diamond coins into your amethyst card, which should suffice for your needs. Do not be overly frugal. The approximate location of the artifact you are to retrieve lies within a valley in the Kinna province of the Dara Kingdom. You may embark on your search there." That is all I needed to convey. I attentively noted the words of Teacher D, who suddenly seemed to recall something. "Ah yes. The dagger that Mark gifted you before his departure is no ordinary weapon. While it may not rival the legendary artifacts, it possesses remarkable power, capable of penetrating all forms of combat energy and magical defenses. Exercise caution in its use. I never anticipated that Mark would bestow upon me such a treasure. Truly, he is a dear brother." Chapter 3. Away from home, the dazzling sunlight awakened me, reminiscent of my childhood disdain for the sun. I genuinely feel as though I have matured. After freshening up, I stepped outside and took a deep breath, relishing the freshness of the air. The elemental light within me surged with vitality, invigorating my spirit. Today marks the beginning of my journey, far from the familiar confines of home. "Chang Gong, breakfast is ready." My mother called from the kitchen. "I'm coming," I replied, cherishing every moment spent with my family, and hurried back inside. Everyone was up, gathered around the dining table. "Chang Gong, eat well. You won't have the chance to savor your mother's cooking for a long time," my mother gently urged, serving me generous portions. "Mother, you must eat too." "Rest assured, I will return safely," I reassured her. "Seeing you all like this makes me question whether sending Changong out for training is truly a wise decision," Teacher D remarked humorously, as our meal concluded amidst the warmth of familial bonds. At last, the moment to depart had arrived. "Be safe on your journey," my mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Do not let me down," my father added, his hands trembling with emotion. "Do not forget the escape talisman I provided," Teacher D reminded me. With a heavy heart, I bid farewell to them and embarked on my journey of learning and experience. As I exited the village, I found myself frequently glancing back, unable to shake off the sorrow of leaving home. Following Teacher D's instructions, I was to first travel to the kingdom of Shoda to seek his esteemed friend, Riko, the headmaster of the Knights Academy. There, I would undergo a period of training before proceeding to fulfill the task he had entrusted to me. I am not in a hurry. I stroll leisurely along the path, taking in the breathtaking beauty that surrounds me. How splendid my homeland is. In the distance, a misty haze beckons. I consult the map provided by Teacher D and realize that my pace is quite commendable. I have already arrived at Shining Lake. Just one more province to traverse before reaching the borders of the kingdom of Shioda. Teacher D had once spoken of the stunning scenery here, and I am eager to witness it for myself. Thus, I quicken my steps toward Shining Lake. What an expansive lake it is, stretching endlessly before my eyes. The azure waters are so crystal clear that I can see the fish swimming below. It is truly a sight to behold. I crouch by the lakeside, cupping the pristine water in my hands and splashing it onto my face. The refreshing sensation is invigorating, a delightful comfort, especially now in the midst of summer. Immersing myself in the cool lake water is utterly blissful. I removed my shoes and immersed my feet in the water, relishing the exquisite sensations brought forth by the picturesque lake and mountains. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged behind me. Turning around, I beheld 7 or 8 figures clad in black, striding purposefully in my direction. Their athletic builds suggested they were proficient in martial arts, and their slender forms indicated they were all women. Upon closer inspection, I counted 9 of them, all draped in cloaks that concealed their entire bodies, despite the sweltering heat. Among them, one particularly tall figure appeared to be the leader, surrounded by her companions like stars encircling the moon. I was left wondering about their appearances and the reason for their cloaked attire, which compelled me to gaze a moment longer. Perhaps my scrutiny was too conspicuous, for one of them noticed me. "Hey, you brat, what are you staring at? Scram. We need to rest here, or I'll gouge your eyes out." How fierce. Truly a fierce woman. Shouldn't a lady be resting? As a gentleman, how could I simply walk away? Yet, her words only spurred my defiance. Ignoring her, I raised my chin high and hummed a tune from my hometown. Sometimes in a hurry, socks get worn inside out. Sometimes I truly wish to wash the dishes tomorrow. Blame my confusion and a touch of laziness. Don't mind my occasional whims. This song, called Big Woman, was frequently sung by my father. Perhaps out of fear of my mother. Having heard it so often, I naturally learned it. Seeing my lack of reaction, the previously confrontational girl strode toward me, evidently intent on being rude. "Humph, who is afraid of whom?" The leading girl interjected. "Lingsy, don't cause trouble. Have you forgotten what my father instructed you before we left?" Her voice was exquisite, outshining even the sweetest songbird, far surpassing my own raspy tones. I couldn't help but wonder how enchanting her singing would be. "Lingsy," the girl addressed, huffed disdainfully, "I'll let you off this time. Now, hurry and leave." Whether dissatisfied with her words or compelled by the allure of the leader's melodious voice, I provocatively retorted, "Is this your home? What is so impressive? Why act so arrogant?" I refused to leave. Indeed, my wish was granted as the leader spoke again. "Lingsy, give him a lesson, but do not take his life." Such a delightful voice, how I wished she would utter more words. As I reveled in her enchanting presence, trouble loomed. Lingsy, perhaps already harboring disdain for me, swiftly approached at her leader's command, drawing her sword and striking down upon me. A chilling gust rushed towards me, prompting a shiver as I realized, oh no, she is trying to kill me. In an instant, I evaded to a distance of 10 meters. That was close. I felt a few strands of hair had been severed. How swift her sword was. This was no jest. It turned out she was a sorceress, which explained her audacity, clad in commoner's attire. I was recognized as a mage upon her use of magic. Wow, do magicians possess no shame? I silently mused. It matters not if you insult me, but my teacher, friends, father, and mother all seem to be magicians. For their sake, I shall teach you a lesson. Element of light, my ally. Converge into sharp arrows and vanquish the foe before me. I summoned the strengthened arrows of light, which shot forth from my hands. Upon witnessing my radiant arrows, she appeared quite disdainful, wielding her sword to unleash a faint silver light that severed my arrows effortlessly. Without hesitation, she charged towards me. After all, a warrior must close the distance with a magician. Wow, this is the essence of celestial energy. I had only heard of it before, yet now I bear witness. It appears I must exhibit my true prowess. Element of light, my companion, transform into sacred radiance. A vast expanse of white light surged forth from me, enveloping my form and forming a protective barrier. This was the advanced defensive magic of the light element, sacred light. As she rushed into my sacred light, she seemed to experience considerable discomfort, retreating swiftly, trembling all over. "Why, you are a light element magician," she stammered. Chapter 4. Encounter with the Demon Clan. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Surely not. My sacred light is purely defensive and devoid of offensive capabilities. How could this be? Just as I was enveloped in confusion, the leader among them struck. She murmured a few incantations, and a deep purple orb materialized in her hand. With a wave, she directed it not at me, but towards the girl named Ayako. Ayako appeared to regain her composure, no longer trembling, exhaling a sigh of relief. "What kind of magic is this? I have never encountered anything like it. What sorcery do you wield?" I inquired with curiosity. The girl's melodious voice echoed back. "Do not let him escape. Silence him." Surely not. You would resort to silencing me over mere words? How ruthless. By the time I spoke, I found myself encircled by them. I continually reinforced my defensive magic, remaining still to observe how they would approach me. The leader refrained from attacking, merely instructing her 8 subordinates to surround me. They began to spin, and I initially assumed they would employ martial skills, only to realize they were chanting incantations. A dense black mist emanated from them, enveloping me entirely. My protective sacred light hissed upon contact with the black fog, resembling the sound of a corrosive solvent. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming pressure. The sacred light could not withstand this assault. O great element of light, permit me to harness your formidable power. Filling the earth with infinite brilliance, shine forth. The radiance now illuminating the realm was far more potent than before. I could fully control the direction of my magical energies. Surrounded as I was, I naturally opted for an all-encompassing release of magic. As I chanted softly, I gradually ascended from the ground, my entire being radiating a dazzling white light. Tilting my head back, 1/3 of the magical essence from the golden elixir at my brow enveloped me entirely. The surrounding brilliance momentarily contracted before erupting violently. The dense black fog was swiftly consumed by the white luminescence I emitted, surging back towards the 8 maidens encircling me. I held back my full strength, for I had no desire to take a life. Recollecting my first experience of killing still sent shivers down my spine. In their moment of peril, the foremost maiden swiftly unleashed a circle of purple energy, enveloping her companions to shield them from my resplendent onslaught. However, the defensive force was evidently too hasty. While it negated my attack, it nonetheless inflicted some harm upon them. The cloaks of the 8 maidens were torn to shreds by the elemental light, revealing their close-fitting magical armor, which bore several cracks. What exquisite beauty they possessed! These maidens not only had stunning features, but also remarkable figures, even stirring feelings within me, a person typically indifferent to such charms. Yet, when I raised my gaze, I was mesmerized, rendered speechless by the breathtaking scene before me. This was not the beauty of Shining Lake, in comparison. Shining Lake seemed but a flickering firefly against the brilliant moon. The leading maiden did not appear as disheveled as her companions. Her cloak, which had obscured her face, slipped to her back, unveiling an indescribably exquisite visage that left me in awe. She embodied beauty beyond compare, surpassing all the lovely women I had ever known. She was an ethereal beauty, the quintessence of grace, as if all the world's splendor had converged within her. Even I, who had never wavered in my composure, found myself captivated. The maiden, noticing my slack-jawed expression, hastily covered herself again and called out, "Teacher, come quickly and rid me of this lecher." A chilling voice echoed through the air. "Who has disturbed my little princess?" The frigid tone extinguished my fervor entirely. With that terrifying voice, a wisp of black smoke flickered, revealing a figure swathed in thick cloth beside the maiden, a figure so slender it could be likened to a bamboo stalk. Though I could not discern his form entirely, it appeared no wider than the breadth of a hand. "Teacher, it is he. He has uncovered our secret and seen my face. You must help me eliminate him." The maiden's urgency was striking, her melodious voice now laced with a fierce intensity. "Such ferocity, my lady, yet I find it appealing. Shall we become friends?" I jested lightly. Before she could respond, the bamboo figure glided toward me. As it drew near, an overwhelming aura pressed against me, rendering me breathless. This was a master of formidable skill. I immediately braced myself, recognizing that apart from Teacher D and Teacher Long, no one else had ever exerted such immense pressure upon me. I immediately became cautious, enveloping myself in the light element and casting several defensive spells. That sinister voice reemerged, revealing itself to be a young man wielding light magic. "Isn't it true that practitioners of light magic are quite rare here?" "Who claims that it is rare?" "You skinny fellow, have you no understanding? Light magic has become prevalent throughout the continent. I merely happen to be the least skilled among them." Despite his words, I was determined to oppose him. Little did I know, it was precisely my remarks that enabled humanity to avert a calamity. "What did you say? Is that true?" "The information we have received does not reflect that the populace is learning light magic." He was indeed straightforward, unable to discern truth from falsehood. I deliberately adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "Of course it is true. Do I have any need to deceive you?" "Indeed, there is. If one can deceive, why not? It would be effortless to ensnare you, haha." A sinister smile crept across my mind. "Teacher, do not heed his nonsense. Eliminate him at once. We cannot allow him to divulge our secrets," cried the enchanting maiden from the side. "What enchanting maiden? Why must you slay me? No good can come from a beautiful woman. I shall never take one as my wife." "Very well. I shall deal with you first, and then verify the truth." The bamboo staff began to chant an incantation. "O great god of darkness, your servant beseeches you. Transform into the devourer of the infinite." I willingly offer my soul. Even in my ignorance, I discerned the dark magic woven into his spell. I exclaimed loudly, "Demon Clan!" From behind the bamboo staff, a shadowy figure emerged, swiftly lunging towards me. I hastily unleashed the radiance of the 9 provinces, seeking to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the shadow did not engage in combat with my luminous magic. Instead, it morphed into an enormous dome that enveloped the radiant magical energy I had summoned. I felt a disconnection from the magic I had conjured, watching helplessly as the energy of light gradually dissipated within the dark dome. Chapter 5. Successful Escape. How formidable. Is dark magic truly so powerful? They are of the demon clan, harboring a deep-seated enmity towards humanity. Could they truly spare me? Having never encountered a demon before, I was at a loss for how to counter dark magic. No, I must flee. Safety is paramount. I shall devise a strategy to confront them later. With this thought, I seized the opportunity while the dark dome absorbed the energy of my radiance of the 9 provinces, swiftly executing a short-distance teleportation to escape the scene and fled desperately in one direction. In truth, I had no need to rush. They did not pursue me. Although the bamboo staff had neutralized my radiance, it had done so with great difficulty. Dark magic and light magic exert a reciprocal constraint on one another. He had not gained any substantial advantage. Once the energy of my radiance was extinguished, the bamboo staff exhaled deeply, such powerful light magic. He also possessed spatial magic. It seemed I would not be able to catch up to him. Such strength at such a young age. Princess, it appears you are outmatched. Teacher, how are you? Can you not contend with him? The beautiful maiden hastily approached to assist the bamboo staff, her disbelief evident. Princess, if what that young human said is true, we, the demon clan, are in peril. Indeed, he wields a form of light magic unlike any I have encountered before. His power is formidable. It is clear he has yet to exert his full strength. Though he may not be my equal now, in a few years, he will undoubtedly surpass me. Furthermore, he is aware of our incursion into humanity. He will surely take appropriate measures. It seems we must temporarily halt our advance into human territory. We should ascertain the extent of humanity's strength before plotting our next move. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Shall we still proceed to the Aisha kingdom? I still intend to go, but you should settle in first. I need to return to my homeland briefly to report this situation to His Majesty and seek his decision on whether to alter our strategy. Very well. Let us depart immediately. The beautiful woman turned to the 8 maidens, inquiring, How are your injuries? Quickly change your clothes. We must set off. We will find a place in the city to rest and recuperate. As for myself, having run a considerable distance and feeling utterly exhausted, I glanced back to see that no one was pursuing me. It seemed I was safe now. I decided to halt my flight, seeking refuge in the shade of a tree, where I plopped down and wiped the sweat from my brow. What business do these demons have here? How unfortunate to have encountered them. My luck is truly abysmal. Just after my departure, I crossed paths with such formidable foes. Thankfully, I am swift. I still feel a chill at the thought of that dark hood used by the bamboo pole. Nevertheless, the leading girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Are there truly so many enchanting demonesses? I had previously thought that the Shuiwei sisters were the epitome of beauty, yet in comparison to this demon girl, they seemed pale. I couldn't help but shake my head. Even I, who have never been swayed by a woman's allure, felt a stir in my heart. However, she is rather fierce, ready to strike at the mere sight of me. If I were to marry her, would that not be a tragic fate? A tender moment could result in a knife to my heart. It appears that beautiful women tend to be rather fierce. It would be wiser to seek a more ordinary spouse. Beauty can be admired from afar. I cannot fathom what our protagonist is pondering. He is preoccupied with thoughts that pertain solely to his own concerns, neglecting to consider how the demons traversed the Strand Fortress to reach Tiendi Continent, or what their intentions might be. The exhaustion of my body, coupled with the extensive use of my mental faculties, lulled me into a deep slumber beneath the tree's shade. I slept soundly, but I was abruptly awakened by the cold. Upon opening my eyes, I realized it was already nightfall, and my body was covered in a sticky mixture of dew and sweat, which was quite uncomfortable. I needed to find a place to wash up promptly. Where am I? I glanced around and noticed a faint light in the distance, resembling that of a village. Without hesitation, I sprinted towards it. As I approached, I discerned it was indeed a small village, comprising perhaps 20 households. I approached a relatively larger home and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? An elderly voice replied. Who is it? Greetings, I am a traveler. On a whim, I have wandered past my intended lodging. Would it be possible for me to stay with you for the night? I shall leave at dawn. Thank you. After a brief interval, the door creaked open, revealing a wrinkled old man who scrutinized me from head to toe. Come in, he beckoned. Thank you, I replied, following the elder inside. The dwelling appeared to have about 3 rooms. The living area was quite simple, furnished with only a long bench, a tea table, a few stools, and some essential household items. The elder poured me a glass of water, which I gratefully accepted. Thank you. You need not be so formal. Where do you hail from? Young man? The elder inquired with a smile. I hail from Senkei City and aspire to journey to the kingdom of Shuda. There is nothing to conceal. This is no secret. Senkei, indeed, stands as the second largest city in Aisha. In my youth, I had the pleasure of visiting it. By the way, have you dined yet? Look at me. I'm becoming rather forgetful. Allow me to prepare something for you to eat. I am indeed quite hungry. I cannot afford to be polite about it. I must trouble you for this. In truth, I wish to express, please prepare a larger portion. For I have a hearty appetite, yet I hesitated to voice it. I discovered a wooden basin, drew some water from the tank in the yard, and washed my face. Feeling remarkably refreshed, I decided to wait until after the meal to cleanse myself thoroughly. Time to eat, young man, called the elder from within the house. I'm coming. Upon re-entering the room, I found several dishes laid out on the tea table, a bamboo basket filled with steaming sweet potatoes and old corn, alongside a pot of fragrant sweet potato porridge. It was splendid. The enticing aroma of the food evoked a sense of homeliness within me. Help yourself, We country folk have little to offer. This is already quite wonderful. I often have these at home, unable to contain my hunger. I eagerly dove into the array of dishes, devouring them with fervor. The elder watched me eat with a knowing smile. The battle concluded, and I had cleared the table of all its offerings. I patted my slightly protruding belly and contentedly remarked, I'm so full. I haven't eaten this well since I left home. Thank you so much. The elder began to tidy up the remnants of our meal, but I quickly joined in, not wanting to impose on him. He graciously directed me to the kitchen. Chapter 6. The Mercenary Guild. Once everything was in order, I returned to the living room, where the elder seemed to be awaiting my return. Now that we are done, let me show you to your resting place. He led me to a small room on the left. Though it was quite simple, it was clean. Young man, this shall be your abode. It's rather modest, but it will suffice. By the way, I don't yet know your name. I am Lei Jiana. You may call me Uncle Na. I have never married and live alone. This is perfectly fine, Uncle Na. My name is Chong Gong Wei. Thank you. I sat on the bed and struck up a conversation with the elderly gentleman. He spoke of the vicinity near the border of the kingdom of Aisha, beyond which lies the kingdom of Shauda. The local customs are remarkably simple, and the people are exceedingly hospitable. Given its border status, however, there are not many skilled in the art of magic in this region. He also cautioned me to exercise great care should I wish to venture into the kingdom of Shauda, as the area has recently experienced unrest, with small bands of bandits roaming near our nation's boundary. Due to the sensitive nature of territorial sovereignty in this transitional zone between the two countries, a proper resolution has yet to be achieved. Intrigued by his words, I inquired, is it truly impossible to cross there now? He replied, not necessarily, typically. A large number of people gather in our border city of Pulima, hiring mercenaries to accompany them, which greatly enhances safety. I exclaimed, oh, then I shall also make my way to Pulima. Ha, what a splendid opportunity. Perhaps I shall try my hand at being a mercenary and earn a bit of pocket money. The gentleman seemed to misunderstand my intent, responding, indeed. If you wish to travel to the kingdom of Shauda, it would be wiser to depart from there, as traveling with those merchant caravans is far more secure. I did not provide any explanation. Having clarified that there was a small river behind the village, I rose to take a bath. I cleansed myself in the crystalline waters of the river, washing away the dust and fatigue that cling to my being. The sensation is exquisite. Upon finishing, I feel an indescribable freshness enveloping my entire body. I retrieve a set of clean garments from my dimensional bag and, donned in my refreshed attire, I return to the abode of the elderly gentleman. Reclining on the bed, I ponder the day's encounters, despite my resolve to forego beautiful women as wives. The ethereal visage of that enchanting maiden lingers in my thoughts, leading me into a hazy slumber. At dawn, I share a breakfast with the elderly man before bidding him farewell and setting forth in the direction of Pulima City, guided by his directions. Perhaps due to the influx of merchants from both nations traversing this route, Pulima, though a border city, thrives with prosperity. The bustling streets are alive with activity, adorned with a myriad of vibrant shops. I inquire of a passerby regarding the location of the Mercenary Guild. The emblem of the guild features a diamond coin, diagonally traversed by a long sword, likely symbolizing the mercenaries' ability to earn their livelihood through their skills. Entering the grand doors of the Mercenary Guild, I am greeted by an expansive hall. Surrounding the periphery are various counters, while the center is filled with individuals clad in diverse attire, some in warrior garb, others in robes of sorcerers, and even a few with pointed ears, who are elves, alongside stout, yet robust dwarves. Elves and dwarves belong to minority groups known for their peaceful inclinations. Elves are born archers with keen perception and exceptional eyesight, capable of mastering any form of natural magic, while dwarves epitomize the might of warriors and are renowned for their craftsmanship, as many superior weapons are forged by their skilled hands. I approached a counter resembling a reception desk and inquired with the young lady behind it about how to accept mercenary missions. She glanced at me, noting my ordinary attire, and responded with a lackluster demeanor, instructing me to first retrieve a form from the left side to apply for mercenary status, after which I would obtain a task card and proceed to the right side to accept missions. "Oh, thank you," I replied, collecting the form, which merely required my name, occupation, and level of ability. In the ability section, I filled in Archmage. When I presented the form to the young lady responsible for registration, she expressed surprise, asking, "You are an Archmage?" "Indeed. What of it?" Having studied at the prestigious Royal Magic Academy, I was unaware of the rarity of being an Archmage. "Do you have proof from the Magic Guild?" she inquired. "Certainly," I responded, producing my Magic Guild ability card. The abilities and experiences of a magician are recorded on this card, which is unique to each magician. She eagerly verified the details, murmuring, "Longbow way. Graduated from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, top of the class, awarded the title of Archmage due to outstanding performance." "Wow. You are an Archmage graduated from the Royal Magic Academy?" Her voice was raised, drawing the attention of everyone present, and I suddenly became the center of attention, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes, what of it? Am I eligible to become a mercenary?" After a brief pause, she quickly replied, "Yes, of course. As you are an Archmage, you will directly qualify as a C-level mercenary, able to undertake any tasks you deem feasible." "C-level mercenaries? Are there ranks for mercenaries?" I asked, puzzled. She smiled, likely amused by my ignorance. "Certainly. Mercenaries are ranked from S to G, with tasks similarly categorized based on their difficulty and quantity, affecting your promotion." "Ah, I see. Thank you." After accepting the mercenary card she handed me, I approached the right counter to seek missions leading to the Kingdom of Shioda. The staff at the right counter, aware of my status as an Archmage, greeted me warmly. Upon my arrival, she asked, "What level of mission are you looking to undertake?" "The level doesn't matter. Do you have any tasks for the Kingdom of Shioda? I wish to journey there and complete a few tasks along the way. Please hold on a moment while I check for you." As she searched, I noticed that the top task on the mission board was the one assigned to me by Teacher D, to acquire the weapon once wielded by the Creator God, the Holy Sword. Its rank was SSS, denoting an exceptionally high level of difficulty, with a staggering reward of 1 million diamond coins, equivalent to nearly a year's worth of national tax revenue. Chapter 7. I eat. I inquired of the attendant, given the immense cost associated with this S-level task, who was footing the bill. In that moment, not only did she laugh at me, but everyone around cast me glances akin to those reserved for a simpleton. "What are you all staring at?" "I genuinely do not know. I have only just emerged into this world. It is best to disregard them. This task holds the highest rank in history, having existed within the Mercenary Guild for over a millennium. Should anyone succeed in completing it, they would be rewarded handsomely in any nation they choose. The significance of recognizing a divine artifact far surpasses the inherent power of the artifact itself. Professor D once elucidated that even upon discovering an artifact, one may not necessarily claim it. It must first grant its acknowledgement, a concept I have now come to grasp." "Ah. So this is the nature of the task I seek? With so many eyes upon me, I must hasten my departure from this place. There is one task that may suit you. It is classified as a B-level mission. The objective entails protecting a merchant caravan as it traverses the border to reach the capital of the Shioda Kingdom, Shioda City, with a reward of 300 diamond coins. However, such significant tasks are generally undertaken by mercenary teams. Do you think you can manage it alone? How many individuals comprise a mercenary team? Perhaps it would be prudent to gather companions for increased safety." "Not necessarily. The smallest teams typically consist of around 10 members or so." As I surveyed my surroundings, I suddenly exclaimed, "Does that mercenary group wish to take on this mission?" I wished to join. This was indeed my cleverness. I had no desire to tackle such a monumental task alone. It would be far more prudent to ally with a mercenary group, ensuring a solid foundation of security. Perhaps I might even avoid encounters with thieves altogether. And should danger arise, I would have companions to rely upon, thus enhancing my safety. Truly, I was quite astute. As I reveled in my own clever calculations, a resounding voice interrupted my thoughts. "Then join us. We, too, wish to undertake this task. Startled by the powerful tone, I turned to behold an imposing figure, a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height, his face adorned with a thick beard and a massive axe slung over his back. Clearly a warrior of considerable might. "Greetings. May I inquire if you are a mercenary group?" I asked politely. "Indeed, we are the Dragon Fury mercenary group, quite renowned." "I assure you," the giant replied, his demeanor amiable. "How many members do you have?" "We boast over 20 members, all skilled in martial arts. Hailing from the kingdom of Shuda. We aim to undertake this mission and return home. We are currently in need of a mage. What do you say? Will you join us?" 20 members is a substantial number, though I remained curious about their true capabilities. Judging by his appearance, I suspected that possessing even basic fighting energy would be a feat. "And what level of warrior are you?" I inquired. "Well, I am on the verge of achieving knight certification. Most in our team possess capabilities of intermediate warriors or higher. An intermediate warrior is equivalent to a novice mage." "Oh, so you are an advanced warrior then. Very well, I shall gladly join your ranks until this mission is completed. However, I have a few conditions I hope you will accommodate." Despite their lack of overwhelming strength, I found myself quite fond of this amiable giant. The man paused momentarily. "What conditions do you have?" After a moment of contemplation, I stated, "There are 3 conditions. First, I require a carriage to be prepared for me along the journey, as my strength as a sorcerer is rather limited. Second, I do not belong to your mercenary group. Rather, I am an ally. And I hope you will refrain from commanding me. Should danger arise, I shall act of my own accord. Third, I request 1/10 of the reward upon the successful completion of our mission." The first 2 conditions may appear somewhat stringent, yet the final stipulation is considerably advantageous for you. The burly man pondered for a moment before acquiescing, considering it merely a means to secure transportation. "The wealth I seek is of little consequence to me. A modest sum for personal expenses suffices. Besides, with over 20 individuals in your company, my gain would not diminish your share significantly. Perhaps I am rather benevolent after all." We officially accepted a mission, and after agreeing on the departure time, we left the mercenary guild. I intended to find a decent restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal to reward my weary stomach. Lately, apart from a satisfying feast at that uncle's home, I had been subsisting solely on dry rations, and my stomach was on the verge of rebellion. Not far from the mercenary guild, I spotted a restaurant with a prominently displayed sign, named Nomination Tavern. What an intriguing name. This shall be the place. Upon entering the hotel, I was immediately greeted by a waiter. "Good afternoon, sir. How many in your party?" "Just me," I replied. "Please find me a quiet spot." "Certainly. The second floor is quite serene. Allow me to escort you there." I followed the waiter to a table by the window on the 2nd floor, and indeed, it was tranquil, likely due to the fact that it was not yet mealtime, with only a few patrons scattered about. "What signature dishes do you offer?" I inquired, my anticipation growing as my stomach began to protest. "Our specialties include fire-roasted duck hearts, dompa pork, and..." He continued to list over 10 delectable options, each sounding more enticing than the last, making my mouth water. "All right, enough of the descriptions. I shall have a portion of each of those you mentioned, along with 10 steamed buns and a bowl of congee. And make it quick. Can you manage all that?" the waiter questioned, seemingly taken aback by my appetite. "Just bring it promptly. Why the fuss?" "It's not as if I'm not paying," I retorted, dismissing him. As he departed, I eagerly awaited my feast, which arrived at an astonishing speed, a lavish spread of dishes, sans alcohol, as I had yet to indulge, perhaps another time. With my appetite ignited, I seized my chopsticks and commenced my culinary battle. My speed is quite remarkable. I completed the cleaning in just about an hour. In truth, I devoured many dishes without discerning their flavors, but I patted my satisfied stomach and felt quite content. "Waiter, the bill, please." The waiter approached, stating, "Your total comes to 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins." "Oh." I retrieved my amethyst card from my pocket and offered it to him. "Is it possible to pay with this card?" Upon seeing the amethyst card, the waiter's expression transformed into one of reverence. "Please hold on a moment. I must consult our manager." The necessity of seeking the manager for card payment seemed rather cumbersome, but I decided to wait, as I was too full to move much. "Author, who told you to be so gluttonous? Longbow, why shouldn't one indulge when spending money? Not eating would be a waste. Corruption and waste are the gravest crimes." Author, speechless. Chapter 8. Encounter with robbers. A stout middle-aged man approached. "Good day. Are you here to settle the bill with the amethyst card?" "Indeed, what of it?" I replied lazily, feeling the overwhelming urge to sleep after my feast. May I inquire about your profession? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I am a magician. What does that have to do with dining? Please, expedite the billing. I must take my leave. The reason our establishment is called the Nominee Tavern is that anyone dining here, possessing a certain social standing or capability, can have their meal waived simply by writing a commendation for our establishment. Such a generous offer. I shall gladly provide a commendation for you. How splendid it is to dine without payment. What level of magician are you, if I may ask? I produced my identity card from the Magic Guild, identifying myself as a Grand Sorcerer. Is that sufficient? A look of surprise spread across the shopkeeper's face. Indeed, it is more than adequate. Thank you for your assistance. Merely mentioning the phrase delectable delicacies earned me a discount of several gold coins on my meal. It seems this magical certification card is rather effective. History would later validate the shopkeeper's wisdom, as the inscription of the Letter of Light was auctioned off for a staggering 20,000 diamond coins. After casually finding an inn to spend the night, I rose early the following day and made my way to the East City Gate, the rendezvous point I had arranged with the burly man. To my surprise, there was quite a crowd. Numerous carriages were parked along the roadside. Presumably the merchant convoy we were to escort. There he was, the burly man, engaged in conversation with several individuals who unmistakably bore the traits of merchants. Ah, I've arrived. When do we depart? Ah, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Litzmont, the leader of the merchant convoy we are to protect, he said, gesturing toward a portly merchant. And this is the Grand Sorcerer. By the way, I still don't know your name. I am Long Ming Hai. I am Chong Gong Wei. It is a pleasure to escort you all alongside Long Ming. Mr. Mott regarded me with a skeptical gaze. You are a Grand Sorcerer? Indeed. Is that hard to believe? Oh, great element of light. My friends heed my call, gathering before me to manifest a holy radiance that vanquishes all. Only by demonstrating my true power could I ensure a smoother journey. As I intoned the spell, a blinding white light erupted from my being, pushing everyone within a 5-meter radius aside. Those with even a modicum of magical knowledge would recognize this as a 6th-level defensive spell. My voice resonated from within the sacred light. All present were captivated by the potency of my magic, exclaiming in awe. I retracted the holy light. Now, do you believe? True to the nature of merchants, Mr. Mott quickly approached with a beaming smile. I apologize. We should not have doubted you, great sorcerer. With your presence on this journey, our safety is assured. Long Ming also approached, having felt utterly powerless under the might of my holy light. Embarrassed, he confessed, to be honest. I was initially skeptical of your abilities. Now I realize how foolish I was. For this escort, I have decided that my entire mercenary group will heed your command. Flattered by their compliments, I felt a sense of elation, though I replied, no need for that. I merely wish to avoid being perceived as someone who merely consumes without contributing. Higi, you should lead the command. I am not particularly skilled in that regard. Just call upon me when necessary. Thus, I, along with Long Ming and his mercenary group, commenced our escorting journey, safeguarding over 100 carriages laden with merchants and goods. Due to the manifestation of my prowess, I have garnered immense respect from everyone. They have selected the most opulent carriage for my use, and during meals, I am served only the finest provisions. I have truly assumed the role of a lord. It appears that my studies in magic have not been in vain. Reaping such numerous benefits, not only do I dine in restaurants without the burden of payment, but I also conduct myself as a master even in the realm of mercenaries. Haha. My carriage was situated in the midst of the procession, purportedly to oversee both the front and the rear. Just as I was drifting into a drowsy slumber, I was jolted awake by a shove. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Long Ming, his brow glistening with sweat, clearly laboring under some distress. What is it? I inquired languidly. It's bad. It seems we have encountered bandits, Long Ming replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Surely not. Who would dare to rob such a large contingent? I mused, dismissing the notion that mere brigands could muster more than 20 or 30 men. We are numerous. Yet you should venture out and see for yourself, Long Ming urged, visibly agitated. Realizing that something was amiss, I dismounted from the carriage, only to be taken aback by the scene before me. Now I understood why Long Ming was so drenched in perspiration. Cold sweat had begun to trickle down my own brow. Charging down from a nearby hill was a throng that undoubtedly exceeded 300 strong, brandishing flags and shouting fervently. Faced with such a formidable band of marauders, my luck had indeed run awry. I had originally anticipated a leisurely completion of our task, but it appeared that complications lay ahead. Together with Long Ming and his band of mercenaries, I approached the forefront of our convoy. only to find the band of thieves had swiftly closed in around us. The rogues dispersed, encircling our entire caravan with an impenetrable barrier. "Bring forth your leader to respond." One of the thieves bellowed arrogantly. I exchanged glances with Long Ming and Mr. Ming, contemplating who would take the first step. Suddenly, they pushed me forward. A rather ungracious act, I must admit. Yet, here I was, out in the open. I thought to myself, if all else fails, I could always flee. The prospect of escape alleviated my fear somewhat, and I took a few steps forward. "Pray tell, esteemed gentlemen, what brings you here?" My inquisitive tone was met with the raucous laughter of the bandits. "What do you think we are here for? Quickly hand over all your valuables, and we might grant you a reprieve. Otherwise," well boomed a thief clad in black armor, evidently their leader. "Dear sirs, we all face hardships. Might you consider sparing our lives?" I pleaded earnestly. "Spare you? After waiting over a month for this plump catch, you expect us to let you go? That is sheer folly." It seemed that escape was not an option. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me. I recalled what Teacher D had once imparted. People from the kingdom of Rida were particularly sensitive to matters of honor, especially regarding chivalry. Perhaps I could exploit this. "Pray tell, noble leader, are you a knight?" As soon as the words left my lips, before the leader could respond, one of his thugs eagerly interjected, "Of course. Our leader is known as the Sky Knight." The leader appeared quite proud of this title. Excellent, I had them ensnared. Chapter 9, The Clash with the Bandit Chief. "How about we place a wager?" "What sort of wager?" he asked, clearly dismissive of my presence. I feigned deep contemplation. "Wagering that you could not possibly defeat me." My words instantly incited raucous laughter among the band of thieves, save for one seemingly demure rogue who stood beside their leader. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader retorted, "Very well, I accept your wager. However, not only shall we stake your possessions, but we shall also wager the lives of each and every one of you. Do you dare to accept such a bet?" It appeared he was no fool, cleverly turning the tables on me. This predicament left me in a quandary, for I could not disregard the fate of these hundreds of lives. "Then allow us a moment to confer," I proposed. I returned to my team, and everyone had overheard my conversation with the thief leader. "What are your thoughts?" Long Ming exclaimed with fervor, "I entrust my life to you, great sorcerer. I believe you will surely triumph over him." "What do you brothers say?" All the mercenaries under Long Ming's command shouted in unison, "We place our bets." What a valiant group of men. I turned to the leader of the caravan, Mr. Ming, and inquired, "What about you? Are you willing to entrust your lives to me?" Mr. Ming appeared quite hesitant, suggesting that perhaps I should negotiate with the bandit chief. Each individual possesses the right to choose the course of their own life, and although Long Ming and the others glared at me with fury, I remained unperturbed. "Very well. Go ahead and give it a try." I accompanied Mr. Ming before the leader of the thieves, who addressed the brigand with utmost courtesy, inquiring, "If we merchants were to abstain from this wager, might it be possible for us to relinquish our goods without forfeiting our lives?" The bandit, visibly impatient, retorted, "Yes. But do not dilly-dally. Make your decision swiftly. We could have easily overpowered you, but we consented to your request solely to instill a sense of respect. If you do not decide quickly, I shall have no qualms about being less than courteous." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Ming turned to me, expressing his deep concern. "I must ensure the safety of everyone. I hope you can understand." He then faced the bandit and declared, "We are willing to surrender all our goods." A suppressed sigh escaped my lips. I once possessed the opportunity to withdraw unscathed, yet now, the prospect of competition seemed utterly devoid of merit. Words, once spoken, are akin to water spilled, irretrievable. Observing the bandit leader's triumphant demeanor stirred a tempest within my usually placid heart. I addressed Mr. Ming with a cold detachment, stating, "Since you do not trust me, our employment relationship, along with that of the Dragonfierce Mercenary Corps, concludes here." Mr. Ming shook his head, sighed, and retreated, presumably to gather his belongings in preparation for the impending transaction. "I challenge you on behalf of myself and my 20 comrades here. Should I emerge victorious, you will allow us to depart. If I lose, our lives shall belong to you," I declared with clenched teeth, resolute in my belief that my prowess could surely surpass that of a Sky Knight. "Very well, lad, you possess courage. Let us proceed." The bandits cleared a substantial area, revealing their earnest regard for the fairness of the contest, a testament to the values upheld by the people of the Kingdom of Shioda. My comrades from the Dragonfierce Mercenary Corps encircled the perimeter, offering their encouragement, while the merchants observed from a distance. Awaiting the conclusion of our duel to finalize the transaction, I bestowed a confident smile upon the brothers of the Dragon Roar Mercenary Corps and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, trust me." I shall lead us out of this predicament. Standing face to face with the bandit leader at the center of the arena, I sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. Calmly, I removed my outer garment and with a flourish of my right hand, summoned the dimensional pouch. You, young man, being a sorcerer, surely do not ride, I remarked. Nor do I. Let us engage in a spirited battle. It appears that this bandit leader truly lives up to the title of Sky Knight, exuding the very essence of knighthood. I donned the radiant robe from the dimensional pouch, for the stakes involve the lives of many, and I must proceed with utmost caution. As soon as I adorned myself with the robe, a surge of vitality coursed through me, prompting me to cast several defensive spells upon myself. Come, let me witness the prowess of this Sky Knight. The bandit leader let out a maniacal laugh, unsheathing his longsword and charging towards me with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before me, a phantom strike aimed at my shoulder. His speed was breathtaking, so swift that I barely had time to utilize my teleportation. With a swift motion of my right hand, I unleashed a beam of white light that deflected the shadowy strike. The bandit leader halted, incredulous. Are you a mage or a warrior? How do you wield such martial energy? This is not martial energy, it is a method of utilizing magic, I replied. This is my true strength. I have now reached a point where I can cast lower-tier spells without reciting incantations, simply by concentrating the light elements to achieve the desired effect. It has taken me nearly 3 years to master this, and although I still have much to learn compared to Master D, the sudden manifestation of this ability is indeed reminiscent of martial energy. It was a stroke of fortune that the bandit leader chose not to attack me at this moment. Although I had successfully parried his previous blow, the entirety of my right side had become numb. Engaging in close combat is certainly not the forte of a mage, and I would not grant him another opportunity. I utilized instant teleportation to distance myself from him, realizing that I would need to employ a more potent form of magic. His fighting spirit is truly formidable. Even a tentative strike nearly left me injured. Had he unleashed his full power, I would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it. I continuously shifted my position through instant teleportation, for his speed was astonishingly swift, nearly matching my magical displacement. I feared that should I pause for even a moment, I would be utterly vanquished by him. This situation was untenable. As I flickered with energy, I began to chant an incantation. My hands emanated a faint white glow, which intensified with each passing moment. Unlike the previous magical assault I employed, this was my enhanced light/sword, allowing me to directly manipulate magical power through the movement of my hands. This 6th-level spell boasts formidable single-target offensive capabilities, making it particularly suitable for the current circumstances. Employing the Radiant 9 provinces would be futile, as the speed could easily evade it. Its expansive area of effect would fail to inflict any significant damage. Thus, I must rely on the light/sword for this confrontation. I abruptly halted, turning to face a blinding white light. He swiftly summoned his aura, and his knightly sword emitted an equally dazzling radiance, successfully countering my magic. Indeed, do not flee constantly. This is where the thrill lies. Very well. Allow me to present you with an exhilarating challenge. I unleashed a flurry of luminous blade strikes, while he wielded his knightly sword in a vigorous dance. Though I could not inflict harm upon him, it rendered him incapable of launching further assaults against me. Now, it remains to be seen whether my magical energy can endure longer than his aura. Chapter 10. The terrifying little gold. The arena was suffused with my magic and his aura, and I silently lamented my fortune in encountering such a formidable brigand. Is every practitioner of the art so remarkably powerful? This is truly daunting. Gradually, it appeared that his aura was not as robust as it had initially been, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Although my own energy was depleting rapidly, I still had the strength to persist. Sensing the opportunity, I hastened my assaults, believing that effort would not be in vain. In a moment of inattention, I struck his shoulder, and the impact of my 6th-level magic was fearsome, sending him flying a considerable distance. Although he was shielded by his aura, I surmised that this blow would not be taken lightly. I ceased my magical assault, as I recognized that in a duel between knights, it is unbecoming to continue attacking an opponent who is unable to retaliate. Since he could exhibit such grace, why could I not embrace the role of a knight myself? He rose from the ground, his left shoulder appearing somewhat awkward. With a peculiar smile, he remarked gruffly, "Young lad, I did not anticipate your strength. At such a tender age, to possess such prowess is truly commendable. Regardless of the outcome of this contest, I would allow you and your companions to depart. I am aware that if you wish to leave, we would be powerless to stop you. Yet, your willingness to remain for the sake of your friends earns my respect. You are indeed a man of honor." What did victory or defeat signify? Did he still possess the capability for a counterattack? I replied with calmness. Then I thank you in advance. I too admire your knightly spirit. This is my heartfelt sentiment. He dusted himself off and declared, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Arise, battle tiger. With a resonant roar, a magnificent striped tiger materialized in the arena. This is my phantom beast, battle tiger. You may summon your own phantom beast as well, and let us engage with all our might. It has been quite some time since I have experienced such exhilaration. Battle tiger emerged. The fierce tiger let out a mighty roar and swiftly charged towards him. In an instant, man and beast became one, as armor resembling the tiger's stripes gradually enveloped him, covering over 60% of his vital areas. Even his knightly sword bore similar markings, radiating brilliance. The aura he exuded instilled in me a sense of insurmountable pressure. Ah. So this is the armor formed by the fusion of a warrior and their phantom beast. According to Teacher D, the phantom beast of a warrior is akin to that of a mage, serving to assist the master in both attack and defense. However, when the phantom beast reaches a level exceeding 7, and the master attains the pinnacle of celestial energy, they can fuse together to create protective armor, enhancing the master's offensive and defensive capabilities significantly, far superior to solitary combat. A knight capable of armor fusion with their phantom beast is already approaching the level of a radiant knight, which is equivalent to a magus. Let me witness your phantom beast as well. It appeared that if I did not allow Xiao Jin to battle, I would be at a disadvantage. However, I had yet to recover from the shadow of Xiao Jin's previous encounter. Resolutely, I decided to summon Xiao Jin. The circumstances were different now. Surely Xiao Jin would not be easily defeated again. Come forth, Xiao Jin. In a flash of golden light, Xiao Jin's massive form nestled beside me. His appearance clearly startled my opponent, who exclaimed, "What kind of phantom beast is this? It is enormous." Xiao Jin now measured over 10 meters in length. Cloaked in thick white scales, adorned with 3 shimmering golden stripes. His horns had grown considerably longer, and his expansive wings, when spread, were only slightly shorter than his body. Beneath him, 5 sharp claws scraped the ground, presenting a formidable sight. I noticed that the newly emerged little golden lacked any sense of combat. It had not been out for quite some time. It emitted cheerful sounds, perhaps believing that I had released it for play. Only when I conveyed a message of impending danger through telepathy did it begin to nervously sway its adorable head, scanning its surroundings. It likely sensed that only the bandit chief posed a threat to me, and through telepathy, it inquired if this was indeed the enemy. I provided an affirmative response. Without any forewarning, Little Golden suddenly exuded a formidable aura akin to that of a king, glaring fiercely at the bandit chief across from it. Its scales bristled, wings unfurled. And with a powerful flap, it stirred up a whirlwind of dust and sand. This astonishing display of might sent the surrounding bandits fleeing in terror, accompanied by the cacophony of monstrous roars. "Stop, stop," I concede, came the voice of the bandit chief amidst the swirling sands. I hurriedly called out to Xiao Jin to halt, feeling a surge of curiosity within me. How could it be that we had yet to launch an attack? Yet he had already conceded? What manner of phantom beast is this? It is exceedingly formidable. My battle tiger appears to be cowering, as if attempting to detach itself from my very being. I concede. Please, summon it back swiftly. It turns out that the bandit leader, recognizing the overwhelming power of Xiao Jin, understood that he could no longer contend with me, and thus willingly surrendered. Indeed, the might of Xiao Jin is astonishing. Leaving me in disbelief, I am acutely aware that I am no match for Xiao Jin, especially after the regal aura it exuded moments ago, leading me to wonder if this truly is the same adorable Xiao Jin I once knew. Reluctantly, Xiao Jin returned to my body, and I was suddenly engulfed by a wave of weakness. My magical energy had been severely depleted, although the recent contest had drained a considerable amount of my magical power. It was also significantly influenced by my engagement with Xiao Jin. While Xiao Jin is undeniably powerful, it also consumes a great deal of my magical energy. Its strength is derived from my own. This was merely a skirmish. Had we engaged further, I might have been utterly exhausted. Clearly, I have a long journey ahead of me, if ever I can harness the full might of both myself and Xiao Jin simultaneously. I shall be but a step away from becoming the legendary Archmage. As the dust gradually settled, the bandit leader, disheveled and covered in dirt, stood not far from me. Having retrieved his battle tiger, he gazed at me with a sense of resignation, and from his eyes, I discerned no trace of animosity. With the formidable strength of Xiao Jin at my disposal, I emerged victorious. He managed a wry smile and remarked, "Brother, your phantom beast is utterly extraordinary. How did you come by it? I wonder what breed it is." I smiled and replied, I am unaware of its breed. All I know is that it is my dearest companion. In truth, you have not lost. It is merely that the mythical beast cannot compare to me. In terms of strength, we are equals. It seems my words satisfied his vanity, as he could hardly conceal his excitement. Indeed, you are a genuine brother. I have resolved to befriend you. Chapter 11. Allies with bandits. The bandit leader cheerfully declared, Very well, brother, you and your friend may depart. I shall attend to the spoils. I never anticipated such an outcome. It was utterly dramatic that I had become friends with a robber. Mr. Ming, the leader of the merchant caravan, felt a profound discomfort witnessing our transformation from foes to friends. He incessantly berated himself for his lack of foresight and hurried over, though he dared not approach me. Instead, he implored Long Ming, please have the Grand Archmage of Longbow intercede for us. Beseech these gentlemen to spare us, for the loss of this cargo would be devastating. Long Ming regarded him with disdain and coldly replied, Isn't it too late for that? Who has instilled in you this distrust of Chang'an? Blame whom? Blame yourselves. I cannot bear to intercede on your behalf. Yes. It is entirely my fault for lacking discernment. I have been selfish. However, we have elderly dependents and young children. Many have faced ruin as a result of this loss. I implore you, please advocate for us. Mr. Ming is already in tears. Though Long Ming may appear as a brutish man, his heart is, in truth, very kind. Witnessing Mr. Ming, a grown man, reduced to tears softened his heart, and with resignation, he replied, All right, do not be so distraught. I shall make an attempt, but I cannot guarantee that Chang'an will acquiesce. Thank you. You are truly a good person. I had already overheard their conversation from the sidelines. Reflecting upon it, I realized that merchants face their own hardships, striving for survival, just like the rest of us. I thought to myself, why stoop to their level? Before Long Ming could utter a word, I interjected, Enough, Long Ming. Let me approach them and plead our case. I approached the ruffian who was counting his spoils and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I truly apologize for the inconvenience, but I must trouble you once more. The ruffian, in a generous manner, replied, What is there to be embarrassed about? Speak your mind. I continued, You see, these merchants have their own struggles. Might you consider sparing them this time? After all, this is my inaugural mercenary assignment, and I would rather not see it jeopardized midway. The ruffian shook his head, expressing his dilemma. It seems rather improbable for us to relinquish the bounty we have nearly claimed. Why do you still wish to aid them? Did you not witness the deceitful countenance of those merchants? They harbor no trust in you. Why burden yourself with their plight? I too find myself in a difficult position. With a sigh, I acknowledge the predicament. After all, they are my clients. Furthermore, they have families to care for. I merely hope that you do not take things too far. I understand that you must have your own reasons, but it is essential for everyone to leave themselves an avenue of escape. The leader of the bandits darkened his expression and ominously inquired, Are you threatening me? I gazed intently into his eyes, unwavering in my resolve. I bore no intention of threatening you. I merely hoped you would acquiesce to my request. In the future, I shall certainly repay this favor. Under the steadfast scrutiny of my gaze, he gradually softened, letting out a resigned sigh, and said, I find myself at a loss with you. However, I do admire your character. I can agree to let them go, but not all. I require half of the spoils. With so many brothers following me, I cannot allow them to return empty-handed. Furthermore, I have a condition. His response was already quite satisfactory to me. These unscrupulous merchants deserved a lesson, and such an outcome was the most favorable. I smiled and said, Then I thank you in advance. State your condition. As long as it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. However, my conditions are rather stringent, so you must be prepared. Should you fail to meet them, our earlier agreement would be rendered futile. My heart tightened, and I gritted my teeth. Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities. Would he intentionally make things difficult for me? Surely, he wouldn't demand an arm or a leg. He chuckled heartily and said, My condition is, he deliberately elongated his words to heighten my anticipation, to invite you to our humble abode. Upon hearing his words, I felt as if the air had been released from a deflated balloon, nearly collapsing to the ground. What a ridiculous condition. It was far too simple. I weakly said, Boss, I surrender. He replied in astonishment. What? You do not wish to visit us? Very well, let us cancel the arrangement. I hastily exclaimed, No. I am eager to go. I am also curious to see what your world is like. Are you not afraid of frightening me to death? He suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, saying, Ha ha, I have successfully played a trick on you. Now I can take my revenge. I find myself at a loss for words. With the bandit leader's consent, the rogues returned half of the valuables to the merchants, who expressed their overwhelming gratitude towards me. I paid them no mind and merely conveyed the bandits' terms to Long Meng. I requested that they escort the merchant convoy to Xiudao first, as I intended to visit the bandits' lair for a few days. Initially, Long Meng vehemently opposed this plan, but after my persistent assurances that the bandits would not harm me, he relented. He vowed to accompany me henceforth, ensuring my safe passage to the kingdom of Xiudao. Unexpectedly acquiring so many followers was somewhat surprising to me, and I assured him that we would discuss this further after my arrival in Xiudao. As I watched Long Meng and the others fade into the distance, I turned back to the bandit leader, smiling as I said, "Chief, shall we be on our way? By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Chong Gong Wei, nearly 17 years of age. Everyone calls me Battle Tiger, and you may call me that as well. I prefer not to dwell on my former name." The leader replied, "I am 29, considerably older than you. I shall take on the role of your elder brother." In my heart, I mused that he must harbor some painful memories that ought not to be stirred. Thus, I replied, "Of course, you are indeed the elder brother. Let us proceed. I wish to witness your stronghold." With that, I urged a horse lent to me by a bandit and surged ahead. "Are you familiar with the way? Or shall I lead?" The steed of the valiant Jean, who was evidently more magnificent, swiftly catching up to my side, riding in unison with me. Their lair lay nestled within the mountains at the border of the nations of Aisha and Xiudao. Rather than a den of outlaws, it resembled a sizable village, with Jean Hu serving as the chieftain of this settlement. As the villagers, young and old, men and women, beheld the return of the bandits laden with treasures, they greeted them with the reverence reserved for heroes. The scale of this bandit village was indeed substantial. The mountains formed a natural barrier, enveloping the small settlement in a basin-like terrain. The entire village harmonized with the surrounding peaks, lush and verdant. One might easily mistake it for a hidden paradise. Chapter 12. The elder brother Jean Hu. As I accompanied Jean Hu into the village, it became evident that he was a local idol. Every villager greeted him with enthusiasm, and he graciously responded to each salutation. He instructed his subordinates to return home, leading me to his humble abode. His residence consisted of a few modest thatched cottages nestled at the innermost part of the village, surrounded by a dilapidated fence. I jested, "Your dwelling is in dire need of repair. Otherwise, a gust of wind might whisk both you and your abode away." He appeared unfazed by my mockery. My words seemed to evoke a deep-seated contemplation within him. He murmured, "In August, the autumn winds howl fiercely, sweeping away the thatch from my roof in 3 layers. The thatch soars over the river, scattering across the riverside. The higher strands cling to the lofty treetops, while the lower ones drift and swirl in the sunken ponds. Once, I lived a life of opulence and indulgence, yet now I have come to see through it all. It is this return to simplicity and authenticity that I now ardently pursue." I gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "It seems you carry many sorrowful memories. Would you share them with me? I am here to listen, and expressing your feelings might bring you some relief." He glanced at me, a glimmer of understanding shining in his eyes, and boldly responded, "All right, it's been weighing heavily on my heart for far too long. Today, I shall confide in you. Come, let us retreat indoors. We shall drink and converse." He was unmarried and lived alone. Unbeknownst to me, he procured a jar of liquor from somewhere, accompanied by a selection of simple dishes and some game. "Let us feast, my friend. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for something more exquisite for you." I promptly replied, "This is already quite splendid." He retrieved 2 large goblets and said, "Come, let us partake in some wine." I hesitated and said, "I have never partaken in alcohol. Perhaps you should indulge on your own." However, abstaining was not an option, for alcohol is indeed a fine elixir. We men endure enough hardships in life. Living without smoking or drinking is akin to existing like a mere dog. "Come now, let us drink." Reluctantly accepting his warm invitation, I too desired to experience the taste of wine. "Very well, today I shall accompany you in this endeavor." I seized the wine jar and filled both our cups to the brim, raising mine and downing it in one go, offering a toast to my elder brother as a gesture of respect. He appeared quite pleased and followed suit, drinking heartily. It was exhilarating. As the wine coursed down, it initially felt somewhat fiery, yet it possessed a pure and delightful fragrance, not unpleasant at all. However, once it settled in my stomach, it ignited like a flame, and I felt as though my entire belly was ablaze. My face flushed crimson, and it took me quite a while to regain my composure. Jean Hu chuckled and remarked, "You ought to take it easy. This wine packs quite a punch. With time, your tolerance will surely improve. Generally, after just 1 cup, most people can't handle it." With a flushed complexion, I exclaimed, "Oh, so this is how wine is." Hastily, I began to serve myself some dishes. After dining for a while, I inquired, "Brother, what compels you to become a bandit? With your skills, you could certainly thrive anywhere." Jean, who let out a sigh, and replied, "My dear brother, you are unaware that I once shared your youthful exuberance. I was once celebrated as a prodigy of the younger generation in the kingdom of Shioda. By the age of 20, I had already attained the rank of Sky Knight. During that time, I was a symbol of honor for my family and the aspiration of many." He paused at this juncture and took a hearty gulp of his drink. I interjected, "What happened next?" He continued, "Subsequently, I enlisted in the military. Due to my exceptional performance, I garnered the admiration of all, and soon, I ascended to the coveted position that everyone dreams of. You must be familiar with the elite forces of the Kingdom of Shioda, correct? Is it the Earth Dragon Legion?" I recalled hearing from Teacher D that on the plains, a single Earth Dragon Legion could effortlessly vanquish any adversary. The Earth Dragons possess formidable magical defenses, and unless confronted with exceptionally advanced magic, they cannot be harmed, nor can their riders. In the Eastern continent, only the Kingdom of Shioda produces Earth Dragons, yet their numbers are quite scarce. Indeed, you are correct. At that time, I was the commander of one of the 3 Earth Dragon Legions. Ah, I had no idea you were so illustrious back then. You must have felt quite proud. What about your Earth Dragon? I have heard that once bonded, an Earth Dragon will follow its master for eternity. The Battle Tiger, having poured himself several cups of wine, lamented, "My Earth Dragon's name was Jean. It was one of the strongest in the Earth Dragon Legion. The primary reason for my current state is because of it. During a training exercise, due to my mistake, little Jean sacrificed itself to save me." He clutched his hair in anguish. I grasped his hand and urged, "Do not despair. The past is behind us. What purpose does your regret serve now? You must regain your strength." Perhaps my words bore some weight, for he gradually calmed down. As we sipped our drinks and continued our conversation, he confided that ever since the untimely death of Xiao Zhan, he had never forgiven himself. Everyone had cast blame upon him, asserting that it was his fault that the precious Earth Dragon perished, which led to his removal from the position of commander. It was during that tumultuous period that he began to drink, drowning his sorrows in a haze of intoxication, enduring the cold stares of others. Unable to bear it any longer, he fled. He wandered aimlessly until he encountered the bandits of this village, driven by desperation. With his formidable skills, he easily subdued them. Eventually, moved by sympathy for the bandits' plight and yearning for a place to belong, he chose to remain and became their leader. His story was profoundly intricate, and I felt a deep resonance within me. Taking a hearty sip of my drink, I exclaimed with exuberance, "Brother, I truly admire your character. Shall we forge a bond of brotherhood?" My tongue felt heavy, and the alcohol had turned sweet in my mouth as visions of 2 tigers danced before my eyes. The tiger, too, had nearly reached his limit, and in a dazed manner, he replied, "Yes, my good brother, I acknowledge you as my kin. Should you face any troubles, come to me, and I shall certainly assist you." I embraced his broad shoulders, swaying slightly as I raised my glass and declared, "To our brotherhood. Let us drink this toast." Thus, we exchanged glasses until we both succumbed to inebriation. My head throbbed painfully. Upon awakening in the morning, I was besieged by dizziness and a severe headache. "Brother, you are awake," came the voice of Zhanhu. "Oh, elder brother, why does my head ache so?" I inquired. He chuckled. "Well, after drinking so much yesterday, how could it not hurt? But how come you are unscathed?" I asked in confusion. "I drink daily. I have long since acclimatized." "Brother, were you serious about wanting to become sworn brothers last night?" I awoke and remarked, "Indeed. It is my honor to have such a brother as you." Zhanhu, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "Very well, I shall recognize you as my brother. Rise now. Wash your face, and have something to eat. Your head will feel better." It was through Zhanhu's assistance that the Son of Light discovered true love and emerged as an indelible figure in history. Chapter 13. The Transmission of Unique Skills. Name: Zhanhu. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Major in magic, none minor in magic, none illusionary beast. Zhanhu. Comprehensive magic power: Sky Knight magic control, F, graded as S. A, B, C, D, E. F, magic energy, F magic acumen, B magic defense, a magic attack, F speed, A cannot fly, physical attack, a physical defense, a stamina, S. After finishing our breakfast, Zhanhu and I ascended a hillside, taking in the breathtaking scenery that filled our hearts with joy. I said to him, "Brother, after expressing the thoughts in my heart yesterday, do you feel any better?" Zhanhu sighed. "It has been a long time since I felt such relief." I now feel completely at ease. We exchanged a knowing smile, and I inquired, "Brother, what type of combat energy do you wield?" "Its power is truly formidable. The energy I harness is known as the Rising Dragon Technique," he replied. "It is a family heirloom, a form of energy that can only be cultivated by the royal lineage of the Shioda Kingdom. Since we have now forged a bond as brothers, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My father is the younger brother of the current emperor of the Shioda Kingdom, General Chilu Shioda, the supreme commander of the nation's forces. My true name is Jingyan Shioda." I chuckled and said, "Ah, I never anticipated that you, my esteemed elder brother, are of royal lineage. I truly feel honored to associate with someone of such stature." Zhanhu, with a wry smile, replied, "Are you jesting with me? I am hardly a member of the royal family. I am merely a wanderer. As for your inquiry about my martial prowess, are you aspiring to learn?" My face flushed with embarrassment as I murmured, "I originally intended to learn from my elder brother. This was one of the tasks assigned to me by my teacher before his departure. Due to my frail constitution, I needed to acquire some fundamental combat skills to bolster my health. However, my elder brother possesses a royal lineage's secret techniques. How could I possibly learn from him? Foolish younger sibling, what is there that cannot be learned? The so-called sectarian bias has stifled many talents. Besides, your primary focus is on magic. Allow me to teach you the Ascending Dragon Technique," proclaimed Zhanhu, his tone exuberant. I was truly grateful to have gained such a brother. It seemed I was about to fulfill one of my teacher's tasks. "That would be wonderful. Thank you, elder brother," I expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Zhanhu then stated with gravity, "The Ascending Dragon Technique is a method of cultivating combat energy, originating from a holy knight several millennia ago. The training is divided into 9 major stages: Foundation, Entry, Familiarity, Minor Accomplishment, Comprehension, Excellence, Transformation, Peak, and Unmatched, Unforeseen. The initial stages are relatively easy to achieve with diligent practice. However, from the 4th stage, Comprehension, onward, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Advancing requires not only hard work but also innate understanding. I have reached the mid-level of Transformation. Cultivating combat energy shares many similarities with your magical training. One harnesses mental focus to control external magical elements, while the other unlocks the body's inherent potential. Ultimately, both methods aim to enhance oneself. Let us begin with the fundamental practice of meditation for combat energy. Zhanhu was a remarkably strict instructor. Whenever I faltered in my training or attempted to slack off, he would reprimand me sternly. He prescribed a rigorous 2-month regimen, after which I would be allowed to practice magic. Each morning was devoted to physical conditioning under his watchful eye, forbidding the use of magic, primarily consisting of running and strength training. In the afternoons, I would meditate to cultivate combat energy, and in the evenings, I engaged in introspection and magic practice. Initially, I found this routine quite challenging. It rivaled the grueling training of my former teacher, Shio. Yet, I gradually discovered that regardless of how fatigued I felt in the mornings, a single afternoon session of combat energy cultivation would rejuvenate me in no time, ensuring I awoke the next day in high spirits. As I practiced, the combat energy began to coalesce in my lower dantian, the lower abdomen, harmonizing seamlessly with my magical energy, which brought me a sense of relief. That afternoon, after completing my meditation, I rose to stretch my limbs and picked up an iron sword to practice a basic sword technique. As I trained, I gradually channeled the combat energy from my dantian through my arms and into the sword, achieving success almost effortlessly. This was likely due to the strength of my unwavering will. The sword felt remarkably light, and with a gentle swing, I could sense the energy emanating from the blade. As I executed the fundamental sword technique, the air around me swirled with vigor, and the experience was truly exhilarating. A sudden thought struck me: what would happen if I channeled my magical energy into the sword? Intrigued, I decided to experiment. Carefully, I extracted a small portion of my magical power from the essence of my core, gradually infusing it with the elemental light into the iron sword. At first, the fighting spirit and magical energy seemed to function independently, each disregarding the other. However, as time passed, a certain resonance began to emerge between the two. The energies of the fighting spirit and magic intertwined, producing a force that harnessed the might of both. With a swift motion, I swung the sword at a massive boulder, which was instantly cleaved in two. It appeared that I had stumbled upon a novel discovery. Under certain conditions, magical energy could enhance the fighting spirit. I was eager to share this promising news with Brother Xanagar. Upon hearing my account, Xanagar urged me to demonstrate once more. His excitement was palpable as he expressed that he had been unable to advance his abilities for several years. He believed that if he could successfully merge magical energy with fighting spirit to forge a magical sword, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength. I shared in his joy. Naturally, the responsibility of teaching him magic would fall upon me. Unlike the fighting spirit, which is relatively easy to initiate yet challenging to cultivate, magic presents a harder entry point, but is somewhat easier to practice thereafter. Since Xanagar had never studied magic before, I knew I must first help him grasp the essence of the light element before progressing to instruct him in light-based magic. I, along with Jean Hu, arrived at his humble abode. With utmost seriousness, I proclaimed, "Brother, shortly I shall employ my magical prowess to guide you in perceiving the essence of light. You must concentrate your spiritual energy and allow the light element to embrace you in the direction I indicate. This opportunity is singular, so please remain vigilant." Jean Hu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." I instructed him to sit cross-legged before me, and as I slowly raised my index finger, I pointed to the center of his brow and declared, "We have commenced." I concentrated my magical energy into a fine thread, guiding it through my fingertip into his third eye, thereby opening his upper dantian. As the magical force permeated him, he shuddered momentarily before gradually settling into tranquility. The element of light is an extraordinarily serene magical force, embodying the essence of generosity, tolerance, tranquility, and universal love. Light is an essential component for the growth of all things. It reaches out to our elder brothers and our parents alike. One must attune oneself to its presence, allowing it to embrace you, for we are all children of light. Upon articulating this sentiment, I sensed not only that Jean Hu had grasped the nature of the light element, but also that my own body was undergoing remarkable transformations. Chapter 14. Journey to Xiaoda. I feel the luminous elements surrounding me, enveloping my entire being in a sea of light. What is happening? I retract my fingers, allowing the battle tiger to contemplate the mysteries of the luminous elements on its own. I sit cross-legged opposite the battle tiger, concentrating my thoughts on the semi-transparent golden orb, which displays no unusual response, quietly resting at my brow. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief and attempted to rise, the luminous elements around me surged violently towards my being, enveloping me entirely. The force was overwhelming, and I dared not resist. Instead, I surrendered to the baptism of light, loosening my entire body. Within me, the luminous elements rapidly coalesced, inflating me like a balloon on the verge of bursting. I was on the brink of inability to endure. At that moment, the golden sphere began to stir, racing through my meridians and swiftly absorbing the excess light elements. The sensation of swelling gradually dissipated, as the sphere's absorption rate accelerated beyond its previous pace, soon achieving equilibrium with the tumultuous influx of luminous energy. At last, I breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining my current state until the flow of light elements subsided. I took a deep breath, carefully controlling the golden sphere to revolve within me before gently retracting it to my forehead. To my astonishment, the sphere, once semi-transparent, had now transformed into a state of complete clarity, shimmering with a radiant glow. The little golden entity within me emanated a joyful energy, evidently having reaped substantial benefits from the recently surged light elements. I recalled Master D's words, stating that it would take at least 4 or 5 more years for the golden sphere to achieve full transparency. What could this mean? As I reflected on the previous circumstances, could it be that my discourse with the tiger regarding the light elements had once again earned their acknowledgement? This was truly extraordinary. I could hardly contain my elation. I had now ascended to become the 11th mage master of the continent, at the very least, in terms of magical prowess. Given a period of adaptation, I would not be inferior to anyone. How splendid! As I opened my eyes, the war tiger had already awakened, gazing intently at me. Upon noticing my consciousness return, he hurriedly inquired, "Long Bao, what transpired? Just moments ago, you were enveloped in a dazzling golden light that rendered me unable to approach. What is the meaning of this?" I exclaimed with excitement. "Brother, I have succeeded." As I recounted my experience with the light element, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I was enveloped in a baptism of light. Now, the core of my magical power, the golden sphere, has become entirely transparent. The war tiger appeared somewhat perplexed, chuckling as he replied, "Please, take your time. Speak slowly. If you rush, I cannot comprehend what you are saying." I gazed deeply into the eyes of Jean Hu, articulating each word with clarity. In other words, my magical prowess has now ascended to the level of a magus. Upon hearing my declaration, Jean Hu's mouth formed an astonished O, exclaiming, "Brother, you have succeeded. You have succeeded. Now, I am no match for you, haha. How wonderful it is that I have a brother who is a magus." Let us go and share a drink to celebrate this momentous occasion. During our revelry, I inquired about his experience with the light element, and he expressed a sense of profound comfort. I advised him to meditate diligently, adhering to the methods I had imparted. After my elevation to the rank of Magus, we continued to hone each other's unique skills. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. I had mastered the ascending dragon technique to a proficient level. Jean Hu was astounded by my rapid progress, and I informed him that my mental fortitude had grown immensely, allowing me not only to wield magical energy but also to effectively control my fighting spirit. My physique had strengthened considerably. My weight had increased by 5 kilograms due to my hearty appetite, and daily training had brought a sun-kissed hue to my skin. I had learned 3 sword techniques from Jean Hu, and my fighting spirit was primarily refined to complement my magic. Jean Hu also made significant strides, now capable of casting some fundamental light magic. I primarily taught him enhancement spells, as mastering advanced light offensive magic is not a task to be accomplished overnight. He successfully combined the light magic with his knightly sword and fighting spirit, yielding remarkable results. My advanced magical attacks were no longer effective against him, and he could easily counter them. Excitedly, he proclaimed that he was progressing towards becoming a paladin and believed that success was imminent. He vowed not to let me surpass him alone and promised to catch up. Our 2 months of shared existence had forged a bond akin to that of blood brothers, reaching a point where we shared everything without reservation. I confided in him the mission entrusted to me by Master D, and he expressed his intent to join me in this formidable undertaking once my training was complete. I was elated. Having such a powerful ally would undoubtedly aid in accomplishing the task. When brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable, I chuckled, reflecting that although Mark did not come, I was fortunate to have Jean Hu by my side. As we prepared to part, Jean Hu accompanied me to the village entrance, gifting me a set of his former knightly attire. Though not extravagant, it suited me well, and with the iron sword he gave me, I appeared quite formidable. Jean Hu remarked that such attire would earn me greater respect in the realm of Shioda, facilitating my movements within the cities. Standing at the village's threshold, I cast a lingering glance at this idyllic haven, sighing, "Brother, I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant to leave this place." Jean Hu clasped my shoulder, saying, "Brother, all feasts must eventually conclude. Take care on your journey, and hasten to complete your training so you can return to me. I eagerly anticipate embarking on a quest for the Holy Sword alongside you. Rest assured, my brother, I shall return swiftly." The warrior Jean Hu, with a hint of melancholy in his voice, said, "This time you go to Shioda. If the opportunity arises, do visit my home, but please do not divulge my circumstances. As long as they are safe, I shall find solace." It is evident that his thoughts remain deeply tethered to his family. Then why do you not return? How wonderful it would be for you to accompany me back. We would not have to part ways. I mused, considering that my uncle is not getting any younger. Regardless of his aspirations for you, he would not wish for your absence. I was inclined to persuade him to join me on my journey home. That is not feasible. You do not understand. Let us first retrieve the Holy Sword, and then we shall see. He urged. Go now, return swiftly. It seemed futile to sway him. So I bid a heartfelt farewell to the brother with whom I had shared 2 months, and set forth toward Shioda. Chapter 15. The Knight Academy. Upon entering the kingdom of Shioda, I immediately discerned a significant contrast with Aisha, yet the simplicity of the folk remained unchanged. In Shioda, warriors adorned in samurai attire were ubiquitous, even in the most remote villages, illustrating the kingdom's veneration of martial prowess. Along the journey, I practiced the level 8 light magic spells from the tome gifted by Teacher D, which I had previously been unable to master. The enhancement in my abilities was remarkable. Although I had merely ascended 1 level, the difference in effect was profound. This newfound strength imbued me with confidence for the trials that lay ahead. Dressed in the attire of the Earth Knight, bestowed upon me by Jean Hu, I encountered little resistance and arrived smoothly in the capital, Shioda City. The architecture was magnificent. The towering city gates instilled awe, and the soldiers stationed there exuded an air of formidable valor. Upon closer inspection, I noted that the city guards were comprised of seasoned warriors, an impressive display of might. The guards regarded my Earth Knight garb with reverence, gratifying my vanity once more. Just as I was about to enter the city, a loud cry erupted from within, "Clear the way." Instinctively, I stepped aside, peering into the city. Lo and behold, could that be the Earth Dragon? 10 colossal creatures surged forth from the city, each bearing a fully armored knight upon its back, wielding enormous spears measuring an astonishing 3.6 meters in length. What an imposing sight! These massive beasts must surely be the Earth Dragons. As I scrutinized them closely, I noted their resemblance to the small golden dragon, albeit on a grander scale, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Their robust hind limbs supported their immense bodies, while their forelimbs ended in formidable claws, leaving no doubt as to their capacity for ferocious strength. I inquired of the soldier beside me, "Hello, are these the members of the Earth Dragon Legion?" The soldier glanced at me and replied, "You are not from around here." "Are you?" "The Earth Dragon Legion conducts routine patrols daily. They are indeed our idols." I smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am here to study at the Royal Knight Academy. I have never encountered a draconian before. It is truly impressive." The soldier displayed a look of respect and replied courteously, "You will surely become a member of the Draconian Legion in the future." Upon entering the bustling city of Shuda, I inquired and swiftly learned the location of the Royal Knight Academy. As I approached the academy's entrance, I was halted by the sentinel on duty. He politely inquired, "Good day. May I ask whom you are looking for?" I hastily introduced myself, saying, "Greetings. I am a graduate of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy of the Aisha Kingdom, and I have been entrusted by Dean Lalowin D to seek an audience with your esteemed Dean, Rico 1. "Oh, a visitor from the Aisha Kingdom. Allow me to escort you to the Dean," he replied eagerly. "Thank you very much," I responded. He briefed another guard and led me into the Knight Academy. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted me was a magnificent sculpture of a galloping steed, a clear emblem of knighthood. We meandered through several academic buildings and expansive training grounds, eventually arriving at a secluded corner of the academy. The surroundings were indeed enchanting, reminiscent of a quaint forest adorned with an array of exotic flora. At the heart of this verdant sanctuary stood a small wooden cottage, and even before approaching, I could discern voices emanating from within. A robust and irate voice resonated. "How can you be so foolish? Do not rigidly adhere to the techniques. Instead, learn to apply them dynamically. Such mindless practice will never elevate you to the ranks of a radiant knight. Utterly foolish." A clear and respectful voice reverently replied, "Yes, master. I shall strive to improve, like a mere block of wood." Once more, I inquired of the gatekeeper, "What is happening here?" The gatekeeper smiled and replied, "The esteemed director is imparting wisdom to his disciples. Come, let us proceed." I feel a sense of apprehension within me. Would it be inappropriate to disturb them? As soon as my words fell, a robust voice emerged from the small courtyard. "Who is it? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me without my permission?" The gatekeeper replied respectfully, "Esteemed director, it is a representative sent by Lord Dylan from the Kingdom of Aisha seeking your audience." "Oh, do come forth promptly." I entered the courtyard alongside the gatekeeper, where I encountered two individuals. One was an elderly man towering over 2 meters, with a face adorned by a bushy beard, dressed in a warrior's garb that was short and practical. In his hand, he held a wooden sword. Beside him stood a youth, who appeared to be of a similar age to mine, though slightly taller. He was bare-chested, revealing well-defined muscles, and also wielded a wooden sword, indicating they had recently engaged in a sparring match. I strode briskly to the elder's presence, deeply bowing in respect, and with my head lowered. I respectfully addressed him, "Esteemed Master Li Kuwan, greetings. I am Chong Gong Wei, a graduate of the Intermediate Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Aisha, and I have come at the behest of Master D to pay my respects." Master Wen scrutinized me from head to toe, chuckling as he remarked, "That old rascal Lauren. I thought he had forgotten about me. You must be his disciple. It seems there are indeed those willing to study his wretched light magic. Judging by your aptitude, why not learn martial arts from me instead?" His jovial demeanor was refreshing, yet his words left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. I maintained my composure and replied, "Master D's light magic is quite formidable, and each discipline possesses its own merits. I regret that I cannot pursue both." "Here is a letter from Master D for your perusal," I added, handing him the correspondence. As he accepted the letter, he said, "Do not be so overly formal. It makes me uncomfortable. Let me see what old D has written." He swiftly read through the letter and then scrutinized me once more, making me feel quite uneasy, before finally stating, "Old D has great confidence in you. He claims you are a magical prodigy. I wonder just how prodigious you truly are." I hesitated to respond, fearing that my inadequate answer might provoke the temperamental old man. Fortunately, his apprentice came to my rescue, saying, "Master, the newcomer has just arrived and hasn't even been allowed to rest inside. Please do not frighten him." The old man chuckled and replied, "Very well. You young ones should grow closer in camaraderie. Come, let us step inside." The final remark was directed towards the gatekeeper. As we entered the wooden cabin, Teacher Wen inquired about Teacher D's recent circumstances. From his questions, I sensed the profound bond he shared with Teacher D. Teacher Wen remarked, "By the way, I have yet to introduce you. This is my apprentice, Dongri Hua, a half-elf, a child of keen sensitivity and temperament." Dongri appeared somewhat bashful at Teacher Wen's words. I nodded at him and said, "Hello, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." He responded with a warm smile. Chapter 16. Rigorous physical training. Let us dine and converse simultaneously. We proceeded to the director's exclusive dining hall. Initially, I felt a bit restrained, eating slowly. But as I observed Teacher Wen's manner of eating, I realized my previous dining habits were remarkably refined in comparison. Teacher Wen had one foot perched on the stool, voraciously devouring his meal, leaving remnants of food scattered all over. Dongri smiled at me sheepishly. I heard Teacher Wen's voice beside me. "Chonggong, why aren't you eating? Come, indulge yourself." Encouraged by Teacher Wen, I wasted no time and began to feast like a whirlwind. Having consumed only a meager amount of provisions since morning, I was ravenously hungry. It was now their turn to be astonished. In a moment of distraction, Teacher Wen found that I had cleared nearly half of the food on the table. "Well, you little rascal, has Lauren been keeping you hungry? Come here to find some balance," Teacher Wen teased me. "Since I have already begun to eat, I shall not hold back any longer. I must satiate myself first." I vaguely remarked, "Teacher Wen, if you do not hurry and eat, you will surely go hungry." "Ah, Winter Day, eat swiftly, for he devours his meal with such speed that it may soon vanish." With such rapid consumption, how could one engage in conversation? It felt akin to a competition. Once the feasting was over, I surmised that I might be the only one fully satisfied. Teacher Wen lamented, "It seems I must prepare more food in the future. Old D has provided me with a food container." Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Teacher Wen declared, "Chonggong, you shall reside in the left room with Winter Day from now on. Old D has instructed me to train you intensively for 6 months. Can you endure it?" In his eyes, I detected a glimmer of mischief. It appears that the days ahead may not be easy. Yet, I cannot bring shame to Teacher D. With unwavering resolve, I replied, "No problem, I will certainly persevere." Deep within, I contemplated that with the foundation laid by my elder brother, I would undoubtedly manage. As we engaged in casual conversation, I learned that Teacher Wen is the Knight of Light, while Dongri embodies the Knight of Winter. Beneath Dongri's golden locks lies the symbol of his half-elven heritage, his pointed ears. The half-elven are an exceedingly rare breed, a result of the union between humans and elves, possessing both human intellect and elven grace. In Dongri's case, he bears the physique of a human and the beauty of an elf, a trait that leaves me feeling rather inadequate, for elves are renowned for their striking allure. I recognize that in terms of innate talent, he is certainly my equal. It is merely a matter of fortune that I find myself ahead. Heh. Teacher Wen remarked that Dongri's archery skills are a family legacy, exceptionally formidable, prompting even him to express admiration. I inadvertently remarked, "The Winter archery technique is remarkable. If one could learn a bit of magic to enhance the power of the magical arrows, it would be even greater." They fell silent, casting me peculiar glances, while a profound longing shimmered in Winter's eyes. I inquired, "What is it? Did I say something amiss?" For the first time, Teacher Wen adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "No, you are absolutely right. Had you not come, I would have considered sending Winter to seek out Old D to impart some magical knowledge. Now that you are here, you both may engage in mutual exchange. In return, I shall likewise impart martial skills to you." I smiled and said, "Do not take it so seriously. My brother Winter and I shall undoubtedly live up to your and Teacher D's expectations." From the following day, Teacher Wen insisted that Winter and I engage in physical training together. His demands were exceedingly rigorous, even more so than those of brother Zhanhu. Were it not for the foundation I had established, I would have surely succumbed long ago. Teacher Wen even praised my physical prowess, remarking that I did not resemble a mage. Little did he know that I had trained for 2 months prior. Finally, in the afternoon, I was afforded a moment of respite. Initially, Teacher Wen intended to instruct me in the art of fighting energy, but I informed him that I had already acquired some knowledge from a friend and preferred not to change my approach. When he requested that I demonstrate my abilities, I evaded the question by claiming my friend had forbidden me from disclosing the specifics of the fighting energy. Teacher Wen, somewhat vexed, decided to disregard my explanation. And as a consequence, the intensity of my physical training was significantly heightened the following day, nearly exhausting me. Fortunately, the Rising Dragon technique proved to be an excellent method for cultivating fighting energy. A brief period of meditation allowed me to recuperate my strength. It seemed that my magical power had reached a bottleneck, as no amount of practice seemed to advance it, leaving me with only a sense of fulfillment. However, I now felt as if I possessed the strength to move mountains and fill seas, with my magical energy surging forth like the mighty Yangtze River. I employed the same method as the esteemed brother Zhanhu to teach the Winter Sun the art of light magic, and he grasped it even more swiftly than Zhanhu himself. I also witnessed his remarkable archery skills, which can only be described as terrifying, within a range of 800 meters. His keen eyesight ensures that when he aims for a fly's left wing, the arrow will never stray to the right. Teacher when once exaggeratedly claimed that a mere glance from Winter Sun would enable him to distinguish the gender of a fly. Winter Sun possesses a friendly disposition, and in many ways, his character mirrors my own. Although our acquaintance has been brief, we have already forged a deep and meaningful friendship. Each evening, we relish our moments of joy as we venture out to enjoy the fresh air. Time passes swiftly, and I have now been in Shoda City for over a month. One day, while Winter Sun and I were out for a breath of fresh air, we had scarcely left the academy when someone called out to him. "Brother Winter Sun," came a delicate voice. As I turned back with Dongri, a girl with striking red hair approached us. Likely a year or two younger than us, I am 2 months older than Dongri. Her large, sparkling eyes and flowing hair captivated my attention. I nudged Dongri and whispered in his ear, "Is she your girlfriend?" Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly clarified, No, she's just a friend." I teased, "Oh really? It certainly doesn't seem that way." At that moment, the red-haired girl had reached us and greeted Dongri. "Dongri, it's been so long. Is teacher when being too strict with you? You seem to have lost weight." Wow, such concern for him, and yet she claims they are not in a relationship. Dongri murmured, "Hello, Miss Wallowan." Miss Wallowan expressed her displeasure, saying, "Did I not tell you? Do not call me Miss Wallowan. Just call me Hongxue." "Oh. And who is this? Only now do I notice you. Am I so insignificant that you treat me like air?" "Hongxue? She is my friend. A disciple of a friend of Teacher One, and she is studying magic." I smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Wallowan, I am Chang Gongwei." She kindly replied, "Hello. I am Hongxue Wallowan. It is a pleasure to meet you." I addressed Dongri, "I have a few matters to attend to, so you can converse with Miss Wallowan. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for a response, I swiftly departed. Let us give this lad a chance. Chapter 17. The orphan Dongri as I vanished from sight. Miss Wallowan smiled at Dongri and remarked, "Your friend is quite astute, isn't he? He left in a hurry." Dongri silently lamented his lack of camaraderie, feeling guilty for slipping away and realizing he was now ensnared by Hongxue, unable to extricate himself for the time being. However, let us set aside Dongri's predicament with Hongxue. After parting ways with them, I wandered aimlessly down the street, relishing this rare moment of leisure. As I strolled, I suddenly noticed a gathering of people ahead. Driven by youthful curiosity, I approached the crowd, discovering it was a notice board. I squeezed my way to the front, whereupon I read the announcement. A national martial arts competition would be held next month, inviting skilled practitioners from all corners to participate, with no restrictions on techniques, including the use of magic. The top 10 contestants would be granted direct entry into the Earth Dragon Legion. I must admit, I felt no particular interest in this. After all, I possessed the prowess of a 5-clawed golden dragon and had little inclination towards mere pseudo-dragons. Upon my return to the academy, winter had yet to arrive. I shared with Teacher When the incident regarding the competition announcement. Teacher When inquired, "Chang Gong, will you participate? This is indeed a splendid opportunity." I shook my head and said, "I believe I shall abstain. Everyone here is a knight, while I am merely a sorcerer. It lacks any meaning. Moreover, I have no desire to join the Dragon Legion. Please allow Winter to participate instead." It was then that Teacher When realized Winter had not returned with me and inquired, "Where has Winter gone?" With a mysterious smile, I remarked, "He is currently in high spirits, on a date with a girl named Hongxue Wallowan." Teacher When furrowed his brow, realizing it was that girl, Hongxue. "Do you know her?" I inquired. "Of course, I am aware of her. She is the niece of His Majesty, the daughter of the Queen's sister. Ever since I took Dongri to a royal banquet, she has persistently pursued him. I feared she might distract him from his studies, so I advised him to keep his distance. That is where you are mistaken. When a man comes of age, he should marry, and likewise for a woman. How can you impede their freedom to love?" I chuckled. "You rascal, you lack all seriousness, just like that old man, Lauren." When Dongri returns, I shall question him." "Dongri, you mustn't blame me. I did not intend this." After what felt like an eternity, Dongri finally returned. Upon entering, he was met with Teacher Wen's displeased expression. "Teacher, I am back," he announced. You know how to return, yet your studies are lacking while you engage in romantic pursuits." You have brought shame upon my face. Contrary to my expectations of him being contrite, Dongri responded nonchalantly. I am but an orphan, raised by you, while she is of royal lineage. What right do I have to indulge in romance with her? I shall retire now. With that, he turned and went in his room, leaving Teacher One and me exchanging bewildered glances. Teacher One remarked, "What is the matter with this child? He has never dared to defy me before." After some contemplation, I remarked, "He must have endured some grievances out there, feeling inferior due to his background. Rest assured, I shall speak with him. I bear a certain responsibility in this matter. I should not have left him alone to return first." I returned to the room, finding myself lost in thought as Winter sat there in a daze. Approaching him, I inquired, "What troubles you, Winter? Has someone wronged you?" "I regret abandoning you," Winter replied, his voice subdued. "It has nothing to do with you." "Then what is it?" "Please, do not act this way. I too am of humble origins. Let them say what they will." I shook his shoulders earnestly. Suddenly, Winter erupted, forcefully pushing me away, and shouted, "Though you are of humble birth, you still have parents." "What do I have?" "Nothing. I am an orphan. Do you know what they call me? They call me a bastard, a bastard. Do you understand?" At that moment, Mr. Wynne burst into the room, enveloping Winter in a tight embrace. "Child, do not despair. You have me. I am your family." In Mr. Wynne's arms, Winter seemed to find solace, weeping uncontrollably, while Mr. Wynne, too, shed tears of sorrow. "Child, tell me, who has called you a bastard? Please, tell me." A chilling aura emanated from Mr. Wynne, and I believed that if Winter uttered a name, Mr. Wynne would charge out and reduce that person to mere pulp. Perhaps aware of the impending consequences, Winter cried, "Please do not ask. Tell me." Mr. Wynne grasped Winter's shoulders tightly. I rushed over, seizing Mr. Wynne's hand, and said, "Mr. Wynne, let this matter be. Your intervention may cast you as a bully. Let us young people resolve our own affairs. I shall seek justice for Winter." A tempest of fury surged within me. How dare they torment my friend? Gradually, Mr. Wynne calmed, letting out a sigh. "Chong Gong, I entrust this matter to you." I coldly remarked, "You may not be aware, but prior to arriving here, my magical prowess had already ascended to the level of an archmage. In order to bolster his confidence, I could no longer conceal my true abilities." Teacher Wynne and Dongri were utterly astonished. It was incomprehensible for anyone to accept the existence of such a young archmage. I had thought they did not believe me, when a powerful surge of light elements emanated from my being. A completely transparent golden orb burst forth from my forehead, circling around me before settling back at my brow. This was one of the most direct and formidable offensive spells of the 8th tier of light magic, a pure energy attack. It seemed that Dongri had forgotten his own humiliation as he remarked, "Longbow, you are truly formidable." I reclaimed my magic and resolutely said to Winter, "Good brother, tomorrow we shall seek retribution against those who have wronged you. What does it matter if we are not esteemed by others? In the future, we shall undoubtedly forge our own paths to success." My words rekindled hope in Dongri, who grasped my hand tightly, and an unspoken understanding lingered between us. After our teacher, Mr. Wynne, retired for the evening, I inquired about the incident that had transpired. With clenched teeth, Dongri recounted the events of his ordeal. It turned out that after my departure, Hongxue had insisted on taking a stroll with Dongri. Not long into their walk, they encountered a group of noble heirs, the sons of dukes and earls, all of whom were suitors vying for Hongxue's affection. Indeed, her beauty proved to be a double-edged sword. Naturally, they were envious of Dongri's company, unleashing a torrent of malicious words. Having had little social interaction throughout his life, Dongri was ill-equipped to retaliate, relying solely on Hongxue to defend him. In a fit of anger, he struck a few of the aristocrats before retreating home in a huff. Chapter 18. A Provocation. Dongri, fret not. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to seek justice, I declared resolutely. I invite Winter to meditate with me, believing it will hasten my descent into slumber. Tomorrow, I am determined to vindicate him. In the morning, just as Winter and I were about to engage in our physical training, we were interrupted by Teacher Wynne, who stated, "Today, I shall grant you both a reprieve. Take this opportunity to rest well." With that, he turned and departed. I exchanged glances with Dongri, both of us acutely aware that this was the moment for our esteemed teacher, Mr. Wynne, to exact revenge on our behalf. How splendid it was. I hastily urged Dongri to don his attire so that we might confront those rascals and settle the score. "Director, esteemed director, are you there?" A familiar voice echoed from outside. I rushed out to discover it was the gatekeeper. With a smile, I inquired, "Brother gatekeeper, is there something amiss?" "It seems that Teacher Wynne has gone to inspect the academy." To my astonishment, it was long gone. This was dire news. A significant issue had arisen. Duke Qining, accompanied by several lords, was seeking an audience with the principal, and their demeanor suggested a formidable presence. I was uncertain of the circumstances, but they had brought along their retainers, numbering approximately 100 individuals. The entrance was nearly overwhelmed by their gathering. The gatekeeper appeared frantic, panting as he spoke. What? Surely not. We have yet to settle our own grievances, and now there are those seeking to confront us. I felt a surge of frustration, yet maintained my composure. Brother Gatekeeper, please go to the academy and locate Teacher One. Winter and I shall proceed to the entrance to assess the situation. As Winter swiftly brought me to the gates of the academy, I was struck by the lively atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. A throng of people had gathered at the entrance. Winter tugged at my sleeve and whispered in my ear, "Longbow, look over there. Those young gentlemen are the noble scions I bested yesterday." I pondered silently. My dear brother, you truly possess remarkable combat skills, targeting only the offspring of the powerful. Yet, at this juncture, words hold little value. I proceeded alongside Dongri. Dongri appeared hesitant to speak, so I took the initiative to call out, "Everyone, please calm down. What on earth is happening? Why has the Night Academy been stirred into chaos?" A corpulent figure ambled over at a languid pace and declared, "Who are you? Summon your dean to speak with me. I am Bei Ning." Despite his considerable girth, I discerned a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, revealing that this duke was undoubtedly formidable, a master in his own right. I politely addressed him, "Good day, your grace. I am a student of the academy. Having such a large entourage at the entrance may not reflect well upon us. Dean One will be out shortly. Might I request that you wait by the roadside for a moment?" He furrowed his brow and replied, "Which family do you belong to? I do not believe I have seen you before. Are you of common birth?" I nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I hailed from a common background. Before I could finish my thought, he interrupted me, declaring, a mere peasant. You have no right to speak to me. Be gone." His words ignited a surge of anger within me. What is wrong with being a commoner? Are we not human? Is it only you nobles who possess humanity? Without us commoners, what would you aristocrats eat or drink? Is it merely the remnants of your ancestors' fortunes that make you so grand? What is so extraordinary about that? I refuse to retreat. What can you possibly do to me? My words allowed the commoners present to vent their pent-up frustrations, as they had long endured the oppression of the nobility. Behind me, the winter's chill persistently tugged at my coat, and only later did I realize the immense influence wielded by the arrogant Duke Qining. My words evidently incensed him. How dare a wretched commoner defy me? Someone teach him a lesson. Indeed, had it not been in a public setting, he would have swiftly summoned his men to eliminate me. His subordinates were undoubtedly aware of their master's intentions, poised to render me permanently incapacitated as a means of appeasing their employer. Suddenly, Dongri emerged from behind me, exclaiming, "What are you planning? This is the Night Academy. You cannot act recklessly here." However, Dongri's intervention did not extricate me from the predicament. Rather, it ensnared him as well. The moment he appeared, a voice from the crowd brought by the Duke shouted, "It was him. He assaulted us yesterday." Bei Qining glared at Dongri and menacingly declared, "So, you are the one who harmed my son. I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. Come, encircle them. Do not let them escape." Bei Qining's followers promptly surrounded us, and the situation grew dire. I sensed Dongri's hesitance beside me, so I communicated through telepathy. "What is there to fear? Have you forgotten I am a magus?" My words bolstered Dongri's confidence. With a magus at our side, what was there to dread? Even if a confrontation ensued, we would not be at a disadvantage. We were encircled like a barrel, with layers upon layers of people surrounding us. Surely, it need not be so exaggerated. After all, we are merely two children. The portly Duke proclaimed, "Come, seize them." It appeared he sought a suitable place to administer his punishment. The onlookers, though indignant at such noble oppression of the common folk, were rendered silent by the immense power of the Duke. Who would dare to act? My anger surged within me. Typically, I would shy away from confrontation, but perhaps due to my newfound strength, coupled with the Duke's blatant tyranny, I found myself unable to endure any longer. I resolved to no longer evade. I would confront them and fight to the bitter end. I silently recited an incantation, enveloping myself and Dongri in a delicate halo of white light. While others mistook it for the aura of celestial energy, it was merely my sacred halo magic. Beiji was equally astonished, pondering the formidable power of these two young individuals. It was no wonder my son had been bested. Fortunately, a multitude had gathered today. With everyone joining forces, I found it hard to believe they could withstand our combined strength. How shameless, relying on sheer numbers. I scoffed. After hearing my words, the majority of BG's companions ceased their advance. It seemed they still valued their honor. The chivalric spirit had taken deep root in their minds, making the situation considerably more manageable. I chanted, "O great element of light, my friend, I beseech you to radiate boundless brilliance." This is a 5th-level offensive magic of the light element, appearing quite formidable, yet its actual power is rather modest. As I pronounced the incantation, a dazzling white light erupted from my being, enveloping a radius of 50 meters around me. Those who ventured within 10 meters of my presence were forcefully repelled, while some of the weaker individuals sustained considerable injuries. I let out a cold snort. If anyone wishes to end their life, they are welcome to come forward and witness whether my brothers and I can handle this band of inept gluttons. The individuals present dared not make a move. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Biki, realizing the precariousness of the situation, staggered to the front, his round face adorned with squinty little eyes now narrowed into slits. "Did you just use magic?" he exclaimed. "Well done, my boy. It seems I underestimated you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess and show you that my title of Duke is not without merit." Humph. As his words fell, I felt an immense pressure enveloping me. The Duke's diminutive stature exuded an overwhelming presence, unfathomable indeed. Could it be? The Duke's proclamation confirmed my suspicions as he smugly declared, surprised, "Are you? I am also a paladin of light." Did you believe that he alone was the only one of such strength in Shuda? Chapter 19. Feigning weakness, I steadied my mind, forcing myself to suppress the rising tide of fear within. I sensed that should a confrontation arise, the outcome would be unpredictable. The title of the Radiant Knight could only be bestowed upon warriors of equal stature to that of a mage, and I could not afford to be careless. I discreetly calibrated my magical energy to its optimal state. To BG, however, the scene appeared quite different. He observed my pallor under his pressure, clearly believing I could not withstand him, and he smiled with a sense of self-satisfaction. Suddenly, a faint white aura emanated from my being, completely quelling the force he projected. I could not help but ponder, does this young man possess the strength to contend with me? If so, could he possibly wield the power of a mage at such a tender age? How astonishing. Just as we were locked in this standoff, a voice echoed in my ear, distinct from the telepathic communication of magic. It was a voice woven through urgency, audible only to me. It was Teacher One, sounding quite anxious, urging me, "Chong-gong, quickly abandon your resistance. Conceal your strength from him. Hurry." A sudden realization struck me. Indeed, it was unwise to so blatantly expose my capabilities. I swiftly withdrew my magical energy, allowing an expression of feigned weakness to grace my visage. Bitch, sighing in relief, assumed my display was merely ephemeral, believing his strength vastly superior. Just as he prepared to take further action, an age-old adversary made his entrance. "Ah, what brings the Duke to my humble presence?" I mused, bemused by the ostentatious display before me. Teacher One's manner of speech bore little resemblance to his formidable exterior. Instead, it was marked by a disarming smoothness. Upon seeing Teacher One approach, Bitch reluctantly reined in his bravado, sarcastically remarking, "I thought you were too decrepit to emerge. I'm not here for idle chatter. I demand justice." Teacher One feigned surprise, inquiring, "Justice? What justice? I have not wronged you, Duke." The fleshy contours of the Duke's face quivered as he retorted angrily, "You were unaware? Your disciple has assaulted someone, and you claim ignorance? I require an explanation today. Your disciple struck my youngest son, along with numerous other noble youths. What do you propose?" A troubled look crossed Teacher One's face as he replied, "It seems there is some truth to your claim, yet it differs from your account. My student asserts that the noble youths first insulted him, provoking his response. Ethically speaking, they instigated the confrontation." Bitch appeared to regain his composure, his expression now inscrutable. Those familiar with him understood that he was genuinely incensed. He coldly remarked, "So, you intend to shield your disciple?" Maintaining his amiable demeanor, Teacher One smiled and asked, "May I first inspect the injuries sustained by your son?" Before Bitch could respond, a plump, extravagantly dressed youth burst forth from the crowd of provocateurs, shrieking, "Look! Look! He struck my face." He proceeded to display his chubby visage to all. The onlookers erupted in laughter, and even Teacher One joined in. For the boy bore merely a faint handprint upon his cheek. It seemed my blow had been rather gentle, contrary to the uproar it had incited. I discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Why did you hold back?" He replied, "One mustn't inflict undue harm. A lesson suffices." Teacher One turned to Bitch, stating, "It appears your son's injuries are not severe enough to warrant such a grand display, especially here, at the Royal Academy of Knights." His words were laced with an unmistakable undertone of intimidation. In a fit of rage, Bitch kicked his portly son back into the fold, muttering, "You wretched creature. Who permitted you to disgrace me? You've tarnished my reputation." He then turned to Teacher Wen, stating, "Do not attempt to intimidate me. If you do not provide an explanation today, I assure you, this matter will not conclude amicably." Teacher Wen's smile vanished, replaced by a chilly demeanor as he countered. "What do you intend? Your son and his companions insulted my disciple. Do you expect my disciple to apologize? I have yet to seek redress from you. Yet you play the victim. Do you believe me a fool?" As Teacher Wen's words reverberated through the academy, a multitude of students emerged, each guided by instructors from various disciplines. These students were the backbone of the nation, each one a paragon of strength. Moreover, the academy's teachers were all of knightly rank or higher. Such formidable prowess could likely be matched only by the Dragon Legion in the realm of Shioda. Note: in the kingdom of Shioda, all nobles are permitted to possess personal guards according to their rank. Princes may have 5,000, dukes 3,000, earls 2,000, while lower-ranking nobles are allowed fewer than 1,000 guards based on their titles. The Knight Academy boasts over 8,000 students, which is one reason why Li Kuwen remains unperturbed by Bai Qi. Bai Qi's expression shifted dramatically. "Fine, you are quite ruthless. If you have the audacity, let us seek the judgment of His Majesty. What does it matter if you bring a crowd to intimidate me?" Teacher Wen scoffed. "You may have fewer numbers, but let us go. I am not afraid of you." Teacher Wen had once been appointed the national master by the king of Shioda, enjoying immense prestige and influence within the realm. Despite his title being inferior to Bai Qi's, his standing in Shioda was formidable. Bai Qi instructed the nobles to return and await his news, while Teacher Wen dispersed the academy students. As they departed, he conveyed to me through a whisper to refrain from taking any action until his return, and advised me to keep a close watch on Dongri. Since witnessing Bai Qi's prowess, both Dongri and I had been taken aback. It was astonishing that such a duke could possess such profound skills. Who knew what other talents lay hidden among the nobility? Hence, we would not recklessly pursue vengeance. Initially, under my persuasion, Dongri began to loosen up and adopt a more open attitude, suggesting that it was better to let others speak without allowing anger to disturb his peace. Bai Qi and Teacher Wen went to the palace to seek resolution, leaving Dongri and me in a state of concern. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, I, typically one to indulge in culinary delights, found no appetite. However, Dongri comforted me, saying, "Do not worry. Teacher Wen's connections in Shioda will ensure that nothing untoward occurs." As fate would have it, within just over an hour, Teacher Wen returned, though his countenance bore an unmistakable air of displeasure. Chapter 20. The Contest of Reputation. I hurriedly approached and inquired, "What is the matter? Is His Majesty showing favoritism towards the Duke?" Winter, too, cast an anxious glance at Teacher Wen. With a sigh, Teacher Wen replied, "Not at all. His Majesty is a sagacious ruler, astute and impartial. He administers justice evenly, without bias towards anyone." "Then why do you appear so displeased?" I pressed further. Teacher Wen continued, "Although His Majesty does not favor either side, he has presented me with a conundrum. He has instructed me to dispatch a team from the Academy to participate in the quinquennial national martial arts competition held in Shioda, while also requiring the Duke to send forth a team. Furthermore, he explicitly stated that whichever team achieves a higher ranking will be deemed correct in this matter, compelling the opposing party to publicly apologize." "Is it truly so definitive?" I exclaimed. "This seems rather unreasonable. We are indeed the party in the right." "Ah, Longbow, you must understand that the Duke wields considerable influence in Shioda, to the extent that even His Majesty must concede to him. The martial spirit runs high in Shioda, and many matters are resolved through combat," Teacher Wen remarked with a knowing expression. Winter interjected, "But we need not fear. Our academy boasts many formidable students. We should not be intimidated by the Duke. Indeed, given our capabilities, those noble factions should pose little threat." Teacher Wen furrowed his brow and said, "That is precisely my concern. The Duke has specifically insisted that both of you must participate, and he will also be entering his eldest son into the competition. Each team must consist of 5 members. Although our academy's students are not lacking in strength, they are relatively young and lack profound cultivation. The situation on the Duke's side is quite different. His eldest son is particularly formidable." I curled my lip in disdain. What admirable offspring could that rotund swine possibly produce? His dim-witted son serves as a prime example. Teacher Wen, donning a serious demeanor, admonished me, saying, "Chonggong, one must never underestimate any adversary. You should be aware of the formidable Earth Dragon Legion led by Shioda. His eldest son holds the prestigious title of commander of the 2nd Legion. a position not easily attained through mere influence or bribery. At the age of 38, he was once hailed as a prodigious knight. Having ascended to the rank of Sky Knight by the age of 30, he is second only to the renowned imperial prince Qi Lu Xiuda's son, Jingyun Xiuda, who was famously known as the Battle Tiger and previously commanded the 3rd Earth Dragon Legion. Isn't that the elder brother? I inquired. Then it stands to reason that no duke's eldest son would be inferior to him. Teacher Wen continued, after 8 years. Who can say whether he will attain the level of a radiant knight? Although Chang Gong possesses the strength of a magus, his training has been relatively brief, and we remain unaware of what other formidable talents Qi may dispatch. Thus, I find myself genuinely concerned about this forthcoming competition. I am also apprehensive. Although becoming a Knight of Light is no simple feat, nothing is absolute. If the 5 participants on the opposing side possess the same caliber of strength as our esteemed leader, then our defeat is inevitable. While I grappled with these thoughts, Dongri spoke up with fervor, declaring, Teacher, rest assured, even if it costs us dearly, we will surely achieve ultimate victory. We represent the side of justice, and we must not allow them to prevail. Dongri's words resonated within me. Indeed, we must emerge victorious. Teacher Wen smiled gently at Dongri and remarked, Oh, Navi child. Do you truly understand what justice entails? It is only the strong who embody justice. The victors are kings, while the vanquished are deemed rogues. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, Biki is not inherently a bad person. He merely possesses a few more flaws. I found myself exchanging glances with Dongri in the winter chill, and I remarked, He is not necessarily a bad person. Teacher Wen chuckled softly and responded, You are still young and too naive. In truth, there are no absolute villains or paragons of virtue in this world. The notions of good and evil reside solely within the human mind. Thus, you must strive to act, no matter how small the good may seem, and refrain from committing even the slightest evil. Take Biki, for instance. He is merely obstinate, holds strong racial biases, and tends to protect his own. Yet, when faced with significant moral dilemmas, he is capable of making the right choices. Can you truly label him as wicked? Teacher Wen's words resonated deeply within me, laying the foundation for my future entrepreneurial philosophy. But that is a tale for another time. We are on the verge of a competition. Even with the training sessions drawing near, time is of the essence. I will select 3 of the strongest members to join you in this endeavor. Over the next few days, I expect the 5 of you to collaborate closely, ensuring that each of you maintains your optimal performance in pursuit of a commendable rank. In truth, even if you were to lose, it would not be a matter of great concern. I would simply swallow my pride and seek forgiveness from Biki. He would likely not be too harsh with me. As Teacher Wen concluded, a hint of self-deprecation crept into his tone. Yet, I could discern a bitter undertone in his words, revealing his lack of faith in us. Dongri and I silently resolved to triumph over Biki's team. After all, Teacher Wen, at his age, takes great pride in his reputation, and we must ensure he does not endure humiliation. Well then, today has been exhausting. Rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will gather your teammates, and we shall train together. Dongri, my greatest concern lies with you. Your abilities are comparatively weaker, and diligent practice is imperative. With that, Teacher Wen retreated to his room. After dinner, Dongri and I practiced in the courtyard. I pondered aloud, Dongri, this competition will undoubtedly be arduous, and I believe you should fully leverage your strengths. Dongri, curious, inquired, What advantages do I possess? I chuckled and replied, Of course, you possess a remarkable advantage, and that would be your archery skills. Upon hearing my words, he immediately fell into despondency and said, Archery? I only have accuracy. My strength is lacking, which renders it ineffective against skilled opponents. I enigmatically remarked, How could it be of no use? What I seek is your precision. We can employ magical arrows. As I spoke, I quietly shared my plan with him, whispering in his ear. The furrowed brow upon his face gradually smoothed. Winter, with a smile, playfully struck me with a fist, saying, It's impressive that you thought of this. Let us proceed as such. Over the next few days, we shall diligently practice our coordination. I nervously whispered, Keep your voice down. This is our secret weapon. Winter quickly covered his mouth, and his comical antics sent me into fits of laughter. Only then did he realize I was teasing him, and he rushed over to join in the playful scuffle. Our literature teacher, watching silently from the window, couldn't help but shake his head and mutter to himself, Ah, the youth are blissfully unaware of the burdens of life. I wonder what secrets they possess. What could the secret be? Let us discover it during the competition. Chapter 21. A new teammate at dawn. Winter and I rose early, recalling the fruitful practice we had the previous night. We exchanged smiles, brimming with confidence for the upcoming contest. Noticing the absence of our literature teacher in the house and its surroundings, I speculated he might be searching for allies for us. I eagerly anticipated the arrival of new companions. The wait was excruciating, and it wasn't until midday that our teacher returned. I inquired, "Have you found our partners? Why did you take so long?" My tone carried a hint of reproach. With a smile, our teacher replied, "Look at how anxious you are. I am even more so. However, I must carefully select the most suitable candidates. So you have already found the right individuals? Where are they?" I pressed, my curiosity piqued. "They will arrive in the afternoon. They need lunch as well, so I asked them to come after. Once they arrive, I will discuss the rules and structure of the competition with you. For now, you two should practice a bit more before having lunch. Do not overexert yourselves. Maintaining your condition is paramount. There won't be any significant breakthroughs in such a short time." "Oh, then we'll go practice," I replied, somewhat dissatisfied, and dragged Winter back to our training. Afternoon arrived swiftly, and while we were resting indoors, we heard someone outside calling, "Shiosi Mali, Xing Aolici. Gao Jin, please report." It seemed our teammates had arrived. Our teacher responded, "Good, come in." Winter and I hurried out to greet our companions. Visually, the three newcomers were quite distinct. Two of them were remarkably tall, standing around 2 meters, with robust physiques, though not conventionally handsome. Their rugged faces bore the marks of arduous training, exuding a raw masculinity. Their bodies were sculpted with pronounced muscles, presenting a formidable appearance. Likely around 27 or 28 years of age. The third individual was somewhat shorter, standing at 180 centimeters, slightly shorter than Winter and me. He had a clean-cut appearance, and the wisdom shining in his deep-set eyes suggested he was approximately 24 or 25 years old. Our teacher emerged from the room, smiling, and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Chang Gong, hailing from the kingdom of Aisha, and he specializes in magic. This is Winter, my disciple. Who is the least powerful among you? You must look out for each other." Pointing to the burly man clad in a red warrior's outfit, our teacher continued, "This is Xing Aolici, who possesses strength close to that of a sky knight. He could have graduated long ago, but he chose to remain at the academy to pursue more advanced martial skills and is one of the elite in the academy's warrior hall." I swiftly approached Dongri, and we exchanged courteous bows. Although Xing Ao's manners were impeccable, I could discern that he held neither Dongri nor myself in high regard. Teacher then pointed to a robust man and continued his introduction. "This is Gao Jin, whose circumstances are quite similar to those of Xing Ao. He is also a master of the warrior hall." Indeed, the situation was comparable, as he too seemed to regard Dongri and me with indifference. Finally, Teacher approached a serene young man, gently patting his shoulder, and said to us, "This is Shioshi Mali, the foremost expert of the warrior hall, highly esteemed by all, and honored with the title of Sky Knight." His formidable prowess was evident, as Shioshi fixed his gaze upon me and extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Shioshi." I smiled gently and, while clasping his hand, said, "Greetings, I am Chang Gong. Welcome to your new journey." Noticing Xing Ao and Gao standing behind Shioshi, I realized that Shioshi was their leader. Teacher remarked, "Very well, take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. Practice diligently in the courtyard and forge a bond among yourselves. Later, I shall discuss the details of the upcoming competition with you." The 5 of us bowed in greeting as Teacher retreated into the house. Before I could utter a word, Dongri interjected, "You must be Brother Shioshi. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as the foremost expert among the students. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed elder." Shioshi replied mildly, "I cannot claim to instruct. We shall simply spar with one another." Dongri offered an awkward smile. Such arrogance. I found myself disliking his demeanor. I chimed in, "Isn't it necessary to form a team for the competition? We should elect a captain and choose a name for our squad." Xing Ao then spoke up, exuberantly declaring, "What is there to deliberate? Our captain should undoubtedly be Brother Shioshi." Shioshi frowned slightly, stating, "Xing Ao, do not speak so carelessly. My abilities are not sufficient to assume the role of captain." "What nonsense," replied Xing Ao. "With your prowess, who else could lead but you? Shall we let them take the position?" He cast a disdainful glance at us. Such bravado. I smiled faintly and said, "I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Our collective ambition should be to surpass Duke Beaky's team and even claim the ultimate championship, bringing glory to our academy. There is no need for discord over trivial matters. Let us do it this way. Each of us will showcase our skills, and the one who excels shall become captain." Shioshi thought to himself, though merely a child, He possesses considerable insight. He must have formidable abilities. He responded, very well. Xingyao and Gouda both voluntarily withdrew, and Dongri also abstained, showing no desire for competition. Initially, I felt the same, but to prove that Dongri and I were not weaklings, I resolved to challenge Xiushi. Xingyao and Gouda clearly perceived my ambition as foolish, with Gouda even suggesting I concede to avoid an embarrassing defeat. I disregarded them and calmly said to the expressionless Ruji, shall you go first, or shall I? Ruji, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, replied, as the guest pleases the host, you may demonstrate. I responded without hesitation, uttering a simple good. I positioned myself in the center of the courtyard, closed my eyes, and began to move slowly at first, gradually increasing my pace. Soon, the entire courtyard was filled with my shadow. Suddenly, there were no moving figures left, but instead, 10 identical versions of myself surrounded a central point. Xing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what kind of illusion is this? How did so many appear at once? In unison, the 10 versions of me spoke. This is not an illusion. It is a form of spatial magic that I have devised, a short-range instantaneous localization spell. Each shadow represents me, yet simultaneously. None of them are truly me. This magic is of my own creation, and even in Aisha, no one has encountered it before. It is built upon the principle of rapid short-range teleportation, essentially a swift transfer, yet it requires an immensely powerful magical force. I was only able to achieve this spell after reaching the level of a magic master. Chapter 22. The Radiant Battle Team. Certainly, I would not rely solely on this. This enchantment merely establishes a temporal foundation for my grand spell. As I commence the incantation with 10 manifestations of myself, I declare, O great elemental of light, dearest companion of life, bestow upon the world the most exquisite radiance. This is the gentlest of the 8th tier light spells at my disposal, known as the Halo of Illumination, which also serves as a sealing spell. It is my inaugural attempt at wielding 8th tier magic. As I chant, all 10 of my forms emit a soft golden glow, conjuring ethereal halos of pale gold that envelop those present. They appear momentarily dazed. With the exception of Shuji, all are ensnared, including Winner. Shuji, drawing upon his profound fighting spirit and quick reflexes, manifests a white aura to repel the encroaching halos. However, this proves futile, for the halos multiply, swiftly encasing him as well. In unison, my 10 selves proclaim, whoever can break free from my magic shall be acknowledged as captain. Should none succeed, the title shall be mine. Winter, recognizing the futility, relinquishes his resistance, as the spell merely entraps without inflicting harm upon those ensnared. The 3 new allies, however, prove to be more formidable adversaries, struggling desperately against the halos, channeling their own fighting spirit to counter the enchantment. I pay particular attention to Shuji, whose form is nearly engulfed by the halos, resembling a luminous cocoon encasing him. After a time, regardless of their efforts, they find themselves unable to shatter my magic. This exemplifies the disparity in strength between a spellcaster and a sky knight. Shuji voluntarily concedes. I surrender. I am willing to acknowledge you as captain. Upon hearing their leader's admission, Gouda and Xingyao also abandoned their resistance. I withdrew my magic, and with a surge of anger, said, you are truly despicable for ambushing us. I smiled and said, shall we go through it once more? This time, I shall allow you ample preparation to see if you can evade it. Xingyao fumed. You. He then turned to Xiushi and insisted, boss, you ought to speak up. We cannot allow a mere child to take charge. Xiushi responded, Xingyao, cease your remarks. Ambition knows no age. You underestimate Changgong. Even with preparation, we cannot withstand his magic. There exists an insurmountable gap in strength. If I am not mistaken, only a mage can cast a spell capable of rendering us all defenseless simultaneously. Changgong, you are indeed a mage. The final statement was directed at me, delivered with an air of certainty. I nodded, recognizing the futility of deceiving them. Very well, I concede to you. I once believed myself to be a genius. Yet in comparison to you, I realize I still have a long way to go. However, I shall strive harder, and when I surpass you, I shall reclaim this title. Hayaji spoke with neither arrogance nor subservience. Upon learning of my status as a mage, both Hayaji and Gouda fell silent. All right, I await your progress, and I sincerely hope you can achieve it. From now on, we shall be comrades, as well as friends, I expressed earnestly, grasping his hand. Although Hayaji and Gouda feigned nonchalance, I sensed that deep down, they had already begun to accept me. I scratched my head and said, Brother Xiushi, what do you think our team should be named? For the first time, Xiushi smiled, a radiant smile that brightened the room. He replied, "What kind of magic did you just use?" I explained, "I just cast an 8th level light magic spell called Radiant Aura, so let us henceforth be known as the Radiant Team." The name was indeed well received, garnering unanimous approval. Shosi struck me as someone whose wisdom undoubtedly surpassed his martial prowess. Then, Teacher Wen appeared, whether by coincidence or design. I could not tell. Just as we resolved all our issues, he emerged, observing our camaraderie. "It seems you all are quite close. That's wonderful. I hope you will support each other and carve out your own path to success." He beckoned us over. "Come here, and I shall share some insights regarding the competition." We gathered around him, and Teacher Wen said, "What lies ahead of you is a formidable competition. This time, not only will numerous skilled competitors from Shosi participate, but also individuals from the Kingdom of Daoru and the Kingdom of Aisha, including those adept in the longbow who hail from Aisha. Due to the vast number of participants, securing victory will entail navigating through numerous challenges." He paused, surveying us with a glance before continuing. "Initially, there will be group matches. I believe you should manage quite well, as each of you possesses considerable strength. During the competition, you may engage in one-on-one duels or participate in team battles. When facing formidable opponents, I recommend opting for team contests, as the longbow employs magic, allowing you to leverage its immense power to your advantage. According to my research, over 10,000 teams will compete, divided into 1,024 groups. Each group will engage in 10 rounds of matches. Only the champions of each group will advance, leading to the elimination rounds, culminating in the final showdown. None of us have participated in such a competition before. I have heard that it requires competing in numerous matches, and to emerge as the ultimate champion, one must secure victory in no fewer than 20 contests, which is nothing short of a marathon of battles. The rules of the competition are quite straightforward. If one is knocked off the stage or voluntarily concedes, the opponent is deemed the victor. Aside from the prohibition against taking a life, there are no extraordinary restrictions, allowing the contestants to fully exhibit their comprehensive abilities. However, my stipulation for you is this: unless absolutely necessary, do not inflict harm upon others. We must win hearts with virtue, for this embodies the noble spirit expected of us as cultivators. Apart from my skepticism, the other four nodded earnestly in agreement. Longbow, your role in this competition is of paramount importance. Your primary duty is to assist the team in offense. When the situation becomes stagnant, you must also engage in the attack. I am confident that with your formidable magic, we shall achieve remarkable results. I observed your previous sparring session, and while friendly exchanges are commendable, let us not allow them to disrupt our camaraderie. Henceforth, your team shall be led by Longbow, but Shosi will primarily make the decisions. For I have faith in Shosi's wisdom." Teacher Wen acknowledged Shosi with a nod. Shosi, however, showed little reaction to the praise from Teacher Wen, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "With 3 days remaining until the competition, I hope you will diligently cooperate and practice during this time. Your combination is indeed potent, and to speak candidly, I truly hope you can preserve my dignity. I also aspire for you to emerge from this battle as renowned heroes, celebrated far and wide." Together, we responded loudly and resolutely, "We will undoubtedly succeed." Thus, the inaugural Radiant Squad, led by the Child of Light, was established. And throughout the entrepreneurial journey of the Child of Light, this formidable team has made countless significant contributions. Chapter 23. The Shoda competition. 3 days swiftly passed, and the members of the Radiant Squad had already developed a preliminary understanding among themselves. Time did not permit further adjustments, and they embarked on their competitive journey. The competition took place in the largest square of Shoda, sprawling over an area equivalent to 10 football fields. 51 competition venues were meticulously prepared. With the exception of the central stage reserved for the semifinals and finals, all other venues would simultaneously host group matches. After the draw, we found ourselves placed in Group 198, while the Wind Dragon squad from Beachy was assigned to Group 803, and as of yet, we had not encountered any of their members. The 5 of us arrived at our competition venue, surrounded by participants from various teams. The audience was confined to the outermost circle of all the arenas, where numerous newly erected shelters served as seating for spectators. I glanced around, observing that the majority were clad in samurai attire, with only a scant few representing other professions. Like everyone else, I donned the uniform white samurai garb. Our strategy was to strive for victory in the preliminary rounds without resorting to magic. The organizing committee announced the competition rules, and the event commenced in earnest. According to the draw, we were scheduled to compete third. The first match featured two samurai engaging in a one-on-one duel, their abilities appearing rather mediocre. Lacking even a contender of the Earth Knight caliber, it devolved into mere exchanges of blows, culminating in a narrow victory for one team with a score of 3-2. The second match followed suit, nearly lulling us into slumber. It was a struggle to endure until it was finally our turn. The referee of Group 198 proclaimed, in the third match, "We have the Radiant Warriors facing off against the Iron Legion." KG chuckled, remarking, "I hope this Iron Legion isn't merely a heap of scrap metal," which elicited laughter from us all. Regi suggested to me, "Let us engage in a direct team versus team match. It would save us some time." As we took the stage, clad entirely in pristine white attire and towering above at heights exceeding 180 centimeters, we left the other competitors below us momentarily bewildered. From the opposite side of the arena came the resounding sound of heavy footsteps, echoing with a palpable intensity. How extravagant! The Iron Warriors team made their entrance. A truly dramatic sight. The 5 members, garbed in formidable black armor, each standing well over 2 meters tall, wielded colossal two-handed swords that appeared to be quite substantial. Shuji leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "They are quite cunning. In such a confined space on the stage, they can easily overwhelm any slightly weaker opponents by charging together. Even a collision could lead them to victory." I replied, "Unfortunately, they have encountered us." We exchanged a smile, our hearts brimming with confidence. As the captain, it was my duty to negotiate on behalf of the team, and they readily agreed to engage in a collective battle, recognizing the advantages it presented for them. The moment the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, the 5 members of the Steel Warriors surged forward, brandishing their great swords with an impressive display of might. However, their speed was lacking. Winter, Shuji, and I remained stationary at the edge of the arena, while Gouda and Xingao, wielding their great swords, positioned themselves at the forefront. Shuji had previously informed me that few could match their strength in a direct comparison. As the opposing 5 drew near, Xingao let out a fierce roar, channeling a faint yellow energy into his great sword as he confronted the foremost adversary. The clash of swords was formidable, and the seemingly intimidating opponent was sent flying, both man and weapon, while their sword suffered a substantial gash. What followed was a display of Xingao's prowess. With a few swift strikes, he sent the opposing team members reeling in disarray. Gouda grumbled, "You didn't even leave one for me. You've taken them all down yourself." The spectators were left in awe, many expressing their frustration at being grouped with us. I stepped forward to intercept the advancing adversary, addressing them with a firm tone. "I advise you to concede. You must be aware of the disparity in our strengths." The imposing figure at the forefront of the opposing group leaned on his sword for support, replying in a grave voice, "My brother, did your comrade not just employ Earth energy?" I nodded in agreement, indeed. The subsequent events left us both amused and bewildered. 5 burly men approached Xingao, kneeling on one knee. The leader among them implored, "Brother, please accept us as your disciples. We have come to this competition in search of a master skilled in combat." Xingao's face flushed with embarrassment. Having devoted his life to martial arts, he had never encountered such a scene. Fortunately, Shiosi intervened, suggesting to the 5 men that they return to us after the competition concluded and provided them with our contact information. After successfully dispatching the Iron Warriors team, we concluded our first match. On the way back to the academy, Gouda nudged Xingao and remarked, "Not bad, brother. On the very first day of competition, you've already acquired 5 disciples. If this continues, we could form an entire legion. Haha." Xingao ignored him and turned to Shiosi, asking, "Boss, do you think I should accept them?" Shiosi smiled and replied, "In my opinion, they are straightforward and honest men. Accepting them would not be detrimental. But the decision ultimately lies with you." Thus, we participated in a group match each day, and the proceedings went smoothly, thanks to Xingao, Gouda, and Dongri. Meanwhile, Shiosi and I observed coldly. With a record of 10 matches and 10 victories, we emerged from Group 198 into the semifinals. During a break in the competition, we watched the Wind Dragon team dispatched by Bichi. Remarkably, only 1 member with the strength of a Earth Knight participated, easily defeating 5 opponents to advance to the semifinals. We had yet to see any other team members, and Teacher Juwen remarked that this one participant was likely the weakest of their group. The situation appeared rather grim. After the preliminary round concluded, we had 2 days of rest before the draw for the knockout stage. The first round of elimination would take 4 days, and we were scheduled to compete on the 3rd day, allowing us a total of 4 days of rest, which we found quite satisfactory. Rather than analyzing our opponent's strengths, we focused on enhancing our teamwork. The most rapid progress was made by Dongri. His combat energy showed little advancement. But due to his innate affinity for the natural elements, he had begun to master some intermediate light magic under my guidance. He successfully integrated the basic light magic, light arrow, into his archery, significantly increasing its power. Chapter 24, Showcasing Strength. Today marks our first match in the semifinals. I remain uncertain of our opponent's strength, yet we all believe that no one can hinder our progress. We arrived at the Shioda Square, where the audience had gathered in droves around the arena. As we ascended to the stage, the referee introduced both teams. We now commenced the 384th match of the 1024 to 512 round, featuring the Radiant team from the Royal Knight Academy against the Demon team, composed of competitors from various nations. When our team was introduced, the crowd erupted in applause, while the mention of our opponents was met with boos. Later, I learned that during the group matches, nearly all opponents of the Demon team had sustained severe injuries, with some barely clinging to life. The Celestial Demon squad consists of 3 warriors and 2 sorcerers, exuding formidable prowess. I turned to Shuji and remarked, "It seems we are destined to take the stage today." The opposing team evidently excelled in collaborative combat. As we stepped onto the arena, both sides assumed their stances. And with the referee's signal, the match commenced. The 3 warriors of the Celestial Demon squad did not hastily launch an attack. Instead, they allowed their sorcerers to bestow various protective spells upon them. I was quite astonished by this process, for both of their sorcerers possessed the strength of grand magicians. Although their abilities were still distant from mine, the protective spells they wielded were remarkably sophisticated. I intercepted the advancing Xing Ao and Gauda. Asserting my resolve, let me take charge. Since our opponents boast a sorcerer, it is only fitting that we demonstrate what true magic entails. As the match has progressed, I have yet to unleash my prowess, and the anticipation has begun to stir within me. The presence of their sorcerer has only heightened my excitement. Shiosi stated calmly, "Do not grant them any opportunities, eliminate them swiftly." It was evident that Xing Ao recognized the formidable nature of our adversaries, as he discreetly confided in me. "If you can handle them single-handedly, I shall concede to your prowess." I cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "So you remain unconvinced, do you? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my offensive magic today. Everyone else, please step aside." The last sentence was directed towards the group. Both Ko and Gaudo appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting Ruji to speak up. "Let us proceed. They are fundamentally outclassed by the longbow." As everyone descended from the stage, I found myself the sole warrior adorned in armor, leaving the opposing team momentarily stunned. One of the mages inquired, "Are you the only one stepping forward? Can you truly represent your team?" I smiled and said, "Of course. I can represent you. As long as you win, I shall consider it a victory." One of the warriors clad in red armor from the Demon squad, enraged, bellowed, "You underestimate us far too much. Even the most valiant knight may not best our combined might. Brothers, charge forth and let him pay for his arrogance." 3 warriors surged towards me, while 2 mages began to chant their incantations. "Great fire elemental, gather by my side and coalesce into a dragon of flame to vanquish the foes before me." A fire dragon materialized, revealing the mage's affinity for fire magic. "Great water elemental, gather by my side and coalesce into a dragon of water to obliterate the adversaries before me." A water dragon emerged, marking the presence of a water mage. They initiated their assault with 2 6th-level spells, one of fire and one of water, augmented by the 3 formidable warriors endowed with the prowess of Earth Knights. Their strength was indeed noteworthy, evidently incited by my provocations, as they unleashed their full power from the onset. Had this occurred 3 or 4 years prior, such a combination of magic and martial skill would have inflicted significant damage upon me. However, now, they stood no chance. As their spells took form, I executed a swift teleportation to the corner of the arena, buying myself precious time, and began to chant my own incantation, "Great Light Elemental. Allow me to harness your formidable power. Let boundless light fill the land and illuminate all." A blinding radiance emanated from me, instantly engulfing the advancing water and fire dragons. The white luminescence spread across the arena, and the members of the Demon squad were cast off the stage by my powerful spell, Radiance of the 9 Provinces. At the moment my magic made contact with them, I retracted a portion of my mana, merely sending them off the arena without inflicting harm. The dual dragon spell of water and fire wielded considerable might, rivaling the absolute power of my Radiance of the 9 Provinces. Yet, in comparison, their magical might and the warrior's energy levels were vastly inferior to mine. My psychological tactics had also proven successful. Had they not been provoked into reckless aggression and instead opted for a cohesive defense, my victory would not have been so easily attained. Given these advantageous conditions, my triumph was practically assured. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, and amid the fervent atmosphere, I could not help but throw my head back and roar. Embodying the spirit of a champion, questioning who among the heroes of the world could rival me, I stepped down from the arena, and Winter rushed over, exclaiming with excitement, "Longbow, you are truly remarkable. I had no idea magic could be so incredibly effective. I must admit with a touch of arrogance, study diligently. And once you have mastered what your elder brother has to offer, go forth and flaunt your skills." Following this competition, my displayed prowess has made it evident to Gouda and Xing Ao that my initial victory over them was not achieved through mere trickery. They are now thoroughly convinced of my capabilities. The subsequent matches proved to be rather effortless for us, as we encountered no team stronger than this one, triumphantly advancing into the top 32. Upon observation with Shiosi, we noted the presence of several other members from the Wind Dragon team. All of them are warriors. Just as we had anticipated. Aside from the Earth Knight who made an initial appearance, the rest possess the prowess of Sky Knights, though it remains uncertain whether they harbor any hidden abilities. The most formidable threat, however, is the eldest son of Bichi. Despite numerous competitions, I have yet to witness him truly unleash his power. He merely offers guidance to his teammates during moments of difficulty, ensuring the Wind Dragon team navigates through challenges with ease. The commander of the 2nd Legion of Earth Dragons exudes an innate aura of leadership, regardless of the competition's circumstances. He maintains a steady command, embodying the spirit of remaining unflinching in the face of adversity. Standing approximately 190 centimeters tall and possessing a slender build, one can sense the explosive power emanating from his very core. I cannot help but worry. Should he surpass the threshold of the Light Knight, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Our next adversaries are the princely team dispatched by Prince Chilu Shioda of the Guardian Kingdom. This team has garnered considerable acclaim and is currently perceived as the most formidable contender. Comprising 5 Sky Knights whose seamless synergy in battle is evidently the result of years of training together. To surpass this princely team would present our greatest challenge, particularly as we aim to overcome the Wind Dragon team, led by Duke Biki. I wonder if we will have the opportunity to meet Prince Chilu, the father of Brother Zhanhu, and fulfill the singular task entrusted to me by my elder brother. Chapter 25. The Battle of Strength. As long as we secure a place in the top 16, we will face Duke Biki's Wind Dragon team. Thus it is imperative that we triumph over the princely team. After a day of rest, we arrived at the arena, prepared to endure the most arduous battle since the commencement of the competition. In anticipation of today's confrontation, I deliberately exchanged my previous white attire for the robes of the light deity, while Shiosi and the others donned their armor. Upon stepping onto the arena, an unsettling sensation washed over me as I beheld our opponents. The 5 members exuded an aura of unity. However, to compensate for our individual strengths, we opted for a team battle. With the match yet to commence, I encouraged my teammates to stretch and warm up while I took a couple of steps forward, staff in hand, and courteously addressed them. "Greetings, it is a tremendous honor to compete against your princely team." Dressed in silver samurai attire, they appeared taken aback by my politeness. A tall member of their team took a couple of steps forward and replied, "Hello. We witnessed your performance yesterday and are aware of your formidable magic. However, today we shall ensure your journey ends here. Our goal is the championship." Though his tone was courteous, the confidence in his words was unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, I discerned numerous similarities between him and Brother Zhanhu. Though he appeared to be somewhat older, I could not help but inquire, "Might I ask if you are the son of Prince Shioda?" He seemed taken aback and replied, "How did you know?" "I am Shanyun Shioda, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Earth Dragon." While I was mentally prepared for him to be Brother Zhanhu's sibling, the revelation that he was the commander of the Earth Dragon Legion caught me off guard. Regaining my composure, I asked, "How is the esteemed Prince Shioda?" Shanyun regarded me with a puzzled expression and casually responded, "Quite well." "Why do you ask?" I chuckled softly and said, "I shall inform you after the competition. Let us give our utmost to this contest, and see if you can truly impede my path forward." My words ignited a spirit of valor within Shanyun, who proclaimed with conviction, "Very well, young brother, let me witness whether your magic is indeed as formidable as you claim." The referee announced the commencement of the match. According to our prior arrangements, Shiosi, Xingao, and Gouda took the lead, tasked with thwarting the opposing team's assaults, while Dongri and I positioned ourselves at the rear. I was responsible for unleashing spells, while Dongri aimed to shoot frost arrows and provide protection for me, with myself as the primary offensive force. With a flick of my staff, I began to chant, "Element of light, my companion, banish the forces of evil with your boundless radiance. Holy light, awaken my allies and provide them with a measure of defense. Element of light, my companion, transform into a sacred halo to shield my friends. Sacred halo, enveloping the likes of Shiosi, merging with their fighting spirit to forge a more formidable barrier. Element of light, my companion, take the form of a blade and vanquish the foes before us. Light/Sword, a 6th-level offensive spell, directly targeting 5 adversaries. I unleash 3 6th-level spells in quick succession. And under the protection of my magic, Shiosi and his companions charged forth, their knightly swords gleaming in the light of my light/sword. The opposing 5, led by Shanyun, formed a conical formation, their swords aglow with white fighting spirit. As we closed the distance of 3 meters, Shanyun bellowed, "Starshine, break the evil." In unison, the 5 long swords swung, coalescing 5 streams of white fighting spirit into a formidable orb that surged toward us. It was too late to evade. The first collision met my light/sword, which was almost effortlessly consumed by the orb. Next came Xingyao and Gouda, unprepared for such a strike from their position. Unable to unleash their own techniques, they could only respond with brute force. Shiosi, reacting with relative swiftness, shouted, "Phantom Slash." A wisp of ethereal light emerged from his longsword, meeting the oncoming assault. The initial clash concluded with our utter defeat. Gouda and Xingyao were knocked back toward me, blood spurting from their mouths. Having nearly been thrown from the platform, had Winter not caught them in time. Their combat effectiveness appeared utterly diminished. Shiosi fared slightly better, retreating 5 or 6 steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, the opposing team remained relatively unscathed, only their samurai attire marred, likely by my light/sword. Their combination technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Had I not cast protective spells on Shiosi and his companions, we would surely be incapacitated. Shanyun maintained an admirable knightly composure, choosing not to pursue, calmly stating, "You might as well concede, while you managed to withstand the strike. The next will not be so forgiving. Surrender." Shiosi, propping himself up with his sword, his eyes ablaze with fury, retorted, "We shall never yield. If you have the ability, bring us all down." Shanyun shook his head, responding, "You leave me no choice." The 5 members of the prince's team simultaneously raised their long swords. I could no longer wait, and rushed before Shioshi, raising my magic wand high. I intoned, "O great elemental light, the closest companion of life, manifest the most exquisite halo to grace the world." As the incantation flowed from my lips, a small luminescent spot appeared at the center of my forehead, gradually intensifying into a delicate golden sphere. This sphere then detached from my being, transforming into a magnificent golden halo that surged towards the 5 members of the Shanyun team. To concentrate my power, I infused all my magical energy into this singular halo, amplifying its strength. A flicker of surprise crossed Shanyun's eyes as he raised his long sword and declared, "Convergence of the stars." 5 swords were simultaneously elevated, emitting 5 streams of white fighting spirit that coalesced into a colossal sword of energy, aimed at the radiant halo I had conjured. I focused all my mental strength on the halo, and as the energy sword struck it, my entire body shuddered violently, straining to maintain the integrity of the halo. In magical terms, this was akin to 5 sorcerers simultaneously unleashing their spells. The opposing energy sword shattered against the halo, which rebounded, causing blood to trickle from the corners of Shanyun's mouth, indicating they had sustained some internal injuries. I too felt discomfort, my condition only marginally better than theirs. I exerted myself to stabilize the halo, gathering magical power for the next assault. In this scenario, both Shioshi and Dongdu were rendered ineffective, pushed to the edge of the arena by the overwhelming fighting spirit and magical force. I knew that if I could ensnare the opponent with the halo, victory would be ours. Chapter 26. Once again, little gold Shanyun wiped his mouth, offering a wry smile as he conceded, "It seems I have underestimated you. I never expected one so young to attain the level of a sorcerer. Truly astonishing. It appears I can no longer hold back." This technique was originally intended for dealing with Bill and the Wind Dragon team, but it seems you shall be the first to experience it. Come, brothers, let us show them our true strength. With that, he too raised his longsword high. Shanyun's 4 companions unleashed 4 streams of white fighting spirit into the sky. Shanyun appeared to exert considerable effort, The white light emanating from his sword gradually transformed into a crimson glow. Suddenly, it soared skyward, merging with the 4 white beams to form a colossal blood-red longsword. Xiosher gasped, "This is bad. It's divine fighting spirit." Though Shanyun's face was pale, a triumphant smile adorned his lips as he proclaimed, "Indeed, it is divine fighting spirit. Let us see if the strength of my radiant knight can contend with that of a sorcerer. Behold, my ultimate technique, the blood-stained elegance." As I deftly commanded the halo to charge towards the prince's team, I heard Shuji's startled exclamation. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. It was time to fight. Gritting my teeth, I unleashed all my magical energy, causing the halo to gleam with an even more resplendent golden light as it surged once again towards the adversary. 2 tremendous forces collided in midair, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that fragmented the entire arena. The 5 members of the Shanyun team were thrown to the ground, and I was the most severely affected, spewing blood and my mind clouded as I collapsed into winter's embrace. I sensed that my magical reserves had been nearly depleted, and the golden orb had shrunk to a pitiful size. Fortunately, the audience was positioned at a safe distance, shielded from the chaos, and they gasped in astonishment at our formidable power. Winter and Shuji, positioned behind me, had escaped the brunt of the impact, though they were somewhat disheveled. Shanyun rose from the ground, exclaiming how potent the magic was. It took the combined strength of our 5 to barely withstand it. I, too, found myself devoid of combat capability. Glancing at my fallen teammates, I shook my head with a wry smile. They were no longer capable of fighting. Shuji coldly remarked, "Then you should concede. We still had 2 members capable of continuing the battle." Concede? Impossible. Come forth, little eagle, merge with me. Though my body could barely move, I was acutely aware that Shanyun was utilizing the fusion of phantom beasts, which could restore some of his combat strength. Coupled with the power of the phantom beast and the injured Shuji alongside Winter, we still had a fighting chance. In the depths of my heart, I softly call out to Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, I have exhausted my magical powers. Can you still fight? Please, lend me your assistance." Xiao Jin responds that the energy it has accumulated can sustain for approximately 3 minutes. I reluctantly extended my hand to grasp the winter spirit that sought to flee, whispering softly for it to reserve its secret technique for the next battle, urging, "Let me take the lead. Emerge now, Little Gold." In a flash of brilliance, Little Gold appeared, resembling a dragon in form, unleashing a thunderous roar to the heavens. Aware of the urgency of the moment, I promptly commanded an offensive, opting for a physical assault to conserve its energy. With a powerful beat of its immense wings, Little Gold surged toward Shanyun, who, momentarily taken aback by the threat, brandished his sword enveloped by illusions, exclaiming, "Divine Wind Hawk Sword." From the tip of his blade, a hawk-shaped aura surged forth, aiming for Little Gold. However, Shanyun's strength was waning, reliant solely on the support of the illusions. With a sweeping motion of its giant wings, Little Gold extended a massive claw, humorously capturing the hawk-shaped aura as if seizing a real hawk itself, which flailed desperately in its grip. Little Gold shook its claw and, with a forceful grip, obliterated the illusion, then charged directly at Shanyun. I feared that Xiao Jin would take his life, so I hurriedly implored him in my heart not to inflict harm upon the other. Xiao Jin retracted his outstretched claws and sent Shanyun flying with a powerful sweep of his wings. He collapsed to the ground, this time unable to rise again. Once more, it was through Xiao Jin's formidable strength that ultimate victory was attained. I was already extremely weakened and barely managed to call Xiao Jin back, after which I succumbed to unconsciousness. Gradually, I regained consciousness, my eyes fluttering open in a haze. I found myself in a small wooden cabin, utterly alone. As I attempted to move, a wave of aching pain coursed through my body, eliciting a groan as if I were on the verge of falling apart. I concentrated on assessing my magical energy, and the results could only be described in one word: dire. It was exceedingly bleak. With less than 30% of my magical power remaining, a dismal outcome after an indeterminate period of rest. Outside, I heard the sounds of winter. "Teacher." I thought I heard a stir from the longbow. I ventured to investigate. Winter entered, exclaiming, "Longbow, you're awake. How do you feel?" "Indeed, my whole body aches." "What time is it?" I replied weakly. "It is already the afternoon of the 2nd day. You have been unconscious for an entire night and day," Winter responded. "Ah, the match against the Wind Dragon team is tomorrow. What about the others?" Winter sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Goad and Xingao will surely be unable to participate. They are both severely injured. Even if Ruji joins the fray, he likely won't have fully recovered. I never anticipated that the prince's team would be so formidable. We truly achieved a Pyrrhic victory, and we still do not know how we will fare tomorrow. Just then, I heard Teacher Win's voice calling from outside. Is Longbow awake? Winter replied. Yes, he has just regained consciousness. Teacher Win approached, and I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I am sorry, Teacher Win. I have let you down. He chuckled heartily, saying, Silly child, what are you talking about? You have performed remarkably well. I never expected Kairu to send Shangyun into battle, nor did I foresee that Shangyun had reached the level of a paladin. Originally, there were 6 paladins on the continent. Shoda had 4. With the remainder in the Dala Kingdom. With Shangyun, that makes 7. Had Bill possessed similar prowess, victory would have been utterly unattainable for you. I am already immensely pleased that you managed to lead your team to defeat opponents far stronger than yourselves. Even if you lose tomorrow, it is of little consequence. Rest well, and if it becomes too overwhelming, it would be wise to forfeit. With unwavering determination, I replied, No, regardless of the circumstances, we must compete tomorrow. Even if it is only Winter and I, we shall participate. Deep down, I understood that winning tomorrow would require a miracle. Teacher Win merely smiled and said, Rest well. We shall discuss it tomorrow. After Teacher Win left, I fixed my gaze intently upon Winter's eyes, gritting my teeth as I declared, No matter how I recover by tomorrow, we must take to the field and expend every last ounce of our strength. Tears shimmered in Winter's eyes as he grasped my hand. All right, tomorrow we will fight them. We must regain face for Teacher Win. We are the righteous, and righteousness shall prevail. Chapter 27. The final arrow. Winter departed. And I found myself consumed by a singular desire to restore my magical power as swiftly as possible. I closed my eyes, concentrating all my spirit on the significantly diminished golden orb within me, which was slowly rotating, absorbing, and compressing magical energy. This process was agonizingly slow, so I released my mind and summoned the light elements from the air. In my perception, numerous tiny specks of light rapidly converged towards me, far exceeding the pace of my prior self-recovery. I devoted all my energy to restoring my magical strength. As the competition approached, only 3 of us remained on the arena stage. Myself, Xiu, and Winter. Xing Ao and Gao Do were too severely injured to continue. If I had any magical power left for their recovery, perhaps our situation would improve, but even at that moment, my magical energy was barely at 70% of its optimal state. Nevertheless, I resolved to give it my all. Earlier that morning, upon realizing my magical power could not fully recover, I had attempted to communicate with Xiao Jin, hoping to harness its strength to secure victory. Yet, no matter how I called, it remained unresponsive. Later, I discovered that during the previous match, I had overexerted my magical abilities, causing Xiao Jin to fear for my well-being. It had returned all its stored magical energy to me, entering a state of slumber due to energy depletion. Otherwise, I would have been unable to restore even 30% of my magical strength. The audience for today's match was substantial, including Duke Biki and Teacher One. At this point, it was too late for words. We could only fight. Like before, we opted for a team strategy, but this time, I positioned myself at the forefront. With my staff in hand, I faced Bill Ning across the arena. I sensed that although they held a distinct advantage today, he did not appear boastful. He stood there, calm and resolute like a towering mountain, shrouded in mystery. I understood that I was up against a formidable opponent. Bill's strength would undoubtedly rival that of the previous match's Shangyun. Today, we must triumph through ingenuity. I remained silent, raising the magic wand in my hand, closing my eyes to immerse myself in profound contemplation. I utter no incantation. Instead, I channel my nascent fighting spirit into the wand, while simultaneously drawing forth a portion of magical energy from my golden core. Both forces converge within the wand, gradually merging until they resonate in harmonious unity. Indeed, this is the magical fusion technique I inadvertently conceived under the tutelage of Brother Battle Tiger, where magic takes precedence while fighting spirit complements it, embracing one another. Although my mastery of this technique is still in its infancy, I find myself bereft of alternatives. Given my current magical prowess, I cannot afford to cast grand spells frequently. Thus, this method allows me to conserve some of my magical energy. Bill senses an overwhelming aura emanating from me, particularly from the wand, which harbors formidable power. Unbeknownst to him, this is a form of magic that, along with my comrades, forms a robust defensive barrier. I conveyed through telepathy to Winter that it was time to prepare for archery, for this was our sole opportunity, and we must not falter. I extended my left hand, channeling all the remaining magical energy at my disposal as a soft golden light radiated from my palm. I intoned, Element of light, my companions. I beseech you to unleash an endless inferno to vanquish the foes before me. This was a 7th level light magic spell, Celestial Flame Devourer. As the incantation flowed from my lips, a vast expanse of luminous flames, formed from the light element, surged forth in a sweeping motion to assault the enemy. Bill understood that mere defense would render him too passive. He concealed none of his strength. A gentle golden glow enveloped him as he instructed his comrades to fortify their defenses. Raising his knightly sword high, he proclaimed, "Rift of the skies." Rather than striking at me, he aimed at the space above my magic, and the air seemed to ripple as a cross-shaped fissure emerged, consuming all the light elements I had summoned. Another paladin of light. Indeed, Sheeta truly is a realm of prodigious talents. The expression on Teacher Wen's face shifted dramatically. He comprehended the implications of this event. I was taken aback. His extraordinary technique bore a striking resemblance to my dimensional slash, yet its potency was vastly superior. I could no longer hesitate. With a swift motion, I wielded my staff, transforming explosive energy into a radiant blade that swept towards my opponent. This was my decisive strike. The previous spell had merely served to bewilder him, and I was aware it would have little effect. As I unleashed this nameless fusion technique with all my strength, my magical and physical energy dwindled, leaving me half kneeling on the ground. In my heart, I silently mused that the remnants of winter would rest upon you. Bill shouted, "Watch out, everyone!" Swiftly positioning himself at the forefront of his team. With a horizontal sweep of his knight's sword, he emitted a beam of golden light, a sword drag. Had he been prepared, the outcome would have been evenly matched. However, having just endured my 7th level spell, his return was too hasty. Engaging my fusion technique, which could easily rival an 8th level attack spell, would certainly place him at a disadvantage. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the arena, enveloping the space in smoke. And yet another section of the platform was obliterated. The violent backlash hurled me backwards, but Shuji caught me just in time. At that moment, I unleashed my true killing move, my final gambit. 5 faint luminescent shadows emerged from behind me and Shuji, piercing through the smoke. Suddenly, muffled groans emanated from within the haze, filling my heart with joy. It had succeeded. Indeed, the light shadows had not originated from me, but were the culmination of Winter's patience. He had channeled all his fighting spirit and magical power into these 5 arrows, combined with his elven eyesight, launching a lethal shot in this moment of obscured vision. Duke, Bitch, and Teacher Wen rose from their seats as the smoke gradually dissipated. Bill's companions lay scattered on the ground, each with a short arrow embedded in their left shoulders, writhing in agony. Bill supported his body with his knight's sword. A similar arrow lodged in the same spot on his left shoulder. Winter proclaimed, "Longbow, we have succeeded." Just as we were about to celebrate our victory, Bill's voice resonated through the air. "While I admire your strategy and strength, you have not yet won." Bill slowly rose from the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding audience. He grasped the arrow's shaft and yanked it free without spilling blood, clearly having sealed his own pressure points with fighting spirit. He spoke calmly, in truth. "Had this been a mere contest, I would have conceded, for you have shown mercy. Otherwise, none but myself could have withstood the power of that magical arrow." He articulated the last 3 words with deliberate emphasis. Chapter 28. The end of the match, he gazed at me coldly and asked, "Am I not correct, Longbow?" I struggled to rise from Xiosher's embrace, swaying unsteadily. Xiosher swiftly steadied me as I wiped the blood from my lips with a bitter smile. "You're right," I conceded. "But it still falls short of my expectations. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing at all." Bill chuckled, remarking, "To be honest, I truly admire you. Given how arduously you battled the prince's team just yesterday, I assumed you'd be incapable of resistance today. Yet unexpectedly, we've lost 4 men. Were it not for my father's honor, I wouldn't continue this contest." His words struck me as mockery. With a dismissive wave of my hand, I retorted coldly, "Enough. What purpose does this serve? Do you presume we're utterly defeated? Are you so certain of your victory? Come, we shall not yield. Strike me down until I can rise no more." Shuji and Dongri supported me on either side. In a voice only they could hear, I uttered, "I may not be able to continue. You two should proceed and ensure you defeat him." With the swiftness of lightning, Winter drew the bowstring taut, sending a shadowy arrow hurtling towards Bill. Bill merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Do you intend to employ the same tactics again?" Meanwhile, he swiftly positioned his knightly sword before him, effectively blocking the arrow's path. The formidable impact of the elven arrow caused Bill to stagger back a step. He could not help but exclaim, "What excellent marksmanship! You are the finest archer I have ever encountered. I could hardly evade your arrows." Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly invite you to join my second legion. Standing in opposition, Winter could only perceive this as mockery. She sheathed her bow and charged forward with her knightly longsword. I quickly urged, Shuji, you must join him. He cannot manage alone. Shuji assisted me in sitting on the ground and also engaged in the fray. Although Shuji was only one rank below Bill, the disparity in their combat capabilities was significant. Bill deftly countered the onslaught of both adversaries while simultaneously inquiring, Longbow, why do you not summon the beast you employed yesterday? Only in that manner do you stand a chance of victory. I find myself bitterly smiling. If only I could summon the little gold. Would you still dare to be so arrogant? Alas, my magical energy has been nearly exhausted, leaving me powerless to confront him. Bill, perceiving my silence, deduces my inability to summon and lets out a mocking laugh, intensifying his assault. Instantly, both Shuji and Winter find themselves in dire straits. I quickly shout, Shuji, defend. Winter, fire your arrows. Without hesitation, Winter steps back from the fray, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. His unparalleled accuracy vexes Bill greatly, who bellows. The essence of the Thunder Leopard sword technique, Furious Leopard S Thunder. The Knight's arrow in his hand transforms into a curtain of blades, cascading toward Winter and Shuji. Winter's arrow is shredded by the violent blade storm, while Shuji withstands a substantial portion of the force, both of them sent soaring by the overwhelming power. Blood raining down from the sky. In the VIP seats, Teacher One and Duke Beach rise to their feet. When I next behold Winter and Shuji, they lie beside me, battered and bruised. Winter is unconscious, and Shuji fares little better, his armor in tatters, the knight's sword reduced to mere hilt, his body marred by countless wounds. It's over. It truly is over. Are we unable to defeat Bill? Bill steps forward and apologetically states, I'm sorry. I didn't wish to resort to such overwhelming measures, but Winter's archery is simply too formidable to counter. You ought to concede. Now, I am the only one capable of action. I cannot afford to lose. I have never yearned for victory so desperately in my life. Bolstered by this fervent desire, I somehow rise once more, casting a cold glance at Bill, trembling as I lift my wand and begin to chant, O great God of creation, I beseech your aid. Unleash your boundless power to awaken the source of my life. Just as these words escape my lips, a tall figure emerges behind me and strikes my neck with his palm. I stifle a groan, collapsing to the ground. It is Teacher One who appears at this crucial moment, fervently holding my unconscious form, murmuring, Foolish child, how could you be so reckless? How could you dare to invoke life magic? Had I arrived a moment later, I would never forgive myself. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Indeed, I intended to use life magic to unleash the potential of life, but such a cost would require at least half of my life force. Or perhaps even my life itself. Thankfully, Teacher W, I awakened to find myself in an unfamiliar place. As I turned my sore neck to survey my surroundings, I realized I was in a spacious room. In addition to myself, there were 4 other beds occupied by my comrades from the Radiant Squad. Gouda and Xingao were seated, engaged in conversation, while Dongri and Shosi lay still, their state uncertain, either in a deep slumber or unconscious. I let out a pained groan and exclaimed, Ah, the Longbow has awakened. Longbow, how do you fare? Alas, when did I become the leader? I weakly inquired, We are not dead yet. How did we end up here? What became of the match? Xingao sighed and began to recount our experiences after we had lost consciousness. It turned out that following the conclusion of the match, King Shuda, having heard of our indomitable spirit, granted us permission to recuperate within the palace and summoned the royal physician to attend to our injuries. Surprisingly, Duke Biki did not impose any difficulties upon Teacher One, nor did he accept the latter's apology. He merely declared the matter settled. Upon learning that Teacher One had not been humiliated, I let out a breath of relief and remarked, It is all my fault. It seems the road ahead is still long for me. Xingao chuckled heartily and sincerely replied, Oh, come now, Chonggong. I am utterly devoted to you now. The fact that we managed to defeat the Princess team astonishes me, and the 3 of you nearly triumphed over the Wind Dragon team. According to Teacher One, had he not intervened in time, you would have resorted to life magic. You truly are relentless. Without you, we would scarcely have had the strength to compete. When we vanquished the Princess team, Gouda, Bosch Yossi, and I resolved to venture forth with you in the future, not for any other reason but for you. Chapter 29. Preparing to depart. Xingao's words filled me with warmth, and I smiled as I replied, Rest assured, we are on the same team. I shall never forget you all. How are Dongri and Shosi faring? I inquired. Although their injuries were severe, they were no longer in danger of losing their lives. They merely needed ample rest. You should also rest quickly. Do not speak much. I shall call for you when it is time to eat. All right. My eyelids are truly heavy. I shall take a short nap. With all matters resolved, albeit not perfectly, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me, and I comfortably drifted into slumber. I do not know how much time had passed when an enticing aroma roused me from my dreams. Drowsily opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of everyone enjoying their meal. Weakly, I asked, "Is there any for me? I am quite hungry." Teacher Wen was also in the room. Upon seeing me awake, he smiled and said, "I was just about to call you, and here you are, waking up right on cue. Come, rise and eat." A maid assisted me into a semi-reclined position and placed a small table beside my bed, bringing forth a bowl of rich soup and some pastries. With a sense of shame, I uttered, "I apologize, Teacher Wen, for failing to fulfill my duty." Teacher Wen gently shook her head and replied, "My dear child, you have performed admirably. However, you must refrain from resorting to life magic so readily. Unlike Lauren, I cannot make such concessions. And Beach is not as unreasonable as one might think. In a fair competition, we would undoubtedly prevail. In truth, failure may not be entirely detrimental. It reveals your shortcomings and offers an opportunity for growth. Now, let us partake in our meal." Her final words were directed towards us all. I can no longer engage in conversation with others, for my mouth is overflowing with saliva. The pale yellow broth wafts an enticing aroma. I took a sip and exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredibly fresh." Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "What kind of soup is this, so delectable?" SHG replied, "This is the imperial secret concoction known as the Gathering of Immortals soup, crafted by simmering a blend of various game meats and mushrooms with precious herbs such as aged ginseng, reishi mushrooms, deer antler, and Hisho Wu for an extended period. It is exceedingly rare and valuable. You are truly in for a treat this time, haha." My cheeks flushed crimson as I murmured, "What do you mean I have taken it? Haven't you all had a drink?" This elicited peals of laughter from everyone, and I couldn't help but join in the mirth until the movement tugged at my wound, prompting me to cease. The camaraderie enveloped the entire room like a rich broth, and the trials of life and death we had endured together had significantly deepened our bonds. I devoured my portion with great enthusiasm, while others were still savoring their meals. As I glanced around, I noticed Dongri eating the slowest, so I inquired, "Is your pastry delightful?" Dongri, upon seeing the eagerness in my eyes, chuckled and replied, "Here," tossing a piece my way, which I expertly caught with my mouth. Turning to Shiosi, I exclaimed, "Wow, Shiosi, why does your soup differ from mine? What flavor is it?" At my words, everyone could no longer contain themselves, and Gouda's pastry erupted from their mouths. Compassionately, I urged, "If you're not going to eat, please don't waste it." Ultimately, it was Teacher Wen who intervened, saying, "Chong Gong, if you wish to claim their lives, continue speaking. Their wounds are nearly bursting open. You should eat less, as your body is too frail. Eating too much would be detrimental." After hearing Teacher Wen's words, I reluctantly lay down. Having never tasted such exquisite food before, I resolved to eat more during the next meal and discreetly instructed the maid to ask the chef to prepare extra for me. With daily nourishing feasts, everyone's injuries healed remarkably fast. In just over 10 days, we were nearly recovered. Yet, I truly wished for the healing process to take longer, as I had not yet indulged enough in the palace's culinary delights. One day, seeing that we were nearly well, Teacher Wen took us to meet the emperor. I believed this was necessary, for one cannot partake in such exquisite offerings without expressing gratitude. The palace felt akin to a labyrinth. Within moments, I was utterly disoriented, and I observed that my companions fared little better. We arrived before an exceedingly grand edifice, where our teacher, Mr. Wen, informed us that this was the Hall of Diligence of King Shuda. Together, we approached, and under Mr. Wen's guidance, we knelt and chanted praises of long life, long life, long, long live. After the fervent proclamations, I discreetly lifted my gaze. Is this truly King Shuda? There, upon the dragon throne, sat a dignified figure clad in resplendent robes. Appearing to be in his 70s, his posture impeccably straight, and his eyes shimmering with vitality. "There's no need for excessive formality. You may rise," he declared. It was evident that King Shuda held us in high regard, inquiring whether we wished to serve in his court. After a prolonged silence, I realized they were all looking at me. What did they expect of me? I am not a Shodan. Yet I had no choice but to muster my courage and speak, formulating some grand rhetoric. I spoke of our youth and the lessons learned through this competition, acknowledging our need for further study in martial arts, and vowed to serve the nation when we achieved mastery. Mr. Wen listened with a quiet amusement. Fortunately, King Shuda was remarkably enlightened, showing us no difficulty, merely offering a few encouraging words before allowing us to take our leave. Finally, we returned to Mr. Win's modest cabin. Although there were no delicacies to savor, the atmosphere here felt comforting, for it offered us freedom. Upon our return, the 5 of us no longer parted ways. We engaged in daily physical training and practiced martial techniques together. I imparted to them the simpler aspects of light magic that they could grasp, and in turn, I learned much from them and Mr. Win, acquiring skills that had previously eluded me. Time flew by, and before we realized it, 3 months had passed. Though reluctant to part from these close companions, I felt compelled to fulfill my mission. I approached Mr. Win and expressed my gratitude. Teacher, thank you for your guidance and care during these days. I believe it is time for me to leave and undertake the mission that Mr. D entrusted to me. Mr. Win patted my shoulder, his voice tinged with emotion. To be honest, I am truly reluctant to see you go. You have become like my own student. With a smile, I remarked, after all, I am indeed your student. I shall return to visit you all in the future. Teacher Win sighed and replied, very well. Please inform everyone and prepare to depart tomorrow. Nodding, I returned to the courtyard. When I announced to my companions that I was set to complete the task assigned by Teacher D, they surprisingly did not seem disheartened, which left me somewhat perturbed. I retreated to my room to pack my belongings, awaiting the journey ahead. Chapter 30. A visit to Prince's residence. Once back in my room, I sat upon my bed, reflecting on the myriad experiences I had amassed during my time in Shuda. I had not only elevated my magical prowess under Brother Jeanhu's tutelage, but I had also acquired some rudimentary martial skills. My rising dragon technique had nearly reached an exceptional level, and I believed I had attained the strength akin to that of a knight. My companions were astonished by the rapidity of my cultivation, yet only I understood that it was inextricably linked to my formidable mental fortitude. As I prepared to leave this place, a thought struck me. I had yet to inquire about Brother Jeanhu's father. Perhaps a visit to the prince's residence would be in order. A casual inquiry revealed that the prince's residence was situated in the southeast of Shuda City. I pondered what pretext might allow me an audience with the prince. After much contemplation, I recalled the name Shanyan Shuda, the elder brother of Brother Jeanhu, with whom I had previously sparred. I resolved to seek him out and assess whether it would be possible to meet the prince. I arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence and requested a servant to announce my presence, seeking an audience with the young prince, Shanyan. Before long, Shanyan personally came out to greet me, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing me. He smiled and said, "Chang Gong, is that you? What a rare visitor. Come in, let us converse." I politely remarked, "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all," he replied. "Throughout my life, I have held a deep admiration for the strong. Only those who surpass me in strength are worthy of my friendship. Regardless of your thoughts, I consider you a friend now," he chuckled. His candor truly pleased me, and I responded with a smile, "I too am delighted to have you as a friend." That day's competition was purely a stroke of luck. I won rather fortuitously. Had you employed your beast fusion technique from the outset, I fear I would have been vanquished. As we conversed, we entered the princely estate, which was indeed vast, with its grand architecture and courtyards nested within one another. Although it did not rival the size of a royal palace, it could certainly be described as a small labyrinth. Shanyan commented, "Speaking of which, your beast was remarkably formidable. What kind of beast is it?" "Little Jean is currently dormant within me," I replied, scratching my head in embarrassment. "It's a serpent-like beast, rather large in size. While its power is significant, it also consumes a considerable amount of my magical energy. After the competition, it succumbed to slumber to absorb my mana. In truth, had you persevered a bit longer that day, it would have been depleted of strength. Hence, I deem my victory quite fortunate." Shanyan led me to his room, and we engaged in lively conversation, traversing a myriad of topics. From our dialogue, I discerned that Shanyan's personality bore a striking resemblance to that of Brother Jeanhu, a forthright man. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to speak candidly. "Brother Shanyan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a younger brother?" Upon hearing my words, Shanyan's excitement surged as he grasped my arm. "Do you have news of Jingyun?" "Whoa, easy now. I can hardly withstand the grip of your gallant knight's hand," I exclaimed, prompting Shanyan to sheepishly release his hold. "In truth, one of my missions in the city of Shuda is to convey his regards and to inquire about the well-being of his family," Shanyan exclaimed with excitement. "Then why doesn't he return himself? Where is he now?" I gently shook my head and said, "I can only assure you that he is currently safe. As for his whereabouts, I promised him I would not disclose that. His inner turmoil remains unresolved, but once I help him untangle it, he will undoubtedly return." Shan Yun sighed and remarked, "It is all for his beloved Di Long Xiaozhan. Jing Yun is truly foolish. We, too, bore some blame for our lack of concern, which led him to leave a letter and depart. In truth, our father does not hold him accountable. Who can promise that no mistakes will occur? Jing Yun is the most gifted among the three of us, and it pains me deeply to see him in this state. Since you have pledged not to reveal his whereabouts, I shall not press you further. When you see him, please urge him to return swiftly." Conveying that we all miss him dearly, I nodded and said, "Now I can rest assured, as I can return and report to Brother Jean too. I forgot to mention that we have sworn brotherhood. Thus, you, as my elder brother's sibling, are naturally my brother as well." I chuckled, believing that once Brother Jantu masters the skills of a paladin, he will undoubtedly return. That day is not far off. "How is His Highness? Is he in good health?" Shan Yun replied, "Father is indeed quite vigorous, though he has aged considerably compared to before. Although he has never spoken of it, I know he harbors deep concern for Jingzun. Indeed, Brother Shan Yun, please refrain from disclosing Brother Jantu's news to His Highness the Prince just yet. I am about to depart from this place. Grant me 1 year, and I shall surely return Brother Jantu to you." "Very well, I place my trust in you. I am immensely grateful for your concern regarding our familial matters. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will lend my utmost support. Here is the insignia of my second legion, which still holds considerable influence in Shioda. Take it, and it will facilitate your endeavors." With that, he presented me with a radiant golden token, inscribed with the title of Envoy of the Second Legion, and on the reverse, a vividly carved image of a dragon. I accepted it without hesitation, saying, "All right, Brother Cheyenne. I shall take my leave now, for I must return to bid farewell to everyone before my departure tomorrow." Shan Yun accompanied me to the door, and I retraced my steps back to the academy. Upon entering the wooden cabin, I discovered an additional presence, Hongxue Hualuan. It was she who had instigated the previous contest, and now she had returned. I wondered if she would stir up trouble once more. Before I could utter a word, she greeted me first. "Chan Gong, you have returned. I hear you are leaving tomorrow. I truly apologize for what transpired last time." Teacher Wen, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, "You have already expressed your apologies numerous times today. This matter cannot solely be attributed to you." I replied softly, "Hello, Miss Hualuan. Winter is my dear brother. You should be well aware of his temperament. If you genuinely care for him, you must take good care of him in the future, for I would not wish for my brother to suffer any grievances. I shall take my leave now to rest, as I have a journey to undertake tomorrow." My words left both Winter and Red Snow blushing profoundly. Even the usually reticent Shoshir chuckled, saying, "Chang Gong speaks so candidly. I'm impressed, haha." Gada and Xing Ao joined in the merriment, with a flushed face. Red Snow remarked, "They won't come anymore. You're all bullying them." Though she uttered these words, my sentiments had indelibly etched themselves into her heart. Red Snow resolved to ensure that Winter would embrace her, to help him shed his insecurities and face the future with boldness. Conversely, Winter harbored a different sentiment, one of evasion. Chapter 31, Traveling Companions at the Break of Dawn. I packed my belongings and approached Teacher Wen's residence to bid him farewell. He handed me a letter, saying, "This is for that old rascal, Lauren. Be cautious on your journey. Regardless of whether you accomplish your mission, return home promptly. You have been away for quite some time, and your family must be yearning for your presence. Remember to prioritize your safety." As a wave of warmth engulfed my eyes, memories of recent days flooded my mind, evoking a bittersweet sensation within me. I grasped Teacher Wen's hand and said, "Teacher Wen, I promise to visit you in the future. Please take care of yourself. I must take my leave now." Teacher Wen offered me a mysterious smile, yet chose not to utter another word. I did not catch sight of them during the winter days. Never mind, I shall not wait any longer. I cast all my belongings into the dimensional bag, clad in the attire I had arrived in, and departed from this place, which I had cherished for nearly a year. As I walked, memories of friends from this locale flooded my mind, evoking a sense of melancholy within me. I shook my head and reminded myself to let go. Everyone has their own path, and where there is gathering, there must also be parting. We shall meet again in the future. Ah, which sign looms ahead? So familiar to my eyes? As I approached, I realized it was the Mercenary Guild. The recollection of my first task, uncertain in its success or failure, brought a wry smile to my lips. Indeed, I have been here for quite some time and have yet to seek out Long Ming, as I was preoccupied and had entirely forgotten about him. How remiss of me. I suppose I shall venture inside and try my luck, if fate permits. We may cross paths. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild's grand entrance, I noted it was significantly larger than the one I had previously visited. It appears that the size of a city influences many of its industries. I glanced around, wondering if fortune would smile upon me amidst the bustling crowd. I spotted him, tall and familiar, a figure I instantly recognized. I called out loudly, "Long Ming." The towering figure trembled slightly, turned around, and upon seeing me, exclaimed with delight, "Chonggong, is it really you? You have finally returned. Where have you been all this time? I was beginning to fear you had fallen victim to those brigands." As he spoke, he rushed over and grasped my arms tightly. I let out a gentle sigh, feigning a sense of melancholy, and said, "It's not that I've been deceived. Rather, I simply haven't found the time until now. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." Long Meng, with a hearty smile, replied, "No worries. What matters is that you have come. During these days, I have accomplished quite a few tasks and have now ascended to the rank of a D-level mercenary. What are your plans now? Shall we find a place to enjoy a drink? Actually, I primarily came to greet you. I must attend to a task assigned by my teacher. If I delay any longer, I shall run out of time." "Perhaps another occasion," I responded. Long Meng, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "No way. It's been such a challenge to meet. How can you leave so soon? I wish to accompany you. You are the person I admire most in my life, and I shall never part from you again." "Is that so? I am not a maiden. Do I truly possess such allure?" I pondered for a moment, then pulled him aside into a secluded corner. His voice was too loud, and I had no desire to become the target of scrutiny. In a hushed tone, I said to him, "Long Ming, you must be aware that there exists a notable disparity in strength between us at present. If I were to take you along this time, it would not only be unhelpful but could potentially place you in grave danger. I am not afraid of danger. Please take me with you. I beg you. I will do everything you say. Is that not sufficient?" What a person of strong emotions he is. What am I to do now? Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I smiled cunningly as I proposed. "How about this? I will introduce you to a distinguished master. You can diligently study martial arts under his guidance, and once you have achieved a certain level of skill, we can venture out together." Long Ming appeared somewhat perplexed. "A distinguished master? That sounds promising. I have always wished to take on a mentor, but those with inferior skills do not appeal to me, and those who possess exceptional talents look down upon me. Is there truly a good teacher available?" I chose not to respond to him. Instead, I borrowed some paper and a pen from the counter and penned a letter, which I handed to him, saying, "Take this to the Knight Academy and present it to Dean Rico 1. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. If the gatekeeper refuses to convey your message, simply mention my name." Long Ming accepted the letter and murmured, "The Knight Academy, that is the martial arts paradise I have always yearned for. Is it truly possible? Thank you so much, Chonggong. When will you come to find me?" This question left me in a quandary. I had no idea when I would return to this place. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "I shall come to find you in 3 years. You must study diligently. After all, it would be nice to visit Teacher One at that time." I chuckled. Little did I know, 3 years later, although I returned, I would have endured countless trials and tribulations. With a heartfelt farewell to Long Ming, I made my way towards the city gates. With my head lowered, I was walking when suddenly, I sensed a formidable presence obstructing my path. Alert, I took a few steps back and looked up, only to be taken aback by a sight I recognized all too well. A familiar lineup stood before me: Xiaoxi, Dong Ri, Xing Ao, and Gao, each one present. It seemed they had come to see me off. "You all came," I exclaimed, genuinely surprised, as I had thought they would not accompany me. The arrival of my companions naturally lifted my spirits, yet their subsequent words left me utterly astonished. Xiaoxi remarked, "Why are you so slow? We've been waiting for ages. Let us set off. You're leading us, Captain." He concluded with a mischievous grin directed my way. "What do you mean, let us set off? Aren't you?" They exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter, replying in unison, "Yes, we are going with you. Haha." Still grappling with this unexpected turn of events, I mechanically inquired, "What about Teacher One? Has he agreed?" Xing Ao chuckled and responded, "Of course he agreed. Otherwise, how could we be here? Come on, Captain." "Oh, no." We collectively decided to rename the Guangyao Squad to the Guangyao Mercenary Group. This will facilitate our travels, and if funds run low, we can earn a little along the way. You shall be the leader, and Xiaoxi will serve as the deputy leader. In that moment, I recalled Teacher Wen's enigmatic smile before my departure, and everything fell into place. It appeared he had intended for my fellow disciples to accompany me on this journey of experience. This arrangement was indeed advantageous, as their presence would significantly enhance our safety. Not to mention their remarkable abilities. I sighed and remarked, "I truly find you all to be quite exasperating, but let us proceed." my leaders. They erupted in cheers. Having initially suspected that I would not take them along, now their satisfaction was palpable. Thus, we joyfully embarked on the true path of our trials. Chapter 32. Arrival at Dalil. I led them straight to the juncture of Shioda and Aisha. Initially, they presumed I had taken a wrong turn, but upon my explanation, they understood that I was in pursuit of someone. I had promised Brother Jeanhu that after the completion of the repairs, I would first seek him out to update him on the situation at home. Although it would require additional travel, it was of little consequence to us. Throughout our journey, I felt as though they were merely here for leisure, like children discovering the world anew, even as we approached 30. Particularly in the winter, the usually composed Shiosi appeared more cheerful than ever. After an arduous trek, we finally reached our destination. However, upon entering the mountains, we encountered trouble. More than 20 individuals leaped down from the trees surrounding us. The leader shouted, "Halt! Is this where you belong? If you know what is good for you, hand over your money and turn back. Otherwise, we shall take matters into our own hands." It appeared we had crossed paths with the subordinates of a formidable figure. As I stepped forward, I recognized him as the young man who had previously been beside the boss. I wondered if he still remembered me. Before I could speak, he exclaimed, "Ah, is that you, second deputy?" I was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "When did I become the second in command?" The bandit leader affirmed, "Indeed, it is you, the second in command." As I observed the bewildered expressions of Xiushi and the others, I felt dizzy. Surely they did not mistake me for a bandit chief. "Please refrain from calling me the second in command. Just call me Brother Jeantu. You are our leader's sworn brother, so naturally, you hold the title of second in command. Our leader speaks of you incessantly. Now that you have returned, let us proceed. Brothers, clear the way for the second in command." It was all rather perplexing. We followed this group of over 20 individuals into the mountains. Along the way, I recounted to them the story of how I came to know Jeantu, and they eagerly anticipated meeting this Sky Knight, whose skills were comparable to mine. Upon arriving in the village, Jeantu greeted us. Evidently, his informants had reported swiftly. I rushed toward him, embracing him tightly, and exclaimed, "Brother, I am back." "Ah, splendid. It is wonderful that you have returned. Come, let us head home to converse." Once we reached Jeantu's humble abode, I introduced him to everyone. He was delighted to see familiar faces and instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast in our honor. At the banquet, noticing his eager gaze, I knew he was anxious to inquire about my well-being. I smiled and replied, "Brother, your family is doing quite well. After we finish eating, I will elaborate." Instantly, Jeantu appeared at ease. The meal was a joyful affair, and during the winter evening, they all affectionately called him Brother Jeantu. Jeantu, having deliberately consumed less alcohol that night, and I, merely sampling my drink, enjoyed the festivities. As night enveloped us, and everyone drifted into a sweet slumber, Jeantu and I ascended a small hill, where I began to share my recent experiences. Upon learning that his second brother had attained the level of a radiant knight, he was overjoyed, yet his expression turned to concern upon hearing of my severe injuries. Brother Shanyan mentioned that they all miss you dearly and have never held it against you. They wish for your swift return. He assured me that he would not disclose my circumstances to His Highness the Prince for the time being, asking for my thoughts on the matter. "I believe you should return. It has been many years." Jeantu sighed and responded, "Very well, it is time I pay a visit. My father is growing old, and as his unfilial son, I cannot bear to cause him further sorrow. Once I accompany you to retrieve the holy sword, I shall return to Shioda." "What, brother? You wish to join me?" "There is no need. You should return directly to Shioda." "Foolish boy, is acquiring the holy sword such an easy task? We will undoubtedly encounter numerous dangers. How can I rest easy without accompanying you? Do not attempt to dissuade me. My mind is made up." "Brother," I exclaimed, embracing his broad shoulders, rendered speechless. The following day, as we prepared to depart, our party welcomed an additional member. Since Jeantu is my elder brother, everyone held him in high esteem, and thus, we embarked on our journey of trials. Initially intended to be my solitary endeavor, it had now transformed into a group of 6. I pondered whether this would contradict Teacher D's original intentions. However, the enthusiasm of my companions was too great for me to decline their company. I once endeavored to persuade my elder brother to remain in the village and lead his loyal followers. However, he insisted that the village had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth over the years, and while he was away, the others should refrain from hunting. What more could I say? Thus, we set forth towards the kingdom of Daru, specifically to the province of Kinna, which was the sole clue provided by Teacher D. The journey was far from short. The kingdom of Dara lay on the opposite side of the kingdom of Shioda, meaning we would traverse the entirety of Shuda. Upon our departure, each member selected a fine steed from the bandit village of Battle Tiger. Except for me, everyone held titles of knight or above, each a skilled horseman. While I had never ridden before, they chose for me a tall, imposing horse, and it was not long before the jarring motion left me sore all over. Were it not for my cultivation of vital energy for protection, I would have succumbed to discomfort long ago. Nevertheless, I did learn to ride, albeit with great effort. And with their constant guidance, I could barely keep pace, feeling utterly exhausted. I had initially contemplated suggesting the use of teleportation magic to accompany them, but the idea was unanimously rejected, leaving me to endure this arduous journey. After nearly 2 months of travel, we finally reached the border of the Kingdom of Daru. I glanced at the map and noted that we were still over 400 kilometers away from the province of Kinna. Ahead lay the city of Lunwa. I addressed everyone, suggesting we take a well-deserved 2-day respite in the nearby city, as I was utterly exhausted from our relentless journey. Xing Ao chuckled and remarked, "A formidable mage like you is afraid of fatigue? It's a pity you lack wind magic. Otherwise, you could have soared through the skies." His words sparked a thought in me as we continued our trek towards Lunwa City. I turned to Brother Zhanhu and inquired, "Brother, I once heard my teacher mention that at a certain level of martial prowess, one can indeed fly using fighting spirit. Is that true?" Zhanhu, taken aback, replied, "I am surprised you are aware of this. It is indeed possible to fly using fighting spirit, but one must possess strength equivalent to that of a Sky Knight. This is also one of the origins of the Sky Knight title." I exclaimed with excitement, "So you and Xiushi can both fly now?" Xiushi interjected, "Indeed. But I can only soar for about 5 kilometers at a time before my energy is depleted. Brother Xanagar should be able to fly for a longer duration." Brother Xanagar humbly replied, "I am not that different." I longingly remarked, "I truly envy you. How delightful it must be to soar through the skies." Chapter 33. The Respite in Lunwa. Zhanhu chuckled. "Delightful? Not at all. Our flight is nothing like that of you magicians, who leisurely savor the scenery. Harnessing our fighting spirit for flight is a swift endeavor, which compels us to hasten onward without a moment to spare for appreciation. At least we can fly, which is a blessing in itself. I wonder when I will attain such mastery over my martial skills." Dongri interjected, "Enough of that. You are already formidable enough. At barely 20, you have ascended to the rank of a mage master. Do you truly aspire to become a Sky Knight? Such aspirations seem excessively lofty." Dongri's words resonated widely among us, with even Brother Zhanhu advising me to temper my ambitions and concentrate on honing my magical abilities. Although I possess the greatest strength within our group, I am the youngest, aside from Dongri, and thus, I felt compelled to heed their counsel and refrain from further discussions about flying. Lunwa City was the first city we entered upon our arrival in the Kingdom of Dalu. It certainly lives up to its reputation as a commercial hub. Even in this peripheral city, commerce thrives splendidly. The bustling streets were alive with activity, as if everyone were immersed in the joy of trade. We first sought out a rather fine inn to settle down in. After all, we were not short of funds. The 1,000 diamond coins that Teacher D had bestowed upon me before my departure remained largely untouched. Not to mention that Brother Zhanhu also carried a substantial amount of money. After dinner, we gathered together to deliberate on our journey's course. I unfurled the map upon the table and pointed to the area representing the Kingdom of Daru. "Look, everyone, we are here. And if we proceed south for over 400 kilometers, we will reach the province of Kona." Teacher D mentioned that the Holy Sword lies somewhere within Kona. Among valleys and forests, these are the areas we must search. Does anyone have any suggestions? Zhanhu interjected, "This map is rather vague. I believe it would be prudent to procure a detailed map of the province of Kona. We can mark all the potential locations and then investigate each one systematically. What do you all think?" His suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Xiushi added, "At this point, we have little choice. Our clues are scarce, and we can only employ a net-casting approach. We must be meticulous during our search, ensuring that no suspicious location goes unexamined." Dongri remarked, "Currently, we do not fear encountering danger. Given our capabilities, we should be able to manage it. Our greatest concern lies in the possibility of not finding the location at all." I sighed and said, "Indeed. Let us depart, winter, and first procure a map of the province. Upon our return, we shall study it thoroughly. Dear brother, you may rest for now. We shall dine together once we are back." Accompanied by the winter chill, I ventured onto the bustling thoroughfare, where a casual inquiry led me to a quaint little shop selling maps. As I surveyed the surroundings, I noticed a plethora of maps from various regions. The shopkeeper approached and inquired, "Sir, which map are you seeking?" Our collection is the most comprehensive, encompassing nearly the entire continent, including even the western lands. I exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, there is even a map of the western continent. May I have a glimpse of it?" The realms of the demon and beast clans have always fascinated me with their air of mystery, and I yearned to discern how their terrain differed from that of the eastern continent. The proprietor retrieved a small, sealed tube with 2 closures, and upon opening one side, he carefully extracted a scroll crafted from sheepskin. It appeared somewhat yellowed, indicative of its considerable age. Handing me the map, he remarked, "Sir, this is a treasured heirloom of our family, a map of the western continent from over 2 centuries ago. While the western continent may have undergone changes since then, the general locations should still be accurate." I received a meticulously detailed map, where even the most minute locations were marked with precision. In the central left section of the map, I discovered the capital of the demon clan, the city of Satan. I couldn't help but reminisce about that enchanting demon beauty I once encountered. Could she possibly be there? Lost in thoughts of her exquisite visage, I found myself daydreaming. Longbow, what are you doing? Why are you gazing at a map of the western continent? Focus on your tasks, Winter urged from beside me. It was only then that I awakened from my reverie. Pardon? I inquired. Ah, I see now. Could you please provide me with a map of the Kinna province? I would also like to acquire this map of the western continent. How much do I owe you in total? The proprietor replied. The map of Kinna province costs 2 copper coins, while the map of the western continent will require 2 diamond coins. Winter exclaimed loudly, 2 diamond coins? You might as well resort to thievery. Hand back that wretched map. I reached out to halt the winter chill, retrieving a violet crystal card from my bosom and presenting it to the proprietor. Upon seeing the card, the owner's expression shifted dramatically, clearly recognizing that we were no ordinary individuals. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, "I truly am a fool for not recognizing greatness. This map of the province is a gift for you. However, the map of the western continent." Impatiently, I waved my hand and said, "Let it be whatever amount it is. Hurry up." Winter, seeing my determination to purchase, refrained from further comments. The proprietor respectfully returned my payment with a purple crystal card, and I tossed the map of the western continent into my dimensional pouch, taking the map of the Kinna province as I walked towards the inn with Winter. As we strolled, I inquired, "So, this time you didn't engage with your dear Hongxue sister, huh?" "Ha ha." Winter chuckled bitterly, replying, "Don't tease me. I didn't inform her of my outing. Our statuses are worlds apart, making it impossible for us. Come on, there you go again. I've told you countless times. Do not harbor such insecurities. You are no less than anyone else. Just admit whether you like Hongxue or not." Winter's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "She's acceptable. Ah, that is a clear indication of affection. I can see that Hongxue harbors feelings for you as well. What could be more blissful than mutual affection? Just pursue her without hesitation. Teacher One will surely support you." This time, disappearing without a word must have saddened Hongxue immensely. "Once we return, you must face her and apologize." Winter awkwardly replied, "Let us discuss it when we get back." Throughout the remainder of our journey, Winter fell silent, seemingly lost in thoughts of his beloved Hongxue, and I chose not to disturb him. Upon our return to the inn, Brother Zhanti, upon seeing the map I held, smiled and said, "You've made the purchase. Let us set it aside for now and go have a meal. Everyone is nearly starving. We can examine the map upon our return." We found a quiet table in the inn's restaurant and ordered a sumptuous feast to indulge our appetites. After so many days without a proper meal, we relished this banquet, which cost us over 40 gold coins. What a heart-wrenching expense. Chapter 34. Nature Spirits. Upon returning to our room, I unfurled the newly acquired map of the province of Kinna. To my astonishment, Kinna is quite expansive, boasting 8 cities and an abundance of valleys and forests. Xing Ao marveled, "So many forests and valleys. How shall we navigate this?" However, Xiao remained composed. He pondered for a moment and proposed, "Let us divide this region into several sections and search them one by one, starting from this nearest forest." He pointed to an area in the southernmost part of the province. 2 days later, our party of 6 stood at the edge of the Longjing forest in Kinna province, on the verge of our true adventure. Since our destination lay within forests and valleys, we temporarily stabled our horses in the nearest city, ensuring we had ample drinking water and essential supplies for the wilderness. Food would pose little challenge. When hunger struck, we could simply hunt. The journey thus far had been devoid of peril, apart from the occasional small creatures accompanying us. For the umpteenth time, I consulted the map and said to Zhan Hu, "Brother, look, we are here, and if we proceed further, We shall enter the depths of Longjing Forest. Jianhu nodded in agreement, but suddenly, he seemed to sense something amiss. He turned to alert the others, saying, "Everyone, be cautious. There may be danger ahead." With that, he drew his knight's sword. I too sense a formidable power lurking nearby, its allegiance uncertain. O great elemental of light, I beseech you to transform into a sacred radiance that banishes all malevolence. This is a grand exorcism spell of the light element, emanating a brilliant luminescence from my being, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. A chilling voice resonated from the depths of the forest, declaring, "Ignorant mortals, who granted you permission to desecrate my hallowed grounds? If you do not depart at once, you shall remain here forever. This is your final warning." The winter beside me suddenly seemed to be entranced, then stepped to the forefront of the line, bowing deeply towards the depths of the forest. "May I inquire if the one speaking ahead is a member of the elven race?" The sight of Winter did not deter us. We merely observed how he would navigate the situation. Then, a chilling voice echoed once more, proclaiming, "Do not presume that your knowledge of our identities grants you any significance. If you do not withdraw, I shall initiate an assault." Winter hastily interjected, "Wait. I too am an elf." The other party remained silent in response to Winter's declaration. After a moment, a faint figure emerged, moving with remarkable speed, gradually drawing closer to us. It was an ancient elf, evidently of a venerable lineage among the forest dwellers, for he possessed wings, a rarity, as many elves and half-elves have lost theirs over time. He approached and scrutinized Winter with disdain, remarking, "You consider yourself an elf? You are merely a half-elf, assimilated by humans. What purpose do you have in bringing such a multitude of humans to the elven forest?" Unable to restrain myself any longer, I interjected, "What is the matter with half-elves? We are all beings of life. What distinction can there be between us? You, old man, have purchased this forest. Yet what right do you have to deny us entry, unless you harbor some hidden agenda?" Upon hearing my words, the elder elf was incensed. With a swift gesture, a wave of pale green energy surged towards me. I was taken aback. Could this be the natural power of the elves? This phenomenon resided in the realm between magic and martial prowess, a unique force accessible only to the pure-blooded elves. I swiftly waved my hand, and a beam of white energy surged forth to counter his assault. The formidable force actually jolted my upper body slightly. It was truly impressive. I surmised that this ancient elf possessed at least the power of a sorcerer. Encountering such a formidable being was indeed unexpected. As I thwarted his attack, his astonishment mirrored my own. No wonder he had been so arrogant. It turned out he had some merit. I mused silently that if this gathering possessed such strength, we would be in for a considerable challenge. Shuiji, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward and addressed the elder elf. "Esteemed elder, greetings. We are from the Radiant Mercenary Corps and harbor no ill intentions. We are merely here on behalf of another to seek a certain object. Might I inquire, what is this place?" Shuiji's words provided a gracious exit for the old curmudgeon, and his expression softened somewhat as he replied, "You, young man, exhibit a measure of courtesy. This is the outskirts of our elven forest. What exactly are you seeking?" Shuiji glanced at me, and I nodded in affirmation. He continued, "We are in search of the Holy Sword. Would you be so kind as to guide us on our quest?" Upon hearing our request, the elder elf erupted into a hearty laugh, which lasted for a considerable time before he finally ceased. "You wish to seek the Holy Sword? Over the years, countless individuals have sought it. If not 10,000, then at least 8,000, and not a single one has succeeded." Upon hearing that the old elf was aware of the Holy Sword, I quickly inquired, "Do you know where the Holy Sword is?" The old elf proudly lifted his head and replied, "Of course I do. If you wish for me to share this knowledge, you must assist me with the task. Complete it, and I shall reveal the location to you." "Very well. Please tell us what we need to do." "We cannot afford to miss this opportunity," I responded. Suddenly, Shuji interjected, "Wait a moment. How can you prove that you indeed know the whereabouts of the Holy Sword? What if we fulfill your request, yet you fail to keep your promise?" The old elf scoffed slightly and said, "Do you think all beings are as untrustworthy as your kind? We elves are known for our unwavering word. As a revered elder of the nature elf tribe, I swear that if you humans can help us repel the dark elf invasion, I will disclose the location of the Holy Sword. Should I break this vow? May the heavens and earth conspire against me." With his declaration, an imposing aura emanated from him. It seemed he was speaking the truth. I replied, "Very well. We accept your terms. However, what exactly is the situation with the dark elves?" The old elf cast a glance at me and explained, "We nature elves and dark elves have always been mortal enemies. Our powers were once balanced, but for reasons unknown, that equilibrium has been disrupted. The strength of the Dark Elves has surged significantly, overshadowing ours, and we are being pushed back relentlessly. If this continues, our very existence may be at stake. As one of the elders of the Nature Elf tribe, I had set out to seek assistance from an old friend, only to unexpectedly encounter you. Chapter 35. The Elf Conflict. As he spoke, the old elf displayed a more human side, appearing less daunting than before. He continued, "If it pleases you, let us converse as we walk." With that, he gently flapped his elven wings and led the way ahead. I curiously inquired, "How can you ascertain that we are not malevolent beings, that we will not turn against you to assist the Dark Elves?" The aged elf smiled and replied, "You truly are a child. Do you have any idea how old I am? I have lived for 1446 years, a considerable age among the elven race. I have witnessed much in my time. If I am not mistaken, the magic you just employed was of the light element. And it is evident that your proficiency is at least that of a mage. Those who wield light magic possess pure and benevolent hearts, which is why I am inclined to request your assistance." Suddenly, Domri interjected, "Do you know what type of elf I belong to?" It seemed he was eager to uncover the truth of his lineage. The ancient elf chuckled and responded, "Of course, I do. In broad terms, elves can be divided into two main categories: the nature elves, to which you belong, and our adversaries, the dark elves. In terms of numbers, we hold a decisive advantage across the continent. However, when it comes to strength, we must compare the number of pure-blooded elves, as only they can truly unleash their combat potential. For instance, you, my dear, lack the ability to harness the forces of nature." Domri, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Then you do not know precisely where I hail from." The venerable elf sighed. "There are simply too many nature elves in the world. If you were a pure elf, I could perhaps investigate further, but as it stands, I fear." Noticing Domri's disappointment, I promptly interrupted the conversation, asking, "What is the current number of pure elves from each faction, and how formidable are they in battle?" Presently, the number of pure elves has significantly declined due to years of warfare, with each faction possessing over 1,000. This morning, as I departed, the Dark Elves were already nearing our village. The Elven Forest here is the sole region on the continent that is most conducive to elven existence, which is why the Dark Elves seek to annihilate us and claim dominion over this land. I shook my head and said, "Why can't everyone coexist harmoniously? With over 2,000 people living in such a vast forest, what is there to fear? What is there to quarrel about? It seems they are only content when blood flows like rivers." The old elf sighed and replied, "If only everyone shared your perspective, there would be no wars in this world. I find myself increasingly fond of you, young one, and I no longer dislike you so much, old man." I chuckled. We both laughed heartily. Shiozi inquired, "Elder, how much farther to your village? Let us hasten to avoid unnecessary casualties." The old elf responded, "Very well, stay close to me." Transforming into a faint shadow, he soared ahead. Brother Xanagar gestured with his left hand to lead Ao, while his right hand guided Domri as they pursued. Shiozi and Gauda followed closely behind, while I leisurely kept pace with them using a momentary teleportation, unhurried. After an indeterminate distance, the old elf halted. Once we reached him, he offered a smile of approval and slowed his pace. Ahead lay the rear of our village, and we hurried inside to assess the situation. As we rounded a small hill, a substantial elven village came into view, much larger than the bandit village of Brother Xanagar. We had little time to admire the scenery as we followed the old elf into the village, where everyone appeared to be bustling with activity. The old elf approached an adult elf and inquired, "Shanyan, what is the situation?" The adult elf, addressed as Shanyan, responded, "Third Elder, you have returned. Please hurry. We cannot hold on much longer. The Dark Elf King is currently battling our king, and chaos is imminent." The old elf beckoned us to follow as he advanced toward the other side of the village. I observed that the elves here all possessed wings on their backs and exhibited a strength far superior to that of the elves outside. Most wielded swords as their weapons. Upon arriving at the front lines, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. I noted that the Dark Elves and Nature Elves bore striking similarities. The Nature Elves had green hair, blue eyes, and green wings, while the Dark Elves had black hair, purple eyes, and black wings. This was the only distinction, as their overall appearance was quite human-like. As I gazed into the arena, I observed two adult elves engaged in a fierce battle. Judging by the fluctuations of energy, it was evident that these combatants were champions of their respective realms. On the side of the Nature Elves, 3 elves, of a similar age to the Elder, anxiously surveyed the battlefield. The Elder approached them and inquired, "What is the situation?" Another Elder replied, "Ah, Third Elder, You have returned. Did you bring reinforcements? We've already fought 10 matches since morning, and it has been overwhelmingly one-sided. If our king were to lose, I fear they would rush in and unleash a brutal assault upon us. For the sake of convenience, we shall refer to them as the first elder, second elder, third elder, and fourth elder. It was the third elder who brought us here. The third elder sighed and lamented. How could this be? Is the disparity truly so great? Are we destined for the ruin of our kind? I approached him and comforted. Do not be anxious. We shall certainly assist you. The third elder nodded gratefully at me and introduced the other 3 elders. The battle raged fiercely at that moment, as the Nature Spirit King grasped his sword, proclaiming, Eternal spirits of nature, heed my call, manifest the destructive force, and eradicate the malevolence before us, nature's retribution. With a sweeping motion of his sword, a torrent of verdant energy surged forth towards the Dark Elf King. The Dark Elf King smirked disdainfully and retorted, After all these years, still resorting to the same old tactics? Do you not possess anything more original? Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique, endless evil, endless resentment. Coalesce into boundless darkness and devour the infinite. As he chanted, a great plume of ashen smoke erupted from the Dark Elf King, accompanied by anguished cries. Hurtling towards the Nature Spirit King, the 2 energies clashed in the sky, with the Nature Spirit King's force being progressively overpowered, clearly at a disadvantage and on the brink of collapse. Chapter 36. Repelling a formidable foe. What manner of sorcery is this? Could it be an ability unique to the Dark Elves? From the astonished expressions of the elders, I discerned that they, too, had never encountered such magic. It bore resemblance to the technique employed by the demon I had previously encountered, yet it felt distinctly different. What could this mean? The third elder murmured. This is not the power of the Dark Elves. Such malevolent energy must originate from elsewhere. At that moment, the Nature Spirit King could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of the Devour the Infinite, plummeting from the sky. The 4 elders of the Nature Spirit clan quickly employed their natural powers to catch their king. The dark force relentlessly pursued, and it was time for me to intervene. O great element of light, grant me the privilege to wield your formidable strength. Let boundless light fill the earth and illuminate. Radiance of the 9 provinces. This was a spell with which I was quite familiar. I slowly ascended from the ground, advancing towards the malevolent energy, my entire being radiating a brilliant white light. I tilted my head back, and a third of the magical energy from the golden core at my brow enveloped me, coalescing into a beam of light approximately 2 meters in diameter, surging forth. As the light beam collided with the Devour the Infinite, anguished wails emanated from the gray-black mist. Perhaps due to the considerable energy expended earlier, my radiance of the 9 provinces dispersed the darkness. The Dark Elf King hastily swung his sword to block the remaining energy of the radiance of the 9 provinces. Who are you, to dare interfere in our affairs among the elves? I offered a faint smile and addressed the Dark Elf King. Your inquiry is rather foolish. I am undoubtedly human. As for my interference, I have my own reasons. In such a vast elven forest, why can't we coexist harmoniously? The violence and bloodshed are truly disheartening. An aura of icy malevolence emanated from the Dark Elf King as he ominously declared, What do you understand? These subservient elves have no right to exist within the elven forest. Only we, the Dark Elves, embody the true lineage of elven royalty. Leave at once, lest you find yourself buried without a grave. I pondered the elves' obsession with lineage, wondering how it differed from the discord between noble and common humans. Shaking my head, I sighed. You are utterly deluded. Do you believe you can seize the elven forest with powers that do not belong to you? The Dark Elf King gasped in astonishment. How do you know I wield powers not my own? With a calm demeanor, I responded, You must be employing dark magic. Yet what you just utilized was not dark magic at all. I offer you a chance. Depart swiftly, or you shall face the annihilation of your kin. I sensed a tinge of trepidation in the Dark Elf King as he listened to my words. Enveloping myself in the essence of light, I chanted, O magnificent element of light, my cherished companion, bestow upon me your purest strength, dispelling all resentment, and let the warmth of springtime illuminate the earth. Illuminate the earth. This incantation constituted one of the most potent spells at my disposal, an 8th-tier auxiliary magic, the pinnacle of supportive enchantments. It possesses the capacity to eradicate various anomalous conditions on a grand scale and wields devastating power against the forces of darkness. As I recited the incantation, I began to levitate gently from the ground, radiating a sacred white luminescence. With the continuous outpouring of magical energy, The white glow gradually transformed into a blinding golden brilliance. When the golden light reached its zenith, it erupted skyward in a vertical column, a golden beam approximately a meter in diameter surging towards the sun. Initially startled, the Dark Elf King, upon realizing he was unharmed, mockingly remarked, "Are you attempting to intimidate me? All warriors of the Dark Elf clan, prepare for battle." The members of the Dark Elf tribe unfurled their ebony wings and brandished their dark swords, poised to unleash a torrent of bloodshed. Yet, just as the grim spectacle was about to commence, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The sky shifted from blue to a radiant gold, casting a warm glow upon the land. All members of the nature elves, including their sovereign, sensed the beauty of the light. The wounded warriors gradually regained their strength as the light dispelled darkness and malevolence. Conversely, the dark elves suffered immensely under the radiant illumination. While the more powerful among them managed to endure, those of lesser strength writhed in agony upon the ground. The Dark Elf King cried out, "What have you done? What have you inflicted upon my kin?" As he charged at me, sword drawn. As I raised my hand, a radiant surge of energy emanated from me, compelling him to retreat. In a gentle tone, I proclaimed, "This is light magic, specifically designed to dispel malevolence. Cease your actions." Dark Elf King, will you stand idly by while your kin endure such suffering? Do you truly wish for the annihilation of your entire race? Despite the Dark Elf King's profound prowess, he sensed an unsettling discomfort. His magical abilities could only muster a mere 50% of their usual strength. After a moment's hesitation, he realized that today, he could not possibly conquer the nature elves. With a bitter tone, he conceded, "Very well, retract your magic, and we shall depart." I smiled faintly, retracting the magical energy I had unleashed, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. In truth, the burden upon me was considerable. Sustaining such an extensive high-level spell was nearing the limits of my capabilities. It would indeed be for the best if they withdrew swiftly. The Dark Elf King cast a venomous glare in my direction and declared, "I shall remember this debt, and I will not let you escape unscathed. We retreat." With that, he beckoned his followers to depart in a disheartened manner. I dispersed the energy that sustained me and descended to the ground, where all the elemental spirits erupted in a thunderous cheer. The third elder approached, grasped my hand, and expressed profound gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I truly would not have known how to navigate this perilous ordeal." I swayed slightly, and Winter hurried to support me. With a bittersweet smile, I remarked, "If they don't leave soon, it seems we may truly have to fight. I can hardly endure such immense magic any longer. It is sheer luck, sheer luck." The nature spirits enveloped our small group of 6 as we returned to the village. Elder 3 once again wore a furrowed brow. I inquired, "What troubles you?" "The Dark Elf King has retreated. Why do you still appear so distressed?" Elder 3 replied, "Though they have withdrawn, our king sustained grave injuries during the battle. And no matter how we attempt to heal him, nothing seems to work. Tell me, how can I not be worried?" I delved into the magical energy within me and concluded that utilizing a spirit restoration technique should pose no significant issue. Let us act with benevolence to the very end. Come, I shall accompany you to witness the unfolding events. Chapter 37. The Elves' Hospitality. I followed the third elder into the chamber of the Nature Spirit King, my heart devoid of the desire to admire its opulence. I hastened to the bedside, where I beheld the Nature Spirit King, his countenance marred by agony, groaning incessantly, and a faint dark aura emanating from him. It was evident that he was engaged in a fierce struggle, pitting his pure and profound natural energy against the encroaching malevolent force. I resolved to assist him. "O great element of light, as your ally, I beseech you to expel the evil, to wield your boundless power and save this being before me. This is my enhanced spirit restoration technique, which not only restores vitality but also dispels aberrant conditions." A beam of pure white light emanated from my hand, enveloping the Spirit King. As the radiant light cascaded over him, the dark aura upon his face gradually dissipated, and he began to find solace. I exhaled softly and said to the third elder, "Well, there should be no serious issues. The mental energy of His Highness the Elf King has been excessively depleted, but I have essentially healed his injuries. He requires rest. Let us step outside." The third elder, filled with excitement, grasped my hand, but I halted his speech and led him out of the chamber. "I am immensely grateful to you. I am uncertain how to repay the favor you have bestowed upon our natural elf clan." "Very well. Then hasten to prepare us some delightful food and drink, and arrange for our accommodations. That shall suffice as repayment. I am utterly exhausted. Do not dally with unnecessary pleasantries. Come, let us return to the others." I tugged him back into the midst of our companions. Upon learning that I had healed their king, all the elves erupted in joyful cheers. I could scarcely attend to their exuberance. As I sought a comfortable chair to rest, and instructed Winter to summon me when it was time to eat. What a delightful aroma! What could it be? My senses awakened me from my reverie, and through the haze, I beheld an abundant spread before me. I shook my still drowsy head and stretched my aching limbs. What delectable feast is this? You truly lack camaraderie for not calling me. Then, I heard Battle Tiger's hearty laughter as he remarked, "See, I told you. Whenever there is something delicious, Longbow need not be summoned. His nose is as keen as his magic." His words elicited a chorus of laughter from everyone present. I awkwardly approached the table, where I was allotted the seat of honor. It seems the elves are quite adept in matters of etiquette. Without hesitation, I settled into my chair. The aroma wafting through the air is simply delightful. The elders are all present. Let us not stand on ceremony. Let the feast commence. I grabbed an unknown purple fruit and stuffed it into my mouth. How sweet it is. The luscious juice instantly enveloped my being, a truly exquisite sensation. Winter, seated beside me, tugged at my sleeve, perhaps urging me to exhibit some decorum. Ignoring him, my hunger took precedence over such trivialities. This was not a formal gathering after all. The Grand Elder spoke, encouraging everyone to partake without hesitation, and at last, the banquet commenced in earnest. The elves' feast primarily featured an array of fruits. Initially, I was captivated by the intoxicating aroma of a fruit concoction known as the 100-fruit brew. It was simply divine. The rich, velvety fragrance intertwined with the essence of various fruits, and as I consumed it, a warm wave coursed through my body, providing a most delightful sense of relaxation, soothing my weary frame. Brother War Tiger seemed utterly enamored with it, to the extent that the elders expressed mild concern for his indulgence. I gathered from their conversation that this 100-fruit brew is notoriously difficult to craft, reserved exclusively for the most esteemed guests, and possesses rejuvenating properties. At first sip, it bore no significant potency, yet its after-effects were substantial, prompting the elders to implore us to drink sparingly. How stingy of them. Among us, only Winter refrained, while the rest of us, being connoisseurs of spirits, felt no need for restraint. I initially intended to inquire about the Holy Sword, but soon found that thought overshadowed by my present desires. I would save that for tomorrow. For now, I must replenish my strength. I caressed the delicacies I had consumed as I followed the guidance of the sprite into the designated chamber. To be frank, I was utterly fatigued. My mental fortitude had been significantly depleted. Lying upon the bed, I felt a slight dizziness. Indeed, the effects of the fruit brew were quite potent. I checked the status of my magical energy and, fortunately, I still had about 30% remaining. With any luck, I should be able to recover to around 80% by tomorrow. In a state of drowsiness, I drifted into slumber. At dawn, I awoke with unparalleled excitement, for I discovered that the little golden companion, who had been in slumber since our last competition, had finally roused. Through a mental communion, I learned that it had exhausted its magical energy during our previous encounter and had chosen to rest for recuperation. Now, it was nearly revitalized, and this little golden being was indeed my most formidable ally. However, in a certain sense, it remained rather weak, without my magical support. Its external offensive capabilities could only last 3 to 5 minutes, far too brief. Should we encounter a formidable adversary, it would prove to be of little consequence. Alas, I had no viable means to enhance either its strength or my own at this moment. Never mind, for now. I was functioning as a mage and had no immediate need for its assistance. My own magical energy had also returned to expected levels, roughly around 80%. I summoned an elven guardian to assist me in locating the third elder, for we needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the sacred sword before we could proceed. Upon the guardian's return, he informed me, "The elder requests your presence, along with your companions, in the council chamber. Allow me to guide you." Following the guardian's lead, we arrived before a grand chamber. The third elder emerged to greet us, exclaiming, "Longbow, you have arrived. I have sent the guardian to fetch your companions, and they should be arriving shortly." I politely addressed the elder. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I extend my gratitude for your hospitality yesterday. Is there anything amiss with His Highness, the Elven King? Thanks to your healing, he has greatly improved and is currently awaiting your presence in his chamber. Let us proceed inside." As I entered the room alongside the third elder, I was struck by its opulence. The floor was adorned with unknown stones, and 12 intricately carved pillars encircled the space. At the center stood an impressively large oval table, surrounded by approximately 30 to 40 chairs. The table was laden with an abundance of fruit, evidently prepared in advance, with the Elven King seated at the head. Upon my arrival, the Elven King promptly rose from his seat. "Ah, Master Sorcerer, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." My display of power the previous day had not gone unnoticed, so their recognition of me as a sorcerer came as no surprise. However, it was the first time someone had addressed me in such a manner, which left me feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He gestured for me to sit in the first chair to his left. "Your Highness, you may simply call me Longbell." The Elven King did not take his seat beside me. Instead, he bowed deeply. "I must first express my gratitude for your assistance to my people and your life-saving intervention on my behalf." His gesture startled me, prompting me to spring up from my seat. "Please, there is no need for such formalities. Assisting you is only right, as we equally require your support. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, and there is no need for thanks. Moreover, as a proponent of peace, I am delighted to avert the loss of life and repel the Dark Elf clan's advances. The truth remains, without your aid, we would have faced the annihilation of our race. I owe you my thanks." I mused internally, why is this Elven King so excessively courteous? It is rather exhausting. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I leaned in to whisper something only he could hear. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with some 100-fruit brew upon my departure." His expression shifted upon hearing my request, and he replied quietly, "Master Sorcerer, you consumed half a year's worth of my production yesterday. I can only offer you a small quantity now. If it poses any difficulty, feel free to disregard it." The Elven King sighed with a wry smile. "Do you have any idea how much this brew sells for in human territories? A small bottle can fetch over 10,000 diamond coins. I shall prepare a few bottles for you when you depart, but please do not mention this to your friends, or they will all be seeking the same favor." I cast him a knowing glance, accompanied by a smile. "What brings you such joy?" The members of the Battle Tigers filed in one after another, taking their seats at my side. With a guilty conscience, I said, "Big brother, you have arrived." "I merely shared a jest with His Highness." The Elven King responded, "Now that we are all gathered, Elder San, please enlighten them about what we know regarding the Holy Sword." Elder Sin nodded and began, "First and foremost, I would like to express the most sincere gratitude of the entire Nature Elf clan for your assistance in helping us overcome this dire ordeal." Brother Xanagar let out a hearty laugh, saying, "There is no need for formality. Simply provide us with some of your exquisite 100-fruit brew when the time comes." The others readily concurred. Even the typically teetotaling Winter nodded in agreement, confirming the Elven King's astute observation. In order to indulge in my delectable brew, I found myself compelled to deceive everyone for a moment. "Oh well, big brother, yesterday we consumed the equivalent of a year's worth of their production. They have no reserves left." The Elven King and I exchanged peculiar glances. Brother Xantigar, in disappointment, licked his lips and lamented, "Had I known, I would have sipped less yesterday." I gestured for the elder to continue. The elder spoke. "The Holy Sword, said to be the weapon left behind by the King of Gods, possesses the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. According to our ancient lore, it should be located within the Forest of the Gods." "The Forest of the Gods? I have never heard of it," I inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, it is the Forest of the Gods. In ancient times, our race, the nature spirits, was regarded as the messengers of the divine, and thus only we are privy to this secret. We have encountered many treasure seekers like yourselves, yet few have ever found the Forest of the Gods. Even those who have discovered it have been unable to breach the barrier set by the deity. Over time, fewer individuals have sought the Holy Sword. You are the first group of treasure seekers in 300 years. A barrier? Are we truly incapable of entering with our combined strength? Together, we possess enough power to contend with a small army," I remarked. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but in my youth, I encountered humans whose might was not inferior to yours, and yet they too could not gain entry. It is said that to enter this barrier, one must not only possess strength, but also earn the deity's approval. That is all we know. As for what lies within the Forest of the Gods, we remain in ignorance. However, the dangers should not be overly great. At most, one might simply be driven away. Originally, I believed that completing this task would be a matter of ease given our capabilities, yet I never anticipated such complexities." I chuckled wryly and said, "Thank you for sharing this information. Where might we find the Forest of the Gods? We shall take our chances." The elder smiled and replied, "Longbow, do not be in haste. I sense a certain warmth in you that draws others near. Although our time together has been brief, I find myself unable to resist considering you a friend. Kind-hearted individuals are surely favored by the divine. Moreover, as you wield light magic, Your chances of being accepted by the deity are significantly enhanced. Hearing the elder's words, Ruji chimed in, indeed, I, along with Xingyao and Gouda, share this sentiment. Initially, we were somewhat skeptical of you, but the more we interacted, the more we realized that you are a trustworthy individual. Unconsciously, we have come to regard you as a friend. I observed those around me and realized that it indeed appears to be true. I possess no absolute adversaries. Many individuals with whom I have had only brief interactions place their trust in me. Initially, I believed it to be due to my attractiveness. Yet it seems it is merely my affability that has led to this. It is rather disheartening. Well then, enough of the compliments. Elder, please reveal to us the location of the forest of the gods. With a subtle smile, the third elder responded, in truth, you are already within the forest of the gods. His statement left us utterly astonished. He continued, you are merely on the periphery. The elven forest where we reside is the outer rim of the forest of the gods. Delving deeper will lead you to the heart of it. The battle tiger chuckled, saying, Longbow, our fortune seems remarkably favorable. We have not strayed even a step off course. Elder, might you guide us henceforth? After a moment of contemplation, the third elder stated, our elven ancestors decreed that none of the elven kin may approach within 100 kilometers of the forest of the gods. I can only provide you with a general direction, and if you follow my guidance, you should be able to find it. That is acceptable. Let us set forth at once. As I stood up, poised to depart, I suddenly noticed the elven king exhibiting a look of hesitation, as if he wished to convey something. Your Highness, is there anything else you require? The elven king offered an awkward smile and replied, it is just that. Although the Dark Elf clan has retreated this time, I am concerned. A sudden realization dawned upon me. They were indeed fearful of further assaults. This presented a genuine dilemma. I scratched my head and concluded that this would suffice. I retrieved a tome from my dimensional pouch and handed it to the elven king, stating, this is my own composition, a beginner to intermediate guide on light magic. Within its pages lie numerous spells of my own invention. Perhaps your warriors could benefit from studying it. Given your elves' innate magical prowess, they should grasp it swiftly, thus alleviating their fears. The elven king glanced at the book and remarked, this seems incorrect. This is a manual on magical circles. Ah, my apologies, I must have taken the wrong one. I quickly corrected the mistake, exchanging the tomes. It occurred to me that I had yet to delve into the magical circle book. I must take the time to examine it when I can. In truth, the study of magical circles is a profound discipline. And it was only when the child of light faced insurmountable challenges that he realized the folly of neglecting to learn their application sooner. Chapter 39. The Forest of the Gods. As evening fell on the periphery of the Forest of the Gods, a resounding explosion erupted, casting a myriad of magical hues into the sky. I was utterly exasperated. This marked yet another futile attempt to breach this vexing barrier. 7 days prior, guided by the third elder, we had successfully located the edge of the divine barrier. However, 7 days had elapsed, and we six had exhausted countless strategies, various magical assaults, fierce strikes, combined offensives, and concentrated attacks on the same point, yet we remained unable to shatter this barrier. I was drained of energy. It appeared that hope was once again slipping away. Having just unleashed 2 8th-level attack spells, I collapsed wearily beside the war tiger. Shiozi furrowed his brow and queried, could this truly be a barrier set by the gods? Our indiscriminate attacks seem incapable of inflicting even a modicum of damage. It is quite terrifying. Hang Ao, incensed, retorted, I refuse to believe this. I shall attempt once more. With that, he concentrated his energy into his knightly sword and charged forward. With a resounding impact, the barrier repelled him once more. This barrier is entirely transparent, and when struck, it emanates a kaleidoscope of colors. One can only speculate the magnitude of its strength. It is likely that even forbidden spells could not penetrate its defenses. I murmured to myself, must I truly abandon everything? Having entered the treasure mountain only to return empty-handed, what face do I have to meet Teacher D? Dongri approached me, offering words of consolation. Do not dwell on it too much. Sincerity begets spirit. Let us rest today and continue tomorrow. His words struck a chord within me, and I eagerly inquired, what did you just say? Dongri paused for a moment and replied, I said we should rest and resume our efforts tomorrow. What is the matter? Not that phrase. There was something before it. You mentioned not to overthink it, and that sincerity begets spirit. Yes, that's it. Sincerity begets spirit. Sincerity begets spirit. Could it be that our approach is flawed? Upon hearing my words, Xiosi's eyes also sparkled with realization. Indeed, Should we not adopt a gentler approach rather than confront it head-on? After considerable contemplation, I concluded, let it be for today. Everyone is sufficiently weary. Let us rest well for now, and tomorrow we shall delve into our studies with renewed vigor. Reclining upon a bed crafted from leaves, I gazed at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. How might one transcend this seemingly unbreakable barrier? Force alone proves futile. Perhaps a gentler approach is warranted. With sincerity as my guiding principle, I pondered the essence of true devotion. These thoughts flitted incessantly through my mind, rendering sleep elusive. Nevertheless, since slumber evades me, I shall engage in deep reflection, striving to restore my magical prowess by dawn. I gradually concentrated my thoughts on the golden elixir, fully relaxing myself as I attuned to the luminous elements surrounding me. Countless sparkling points of light converged towards me, and I silently mused, "Dearest friends, come forth. I am in need of your presence." As the luminous elements arrived, the golden elixir gradually became imbued with energy. I lost track of time, but eventually, the elixir was replenished, and the sensation of fullness was truly delightful. I opened my eyes to the soft dawn, while everyone else remained ensconced in slumber. I made my way to the edge of the barrier, gently caressing this unyielding fortress with my hand. A wave of emotions washed over me as I reflected on the arduous journey of over a year that had brought me to this point. Yet it pained my heart to realize that I had come to a halt here. I gazed through the barrier at the lush forest within, my emotions gradually calming. What a magnificent display of nature! At that moment, a sudden surge of energy emanated from the barrier. Could it be? Tentatively, I endeavored to explore the barrier, my mind filled with thoughts of tranquility and beauty. With utmost caution, I transmitted my spiritual energy, which initially caused the barrier to tremble before it gradually began to accept my essence. A warm and benevolent voice resonated within my heart. Who disturbs my slumber? Startled, I pondered whether the barrier possessed sentience. I conveyed my thoughts to the barrier. Greetings. I mean no intrusion upon your serenity. I seek the holy sword. The holy sword? Child, it has been long since anyone has ventured here. I advise you against this quest. Why? Because I sense your kind heart and wish to spare you from peril. This is a task entrusted to me by my master. Regardless of the challenges, I must see it through. I beseech you, allow me to enter. After a prolonged silence, I implored, "Dear guardian of the barrier, please." Very well, but heed my warning. Within lies great danger, with 3 formidable trials to overcome, each more arduous than the last. Exercise caution and enter alongside your companions. You may offer each other support. Should you find yourselves unable to proceed, do not hesitate to retreat and preserve your lives. Thank you, dear guardian. It appeared my respectful address pleased him. Little did I realize how fortunate I was. This barrier, established by the Creator, had existed for an immeasurable duration, impervious to any malevolent force. Accidentally, my display of goodwill had awakened this unknown guardian. Furthermore, my unwavering conviction during our exchange garnered his admiration, a crucial factor in my potential success in traversing the barrier. Without his consent, I would have been unable to enter this sacred domain. I returned to the company of my companions, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, rise and shine, awaken." I nudged this one and shook that one, and at last, I roused them all from their slumber. Xing Ao, still bleary-eyed, grumbled, "What is it, Changong? Let me sleep a little longer. The dawn has barely begun to break." Indeed, what is the purpose of stirring so early? Discontented murmurs echoed throughout our makeshift encampment. I smiled briefly before exclaiming loudly, "I've discovered a way to enter the barrier." The sudden declaration startled them. Shuji was the first to respond. "Really? We can enter the barrier?" "Indeed, we can," I replied. "Lazybones, hurry up and get moving. We are off." Winter let out a joyful cheer and sprang to his feet, asking, "Longbow, how did you manage that?" I recounted the process of communicating with the barrier. "Longbow, this barrier has likely existed here for quite some time, perhaps even attaining a divine status. It appears that fortune truly smiles upon you. Let us depart before it changes its mind." "Ha, it surely won't. Let us proceed." Once more, we gathered by the barrier, placing our hands upon it, transmitting our feelings of respect, peace, and warmth. Suddenly, a lightness enveloped our hands, and the barrier vanished. We exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a cheer, first bowing deeply towards the former location of the barrier, and then darting in with lightning speed. Chapter 40, The Forest Giant. At last, we had entered, and a sense of clarity washed over us. By dawn, we had ventured approximately 3 to 4 kilometers into the divine forest. We proceeded cautiously, Heeding the warning from the barrier's elder about the dangers that lurked within, I urged everyone to remain vigilant. Towering trees surrounded us, but where could the holy sword be? Wait a moment, I said, sensing an impending threat. It was not merely my own intuition. It was Xiao Jin who had detected the danger and relayed it to me. If something could instill such fear in Xiao Jin, it surely warranted our utmost caution. We simultaneously glanced around, finding nothing unusual. However, the sense of impending danger conveyed by Xiao Jin grew increasingly intense. Zhan Hu suddenly pointed to the grass and exclaimed, "Something is amiss. Pay close attention to the ground." Following the direction of his finger, we observed the verdant grass, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, we noticed the blades of grass quivering subtly. No, they were trembling ever so slightly. The seasoned cultivator promptly knelt down, pressing his ear to the earth, listening intently for any signs of disturbance. I hastily inquired, "What is happening?" Shuji raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, signaling me not to disturb him. After a brief moment, he leapt to his feet, a look of alarm crossing his face. "This is bad. It seems there are unknown creatures approaching from all directions. Judging by the sounds, they are approximately 2 kilometers away, and their size is likely formidable. As their footsteps are heavy and ominous." Winter exclaimed in dismay, "What should we do?" A contemplative silence enveloped us. Brother Xantiger decisively suggested, "Let us seek refuge in a densely wooded area to prevent them from encircling us for an attack. It appears we are already surrounded. Our only hope lies in their possible weakness." His proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Soon, we discovered a small clearing ensconced by several towering trees. Shuji proposed, when they arrived, "Let us form a tight circle, blocking the gaps. Longbow, you shall cast your spells from the center." "All right," Winter added, somewhat hesitantly, "I shall join you in the middle. Xing Ao and Shuji will pair up, while Brother and Gao Do will work together, providing mutual support." Just as we were finalizing our arrangements, the heavy footfalls became increasingly discernible, causing our hearts to race with trepidation. What could it be? At last, we caught sight of them, and a collective gasp escaped our lips as we exchanged incredulous glances. A relentless procession of towering giants approached us, their numbers beyond count. They appeared as if sculpted from the same mold, each standing around 2.5 meters tall, their bodies composed entirely of stone, advancing steadily through the gaps in the forest. Strangely, we could hear their chant, "Eliminate the invaders, eliminate the invaders." Surely not. This is terrifying. What manner of beings are these stone giants? As they drew near, Xantiger let out a piercing battle cry, preparing to engage. In this moment of peril, my mind was astonishingly clear. We cannot simply hold our ground. We have no knowledge of their numbers, and retreat is no longer an option. Let us charge deeper into the forest. I urged. Brother and Shuji shall lead the way, while Xing Ao and Gao to cover the rear. Winter and I will provide support from the center. The stone giants were upon us. I shouted, "Everyone charge." Brother Xantiger surged forward, his long sword aglow with radiant energy as he unleashed a powerful strike against the approaching giant. The creature raised its arm in an attempt to block his assault. But how could such a foe withstand the might of one so close to the light of a night? With a resounding crack, the giant was cleaved in two, its body collapsing to either side. Xantiger's formidable strike significantly bolstered our morale, and Shuji swiftly dispatched another giant with a similar maneuver. O light elements, my friends, form shields of radiance to repel our foes. I hastily conjured luminous shields for everyone, and, with a swift motion, unleashed a blade of energy to dispatch another giant looming behind us. Thus, we found ourselves ensnared in a fierce struggle, with the burden resting heavily upon my shoulders. Initially, things proceeded relatively smoothly. Under the formidable aura of my elder brother and Shosi, we swiftly vanquished 7 or 8 stone giants. However, the situation grew perilous from the rear and flanks. Gauda and Xingao, lacking in skill, were barely managing to uphold the defensive line at the back. It became evident that with such sluggish mobility, we could not possibly break free from this horde of giants. In my heart, I called out, "Xiao Jin, lend me your assistance." Without any forewarning, the formidable figure of Xiao Jin materialized before us, instantly overshadowing the towering presence of the stone giant. Xiao Jin unleashed a thunderous roar, and a stream of white dragon breath erupted from its mighty jaws, swiftly carving a passage approximately 5 meters wide. I bellowed, "Xiao Jin, lead the way." Everyone hastened to follow closely behind. Xiao Jin's formidable physical prowess proved immensely effective. as its sweeping tail and claw strikes left the surrounding stone giants utterly defenseless. However, I could also sense Xiao Jin's magical energy depleting rapidly. The others formed a protective circle around me while Xiao Jin surged forward. Through our connection, I continuously channeled my magical energy to sustain it. Had Xiao Jin reached full maturity, we could have easily soared away on its back. Alas, it could currently bear no more than 2 passengers. Even if Ruji and Zhan, who could endure the flight, 2 would inevitably perish here, a fate none wished to entertain, and success was uncertain. Thus no one dared to propose such a course of action. As time passed, the stone giants crumbled beneath our overwhelming might. We carved a path extending at least a kilometer, yet the number of stone giants remained unyielding. Although my magical strength had increased somewhat, the prolonged strain on Xiao Jin was gradually exhausting my reserves. Xiao Jin was now battered and weary. Its movements no longer energetic, but rather labored and breathless at the front lines. The others fared little better. Brother Zhan, who had even broken his sword and now wielded a thick branch, struggling to hold his ground. Everyone, save for me, bore significant injuries. If this continued, we would all perish here. Winter, Gauda, Xing Ao, swiftly mount Xiao Jin and be mindful of your weight. Brother, you and Ruji take to the skies. I urged. I will hold them off for a moment. You must escape. Zhan, who, with a desperate strike against a stone giant, roared, no, I cannot abandon you. I exclaimed in fury, hurry, do you wish to meet your demise here before reaching home? Chapter 41. A Fortunate Escape. I summoned the remnants of my magical power and began to chant, "Oh, radiant element of light, my esteemed companion. I beseech you to transmute your strength into an endless brilliance, transforming into twinkling stars to vanquish the adversaries before me." This was the most formidable area of effect spell within my 8th tier light magic, the Shining Starburst. Although the sun shone brightly, flickering white lights gathered around me, enveloping my form in a golden orb of radiance, gently lifting me from the ground. As I ascended to a height of approximately 5 meters, an explosion of golden starlight erupted, enveloping the stone giants within a radius of 100 meters. The starlight permeated their robust bodies, creating transparent voids within them. The stone giants within that vicinity were utterly obliterated, granting us a fleeting moment of safety. However, having overexerted my magical energy, I coughed up blood and began to plummet. In a flash of golden light, Xiao Jin caught me upon his back. Gazing at the slowly approaching stone giants 100 meters away, I cried out, "Xiao Jin, use your remaining strength to swiftly carry everyone away. Hurry." Xiao Jin emitted a mournful cry, clearly reluctant to leave my side. The others gathered around, each bearing their own scars, and we exchanged bittersweet smiles in our shared plight. I urged anxiously, "You must leave at once, or it will be too late." Zhan, who chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, foolish little brother, do you think we still possess the strength to take flight? Your mythical beast, I fear, cannot bear anyone aloft either. Just look at its wings." Indeed, a substantial scar marred the left wing of Xiao Jin, indicating that it was unable to soar any longer. I lamented, "Are we all destined to perish here? It is my fault for allowing you to accompany me, for disregarding grandfather's warnings about the barrier, leading you all to share my fate. I am deeply sorry. Had I only let you leave from the beginning, perhaps we could have escaped." Tears of regret streamed down my cheeks. Xing Ao interjected, "Do not speak like that, Changgong. We are all good brothers. If we cannot live together, then perishing together is not so bad, is it? In the afterlife, we shall form a glorious team and sweep through the realm of spirits." He grasped my hand tightly. Xiuxi added, "Xing Ao is right. We will always be brothers, and besides, you are not at fault." Little Jean crawled over, affectionately licking my face with its large tongue, then closed its big eyes, snuggling beside me, clearly resolved to share my fate. Our hands united. A profound friendship enveloped our hearts as we gazed at the colossal stone giants approaching within a mere 50 meters, each of us steeling ourselves for inevitable demise. At this moment, resistance bore no significance. Silence fell upon us as we awaited the arrival of death. The giants drew nearer. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. We exchanged a glance, then closed our eyes. 10 minutes passed, and I found myself perplexed, wondering why I had not yet met my demise. Death is not inherently terrifying. Rather, it is the agonizing anticipation that accompanies it that proves irksome. Unable to contain my restless spirit, I opened my eyes, only to be astounded by the sight before me. The divine forest remained as it had been upon our arrival, so dense, so exquisite. Towering ancient trees still surrounded us, yet the menacing giants had vanished without a trace. Were it not for the lingering wounds upon our bodies, I might have believed that nothing had transpired. Perhaps the others shared my impatience, for one by one, they too opened their eyes, each equally astonished by the scene that unfolded. After a considerable pause, we collectively realized our fortune, erupting into a joyous cry of survival. I exclaimed, "We are not dead, we are not dead." A golden light enveloped me as it returned to my being. What has transpired? Where have those giants gone? Has the time finally come? Regardless, it matters not. The important thing is that we are all alive. We all sank to the ground, leaning against the great tree. As my mind cleared momentarily, I remarked, "It is of utmost importance that we recuperate our strength swiftly." Shuji produced provisions and water, while I retrieved healing salves from my dimensional pouch. Everyone tended to their wounds and consumed their rations, gradually succumbing to a deep slumber, for we were utterly exhausted. I know not how long we slept, but I was awakened by the calls of my companions. It seemed that everyone had regained some of their vitality, and I felt significantly better, with approximately 30% of my magical energy restored. The night had deepened, and after finishing our provisions, we gathered around the fire. I first broke the silence. Perhaps it is best that we do not proceed any further and instead retrace our steps. John, who replied, "No. We have endured so much hardship to come this far. We must not abandon our quest now." However, I did not wish for my companions to continue facing peril alongside me. I urged them to return while I undertook my mission alone. Xiaoxi exclaimed with indignation, "Changgong, what do you take us for? Are we so cowardly as to shrink back in fear? Let us hear from everyone. Who among us is willing to withdraw?" Xing Ao declared loudly, "Xiaoxi speaks the truth. We are not the kind of weaklings who falter in the face of adversity." I observed this and that, and to my surprise, not a single person was willing to depart. I sighed deeply, rose to my feet, and bowed profoundly to everyone, expressing my gratitude. "You are all my dearest brothers." Tears of emotion streamed down my face. Winter stood up as well, embracing my shoulder, saying, "What is this? We are brothers after all. Moreover, we all wish to witness the sacred sword." In an effort to dispel the somber atmosphere, Zhan Hu suggested, "Let us strategize our next steps." Shujin added, "I believe we should first tend to our wounds and strive to regain our optimal condition before proceeding. That would be more prudent." I nodded, affirming my thoughts, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Zhan Hu proposed, "Indeed, let us fell the surrounding trees to form a protective circle, taking turns to keep watch while the others rest." After 10 days of recuperation, everyone's physical condition gradually returned to its peak. I noticed that after this intense exertion, Xiaojin seemed to have matured somewhat. It could now absorb a small amount of energy from the environment, allowing it to accompany me in battle for a longer duration. The golden orb within me felt more stable than before, radiating a pure golden light. My magical metamorphosis attack, where I directly manifest magic into desired forms without incantations, became significantly more adept. It appears I too have made progress. Teacher D was correct. Only through relentless practice can one achieve greater advancement. Chapter 42. The quest for the Holy Sword. Zhan Hu and the others also underwent varying degrees of transformation, particularly Dong Ri, who showed the most rapid improvement. Being the weakest among us, he received guidance from everyone. I could sense that through the life and death struggle against the stone giant, Dong Ri gained a profound awareness of his own shortcomings. He humbly sought advice from his peers, and despite the brief span of 10 days, his efforts bore fruit. As he felt a renaissance within himself, his strength subtly approaching that of Gauda and Xingao. After tidying up, we resumed our treasure-seeking journey. 3 days passed in tranquility, devoid of any encounters, as if the forest of the gods had no end. Suddenly, I sensed a faint magical fluctuation. I halted. "Everyone, wait a moment. There's a magical disturbance nearby." The group came to a standstill, drawing their weapons and encircling me. Gauda chuckled wryly. "I hope it's not another situation like last time." Although the others remained silent, I could tell that the previous encounter with the stone giant had left a lingering shadow in their minds. I remained silent, closing my eyes and channeling the golden sphere within me to seek the direction of the magical fluctuations. It seemed to emanate from the northwest. I gestured accordingly and said, "Everyone, exercise caution. The magical energy lies in that direction. Let us proceed to investigate." Maintaining our formation, we advanced toward the northwest. With each step, the intensity of the magical aura became increasingly palpable. Although the potency of the magical energy felt remarkably high, it also imparted a sense of tranquility. What could this be? As we continued our journey, a modest mountain appeared before us. I am quite certain that this is the mountain. Let us proceed to take a closer look. Surrounding us are towering ancient trees as we cautiously approach the foot of the mountain. Surprisingly, apart from a stretch of verdant grass, there is nothing else in sight. Even the forest halts its expanse 50 meters before the mountain. I glanced around in confusion, only to find an utterly ordinary mountain, devoid of any caves that could conceal a person. Yet, I distinctly sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from this very place. I requested everyone to encircle me as I settled into a cross-legged position, concentrating intently on uncovering the source of magical energy. It appeared as though waves of magical energy emanated from the very heart of the mountain, radiating outward. I stood up, furrowing my brow, and remarked, "Magical energy ought to emanate from the mountains, yet there isn't even a cave in sight." Jean, who gave my shoulder a reassuring pat, and suggested, "Let us circle around the mountain and see if we can make any new discoveries." With no other option, I nodded in agreement. For a full 2 days, we meticulously scoured every suspicious location, yet we found nothing. The entire mountain was as solid and seamless as a colossal stone, devoid of any crevices. At last, we returned to the grassy expanse before the mountain, our enthusiasm for treasure hunting nearly depleted. I felt an urgency within me, yet what could be done? As I paced back and forth on the grass, I suddenly sensed a peculiar difference between the edge of the meadow and the ground in its center. I quickly retraced my steps to confirm this sensation. The perimeter of the grass felt soft, akin to the forest floor. Yet a patch with a radius of approximately 10 meters at the center was remarkably hard. A wave of exhilaration washed over me. "Everyone, come quickly. I believe I have discovered something." Upon hearing my words, my companions hastily gathered around. With an air of impatience, Long Gong inquired, "What have you found?" I replied, "Have you noticed how exceptionally hard this patch of ground is? There must be something beneath it." Initially, my companions exchanged puzzled glances, but soon they erupted in joyous exclamations, drawing their weapons to clear away the tall grass that reached their knees. Before long, the 10-meter expanse was stripped bare, revealing a large magical hexagram on the ground, adorned with many peculiar patterns. The previous grass had sprouted through the crevices of these intricate designs. Among us, I was the only one versed in the arcane arts, and all eyes turned to me in curiosity. With a smile, I remarked, "If my judgment is correct, this should be a teleportation magic circle, though I cannot ascertain where it leads." "Then we must give it a try," said Xiaoxi. "Perhaps it will transport us to the sacred sword." I chuckled awkwardly and said, "However, I am unsure how to activate it. I specialize in light magic and have had little exposure to magical arrays." Gato exclaimed, "Ah, what shall we do then? Are we to enter the treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed?" I smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Although I am not proficient, I possess this." With that, I retrieved the book on magical formations that Teacher D had bestowed upon me from my dimensional bag. "Everyone, please take a moment to rest while I delve into this." The group exchanged wry smiles, and even Brother Jean, who expressed a hint of skepticism as he remarked, "Can one truly prepare at the last minute?" I scratched my head and said, "There's no choice. We must treat this dead horse as if it were alive and give it a try. With the wisdom and ingenuity of my brothers, we shall surely succeed. Ha ha." Everyone else broke into a sweat. If it weren't for the glimmer of hope, I feared I would have been overwhelmed. I chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and began to concentrate intently on the booklet that pertained to. Although I had jested about treating a dead horse as if it were alive, I was genuinely earnest. This was my first time delving into the study of magic with such diligence since I began learning. Fortunately, despite my laziness in childhood, I could still read proficiently. Initially, my sole purpose was to decipher the magical array, but as I read more attentively, I found myself irresistibly captivated. The book revealed to me that magic could be wielded in such diverse manners. I was wholly immersed in the vast ocean of magical arrays, and this book, replete with intricate details, from the principles of magical arrays to their applications and practical examples, was nothing short of a priceless treasure. Furthermore, the language was remarkably concise. For instance, the introduction to the principles of magic was conveyed in just a few brief lines. A magical array, as the name suggests, is a formation activated by magic. The array creator bases it on the properties of various elements, employing complex diagrams to achieve a certain resonance with magical elements in nature, releasing magic in a form that accomplishes objectives otherwise unattainable. Generally, magical arrays encompass barrier-type arrays, teleportation-type arrays, amplification-type arrays, auxiliary-type arrays, and special-type arrays. The more advanced the magical array, the greater the demands on the user's abilities, and the more intricate the array becomes. Chapter 43. The adventure in the secret cavern. No one bothered me, and I diligently honed my skills, dedicating nearly 10 hours each day to studying, apart from eating and sleeping. Finally, after 3 arduous days of effort, I had essentially grasped the entire content of the book, which meant I had a foundational understanding of magical arrays. I languidly stretched, having finally completed my reading, utterly exhausted. With that, I rose to stretch my limbs. Having scarcely moved for 3 days, the others gathered around, and Jean-Hu inquired, "So, have you found a solution?" Embarrassed, I replied, "This magic circle is not mentioned in the book." The group exchanged glances, and Xing Ao remarked, "Could it be that we must truly halt our progress here?" "Do not be anxious," I reassured them. Although the book lacks specific instructions for this magic circle, I surmise that the usage of such circles should be somewhat similar. We may attempt to figure it out. I instructed everyone to disperse and gather in the center of the hexagram of the magic circle. From my readings, I understood that the activation of the magic circle depended on the sorcerer's formidable magical power. The most crucial aspect is that the sorcerer's magical energy must be sufficient to sustain the entire power required by the magic circle, otherwise, it would remain dormant and could even inflict harm upon the sorcerer. Given my prowess as a mage, I believe this would not pose a significant challenge. "Oh, ancient and enduring magic circle, let my magical essence be the conduit through which you awaken." The tome mentioned that the focal point of the magic circle resides at its center. Thus, I concentrated the light element into my right hand and infused it into the focal point with an incantation. The focal point resembled an abyss, voraciously devouring my magical energy. The grand magic circle emanated a faint golden radiance as I fervently urged the golden orb to rapidly gather the surrounding light elements, continuously channeling them into the focal point. Yet, the influx could not match the outflow, and my magical power waned steadily. The golden glow of the magic circle grew ever more resplendent. Just as I felt my strength nearing depletion, the focal point ceased its absorption of magical energy, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the magic circle erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, and realizing its imminent activation, I shouted, "Quickly, everyone to the hexagram. The magic circle is about to be unleashed." I hastened to one corner of the hexagram, knowing that only there could I receive the maximum protection from the magic circle. Shadows darted to the remaining 5 corners, and as we took our positions, we simultaneously experienced a disorienting sensation. The golden radiance enveloping us, along with the 6 of us, vanished into thin air. With a sudden whoosh, we found ourselves on the ground, surrounded by darkness, likely within the mountain's belly. The golden light encircling us gradually dimmed, plunging us completely into obscurity. "Everyone, remain still and vigilant. I will replenish my magical energy, and then we shall proceed," I instructed. For some inexplicable reason, the light elements here were exceptionally vibrant. Within just 2 hours, my magical energy was restored to its peak. "Light elements, my friends, I implore you to illuminate the earth." This was the first spell I had ever mastered, light illumination. A beam of light erupted from my hand, instantly transforming the surroundings into a scene as bright as day. I first noticed that everyone had gathered around me, momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. The cavern was approximately 2 meters high and 5 meters wide, and the depths ahead were shrouded in darkness. The walls and floor of the cavern were remarkably smooth, clearly having been expertly crafted. As everyone began to scrutinize our surroundings, Shiosi remarked, "It appears we are within the mountainous core. This should be the sanctuary of the Holy Sword." Brother Xantiger cautioned, "Everyone, tread carefully. Shiosi and I will lead the way, with Chang'ong in the center. Gouda, Xingyao, and Dongji will follow behind. Let us proceed." We maintained our formation as we advanced, the illumination spell only casting light for approximately 10 meters ahead. We proceeded with utmost caution, yet it seemed as though there was no end in sight. After an indeterminate duration, the surroundings remained unchanged. "Everyone, hold on a moment." Sensing something amiss, I instructed the group to halt. From my dimensional pouch, I retrieved my magic staff and placed it upon the ground. Doubting the accuracy of my intuition, I felt as though we had been traversing in circles. I left this mark and suggested we continue onward, hoping to return to this spot. "I share the same sentiment," Shuji remarked. "Let us quicken our pace." We hastened our pace, and indeed, after approximately half an hour, we returned to the spot where I had placed my wand. I picked up the wand from the ground. Furrowing my brow, Dongri inquired, "What shall we do? Is this place truly a labyrinth?" I said, "No, This cannot be a labyrinth. It appears we have yet to discover the crucial location. Surely, there must be some mechanism at play. With that, I settled cross-legged upon the ground, channeling my mental energy to seek an escape. I sensed that the surrounding walls were solid and imposing, while the ground beneath me seemed to possess an unusual emptiness. I rose to my feet, urging everyone to disperse, and pointed to the ground, suggesting, "The surface is relatively clear. Let us attempt to create a hole." Brother War Tiger declared, "Allow me." With a flourish of his knightly sword, a beam of white energy surged towards the earth, producing a thunderous boom that sent dust swirling into the air. Before the dust could settle, the entire cavern began to tremble. I shouted in alarm, "This is not good." Quickly, everyone, gather together and concentrate our strength. We 6 converged, and I cast a protective shield around us, while the others infused my magic with their energy, forming a formidable barrier. Just as the energy shield solidified, the ground beneath us gave way, and we plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. We fell for an indeterminate distance until the energy shield finally collided with the ground, resulting in a resounding crash. The force of the explosion shattered our protective barrier, flinging us apart, and the overwhelming impact left us all with varying degrees of injury, causing us to lose consciousness simultaneously. I find myself ensnared within a dark vortex, surrounded by a multitude of indistinct entities swirling around me, engulfed by a sensation of dizziness. Suddenly, a warm voice calls out to me, "Child, return, do not despair. Come back." The warmth envelopes me, and the surroundings gradually slow their spinning before vanishing entirely, plunging me back into darkness. Yet, I slowly regain the ability to think. Chapter 44. The Tale of the Divine. Oh, the pain is excruciating. My entire body feels as though it has been shattered. Although I ache all over, my skin radiates a soothing warmth. Waves of comforting energy nourish me, mending my fractured form. What could be the cause of this? As I slowly opened my eyes, I was taken aback by the sight before me. I found myself within an immense temple, surrounded by numerous statues of deities. The space exceeded a staggering 10,000 square meters and soared to a height of over 100 meters. Enormous crystals were embedded in the ceiling and walls, illuminating the grand hall as if it were daylight. What a magnificent structure! Everyone was present, myself included, all enveloped in a luminous shield. It appeared that they had yet to awaken. The warm energy emanating from the protective barrier. I attempted to move, only to be met with a searing pain that coursed through me, causing my entire body to convulse. I opened my mouth in an effort to emit a cry of anguish, yet no sound escaped my lips. In my desperation, I succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After an indeterminate period, I regained consciousness, and the sounds of winter whispered in my ears, "The longbow has awakened. The longbow has awakened." I opened my eyes to find everyone gathered around me. As I shifted my body, I realized the pain had subsided. It seemed that the luminous shield had healed my wounds. "Is everyone all right?" I weakly inquired. "There's nothing to worry about. We are all well," replied Shuji. I smiled and remarked, "That's good. It seems we are in a temple. This must indeed be our destination. Have you not sought the holy sword?" Shingeo replied, "We have only recently awakened one by one and have searched a little, yet found nothing." Dongri helped me rise from the ground. I took a deep breath, assessing my physical condition. My magical power had completely restored, though I still felt slightly weak. However, the entire world appeared transformed. I could see far-off places with remarkable clarity. What is happening? Could it be that the luminous barrier has altered my very being? I hastily inquired of everyone, "Do you sense any differences?" Gauda responded, "Indeed. There are significant changes. It feels as though my physique has undergone a remarkable transformation. My 6 senses have experienced a substantial enhancement. Although my skills remain akin to what they were before, I can perceive that with diligent practice, my progress will accelerate considerably compared to the past." Zhanhu nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, I share this sentiment. It feels as though I have been reborn." Just as I was about to speak, a benevolent voice resonated throughout the grand hall, welcoming you, kind children. This voice was remarkably familiar. As we looked around, we could not discern the source of the sound. It seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. That benevolent voice resonated once more, saying, "Do not search any longer. You will not find me. Have you forgotten who permitted your entrance?" It dawned upon me, and I exclaimed, "Are you the grandfather of the barrier?" "Haha, you remembered. However, I am not merely the grandfather of the barrier. To be precise, I am what you would refer to as the king of the gods." His declaration left us all in stunned silence. Dongri stammered, "The king of the gods?" "Indeed, consider this. If I had not allowed you entry, Would you have been able to breach the barrier I established? To our astonishment, we encountered a deity. Could it be that he resented our quest for his sacred sword? Surely not. Those luminous barriers must have been conjured by him. If he intended to harm us, why would he then come to our aid? Yet, it is prudent to remain cautious rather than overly optimistic. With this thought, I addressed him, O King of the Gods. We have come here in search of the holy sword. Should you wish us not to obtain it, we shall depart immediately, only asking that you spare us. I am willing to bear all responsibility. Upon hearing my words, my companions erupted in indignation. The battle tiger proclaimed, No, let the blame fall upon me. I hold the greatest authority here. They are merely following my lead. Others, too, hastily took the burden upon themselves. It was at this moment that the King of the Gods fell silent, as if he were reveling in our spirited dispute. I exclaimed loudly, Cease your quarrels. You have all come here for my sake. You are my dearest brothers and friends, and I will not allow you to suffer for me. The gentle voice resonated once more. All right, my children, cease your disputes. You are all good souls, and none have erred. You have endured numerous trials to arrive at this place. Upon entering the forest of the divine, you have faced tests of courage, strength, wisdom, and character. Otherwise, you would not be here. Then, does this mean you are willing to bestow upon us the sacred sword? Patience, Longbow, allow me to share a tale with you first. We raised our heads and quietly listened to the tale of the God King. Long ago, on this vast continent, there existed a remarkably powerful race endowed with extraordinary wisdom. The origins of their existence remain shrouded in mystery due to the passage of time. Through countless generations of relentless evolution, they developed formidable abilities. However, as they attained immortality, they simultaneously lost their capacity for reproduction, resulting in a stable population of around 300 individuals. They were kind-hearted, pure, and cherished all that is beautiful, earning the reverence of posterity as the divine race. Upon hearing this, I could not help but exclaim in awe. The God King continued, stating that with such a sprawling continent and merely over 300 of their kind, it was indeed a desolate existence. After much contemplation, they endeavored to create numerous new races to coexist, believing that such diversity would render the world more vibrant and splendid. They successively brought forth highly intelligent humans, freedom-loving demons, benevolent elves, earnest dwarves, strength-adoring orcs, and mighty dragons. Each race possessed its unique strengths and weaknesses. As the population of these races flourished, the continent blossomed into a scene of prosperity. The divine race became the object of worship for all, holding an exalted status. The God King paused momentarily before continuing. Just as the continent was suffused with beauty and peace, an evil race, whose origins were unknown, emerged. This race was referred to as the demon race by the divine beings. They possessed powers comparable to those of the divine race and vastly outnumbered them. In their minds, there existed only the concepts of invasion, possession, slaughter, and deprivation. Upon their arrival, they ruthlessly slaughtered many from various races. Under the leadership of the divine race, the others united in an unprecedented manner to resist the invasion of the demon race. At this juncture, the God King appeared pained, seemingly transported back to that time of smoke and chaos. Chapter 45, The Divine Mission. What was the outcome? I inquired anxiously. The gentle voice resumed, Child, do not rush. Allow me to narrate slowly. Although the demon race was formidable and their numbers far exceeded those of the divine race, they were still significantly fewer when compared to the united front of the other races. After the sacrifice of countless valiant warriors from all factions, the arrogance of the demon race was finally subdued. However, the losses suffered by the divine race and their allies were immense. Under the leadership of the divine race, the united races launched a final charge against the demon race, ultimately annihilating them. The leader of the divine race engaged in a fierce struggle with the demon king, resulting in mutual devastation, and the demon king was subsequently sealed away. When the war concluded, only a pitiful few from the divine race remained. And the other races had also suffered grievous losses, with numbers dwindling significantly. Particularly, the dragon race, created by the divine beings, had their reproduction limited due to their overwhelming strength. Following the Great Battle, their numbers rapidly diminished, and even now, they number only around 200. Gradually, the divine race receded from the annals of history, while through continuous reproduction, the human, demon, and orc races flourished, ultimately becoming the new masters of the continent. With that, this chapter of the story reached a conclusion. And what became of the divine race thereafter? Winter asked. Upon hearing this tale, you should be aware that I am the leader of the divine clan, one of the few remaining deities. In the battles of yore, With the aid of other members of the divine race, I managed to seal the Demon King, yet sustained grievous wounds that have not yet healed even after millennia. You might wonder why I share this narrative with you and how it pertains to your quest for the Holy Sword. This is the genesis of the task I beseech you to undertake. Xing Yaoqi inquired, "Do you require our assistance as well?" Brother Zhanhu discreetly pulled him aside, whispering, "Do not speak out of turn." The King of Gods chuckled heartily and replied, "It is quite all right. He is correct. I indeed require your assistance, which, in truth, also serves your own interests, for this matter pertains to the very survival of the entire continent." "Ah, such gravity," I remarked. "What is this matter? Has the Demon King broken free from your bindings? If even you could only narrowly triumph over him, what aid could we possibly offer? You have only spoken half the truth. It indeed concerns the Demon King, yet he has not escaped my seal. After being sealed away, he has spent millennia recuperating, gradually regaining his strength and persistently assaulting the barriers erected by the remaining divine beings. On one occasion, due to a moment of negligence from one of us, a fragment of his demonic essence managed to escape. This essence retains a portion of the Demon King's power and consciousness, wreaking havoc upon the continent. To prevent the remaining Demon King from emerging and wreaking further destruction, your mission is to locate and eradicate this fragment. Can we accomplish this? How formidable is it?" asked Xiaoxi. "Though it is merely a fraction of his power, it is indeed formidable and far beyond your current capabilities. You must continuously strive to enhance yourselves to stand a chance against it. If you succeed in vanquishing the Demon King's manifestation on the continent, we shall concentrate our strength to obliterate the remnants of his power within the seal, ensuring his eternal disappearance." "Why did you not eliminate him directly back then?" I inquired with curiosity. The King of Gods sighed. "At that time, our strength was severely diminished. Moreover, had we extinguished him, the entire demon race would have perished. I believe that every race possesses the right to exist, and perhaps, with the passage of time, he could be reformed. In a moment of weakness, I chose to seal him instead. Little did I foresee that after countless millennia, his malevolent essence would remain unchanged. Now, eradicating him is a daunting task. Only by eliminating his avatar on the continent can we reduce his overall power, thereby enabling us to vanquish him completely." Upon hearing this, we finally comprehended the King of God's intent. I pondered, is this not a summons for us to risk our lives? Who knows how formidable that Demon King truly is? To evade the query, I asked, can we even locate him? Is he still causing havoc on the continent? The King of Gods, clearly discerning my thoughts, replied, "Child, evasion is not a solution. You must confront him to resolve this matter." The Demon King, after years of scheming across the continent, did not act alone. He cultivated numerous subordinates who engaged in covert activities. The wars between humans, the demon race, and orcs were instigated by the machinations of the Demon King and his followers. Under the leadership of the Demon King, they endeavored to disrupt the peace of the continent. Should the Demon King assert dominion over the land, the annihilation of other races, including our divine kin, would surely follow. Such a terrifying prospect. Before I could utter a word, Brother Battle Tiger interjected, "Rest assured, we shall vanquish the Demon King." With such conviction from my elder, I felt compelled to acquiesce. Where should we commence our quest to eliminate him? I inquired. The King of the Gods replied, "There is no need for you to seek him. He will reveal himself when war breaks out across the continent. During this interim, you must not only strive to enhance your own abilities, but also gather like-minded allies to bolster your strength. You are the hope of the continent, and you must persevere." Aside from myself, everyone else was ablaze with fervor, each voicing their lofty aspirations. Although I felt a twinge of trepidation, I knew I could not falter if I wished to survive. "Will you not bestow upon us the Holy Sword, so that we may augment our strength?" I asked, compelled to negotiate with the God King for the sake of survival and security. "Fear not, young one. I shall certainly provide you with means to enhance your prowess. When you first arrived, I had already transformed you using my divine power, ensuring that your future training would yield remarkable results. Now, I shall grant you further gifts. Follow my instructions and approach the statue in the center one by one. Battle Tiger, I bestow upon you the War God armor, with hopes that you will become a true deity of battle." As Battle Tiger approached the grand statue, a golden radiance enveloped him. In a flash, a set of deep blue armor adorned him, accompanied by a three-pronged helmet featuring an oval-shaped blue gem at its center. The shoulder plates boasted 4 layers, each successively shorter, with a gentle downward arc in the rear layers. The breastplate was broad, adorned with a gem of similar hue, yet considerably larger at its heart. The abdominal armor mirrored muscular form, while the limbs were encased in scale-like plating, extending even to his hands. A flowing black cape draped from his back, lending him an imposing stature of over 2 meters, reminiscent of the resurrection of a war deity. Chapter 46. The Blessing of the Gods Battle Tiger. Gazing at his pristine armor, attempted to move, and his excitement was palpable to all. He fell to his knees and humbly bowed 3 times, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I shall not betray your trust. The eradication of the Demon King shall be my singular aim." The King of the Gods nodded in approval, saying, "Well, you must train diligently to live up to this war god armor." Returning to the group, Battle Tiger declared, "Wearing this, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. It is as light as air, truly magnificent." Everyone looked on with envy, pondering what gifts awaited us. The voice of the King of Gods resonated once more, calling forth the next, Shuji. Upon hearing the divine summons, Shuji hastened to the statue. The King of Gods proclaimed, "Shuji, I bestow upon you the horn of the celestial deity, with which you may restore the vitality of those who have not yet perished." A similar golden light flickered, and Shuji found a delicate horn in his hand. As for its usage, that shall be for you to discover on your own. Shuji bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Thank you for your generous bestowal, O King." He returned, cradling the spiraled, gleaming horn with affection. Next, it was Ku's turn. Upon hearing his name, Ku swiftly darted to the statue, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "Ku, I grant you the hammer of the mighty god. Though you were accustomed to wielding a heavy sword, this hammer shall offer even greater might." A flash of golden light revealed a massive hammer, 5 meters in length with a diameter of 50 centimeters, in Ku's grasp. He appeared unfazed by its weight. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, O King," Ku expressed, thoroughly pleased with his new weapon, and jubilantly made his way back. Then came Gauda. The voice of the King of Gods rang out once more, prompting Gauda to excitedly rush to the statue. "I grant you the shield of the Thunder God, capable of withstanding any physical assault." A golden light illuminated Gauda's left arm, where a small, exquisite shield, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, materialized. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, O King," Gauda said, gazing at the diminutive shield, seemingly less than satisfied. With only myself and Dongri left uncalled, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "Why have they not summoned me yet? Surely, it must be my turn now." "Dongri," came the call. Dongri stepped forward, responding, "Yes, I bestow upon you the bow of the Wind God, with the hope that you will elevate the art of Wind God archery." A golden light enveloped Dongri, revealing a petite golden shortbow in his hands. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, O King." "Very well," the king continued. "I hope that each of you may fully comprehend the essence of your weapons. True power can only be attained through heartfelt communion with them. Each artifact possesses its unique methodology. The means of wielding them rests upon your own discovery. Therefore, you must strengthen your training and enhance your abilities, remaining humble and diligent, so as not to disappoint my expectations of you." Except for me, everyone bowed in unison, stating, "We respectfully heed the teachings of the king." I glanced to my left and right, observing that everyone possessed the wondrous artifact. Why, then, was I left without? Have I inadvertently offended the deity? I too desire it. I too long for it. I cautiously inquired, "O King of the Gods, why is it that my weapon is absent?" The sovereign of the deities chuckled heartily and replied, "I assumed you were not in a hurry, haha. Is it possible that even a deity can jest with mortals?" I awkwardly scratched my head and said, "Of course I am anxious. Obtaining the holy sword is precisely my objective this time." "All right, step forward. Is it finally my turn?" "Splendid." I hurried to the statue, eagerly awaiting the treasure I had long coveted. "I bestow upon you the holy sword of light, with the hope that you will lead everyone in vanquishing evil." How marvelous. Just hearing its name indicates its extraordinary nature. Unlike the others, however, I was not enveloped in golden radiance. Instead, a golden orb gracefully floated toward me. I reached out to grasp it, but just as it approached, it swiftly darted into my chest. What is happening? I touched my chest. Where is the holy sword of light? Do not search. The holy sword of light is already within you. At your current level, you are unable to wield its power. But why can others use theirs? The voice of the King of Gods echoed in my ear, seemingly audible only to me. They can only access a minuscule fraction of the artifact's power. And theirs are merely secondary artifacts, making them relatively easier to control. The Holy Sword of Light was once my companion's sword, later bestowed upon the Archangel Michael, the battle angel of the God of Light. It was only after his sacrifice in the war of gods and demons that I reclaimed the sword. Your strength pales in comparison to that of the sword, so it must temporarily slumber within you. When you possess the ability to command it, it shall awaken. So that is how it is. But how can I attain the ability to wield its power? This shall be your next destination. To the west of the boundary between humans and demons lies a place known as the Rift Valley. You must journey there. Before his demise, the Archangel Michael transferred a portion of his energy there, sealed by a magical array. Only by obtaining the legacy of the God of Light in that location can you truly wield the Holy Sword. However, do not rush. You must also diligently cultivate your strength. I estimate that within 5 years, the Demon King will not pose a significant threat. During this time, you should focus on enhancing your abilities. The stronger you become, the greater your chances of acquiring the legacy. I see. Then I shall gather my resources. Though I cannot showcase the artifact to everyone. The King of Gods continued, Children, you have now acquired divine weaponry. I shall impart a forbidden spell to you. This is an important treasure that can restrain the Demon King. You may only begin practicing this once your strengths are nearly on par with that of a war god. Furthermore, the requirements for the longbow are even higher. You must attain the level of a grand mage before you can practice alongside the others. I interjected. What circumstances are necessary to become a grand sorcerer? I heard from my teacher that possessing 6 golden spheres within one's body suffices. Is that true? The King of Gods replied, That is partially correct. When you attain 6 openings, which you refer to as golden spheres, you indeed enter the realm of a grand sorcerer. Albeit only in its nascent stage, slightly surpassing the sword saint among warriors. However, to truly become a grand sorcerer, one must cultivate to 9 openings. The number 9 does not literally refer to 9 of your so-called golden spheres. Rather, it signifies that when golden spheres pervade your entire being, you shall embody the largest golden sphere, thereby reaching the true pinnacle of grand sorcery. Only then will you possess the power to contend with gods and demons. In a voice that only I could hear, he continued, Once you have received the legacy of the God of Light, the gateway to the realm of the grand sorcerer shall be open for you. Thus, that is where you must venture. Chapter 47. The Forbidden within the Forbidden. Very well. I shall certainly go. To wield the power of the Holy Sword and to become the legendary grand sorcerer. How could I refrain from doing so? I shall first impart the incantation of the forbidden spell to you. Thereafter, your own endeavors will determine your fate. As soon as the words left my lips, 6 beams of golden light emanated from the statue, illuminating the foreheads of the 6 of us, and we all sensed something new within our minds. The King of Gods declared, I have inscribed the incantation in your minds, ensuring that it shall never be forgotten. A moment of haze enveloped me, and a line of clear, small characters materialized before my eyes. Unconsciously, we recited the words in a hushed tone. Jean who declared, The divine monarch bestows upon me the war god's armor, impervious to all malevolence and demonic forces. Xiao Si proclaimed, The divine monarch grants me the celestial horn, its sound piercing through the 9 heavens. Xing Ao asserted, The divine monarch endows me with the power god's hammer, capable of shaking the heavens and earth to safeguard the righteous path. Gauda stated, The divine monarch confers upon me the thunder god's shield, able to withstand 1,000 blades without yielding. Dongri announced, The divine monarch gives me the wind god's bow, unleashing swift and invisible arrows. I proclaimed, The god king bestows upon me the sword of light, its radiance illuminating the heavens. Enough, let us cease. Should we continue, the incantation shall become irrevocable. As your powers augment in the future, you shall gain a profound appreciation for the might of this forbidden spell, which holds a higher caliber among the divine than the incantations known to humanity. Thus, I deem it the paramount of all forbidden spells, the anthem of the awakening of the gods. Upon hearing the words of the God King, we halted our incantation, though incomplete. One could only surmise the immense power encapsulated within such a forbidden spell. The God King continued, Very well, children, I have imparted all that I needed to convey. The rest now lies in your hands. I have faith that you shall vanquish the malevolent and usher everlasting peace into the world. Even I was moved by the God King's words of compassion. We bowed deeply before the divine statue. The God King added, There is no need for such reverence. Oh, remember, your sacred artifacts can be concealed within your bodies, controlled by your mental prowess. Before you encounter the Demon King and his minions, I urge you to refrain from prematurely revealing your strength. Even in practice, seek solitude. Now, I shall transport you to the outskirts of the forest of the gods. Within 5 years, you must diligently hone your skills. I entrust this to you. Soon, the forest of the gods shall cease to exist, transforming into an ordinary woodland. After your departure, I must hasten back to the temple to reinforce the seal against the Demon King alongside other members of the divine realm. Farewell, children. We all knelt before the divine statue, and I uttered, "You are the eternal deity in our hearts. We shall cherish your memory." The King of Gods chuckled and replied, "Once you vanquish the Demon King, we shall meet again. By the authority of my divine sovereignty, let us transport these mortals and elves to their rightful place." A wide beam of golden light emanated from the statue, enveloping us within its glow. As the brilliance faded, we found ourselves at the entrance of the divine forest. If it were not for the artifacts in our hands and upon our bodies still radiating their luminescence, it would seem as if nothing had transpired. We exchanged glances, each of us feeling as though we had been reborn. Battle Tiger remarked, "I never anticipated that our adventure would yield the legacy of these artifacts. We now have a purpose. Let us strive diligently." Shosi toyed with the celestial horn in his hands, affirming, "Indeed, we must not allow the demon race to prevail. Let us visit the nature elves before we part ways," I said, aware that we would soon be separated, each burdened with our own affairs. "Try to absorb the artifacts into your bodies. We cannot carry them out openly, or we might be mistaken for divine beings," I chuckled. Xing Ao waved the mighty hammer in his hand and questioned, "How can I do that? This is rather large. Can it even be absorbed?" I was amused by his words and remarked, "These divine artifacts can exist in a pure energy form, occupying no space within your body. You merely need to think of them returning to you." Just as I finished speaking, the Anemo archery bow in Winter's hand vanished in an instant, and he joyfully exclaimed, "I have succeeded." He attempted to summon the bow a few more times, becoming familiar with the process. Following my guidance, everyone soon mastered the summoning of the artifacts. The village of the nature spirits remained as enchanting as when we departed. Since it was daytime, the diligent inhabitants were engrossed in their tasks. Returning here filled me with a sense of homecoming. As we approached the village entrance, we were noticed, and a young elf flew over, saying, "Longbow, you have returned." "Indeed. How is the village? Is everything well? Have the dark elves attacked again?" I inquired warmly. "No, they wouldn't dare return. Should they do so, we shall let them experience the might of light magic. Yes, you should practice light magic whenever possible, striving to integrate it with your own skills, so that you need not fear them," I advised. At that moment, the Nature Spirit King, accompanied by the 4 elders, came forth to greet us. The king proclaimed, "Welcome back safely. Come, let us enter the village." It was only then that I remembered I was still at the village entrance. Consequently, I followed the Nature Spirit King, navigating the familiar path to the council hall with ease. The Spirit King instructed all elves, except for the 4 esteemed elders, to withdraw. As our quest to retrieve the artifact was shrouded in secrecy, known only to the Spirit King and the 4 elders, the Spirit King inquired, "So, what discoveries have you made upon your return?" I briefly recounted the experiences of this adventure, concealing the part where everyone received divine artifacts, merely stating that our bodies had been transformed by the King of the Gods. Upon hearing our words, the Elven King and the 4 elders displayed expressions of deep reverence. The Elven King remarked, "It is remarkable that you have earned the recognition of the King of the Gods. Rest assured, when the time comes for you to confront the Demon King, our Elven tribe will stand by your side. Contributing to the peace of the continent is our duty." Brother Battle Tiger chuckled, "That is splendid. With your assistance, our strength against the Demon King will be greatly enhanced. By the way, do you have any of your renowned fruit wine left? We would love to have some." The 4 elders exchanged apprehensive glances, and the 3rd elder replied, "I fear we have none at the moment. You drank it all last time." In truth, they had 5 bottles remaining from the last occasion, but I had taken them with me when I departed, so this time there was genuinely none left. Upon hearing the 3rd elder's words, disappointment washed over everyone except me. I then intervened, saying, "We wish to rest here for a day. Tomorrow, we must return, as the God King has indicated that the Demon King is likely to launch an invasion in 5 years. We do not know the methods he will employ, so during this period, we must intensify our training to prepare for the eventual defeat of the Demon King."